Yun took his 5th talent test, and once again, the result was none. He gave a bitter smile, feeling a chill in his heart. 3 years ago, he had transmigrated to Blue Star, a world that had Huaxia, the Sakura Kingdom, and resembled Earth, but was tens of thousands of times larger. Here, adults could awaken talents, and those who awakened became the strong ones, enjoying privileges. Those who couldn't awaken were stuck at the bottom, muddling through their lives. As a transmigrator, Yun had no cheats at all, not even the shadow of a golden finger in 3 years. After today's test, he sighed and left the hall. On the way, a few people mocked him, saying he groveled after the school beauty, Lu Qingshan, yet failed to awaken any talent, embarrassing himself to the point of hiding from everyone. People envied Lu Qingshan for awakening an S-rank talent, with limitless potential for the future. Yun ignored them and kept walking. In truth, it was Lu Qingshan who had been pursuing Yun all along. 3 years ago, Yun had saved her life, and she became resolute in her feelings for him, showing him care at every opportunity. However, Yun, coming from a poor family and being just an ordinary person, had always kept his distance from her, not wanting to get involved in the complexities of the upper circles. As a result, rumors spread around the school that Yun was desperately chasing after Lu Qingshan, painting him in an extremely unflattering light. Everyone labeled him as nothing more than a sycophant. Yun mocked himself inwardly. What truly pained him wasn't the rumors, but the fact that even after transmigrating to another world, he was still ordinary, unable to experience the excitement of this new universe. He had been yearning for a miracle, constantly hoping each new talent test would change his fate. Suddenly, a prompt rang in his mind. All Heaven's theft system repaired successfully, binding to host. System initiating. Yun froze in shock. His golden finger, long overdue by 3 years, had finally arrived. The system notification continued. You can now summon the hand of God to steal anything from across the myriad worlds. In Yun's mind, images of countless fantastical worlds appeared. The worlds of battle through the heavens, covering the heavens, Naruto, Bleach. He could see exotic flames, ninjutsu, Zanpakuto, all of which could be obtained through the All Heavens theft system. However, it wasn't as simple as just stealing. Success depended on the hand of God, which had levels ranging from basic to divine. The higher the level, the greater the chances of success, and the better the quality of the stolen items. To upgrade the hand of God, he would need to defeat enemies in battle. The stronger the enemies, the rarer the upgrade materials they drop. Yun realized that as long as he kept defeating enemies, he could continuously grow stronger, creating a virtuous cycle of power enhancement. He felt exhilarated. This was the golden finger he had been waiting for. The beginner's gift package had already given him a divine-level hand of God. The system asked if he wanted to steal something, and Yun immediately agreed. The system allowed him to choose a world. This time, he was given 2 random options, the Naruto world or the Snow White world. Without hesitation, Yun chose Naruto. With its arsenal of powerful skills and ninjutsu, even acquiring a random one would be game-changing. As for Snow White, he wasn't interested. At most, he could steal a person from there, but getting them to settle on Blue Star would be too much trouble. The system entered the Naruto world. By summoning the Hand of God. Steal successful. Item acquired. Ninetales Fox in its complete form. The Ninetales was now stored in the system's inventory, ready for retrieval at any moment via mere thought. Yun was stunned, his body surging with a wave of power that seemed endless. He immediately closed his eyes to check, and in his dantian, he found a small orange fox, its 9 tails curling around it. It looked extraordinarily cute. Completely dumbfounded, Yun thought to himself, why does the 9 tails look more like a goofy little pet than the terrifying beast it's supposed to be? But he quickly grew vigilant. The 9 tails was notoriously temperamental. Would it explode in rage and blow him to bits? In desperation, he asked the system, only to have it reassure him that anything the Hand of God stole would be absolutely obedient to him. This calmed Yun down. With the 9 tails under his control, he could now use its abilities. Unlimited chakra, negative emotion sensing, tailed beast bombs, complete beast form. The very thought had him itching to summon the 9 tails on the spot, but he composed himself, deciding to stay low-key for now and head home first. The lingering gloom of his previous failed awakenings vanished completely. His path to strength had officially begun. System, how come you were damaged to begin with? The system was damaged during transmigration but has now been fully repaired. And it took you 3 whole years to fix. Do you even know what I went through during those 3 years? Yun growled through gritted teeth. He'd initially thought he could rise to the pinnacle of life upon transmigration, only for the system to be broken upon arrival. He'd ended up wasting 3 precious years waiting. It felt like the ultimate injustice. There had to be compensation for this. After a brief silence, the system responded, compensating host with innate talent, primordial immortal body. Su-Yun was secretly thrilled. This system actually knows how to be reasonable. What are the benefits of the primordial immortal body? Innate compatibility with the Tao, no bottlenecks in cultivation, extraordinarily high comprehension, indestructible soul, and endless lifespan. Overjoyed, Su-Yun extracted the talent. At that moment, the skies above Kanglan City were shrouded in radiant purple light. In the city center, a middle-aged man sensed the phenomenon, suspecting that someone had awakened an extraordinary talent. However, the vision dissipated in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Su-Yun's entire body was engulfed in purple brilliance, with spiritual energy voluntarily converging around him. To his excitement, he discovered that he could finally absorb spiritual energy, something his previously useless body had been incapable of. Now, his entire constitution had completely transformed. On Blue Star, everyone awakened their talents at the age of 18. Talents ranged from F grade to S grade, with S grade being the highest and regarded as a national strategic resource. In Kanglan City, Lu Qingshan had been the only person in a century to awaken an S grade talent, causing a citywide sensation. This had added immense pressure to the upcoming university selection exams. I've heard rumors that there's actually a level above S grade, something like SS grade. Is that true? Su-Yun asked the system. What level is my primordial immortal body? Beyond SSS grade. It's classified as divine grade. Su-Yun, shocked, the immortal Hongmeng physique ascended directly to the peak, cultivating to invincibility. Now he was utterly convinced. This compensation was absolutely worth it. With a divine level physique, who even needs a bicycle? System, how about another 3 years of malfunctioning? The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back, worried the system might actually get angry. Su-Yun asked again, what level is the little nine-tailed fox in my Dantian? The complete form Ninetails is SSS ranked, demigod level. It can be upgraded to god level if certain conditions are met. SSS rank was already insane. If it upgraded to god level, it would be utterly defying the heavens. Su-Yun calculated in his mind, pondering the possibilities for the future. At that moment, a crisp sound. The sound of high heels echoed. Su-Yun raised his head, his expression becoming reserved. 2 people approached, one in a white dress, young and beautiful. It was the school belle, Lu Qingshan. Beside her was a luxurious and elegantly dressed woman with an arrogant expression. The mature woman glanced at Su-Yun with disdain in her eyes, snorting coldly. Lu Qingshan's mother looked down at Su-Yun, her tone full of contempt. Su-Yun, what a coincidence. Lu Qingshan was just about to introduce him when her mother sneered. I know who he is, some useless trash from the slums. Su-Yun frowned slightly, fully aware that Lu Qingshan's mother had warned him half a year ago to stay away from her daughter. Lu Qingshan awkwardly tried to explain, but her mother ignored her and continued to berate Su-Yun. This is your last warning. Qingshan has a bright future ahead of her. You'd better give up any delusions. A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Many passers-by turned their heads to watch. Su-Yun clenched his fists tightly but remained silent. Seeing his reaction, Lu Qingshan's mother became even more aggressive. What? Do you want to hit me? Go ahead, hit me. I'll make sure you rot in prison for life. And when you come out, the only thing you'll be good for is manual labor. You're just lower-class trash. Her words were vicious, and Lu Qingshan appeared momentarily dazed. Su-Yun took a deep breath, refraining from responding. He turned and started to walk away. Lu Qingshan's mother sneered again. Coward. Do you know why people call you a bootlicka? I spread those rumors myself, just to ruin your reputation and make you a laughingstock forever. Su-Yun stopped, turned around, and coldly stared at Lu Qingshan's mother. So it was you behind this. He had long suspected that she was the one orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Lu Qingshan froze in place, full of guilt but unable to utter a word. Seeing this, her mother felt triumphant. She intended to provoke Su-Yun so he would lose control in public and end up in jail. A win-win situation for her. She stepped closer to Su-Yun, her expression ferocious. 3 years ago, Qingshan was almost captured by the heavenly demonic sect. I suspect you're a traitor to humanity and deliberately approached us. The surrounding onlookers' faces changed dramatically. The heavenly demonic sect was an evil foreign cult that posed immense danger. Anyone affiliated with them would be executed. Su-Yun stared intensely at Lu Qingshan's mother, wishing he could punch her face in, but he restrained himself and walked away once more. Countering now would mean falling into her trap. Suppressing his rage, he silently vowed, I will become strong. I'll ensure no one dares to stomp on me again. Lu Qingshan's mother, seeing Su-Yun's continued restraint, grew even angrier and mocked him loudly. Su-Yun shrugged. Fine, I'm deaf now. He turned and left. Under the sunlight, His shadow stretched long and solitary. Lu Qingshan watched his retreating figure, her voice almost a whisper. Mom, weren't you being too harsh? The first genius to awaken an S-rank talent this year. What does he count for? He's just trash nobody wants from the slums. Someone so disgusting, you'd want to spit on him. Lu Qingshan's mother looked at her daughter, speaking in a weighty tone. How can the bright moon fall into the dust? Lu Qingshan's expression grew grave. Although her mother's words were harsh, they were also undeniable. Having awakened an S-rank talent, her future stage was not just the nation of Huaxia, but perhaps even the entirety of Blue Star. Meanwhile, Su Yun was destined to remain trapped in the slums. If she continued associating with him, it would only hold her back. She finally understood the vast gap between them and sighed helplessly. Seeing that her daughter had comprehended, Lu Qingshan's mother deliberately spoke louder. Remember this, you are my daughter. You do not belong in the same world as that lowly trash from the slums. Her words emphasized her daughter's status while degrading Su Yun. Hearing this, Su Yun paused briefly. He looked down at the nine-tailed beast within him, then chuckled faintly. Indeed, we are not from the same world. He neither argued with Lu Qingshan's mother nor retaliated with raised voices. There was no need. Kanglan City, Slum District, East Section number 211. The houses here were simple, most built from wooden planks and sheets of metal. The streets were cobbled together with gravel and broken bricks, and occasional wafts of drunken stench filled the air. Su Yun's home was incredibly tiny, a makeshift shack constructed from metal sheets. Inside, there was only a bed, 2 chairs, and a dusty radio. The most valuable item he owned was the cell phone in his hand. The light bulb inside flickered on, dim yellow light filling the space. 300 blue coins a month. Huh. Su Yun chuckled bitterly. He didn't dwell on it for too long. Rubbing his face, he closed his eyes. In the next moment, the little nine-tailed fox appeared, snuggling into his arms, lively and adorable. From now on, you're all I've got, little buddy. Su Yun gently patted the nine-tails, smiling warmly. The tiny creature seemed to enjoy his touch, affectionately rubbing against him and displaying a clingy demeanor. Refocusing his thoughts, Su Yun excitedly rubbed his hands together. Let's see what this nine-tails mode can do. He concentrated, aligning his consciousness with the power of the nine-tailed beast. Instantly, an overwhelming force erupted from his dantian. Golden light enveloped his entire body. His clothes transformed into radiant celestial robes, and black patterns spread across his limbs. The golden cloak fluttered on its own, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Su Yun opened his eyes, his blood-red vertical pupils sharp and cold. The power of the nine-tails form filled him with ecstatic joy. As he admired his transformation, he suddenly sensed countless emotional fluctuations around him. Malice, resentment, and brutality. He could feel them all. So, this is malice perception. From now on, he would be able to detect anyone harboring malicious intent toward him instantly. The slum district was already chaotic, making this ability seem all the more fitting. Su Yun felt an eagerness to throw a punch, but the thought of compensating for damage held him back. After deactivating the nine-tails form, he was brimming with energy. In the past, he lacked everything, without even a key to open a new world. But now, with the system repaired, everything had changed. The gateway was now open. He was qualified to step into a new world. Next week's high school selection, the top 10 academies will all be present. Su Yun's thoughts raced. This was his chance at a leap over the Dragon Gate. He took a deep breath, intending to rest, when he suddenly froze. Usually, he'd feel exhausted after doing anything, but today he was full of vitality. His legs didn't ache, his waist wasn't sore, and his mind was unusually clear. What's going on? He muttered. The host can summon the personal interface to check physical condition. Su Yun immediately called up the interface. Su Yun, 18 years old, half-step 1-star warrior. Abilities, nine-tailed spirit fox spirit pet. Talent, primal indestructible body. Combat skill, none. Su Yun was stunned. He who once had no talent whatsoever now suddenly possessed the strength of a half-step warrior. Thinking it over, he realized it was the effect of the primal indestructible body, granting him unparalleled recovery and cultivation speed. A divine-level talent, he exclaimed. Calming himself, he recalled that the high school selection was only a week away. Strong performers might gain admission to one of the top 10 academies, which were filled with geniuses and family elites. He resolved to seize the opportunity and no longer allow himself to be bullied. But right now, he had nothing, no family, no mentors, no resources. Suddenly, he thought of the Beast Gorge outside of Kanglan City. It was the only way ordinary people could earn resources, but it was extremely dangerous. Whether one lived or died was entirely dependent on personal skill. Su Yun decided to start honing himself in the Beast Gorge. Once the idea planted itself, he immediately set out for the bus station. The bus stopped outside the military base near Beast Gorge. Soo-yun got off and was greeted by the sight of high-voltage fences and vigilant soldiers. The atmosphere was tense. Lowering his head, he handed over his ID card. A soldier advised him to form a team, warning against acting alone. Soo-yun nodded his acknowledgement, paid the 500 blue coins entrance fee, and winced at the expense. Onlookers scrutinized him and mocked his young age, deeming him overconfident. Soo-yun ignored them and, after collecting his rations and water, walked forward. As he ventured into the shadowy forest, the stench in the air filled his lungs, making his heart race with excitement. Suddenly, a beast's roar thundered through the woods, sending flocks of birds skyward. It's starting. Soo-yun's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He sprinted several hundred meters before coming to a stop, murmuring to himself, "This is where the real danger begins." There were many people venturing in, and most chose to form teams to reduce their chances of dying. But not Soo-yun. While his courage and skill were undeniable, his decision to act alone was also partly out of recklessness. More importantly, he didn't want to expose his strength prematurely. Everything would wait until he became truly powerful. Suddenly, a foul wind blew from ahead. Soo-yun heightened his vigilance and spotted two robust figures crouched in the underbrush. Low growls followed. Two bloodfang tigers appeared, ferocious beasts with tough crimson fur and predator eyes locked onto Soo-yun. Known for their razor-sharp teeth, they could tear through a one-star warrior with ease. In the next instant, one of the bloodfang tigers lunged directly at Soo-yun. The rank stench filled the air, but Soo-yun wasn't afraid. Instead, he looked forward to it. With a low growl, he activated the Ninetales mode. Golden light surged over his body, his black pupils turning blood red. Clenching his fist, he struck out, not with technique, but sheer brute force. Boom! The golden energy erupted, and the bloodfang tiger was obliterated in a single punch, its flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Ding! You have killed the bloodfang tiger. Dropped item, Beginner's Hand of Divinity 1. Soo-yun froze for a second before breaking out into a grin. He'd taken down the bloodfang tiger with a single blow, and it had even dropped loot. Turning his gaze toward the other bloodfang tiger, he watched as it froze in fear and turned to flee. Trying to escape? Not a chance. With a thought, the Ninetales chakra transformed into claws, snaring the bloodfang tiger. It had no chance to resist. Boom! Soo-yun's fist struck its heart, killing it instantly. Ding! You have killed the bloodfang tiger. Dropped item, Beginner's Hand of Divinity 1. After both bloodfang tigers were slaughtered, Soo-yun calmed himself slightly. Taking a deep breath, he consoled himself. They wanted to eat me, so I was just defending myself. A few minutes later, using the fox claws, he harvested their materials, teeth, fur, blood, and bones, all of which he stored in his system inventory. Onward, Soo-yun murmured to himself. Now, he only wanted to grow stronger, for in this world, strength was the ultimate truth. At Military Base Number 1, a military armored vehicle pulled in. 3 men and 2 women, all appearing to be in their 20s, disembarked. Middle-aged officers and soldiers promptly stood at attention, addressing one of them as Commander Gu. The man was young and composed. As they entered the base, whispers spread among the soldiers. Was this the legendary Gu family prodigy from Dragon City? They were silenced at once. At the base, Officer Gu inquired about the cult of the half-bloods from a middle-aged soldier. The soldier confirmed the cult's existence and mentioned recent mysterious disappearances. Officer Gu nodded and led his team into the canyon. Deep within the Beast Canyon, the light grew dim, and the air was heavy with the stench of blood. Suddenly, a blood-stained hand trembled as it reached weakly toward the light. It seemed the hand's owner was being tortured, their frail voice calling for help. Before they could finish, a thick, purplish-red tentacle coiled around them. A chilling laugh echoed in the darkness, and the person became sustenance for the creature. The sound of their bones cracking and flesh tearing reverberated through the shadows. On Tiger Trail in the Beast Canyon, trees fell one after another. A flash of golden light streaked by. Soo-yun's punch landed with the force of a mountain, blasting the bloodfang tigers into bits with a single strike. Blood splattered everywhere, but didn't stain his body. Ding! Bloodfang tiger killed 20. Dropped. Beginner's Divine Hand 20. Not a bad haul. Soo-yun smiled to himself. He had cleared the entire Tiger Trail, collecting a large number of Beginner's Divine Hands and raising his rank to a 1-star warrior. Ordinary people couldn't achieve such feats within a day, but his primal immortal body made it possible. While basking in his accomplishment, Soo-yun suddenly sensed a surge of killing intent. Looking up, he saw an imposing beast, a bloodfang tiger king. Its fur was the color of blood, its fangs gleaming coldly, and it stared down at him with the majesty of a ruler. The Tiger King roared, and its killing intent swept through the mountains and forests, causing nearby beasts to tremble in fear. Crushing rocky ground beneath its paws, the Tiger King turned into a streak of red light as it charged at Su Yun. The Tiger King pounced, aiming to tear Su Yun apart, only to land and realize it had struck a golden afterimage. The real Su Yun appeared several meters away, having already activated his Ninetales mode, which greatly enhanced his offense, defense, and speed. Bloodfang Tiger King, late-stage 1-star warrior strength. I hope you'll put up a decent fight. The Tiger King was 2 to 3 times larger than an ordinary Bloodfang tiger. Any other 1-star warrior would have been immobilized under its oppressive aura. But Su Yun felt no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit burned brightly. The Tiger King roared again and lunged forward, its massive claws swiping down. The very air shuddered, and rocks and trees shattered instantly. Any 1-star warrior faced with this attack would meet certain death. Transform. Su Yun growled. Golden light surged and transformed into the enormous claws of a demon fox, striking back fiercely. Boom. The demon fox's claws obliterated the Tiger King's attack and sent the beast flying, leaving a deep trail of blood on the ground as its body skidded to a halt. The Tiger King twitched a few times before going still, lifeless. Ding. Bloodfang Tiger King defeated in a cross-rank challenge. Dropped. Intermediate Divine Hand 1. An intermediate Divine Hand. Su Yun exclaimed in delight. Previously, after killing more than 40 Bloodfang tigers, all he'd gotten were beginner's Divine Hands. The Tiger King's drop of an intermediate Divine Hand made him suspect the system was encouraging him to take on cross-rank challenges. Could it be that the stronger the monster, the higher the quality of the Divine Hand it dropped? Bloodfang tigers aren't much of a challenge anymore. Time to hunt stronger beasts. As Su Yun packed up materials, he began to plan his next move. The nation encouraged warriors to slay beasts, and the top 10 academies as well as the 4 great martial halls all offered rewards. However, these rewards were only available to officially recognized warriors. Those ignorant enough to try and leech off these rewards met their doom. The path of a warrior was one paved with blood and death. Just then, tiger roars echoed anew in the forest. Let's deal with this batch first. Turning into a streak of golden light, Su Yun sped deeper into the woods. 1,000 meters away, a team of 5 was scouring the forest for prey, only to find the corpses of Bloodfang tigers littered along their path. Frustration was written all over their faces. Do you think some mysterious expert did this? An expert wouldn't care about small fry like these. Maybe the expert was just venting? We'll never figure out the world of a true master. Half an hour later, Su Yun disengaged his Ninetales mode and rested against a rock. System, what good things can I grab with a beginner's Divine Hand? Beginner's Divine Hands have a very low chance of obtaining high-value treasures. Host can exchange beginner's Divine Hands for intermediate Divine Hands. Exchange them? What's the conversion rate? 50 beginner's Divine Hands to 1 intermediate Divine Hand. The same applies for higher tiers. 50 to 1. Su Yun frowned, but soon let it go. Beginner's Divine Hands were easy enough to acquire, but intermediate and advanced ones could only be gained through cross-rank challenges. And the God-tier Divine Hand cannot be exchanged. Reason unknown. Su Yun rolled his eyes. I thought you were fixed. The system didn't respond further, leaving Su Yun no choice but to drop the topic. He stood up, pulling out a simplified map provided by the base, and examined the distribution of beasts. His gaze settled on a monster territory located about 2,000 meters away from the Bloodfang tiger zone, the Thornhide Bull. The map carried a special warning. Thornhide Bulls. Half-step 2-star warrior strength. Absolutely avoid. Su Yun recalled what he knew. Thornhide Bulls were herd beasts with skin covered in retractable spikes. Their charges were like high-speed battering rams. These were lessons every student learned in school, and Su Yun prided himself on his good grades in academics. A tribute panel. Name, Su Yun. Level, mid-stage 1-star warrior. Ability, Ninetales Demon Fox, Spirit Beast. Talent, Primal Immortal Body. Combat skills, none. Already mid-stage? Su Yun sounded surprised. Most ordinary 1-star warriors needed years of arduous training to reach this point, but he had leveled up purely by farming monsters. It was absurdly fast. He chuckled, then looked toward the Thornhide Bull territory. Your turn. Before leaving, he used 10 beginner's Divine Hands to try his luck, curious to find out if he was blessed by fortune or cursed by misfortune. Beginner. God's Hand 10 has been condensed. 2 worlds randomly unlocked. Earth World, Future World. Future World. Su Yun's eyes shone momentarily, fantasizing about stealing something like Iron Man's armor. Steal failed. Steal failed. Stolen. Barbecue sauce from Big Monkey Barbecue 100. Stolen. Blood Flower Beer 10. After 10 tries, Su Yun's face darkened. This is it. All that was stolen were sauces and beer? And this was supposed to be the future world? He suddenly remembered the heart of the thorned wild bull, the bull demon heart, a rare item valued at 8,000 to 10,000 on the market. His craving was somewhat provoked as he glanced at the sauces, but he immediately consoled himself. I'm not craving food. I'm going to increase my strength. With that, Su-Yun rushed toward the habitat of the thorned wild bulls. Fierce Beast Canyon, Green Park. Over 100 thorned wild bulls grazed on grass. Their muscles bulged, and their bodies were covered in sharp, small spines. From afar, Su-Yun observed them, his excitement growing. Let's see just how strong a half-step, 2-star thorned wild bull is. He was just about to make his move when, suddenly, a team of people emerged from the forest. The group of 4 brandished hot weapons, clearly planning to ambush the thorned wild bulls. Idiots, aren't they worried about triggering a mass charge? Su-Yun hissed under his breath. On Blue Star, hot weapons might still work against warrior-level beasts, but they were completely useless against general-level ones. There were even videos online. A general-level powerhouse dodging a barrage of concentrated firepower with ease, and an entire 100-man arm team being wiped out in an instant. Using nuclear weapons to deal with a general-level beast, that might work. Following humanity's mass awakening on Blue Star, humans had once tried using nuclear weapons against fierce beasts. However, the radiation had only caused the beasts to evolve further, rendering nukes ineffective. Su-Yun sighed. If firearms couldn't kill the thorned wild bulls, it would be a big problem. The team took their positions, cocked their guns, and opened fire on the thorned wild bulls. At close range, a few bulls fell, but the rest roared in fury and began a fierce counterattack. One burly man utilized an earth control talent, conjuring hands of soil to grab at the bulls. Another member, equipped with a black shield talent, smashed a bull's head with his shield. Watching this from a distance, Su-Yun had to admit that this team had some skill. Just as a frivolous-looking man among them began to exude smugness, a far stronger 2-star thorned wild bull emerged from the group. It shattered the earthen hands on the ground and charged forward, instantly killing the shield warrior, leaving him as nothing more than minced meat. The remaining 3 members panicked and fled. The frivolous man used a speed-boosting ability to help his comrades escape. Upon seeing Su-Yun, he quickly shouted for help, claiming there would be a substantial reward. Su-Yun demanded 10,000 Blue Star coins and the corpses of the bulls. The man, Lu Anong, agreed, all the while plotting to use Su-Yun as bait to hold off the bull while he and his team made their escape. But to Lu Anhong's disbelief, Su-Yun headed directly for the bull herd. The 3 stood dumbfounded. Su-Yun activated the 9-tailed mode, with his fox claws slicing through the bulls like paper. Even when a bull charged at him, it was reduced to minced meat on impact, an absolutely staggering scene. The system awarded him the dropped items, and Su-Yun was overjoyed. The remaining bulls scattered in terror. Su-Yun even teased them, shouting for them not to run. Lu Anong and the other 2 were completely convinced of his power. They cautiously asked if he was here on an inspection. Su-Yun felt exasperated. These people really couldn't see the big picture. You've ever seen a boss inspect in a school uniform? If a boss has to look like this, he might as well not bother living anymore. Got a knife? Su-Yun casually asked. Yes. Lu Anong promptly handed him a dagger. Su-Yun skillfully skinned the bull, extracting its heart, the bull demon heart, in no time. A rich blood aura emanated from the organ. A woman in the group gasped softly. The bull demon heart. If you have a bull demon heart, just give it to me, Su-Yun said, tossing the dagger back to Lu Anong. The trio immediately complied. When a boss speaks, who dares argue? Su-Yun glanced briefly at Lu Anong, murmuring internally, the youngest son of the Lu family? Not worth bothering with. He immediately opened his system panel. Primary God's Hand, 134. Intermediate God's Hand, 3. Advanced, 0. God level, 0. The primary God's Hand was useless, a total trap. Fuse. In an instant, 100 primary God's Hand converted into 2 intermediate ones. Intermediate God's Hand 5 has been condensed. Select the world you wish to steal from. Battle through the Heavens world or Sheep Village world. Sheep Village? What am I supposed to do? Grab Grey Wolf. Su-Yun rolled his eyes and directly chose the battle through the Heavens world. Steal failed. Steal failed. Steal failed. Su-Yun's forehead was full of black lines. No way his luck could be this bad, right? Steal successful. Bajabang, 8 trigrams collapse. Steal successful. Black Magic Cauldron. Bajabang, a close combat martial skill with extreme offensive power. The Black Magic Cauldron, the exclusive equipment of the Medicine Elder. Su-Yun was overjoyed. He had been lacking both combat skills and equipment. What a perfect match from the system. Bajabang was instantly mastered, and the system panel updated. Name, Su-Yun. Realm, Mid-Stage 1-star Warrior. Spirit Beast, 9-tailed Demon Fox. Talent, Primordial Immortal Body. Martial Skill, Bajabang, Top-level Profound Rank. On Blue Star, martial skills were divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow, and each rank had 4 levels. Starting directly with top-level Profound, Steady. The black magic cauldron was left in the storage for now, not needing immediate attention. Lu Anong and his party delivered 5 bull demon hearts to Su Yun. Su Yun thanked them briefly. The trio hurriedly waved it off, excitedly transferring the money, but the signal was poor, so the transaction didn't go through. "We'll handle it when we get out of here," Su Yun said leisurely, putting all the bull demon hearts into the system storage. Lu Anong and the others were shocked beyond words. Their boss could just casually store everything into his spatial treasure? With the remains of dozens of bulls vanishing into thin air, how enormous must this space be? What would a boss even want with this many 1-star fierce beasts? Yun ignored them. "It's getting dark. Tell them to leave quickly." Lu Anong hurriedly responded. "I'll add another 10,000. Could you watch over us tonight?" Su Yun nodded. All right. He was broke. Any money was good money. That night, the aroma of roasted meat filled the mountain cave. Su Yun was grilling the heart of a bull demon while enjoying a bloodflower beer on the side, oil dripping from the corners of his mouth as he ate. Lu Anong was impressed. While others hustled to make a living, this man approached life like a vacation. Su Yun asked why they were there, and Lu Anong responded with a bitter laugh. "Leading a group for practice, but we lost one of ours." Inwardly, Su Yun looked down upon them, preferring to stay away from people who brought bad luck. As they ate, Lu Anong lowered his voice and said, "Boss, I heard there are people from the mixed blood cult in the ferocious Beast Canyon. Are you here to hunt them down too?" The mixed blood cult? Su Yun's face darkened. This cult was notorious for consuming human blood to improve their abilities, a sworn enemy of Chinese martial artists. "They must be killed upon sight," he declared. Lu Anong shrugged. "Just a rumor I heard. But recently, many martial artists have disappeared in the canyon, and the trail leads to the mixed blood cult. The military even sent a team, but they went missing." Su Yun nodded. For someone from Blue Planet, eliminating foreign cults was the duty of any martial artist. A wolf's howl pierced the night. A woman in the group shuddered in fear. Su Yun said calmly, "I'll escort you all to the canyon entrance tomorrow." "Thank you." Lu Anong and his companions sighed in relief. Once everyone was asleep, Su Yun began refining the vital energy from the heart of the bull demon. Not long after, his eyes opened. He had advanced to the late stage of a 1-star warrior. His cultivation speed was astonishing. At dawn, he woke the group, escorted them back to the canyon entrance, and turned to leave. "Will he be all right?" the woman asked quietly. Lu Anong rolled his eyes. "Even if we die, he'll be fine. Let's head to the military base and wait for news." They entered the base. The next day, Su Yun stepped into the territory of the iron-fanged wild boar. This beast was incredibly robust, its massive body covered in red fur, with black hooves and deadly tusks. It was a 2-star creature. The ground trembled as a wild boar charged at Su Yun, its tusks aiming straight for him. Igniting his 9-tail mode, Su Yun's figure blurred as he evaded the impact. With a flying knee strike, he shattered the boar's face, yanked out its tusk, turned, and hurled it. The spear-like tusk pierced through 2 others. Blood splattered, but Su Yun was unfazed. Wiping away the blood, his youthful demeanor faded, replaced by the aura of an indomitable fighter. "Time to break through to 2-star, he chuckled. Just as he began collecting the bodies, an ominous killing intent surged toward him. His blood-colored pupils narrowed. Something powerful was approaching, likely a 3-star beast, or worse. Surveying the forest, he spotted 2 figures fleeing in desperation. The scent of blood trailed them as a pack of black-haired, red-eyed apes roared in pursuit. One of the runners was the officer from yesterday. "Captain, you go first," a teammate shouted. The officer yelled back, "Stop running. If we fight, there's still a chance." The 2 turned to face their attackers. The forest was stained red. A thunderous roar announced the arrival of a giant ape. It swung its massive arm down, and the 2 barely held on. A low voice echoed, "8 extremities break." A streak of golden light shot forth as Su Yun appeared, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist. In an instant, he blasted the giant ape's arm into a mist of blood. Bone shards from the ape killed the pack of red-eyed apes instantly. A system notification chimed. Host has killed a 3-star human-faced giant ape. Reward, Intermediate God's Hands 5. Host has killed 15 1-star Black Spirit apes. Reward, Basic God's Hands 15. The officer gawked in disbelief. "What kind of monster is this?" Su Yun's voice was cold. "How bad are your injuries?" The officer swallowed hard. "It's manageable. And you are?" "A student from the first high school of Kanglan City," Su Yun answered indifferently. The pair exchanged looks, their shock evident. The scene of Su Yun punching the human-faced giant ape to pieces was nothing short of otherworldly. A superhuman type? But everything about him screams beast tamer, the officer thought, his emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster. Suddenly, his companion's nose and mouth began to bleed severely, indicating critical injuries. Brother, can you take us back to the military base? The situation is dire, the officer asked grimly. Su-yun agreed without hesitation. He could tell these men weren't ordinary. They were likely tied to the military. Wrapping the two in golden light, he carried them away. Before long, strange tendrils extended across the ground where they had battled, absorbing blood and corpses. Military Base Number 1. The base atmosphere, already somber, grew heavier. The officer and his companion were treated in time and escaped danger. Should we seal off Ferocious Beast Canyon? A bald man, middle-aged and brawny, was the base commander. The officer shook his head. No, closing it will just allow them to escape. For now, prohibit any martial artists from entering. Yes, sir. The bald commander went off to execute the order immediately. The officer turned to Su-yun. We're heading back into the mountains soon. I hope you'll assist us. Soldiers in the tent stared in astonishment. Su-yun was far too young. Even though he had slain many beasts, he seemed hardly changed. Su-yun lowered his head in thought. According to Chinese law, martial artists in the city were obligated to serve in the military. And yet, he was still a student. Not a formal martial artist. Are you with the military, or is this personal? Su-yun asked. Officer Gu smiled. There's not much difference. There's a big difference. If it's for the military, I can earn merit points. If it's personal, I refuse. Su-yun was calm. Officer Gu became even more intrigued by him. Then let's count it as for the military. Su-yun nodded and asked no more questions. At 3 p.m., there was a commotion outside the tent. Spotting someone familiar, Su-yun immediately walked out. Inside the tent, a female soldier expressed dissatisfaction. Sir, why are we bringing a student along? He won't be of any help, right? Officer Gu straightened his face. This is an order. Everyone immediately stood at attention, not daring to say another word. Why blockade the Beast Gorge? I was hoping to earn some money. Many martial artists complained, but none dared to cause trouble. Su-yun was busy checking the 20,000 Blue Star credits transferred to his account via his phone, smiling as he looked at it. Lu Anong whispered, Big shot, you really are connected to the military. Su-yun looked confused. Lu Anong added, Officer Gu is from the Gu family in Longdu, relying on his father. Su-yun was astonished. Longdu is a top-tier city, guarded by a war god. Before long, Officer Gu stepped out. For this mission, we must eradicate the hybrid cult. The soldiers responded with a resounding shout, transforming the atmosphere in the camp. Silence followed. The team set out, more than 200 people heading into the mountains. Beast Gorge. Standing next to Officer Gu, Su-yun glanced at the soldiers. Roughly 220 in total. 200 of them were in the late stage of 1-star warrior's rank. 20 were somewhere between 2-star and 3-star. Officer Gu himself could be considered a mid-level 4-star warrior. Suddenly, Officer Gu asked, Are you wondering why people from Longdu are so weak? Su-yun kept his face expressionless, though his heart skipped a beat. Officer Gu let out a snort. I used to be top-notch back in the day too, but, never mind. His voice faltered by the end. Su-yun asked, Is the hybrid cult a group, or just an individual? Officer Gu lowered his voice. It's a guy named Lin Jing. He's already devoured nearly 30 people. Su-yun replied, The gorge is huge. It'll be tough to find him. Officer Gu smiled and pulled out a shining iron rune. This iron branding talisman allows me to sense his position. When the talisman lit up, a fiery glow shot in the direction of the target. Officer Gu cautioned, Lin Jing can use his blood to control beasts. If encountered, strike him down immediately. All the soldiers responded in unison. Yes, sir. The team pressed forward swiftly. Deep within Beast Gorge, a semi-cracked blood egg was sunk into the ground. Tentacles writhed, blood dripping with every movement. Inside the blood egg, Lin Jing's entire body was covered in blood, as if scalded. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he grinned grotesquely. I smell something delicious. He propped himself out with his tentacles, emerging along with the blood egg. Cold, piercing gazes locked onto him from all directions, with guns cocking threateningly. Officer Gu spoke coldly. Lin Jing, surrender your accomplices, and I'll let you live. Lin Jing ignored him, instead fixating on Su-yun with a deranged grin, licking his lips like some depraved maniac. Su-yun felt a chill creep down his spine. Lin Jing cackled. Kid, would you like to join the hybrid cult? Officer Gu's expression darkened. Noticing Lin Jing's shifting gaze, he immediately roared, Attack! Shouts of battle erupted as beasts' roars echoed everywhere. A horde of frenzied beasts surged forward, their bloodshot eyes under Lin Jing's control. The soldiers opened fire. Bullets rained down, felling the charging beasts in succession. Lin Jing let out a cold grunt. The air twisted around him as an eerie ripple spread through. The soldiers momentarily froze, their grips on the triggers loosening. Officer Gu struck the iron branding talisman against the ground, waking the soldiers from their daze. But the delay had allowed the beasts to charge forward, and a ferocious melee ensued. Officer Gu ordered, "Groups 1, 2, 3, follow me." The rest formed teams of 3. He then issued a low command to Su Yun. "Wait for my signal." Su Yun nodded. His mission was to deliver the finishing blow to Lin Jing. A 2-star unicorn elephant thundered forward, making the ground tremble. Soldiers dodged out of its path as it rampaged, even trampling some of the ferocious beasts in its wake. Su Yun thought to use the chaos as an opportunity to break through to the 2-star rank. His black hair turned golden and blazed like fire. With golden fox claws, he gripped the unicorn elephant, punching its jaw with immense force, killing it instantly. Ding! The host has killed 2-star unicorn elephant 1. Reward: Intermediate Hand of God 1. Su Yun began systematically hunting down beasts, not sparing a single one. Meanwhile, Officer Gu and 3 others were locked in combat with Lin Jing. Lin Jing's tentacles were as hard as iron, making it hard for the team to land any attacks. Lin Jing sneered. "Even talents from Tianming Academy are nothing worth mentioning." Officer Gu smirked coldly. "You have the audacity to act arrogant after betraying humanity?" Flames spiraled upward as the iron branding talisman began to glow red-hot, burning Lin Jing's tentacles and emitting white smoke as Lin Jing let out howls of pain. Seizing the opportunity, the trio attacked. One slashed with a long sword whose light stung the eyes. Another launched fierce punches with steel fists, and the third fired bone projectiles in rapid succession. Lin Jing couldn't dodge in time and was stabbed through one eye, blood pouring out. The iron fists raged against the blood egg loudly, but failed to cause actual damage. Enraged, Lin Jing roared, "Just worthless bugs." The single eye glowed an even darker red. Officer Gu suddenly yelled, "Fall back." The trio tried to retreat but found themselves immobilized, their faces dazed and lifeless. Officer Gu slammed the iron branding talisman to the ground, snapping his team back to their senses. Splat, splat, splat. One soldier's thigh was shredded, another lost an arm, and the third's jaw was crushed. Though severely injured, they were still alive and ready to keep fighting. Battle. Su Yun watched coldly, not making a move, waiting for orders. He was merely a temporary soldier and could not act rashly. Officer Gu asked, "Can you hold on?" The 3 soldiers were losing blood, their vigor fading, but their eyes were resolute. These soldiers were already prepared to die. Lin Jing sneered, "You think you can subdue me?" A mist of blood rose into the air, blood from both humans and beasts. "Blood illusion realm," Lin Jing roared. The bloody mist spread, dragging everyone into an illusion. Even the ferocious beasts became dazed. The battle came to an abrupt halt. Lin Jing's face turned pale, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "My B-level talent is hypnosis. I got expelled from the human race. Did you really think no one could tame me?" Just as he was about to deliver a killing blow, the illusion realm shattered suddenly. Everyone stumbled back, heads spinning, except Su Yun, who stood unharmed. Lin Jing spat blood, stunned. Why was Su Yun unaffected? What he didn't know was that Su Yun was protected by the 9-tailed beast, immune to mental attacks. Officer Gu reacted swiftly, shouting, "Fire mark! Attack!" An iron branding symbol slammed onto the tentacles, forcing an opening. Su Yun shot forward like lightning, closing in on the bloody egg. 8 extreme collapse. Su Yun's fist shone with golden light as it struck with ferocious power. The bloody egg was sent flying before crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Jing coughed up blood, still sneering. "You'll never break my defenses." Su Yun turned calmly, saying, "Prepare the body." Everyone froze. He was still alive. So how could they prepare to bury him? Furious, Lin Jing launched a ferocious attack with his tentacles against Su Yun. But the tentacles suddenly exploded one after another. Lin Jing collapsed, blood spilling, utterly lifeless. 8 extreme collapse. Instant kill. Ding. Host has killed 5-star warrior Lin Jing, dropping advanced divine hand 1. The system notification sounded, and the corner of Su Yun's mouth lifted. A clean and effortless kill, truly satisfying. Officer Gu was deeply shocked, killing a 5-star warrior with 1 star. This wasn't just genius, it was monstrous. Su Yun calmly scanned the battlefield. "Take care of the remaining beasts." He acted as if it were nothing of importance. Officer Gu quickly rallied the troops. Without Lin Jing, the beasts either fell or fled, leaving none behind. By nightfall, the ground was littered with blood. Many soldiers lay dead, while Officer Gu's unit sustained heavy injuries, yet the mission was a success. Su Yun exhaled lightly, a smile flickering across his face. Finally, a 2-star warrior, his spiritual essence now like a crystal bead, clear and radiant. Officer Gu reassured the survivors. Return for treatment quickly. All expenses will be covered by the city. Soldiers saluted and departed. Officer Gu smiled at Su Yun. We couldn't have done it without you. Su Yun remained indifferent. Just make sure to record my contribution points. Don't worry. The noble Gu family in Dragon Capital won't forget a hero's merit. Officer Gu chuckled. After settling everything, Su Yun prepared to train. The academy selection was just 4 days away, and he planned to break through to a 3-star warrior before attending. At that moment, Officer Gu suddenly approached him, asking, would you consider joining the military or the Gu family? Su Yun didn't reply, merely looking at him. Officer Gu tried to recruit him eagerly. Join the military, and you'll receive focused training at the military academy, earning a prominent position within 2 or 3 years. Join the Gu family, and we'll treat you like our own, granting access to all techniques and skills. Talent like yours shouldn't remain buried in a small town. Su Yun looked skyward and shook his head, declining. I don't like being restrained. With that, he decisively walked away. Officer Gu hurriedly called out, I'll be stationed at the Beast Canyon for now. Let's talk if you have time. But Su Yun ignored him. Watching Su Yun's departing figure, Officer Gu's face lit up with excitement, his heart bursting with joy. This is absolutely an SS level, if not SSS level talent. I can't let such a rare gem slip away. On Blue Star, exceptional talents were invaluable, even more so for someone of this monstrous caliber. At Base 1, the moment Officer Gu returned, reporters surrounded him. Officer, how were the casualties? Did you personally eliminate the hybrid cultist? The questions came nonstop. Officer Gu calmly replied, Lin Jing has been neutralized. That's his end. Lin Jing's demise was swiftly reported online, igniting widespread discussion. After the interview, Officer Gu immediately made a call. Old Wei, notify the teacher immediately. There's an SS or even SSS level talent in Kanglan City. The receiver gave an audible gasp, as if they'd fallen. A genius coming from a place like that? Officer Gu, frustrated, retorted angrily. A 1-star warrior instant killed a 5-star warrior. What do you think? The other side was stunned and rushed to report to their teacher. Meanwhile, soldiers outside the base secretly pulled out their phones to spread the news as well. With one call, the news shook the entire network. In Dragon Capital, at the Tianming Academy, instructors were forging weapons. Upon hearing about a possible SSS-level genius, everyone was dumbstruck. Master Lin set his jaw firmly. Last year they stole the genius from us. This year, this one belongs to me. In Yang City, at Panhai Academy, a middle-aged man was alarmed and immediately ordered a team to head to Kanglan City. In Demon City, at Shanglong Academy, many doubted the legitimacy of the SSS-level genius claim. However, the rumored feat of a 1-star warrior killing a 5-star piqued everyone's curiosity. The once quiet town of Kanglan City. Suddenly, he became the center of attention. Officer Gu was in an awful mood. The whole day had passed without him having a chance to discuss life and ideals with Su Yun. Instead, a man with a beaming smile had cornered him. Officer Gu immediately burst out, Stop bothering me. The grinning man could only chuckle awkwardly. This man was trying to fish for information about Su Yun. Officer Gu casually said, Superhuman type solidification enhancement, top-tier explosive power, and lethality. SSS rank is no problem. The man's expression turned serious. He trusted Officer Gu's judgment. The man muttered under his breath, Right now, elemental types are all the rage, but superhuman types. Officer Gu sneered. What? Does the superhuman type eat from your family's pantry? It's still the superhuman type. Once abilities are developed, superhumans can easily crush elemental types. Chen Zishu raised his hand with an awkward smile. Relax, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with superhuman types. Officer Gu fell silent, merely curling his lip, his expression turning bitter. On the battlefield, it was indeed the elemental types that shone as the true weapons of mass destruction. Families, academies, military schools, all of them were focused entirely on nurturing elemental types, hoping these individuals would eradicate their enemies. Suddenly, a loud rumbling erupted outside. Officer Gu lifted the tent flap, his face changing dramatically. Outside Base 1, armored vehicles and ferocious beast mounts kicked up clouds of dust as they charged straight toward Kanglan City. Kanglan No. 1 High School. Students were gathered, fiercely discussing. I heard that elite families from all over the country are coming to Kanglan City. Why would they do that? They say there's a genius from our school. At that moment, Lu Qingshan appeared, walking with an air of pride and confidence. Yet inside, she sighed to herself. The gap between Su Yun and me keeps growing. I'm like a celestial fairy in the heavens, and he's just mud on the ground. Upon hearing the news, Lu's mother exclaimed with excitement, "In just a few days, you'll be one of the top geniuses." While the entire city was in uproar, elsewhere, others were engaged in their own discussions. "Is that person in the Savage Beast Canyon?" A devout subordinate replied respectfully, "Yes, Lin Jing was killed by him." Under the dim light, a figure dressed in battle gear, Yumi, narrowed her eyes and turned with a smile. Even a five-star warrior like Lin Jing was eliminated in seconds? Interesting. I'll go see him. If he's suitable, we'll recruit him into the hybrid blood sect. The subordinate tried to dissuade her. "My lady, the sect leader election is in 3 months. You're still going." Yumi pulled out a blood-red token, smirking slightly. "Do you think I could lose?" The subordinate broke out in cold sweat, and Yumi left without another word. Savage Beast Canyon was filled with jagged rocks and strange formations. Su Yun was in a deadly struggle with a 20-meter-long black-scaled crimson python. With a heavy strike, he directly crushed the serpent's body, blood splattering in all directions. "Ding! You've killed the black-scaled crimson python." Dropped. Intermediate Hand of God 2. It was the 4th day in the canyon, and Su Yun had already reached the mid-level of a 2-star warrior. 16 Intermediate Hands of God. Time to test my luck with 10 attempts. Consolidating 10 Intermediate Hands of God. Random open worlds. Pirate world, Doloal world. Su Yun was ecstatic. "Give me some devil fruits." Even CP9 6 powers would do. After a series of operations. Loot failed success. Armament hockey. Success. Observation hockey. Although there were no fruits, getting hockey still satisfied him. Extract. In an instant, his body surged with power. His senses became incredibly sharp, and the surrounding atmosphere, movements, everything became crystal clear. Armament hockey. Boosts combat power and defense. Observation hockey. Allows perception of life forms auras. Requires calmness to maintain effectiveness. Su Yun etched this deeply into his memory. He lifted his head, and his world had changed. 300 meters away, there are 32 bloodthirsty sword boars. 500 meters to the north, 113 thunderdrum kongs. A kilometer to the east, martial artists are fighting against a savage beast. All of this flashed through his mind. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. A familiar scent, the mixed blood aura of Lin Jing. In the dense forest, Yumi was closing in on Su Yun at breakneck speed, her movements a blur of shadow and bloodlight, almost impossible to track. And then, Yumi abruptly stopped. She had been discovered. Hybrid blood sect. Su Yun narrowed his eyes. Yumi felt a jolt of shock. Was this truly just a 2-star warrior? He smiled. "Su Yun, join us, and I'll personally ensure your access to abundant resources." Su Yun sneered. "A foreign cult? Why would I join that?" Yumi sighed. "Then I have no choice but to resort to force." In an instant, a burst of blood-red light disintegrated dozens of towering trees. Yumi's blade slashed towards Su Yun, yet it failed to touch even the hem of his clothing. Blade strikes came one after another, but Su Yun dodged them all with calm precision, coming away entirely unharmed. Yumi finally realized this wasn't luck. His every move was completely read and countered. Meanwhile, Su Yun mulled over a thought. Since the system rewarded both victories and killings, could he milk it for double rewards? With this in mind, he immediately composed himself, his demeanor growing sharper. Golden light engulfed Su Yun as he suddenly charged forward, causing the ground to explode beneath his feet. Before Yumi could react, Su Yun had already closed the distance. Yumi roared and unleashed the Blood Azura, a massive bloody Buddha crashing towards Su Yun. Su Yun shattered it with a single punch. The bloody Buddha exploded, and Yumi's arms were instantly crushed. "Ding! You've defeated 6-star warrior Yumi. Reward. Advanced Hand of God 1. Yin raised an eyebrow. He had guessed correctly. The fallen Yumi begged frantically, but Su Yun mercilessly twisted his neck, ending his life. "Ding! The host has killed Yumi, dropping Advanced Hand of God 1. Su Yun grinned slyly, feeling pleased. This system is ridiculously easy to exploit. Calming himself, he began to search Yumi's body and found a blood-red token engraved with 79. He was puzzled about the token's purpose when he suddenly sensed someone approaching. Gu Duji and Chun Zaishu arrived on the scene. Chun Zaishu looked at Su Yun with shock plastered across his face. He was far too young. Gu Duji, on the other hand, stared coldly at Yumi's corpse and sneered, his hatred for the hybrid cult evident. Su Yun pointed at Yumi and asked, "How many merit points is he worth?" Gu Duji frowned. "A mid-tier warrior, 1 point." Su Yun curled his lip, clearly unimpressed. Gu Duji sighed helplessly. "Those are the standard rates." Shrugging nonchalantly, Su Yun turned to leave. Gu Duji immediately called out, "Tianming Academy would like to see you." Chun Zaishu chimed in. "So does Pan Ocean Academy in Yangcheng." Su Yun smiled faintly. Weren't you working as lobbyists for the military or some family? Why the sudden interest from academies now? Gu Duji fell silent, embarrassed. Su Yun rejected him outright. I'm not free at the moment. With that, he departed, having no interest in anything other than using the hand of God further. As Su Yun walked away, both Gu Duji and Chun Zaishu looked at Yumi's corpse, their expressions somber. Chun Zaishu examined the body closely and gasped at what he saw. Shattered sternum, broken arms, mangled ribs, and 3 ruptured organs. He now saw Su Yun in a totally new light. Yumi was a major target for the military, yet he had met such a gruesome end. Gu Duji issued a stern warning to Chun Zaishu. Don't compete with me, and don't spread any rumors. Chun Zaishu responded with a wry smile. The outside world is getting increasingly chaotic. The top 10 academies and major military schools have all shown up. Gu Duji gritted his teeth. I'm determined to get him into Tianming Academy. Chun Zaishu sighed. You'll only harm him. Without any background, entering Tianming Academy will set him up for bullying. Gu Duji faltered but retorted stubbornly. Who would dare touch him if he joins the Bingtai Pavilion? Chun Zaishu shook his head. We'll see. By the afternoon, every major network and television channel was airing videos of Yumi's death. Betraying humanity results in this fate. With a dramatic flourish, the mayor raised a blade and struck. Yumi's corpse was split in 2, blood spilling across the ground as the city erupted in cheers. In a certain hidden base, someone furiously smashed a table and hurled a cup to the ground, roaring, Lin Jing is dead. Yumi is dead too. Drain their blood dry, leave none alive. Under the dim light, countless blood-red eyes gleamed in the darkness. In a few days, students will head to new schools. That's when we'll strike. An ambush. Feeding on them is always a win. Low growls echoed one after another, creating a hellish, chaotic atmosphere. The selection process for major academies was fast approaching, and Kanglan City grew increasingly lively. Representatives from elite schools, military academies, and sects swarmed in, all competing for the best talents. SSS-level geniuses were rare among humanity, and everyone wanted their claim. However, none dared reveal specifics, allowing rumors to run rampant outside. In the forum of Kanglan No. 1 High School, numerous posts were buzzing about Lu Qingshan. Powerful individuals from all over are gathering because of her. The goddess is mine. If Lu Qingshan is chosen, she will become the protector of Huaxia. Post after post praised her, causing Lu Qingshan to chuckle softly as she browsed her phone. However, the comments soon shifted to insulting Su Yun. Remember Su Yun, the pathetic bootlicker? Ugh, don't even mention him. Makes me sick. Always clinging to the goddess. Does he even know his place? Frowning, Lu Qingshan turned off her phone. She murmured to herself, if I had just responded to him a little earlier, maybe I could have helped. But now, there's no chance left. Lost in thought, she fell asleep with a faint smile on her face. By the riverside, Su Yun stood, his entire body stained with blood, methodically washing himself clean. A week has passed. Just 1 hour left until the selection. His gaze was calm. In a mere 7 days, he had undergone a complete transformation, rising from a desperate nobody to a 3-star warrior-level fighter. It's time to reclaim what's mine. Su Yun laughed heartily and strode confidently out of the Beast Canyon. At military base number 1, Su Yun arrived back just as Gu Duji hurried over, attempting to ingratiate himself. Come to the academy. Ride with me in my car. Su Yun refused him bluntly and chose to walk instead. He didn't trust Gu Duji. No one showers favors without an ulterior motive. Gu Duji stood frozen in disbelief as the wind swept by. He's really one to do things his way. Watching Su Yun board a public bus, Chun Zaishu chuckled. He's got character. I like it. Gu Duji promptly kicked him aside. If we're late, he'll get snatched away. Outside the gates of Kanglan No. 1 High School, the crowd was teeming with people. Parents could be heard admonishing their children. Make sure you get selected by one of the academies. Suddenly, the crowd parted to create a path. Lu Qingshan and her mother appeared. Lu Qingshan was stunning, dressed in a white combat uniform, drawing audible admiration from the boys. Her mother, wearing an expression of smug pride, cast glances of superiority at the onlookers. People murmured fervently. Lu Qingshan is truly beautiful, and with S-class talent. If only that were me. Zheng Tianxing rushed up to congratulate her, exchanging pleasantries with Lu's mother while sidling closer. Stepping on Su Yun, Mother Lu laughed, knowing in her heart that the Zheng family was wealthy and decided to stay low-key for now. The school gates opened, and the crowd entered. Su Yun was in the midst of the people, unnoticed, deep in thought about the system issue. Now, as a 3-star warrior, defeating low-level fierce beasts won't grant him rewards. To acquire the hand of God, he could only defeat higher-level enemies. He even pondered, would he have to cultivate his own enemies in the future? Not impossible. After all, strength was all that mattered. Suyun walked towards the selection arena, only to be blocked by several people. It was Zheng Tianxing. In Kanglan High School, the person who loved to bully Suyun the most was him. Zheng Tianxing sneered. Suyun, you're pestering Qingshan again? Suyun replied calmly, get out of the way. I don't have time for nonsense. Zheng Tianxing was taken aback. What happened to this guy? Why had he changed? I order you to scram. Zheng Tianxing said arrogantly. In the forest, Zheng Tianxing and his group surrounded Suyun. You failed your awakening, yet you still dare to join the selection? Suyun smiled. I agree. In an instant, he struck. Bam, 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 bam. For people flew through the air, crashing into trees and losing consciousness. Zheng Tianxing froze. His face changed as he turned and liquefied in an attempt to escape. A B-level talent. Suyun grabbed the liquid form and forcibly dragged him back. Zheng couldn't escape at all. Suyun gripped him by the neck, his gaze icy cold. Every time you hit me, I've remembered. Crack. Zheng Tianxing's finger was snapped by Suyun. The immense pain left Zheng Tianxing unable to make a sound. His 10 fingers twisted, and his pants were wet. Suyun sneered, his revenge complete, smashing Zheng Tianxing's head against a tree before dusting himself off and walking away, feeling incredibly refreshed. Just as he exited the forest, Suyun looked up at the sky. A rumbling noise echoed as an enormous warship and exotic beasts landed on a high platform. Everyone looked up in awe as the great figures of the university academies appeared, their bodies surrounded by starlight, looking down upon the crowd like gods. The mayor, obsequious, introduced Lu Qingshan, feeling smug inwardly. Yet, the great figures questioned, just an S level? Is it worth it? The mayor was stunned for a moment before realizing the true protagonist wasn't her. A genius from Shanglong Academy, Wei Zongting, appeared. At the age of 18, with an SS level talent, he carried an overbearing air, garnering recognition from everyone for his strength. People from Tianming Academy mentioned an SSS level genius, and Wei Zongting sneered, expressing interest. The mayor, confused as he had never heard of another SSS level genius, secretly observed the reactions of Lu Qingshan and her mother, silently anticipating. On the martial stage, the director announced the rules, allowing participants to take turns competing. Suyun stood amidst the crowd, yawning, finding it all too dull. The students' combats were too weak. They hadn't even fought fierce beasts for survival. Suyun had long since changed. He observed as the school representatives busily recorded notes, whispering to each other about whether or not to recruit participants. The selection match continued, with some ending in just over 10 seconds and others taking a few minutes to determine a winner. When's this going to end? They're so weak. Wei Zongting showed his frustration openly. He had anticipated meeting skillful opponents, but instead encountered novices brawling. Han Lao beside him explained, third-tier cities are naturally different from first-tier ones. Wei Zongting smirked coldly. This is boring. I'll spice things up a bit. With that, he jumped onto the stage. The two contestants on stage were stunned. The parents in the audience whispered in confusion, wondering who he was. Wei Zongting grinned. Hit me, and you can enter Shanglong Academy. The two students exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. Their parents cheered them on from below. The stout student roared and slashed. The skinny one yelled and unleashed a sweeping kick. An E-level talent for hand slashes and an F-level talent for limb extension. Wei Zongting sidestepped easily, dodging the attacks lightly. The two students were sent flying instantly, falling unconscious. As expected, no geniuses in small towns. All useless trash, Wei Zongting sighed. The crowd was full of suppressed rage, but dared not voice it. The director and principal panicked, not knowing what to do. Han Lao chuckled and said, whoever withstands 10 moves from Zongting will gain entry to a standard cultivation institute. Hit him once, and you'll join Shanglong Academy. The parents' hopes reignited, and students rushed to the stage with all their might, only to be defeated one by one. None lasted beyond 10 moves. Everyone looked at Wei Zongting, feeling as if an unbreakable wall blocked their way. Some teachers complained indignantly. This isn't fair. Han Lao sneered. Resources should be reserved for true geniuses. The atmosphere grew somber, and some students gave up entirely. Suyun sighed, glancing at the admission officers of ordinary universities. With determination, there was still hope. If they didn't participate now, how could they face the battlefield in the future? Wei Zongting mocked. If this were a real battle, I'd deal with all of you first. You're nothing but burdens. The director had no choice but to continue calling names. Lu Qingshan. An uproar swept across the crowd. Kanglan City's most famous figure, an S-level genius, was about to challenge an SS-level talent. Lu Qingshan stepped onto the stage, her mother cheering excitedly from below. Wei Zongting teased, are you the SSS-level genius? Lu Qingshan shook her head. Wei Zongting grew more intrigued, charging forward with killing intent. Starlight gleaming around him, he struck an elbow toward her. Under immense pressure, Lu Qingshan activated her life shield, but the shield shattered instantly. She was thrown back, her face flushed. The gap in strength was insurmountable. She couldn't compete. Passed. Wei Zongting finally showed some interest, and the match continued. At this moment, Gu Duji appeared beside Su Yun. Gu Duji smiled and said, "Let's go. Time to meet the faculty elders." Su Yun shook his head. "I'm here for the competition." Gu Duji smirked. "What are you even competing for anymore?" Wei Zongting. 2 lines short, who could possibly beat him? Su Yun sneered. "I'll rely on myself." Gu Duji froze, thinking, this guy really doesn't trust anyone. On the high platform, the big shots were fixated on Lu Qingshan, satisfied with what they saw. Though S-rank talents were common, geniuses were always in demand. Good resilience. A divine life-type power, not elemental. It'd be great if it could heal too. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Elder Han chuckled. "I'll take her for Shanglong Academy." Everyone looked speechless. Elder Zhou from Panhai Academy squinted with a sly grin. "Who do you think you are? Dare to fight me for her?" The others froze. This old lady was more aggressive than the men. Elder Han twitched, sighed, and said, "We're all getting old. Let's stay calm." Elder Zhou grinned wider. "Fair competition, or I'll beat you up." Though she appeared kind, she was ruthless deep down. On stage, the fight was reaching a boiling point. Lu Qingshan had no chance to counterattack, stuck purely defending. Armor of the goddess. Green light transformed into vines, forming armor and vine shields in her hands to weather the waves of attacks. Wei Zongting grew impatient, his voice filled with anger. Spear. Starlight condensed into a long spear, his momentum soaring as he swung it mightily. Boom. The vine shield shattered. Lu Qingshan was sent flying several meters, collapsing and coughing up blood. Gasps erupted. Everyone was stunned. Wei Zongting was too fierce. He didn't stop, his gaze cold and sharp. Star radiance. The spear tip condensed starlight into a glowing orb, which he flung out. Lu Qingshan gritted her teeth, summoning vines to block. The starlight orb exploded, blasting her off the stage, where she coughed up blood 3 times. The audience scrambled to dodge, though many were still blown away by the shockwave. Only Su Yun stood unmoving, protected by the power of the 9 tails, unaffected. His expression remained calm, showing no concern for Lu Qingshan. She was just another stranger to him. Lu's mother rushed to her, relieved to find her unhurt, though overwhelmed with emotion. Making it this far guaranteed a spot in the nation's top 10 schools. On the high platform, the big shots were astonished, immediately sensing a powerful presence. Chun Zaishu whispered to Elder Zhou, "That's Su Yun." Suddenly, Su Yun felt the probing pressure from all around him. Elder Han stroked his beard. "Remarkable. Just awakened and already composed." Li Mingjing stated coldly, "He must join Tianming Academy. Anyone in my way will be eliminated." Other academy big shots smirked. Nothing was decided yet. From the arena came a sharp voice. It was Wei Zongting. He fixed his gaze on Su Yun. "You're strong, come fight me." Su Yun raised an eyebrow. "What are you, a dog?" Wei Zongting frowned. "No." Su Yun replied indifferently. "Then stop barking at everyone you see. If you want to invite me, be polite." The crowd burst into laughter. Wei Zongting's face darkened, and he called to the head instructor. "Next match, him." The instructor chuckled awkwardly but cursed inwardly, forced to announce. "Next up, Su Yun." He was well aware of Su Yun, known as Kanglin's #1 simp, having failed his awakening 5 times. Even if he succeeded this time, it was unlikely to amount to anything. The students were abuzz. Su the simp is about to get beaten up. Even though I usually dislike him, I kinda want him to explode and crush Wei Zongting now. Don't kid yourself. Wei's SS rank talent versus what? E at best from Su. Wei Zongting didn't wait, taunting again. "Come on. Let's see who's the real dog." Su Yun glanced at Gu Duji before smiling faintly. Resources are earned by fighting for them. With that, he leapt lightly onto the stage. All eyes were on him, including Lu Qingshan and her mother. Lu Qingshan was stunned. He had changed. Her mother sneered coldly. A loser, even after awakening, is still a loser. On the high platform, the big shots straightened up, paying full attention now. Wei Zongting raised an eyebrow. "What's your talent?" Su Yun casually responded, "SSS level." Everyone froze for a moment, thinking how exaggerated that must be. Gu Duji clasped his hands in silent prayer, hoping no one died. Boom. Wei Zongting's entire body erupted in starlight as he roared. "Fine. I'll treat you like your SSS level." He charged at Su Yun, his spear aiming for the leg. 8 extremes collapse. Su Yun's tiger-like eyes widened with fury as an iron fist lashed out. The crowd shook their heads, thinking he was courting death. But then, clang! In an instant, the echo of metal resounded. Wei Zongting was blasted backward, his face gushing blood from his nose and mouth. His spear shattered, and both his hands dripped blood. The entire venue fell into dead silence. One punch rocked the entire crowd. Even the big shots were dumbstruck. He really was an SSS-level genius. Lu's mother was overwhelmed with turmoil and dread. The loser she had once mocked and insulted could now clash head-on with a top-tier prodigy. She was utterly shaken. Back on stage, Wei Zongting's hands trembled, his gaze filled with a dark edge. "It's over." Tightened. He spoke with a hint of caution. "Not yet. We mustn't be too hasty. Any rushed movements might expose him to greater danger." The chubby man frowned. "But the outer clans won't just sit idly. Once they catch wind of his potential, they'll act." "We'll ensure his safety," said Li Mingjing firmly. "He's already part of the Skybright Academy now. No harm will come to him under our watch." Meanwhile, Su Yun stood calmly amid the dwindling tension in the arena. His expression was indifferent, as if the earlier heated moment was no more than a passing breeze. His sharp eyes swept over the spectating crowd, capturing every subtle movement, every fleeting reaction. The events of the day were enough to leave everyone astounded. Who would have thought that this once dismissed waste would overturn expectations and gain the favor of prestigious sects and academies? Yet, Su Yun did not forget his own goal. He clenched his fist lightly, feeling the surge of newfound power course through his veins. The mere thought of it sent a thrill through his heart. With the advanced hand of the gods now in his possession, he was more determined than ever to climb to unimaginable heights, where the mere mention of his name would make the world tremble. As people still exchanged whispers and tried to comprehend the spectacle that had unfolded, Su Yun exited the arena, his figure disappearing through the crowd. In a corner of the spectating area, some family members of other competitors muttered amongst themselves, displeased with their children's obvious underperformance compared to Su Yun. Their complaints carried undertones of envy and malice. Overhearing them, Old Han, one of the elders present, shot them a withering glance. Talent will always rise above others, no matter how much some people grumble. Despite his seniority, even Old Han couldn't help but marvel at Su Yun's performance. Shaking his head, he sighed softly, muttering to himself, "He carries a deep intent, one that isn't simple. The boy is destined for far more than what this little stage offers." The competition resumed after the announcement of Su Yun's victory, but the atmosphere remained heavy with the weight of his accomplishments. All eyes were no longer on the current stage, but on the exit where Su Yun had vanished moments earlier. One genius leaves the stage, and all other stars dim in comparison, an older academy representative said with a melancholic laugh. And yet, his companion looked on knowingly. The stars that dim wish to outshine him someday. That ambition will drive many. By then, Su Yun had already alighted from the hustle of the arena, heading toward the resting quarters provided for him by the Skybright Academy. It was only the beginning, he thought, as the flicker of stubborn resolve lit in his eyes. Tomorrow held its laurels and its challenges. Murderous intent lingered. Who could tell how many foreign sect followers had infiltrated among them? These individuals specialized in assassinating, deceiving, or driving geniuses into madness. "It's too late," Li Ming said calmly. "Instead of staying on the defensive, let's take this chance to kill a few of their experts from the sections." Everyone nodded in agreement. If foreign sects emerged, they would kill without hesitation. Li Ming advised Su Yun, "For the next couple of days, stick with Gu Duji. After that, take my warship directly to the academy." Su Yun nodded. His heart swelled with anticipation for life at the Tianming Academy. Maybe there, he could rise up as a protector of humanity, battle against myriad races, and fight for the welfare of his kind. He was clear in his goals, and his heart brimmed with purpose. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. News of Su Yun swept across the nation like a storm, even spreading to foreign lands. The ones most unsettled by this were the foreign sects. Inside an ancient hall, cloaked figures sat in a circle, the air thick with murderous intent. "He must die? Su Yun must be eliminated, or he'll disrupt the plans of our great lord." One person suggested, "Why not wait until Tianming Academy suppresses him? Then we can strike and absorb him into our fold." Another countered, "That would take too long, and too much could go wrong. It's best to kill him directly." In the end, they set their plan. Action would be taken in 2 days. In a dimly lit room, the table was covered with steaming cups of blood. "Su Yun killed 2 of our hybrid sect members. He must die. 2 days from now, strike him dead." The gathered individuals raised their cups and laughed maniacally, shouting, "Praise the Lord." Blood spilled over the table like humanity itself ebbing away, fading into nothingness. The Dragon City, Tianming Academy. This was a place teeming with youthful energy, the campus vast like an entire metropolis. At a tea house, an elderly man with silver hair and a red nose, known as Old Dongfang, drank heavily, visibly intoxicated. A burly man sat across from him, laughing as he said, "Old Dongfang, guess what gift my disciple gave me?" Old Dongfang blinked groggily and muttered, "A lump of dung?" The burly man rolled his eyes and exclaimed excitedly, "An SSS-level genius. Strong mental power, perfect for becoming a master forger." Old Dongfang's hand trembled slightly, a crack forming on his cup. A wave of bitterness surged through him. Once, the secret medicine pavilion had thrived, but now he was its only struggling remnant. The burly man leaned in closer and whispered about wanting to guide this genius to the secret medicine pavilion. Old Dongfang outright rejected him, sneering, "Spare me your pity." The burly man sighed regretfully and left. Before long, someone else sat in the burly man's place. Old Dongfang was about to scold the new arrival when his sharp gaze froze upon recognizing the man. The newcomer, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, sneered, "Old fool, if you can't recruit anyone to the secret medicine pavilion by next month, prepare to shut it down." Old Dongfang trembled slightly. The man continued jeering, "The people who once served at the pavilion? They're all at my divine hall now. As for the debts you racked up, spend this lifetime repenting." With that, he strode out without looking back. Alone, Old Dongfang's expression darkened. After downing a strong draft, he burst into hysterical laughter, bordering on madness. Within his heart, he raged silently. The secret medicine pavilion cannot fall. His determination surged as he stood and strode out of the tea house towards the academy's headmaster's office. Headmaster Zhang Zhongqing, his black hair neatly combed, held a book in hand and maintained a courteous demeanor. As he gazed at the doorway, his calm eyes revealed profound wisdom. "If you have something to say, come in." Without preamble, Old Dongfang declared, "This year, recruit for the secret medicine pavilion." Zhang Zhongqing sighed. "You're aiming for that SSS level Su Yun, aren't you?" Old Dongfang nodded firmly. "Yes, I can't swallow my pride any longer." Mentioning Wang can only deepen his frustration. Massaging his temples, Zhang Zhongqing named his price, 5 top-tier Xian-grade elixirs. Old Dongfang agreed instantly. "Done." The two powerful figures spoke from opposite sides of the door, apparently unwilling to meet face to face. Out of nowhere, Zhang Zhongqing tried to counsel him. "To you, just let it go." The sound of shattering glass sliced through the tension. With a twisted expression, Dongfang Taiwei growled, "When it doesn't happen to you, you don't care." Without another word, he left, his figure slumped in dejection. Zhang Zhongqing watched his departure, his gaze tinged with melancholy, murmuring softly to himself, "All I want is humanity's peace." 2 days passed swiftly, and Su Yun prepared to leave for Tianming Academy. Gu Duji reminded him, "Change into these clothes, keep your head down, and don't say much." Puzzled, Su Yun asked, "What's going on?" Gu Duji explained, "With your current status, the foreign sects are bound to target you. Li Ming has arranged for decoys to act as bait. You'll travel to Dragon City via long-distance bus." Su Yun nodded. "Are foreign sects really that crazy?" Gu Duji sneered. "Insanity barely begins to describe it. These people are willing to sacrifice everything for foreign races instead of helping humanity. Betrayals are more common now than ever. When caught, many of their followers claim it's because humanity has no hope. They'd rather die trying to join the god races and earn millennia of life. It's an offer too tempting to resist. On the battlegrounds against the myriad races, countless human warriors have fallen victim to traitors. Remember, when the myriad races invade Blue Star, never trust them." Gu Duji's voice carried a heavy warning. Su Yun pieced it together, realizing that beneath humanity's calm facade lay perils at every turn. He responded with a confident smile, "Don't worry, I know what to do. Let's get moving." The long-distance bus had already been arranged. As Su Yun boarded, he noticed a couple of other students on board. They gave him friendly nods. Deep down, he knew, being a genius, someone was surely watching his back. Additionally, this long-distance bus was unyielding. "So what if I did? You think I'll let you harm my people?" His voice thundered as flames roared around him. The air distorted from the heat, and molten fragments splattered across the ground as his fiery figure advanced. His opponent gritted their teeth, a mix of rage and fear flashing in their eyes. Far away from the intense battle, the aftermath of the ambush on the convoy was beginning to settle. Su Yun stood among the wreckage, his body drenched in the blood of enemies he had defeated. His cold gaze swept across the fleeing figures of the foreign factions. The lifeless bodies scattered around the battlefield were a testament to his unyielding determination. The other students, though battered and shaken, clung to the resolve to survive. Those who had been sheltered by soldiers were dumbstruck, unable to comprehend how Su Yun had fought so brutally and effortlessly. A war general approached, his voice heavy. Young man, it seems you're no ordinary student. Who are you? Su Yun wiped the blood from his face, his expression indifferent. Just a student trying to get to school. The general narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Yun as if trying to read a deeper truth from his calm demeanor. Suddenly, an urgent voice came from afar, echoing through the aftermath. The foreign faction is retreating. We need to regroup and prepare for potential follow-up attacks. Su Yun turned his gaze toward the horizon, where the remnants of the ambush force were disappearing into the distance. Sparks of intrigue flickered in his mind. Something about this entire sequence felt orchestrated, as though a far deeper malice lay hidden beneath the surface. The students were eventually reassembled, vehicles were repaired, and the convoy was put back in motion. But this time, Su Yun sat in silence, his mind racing with thoughts of what might lie ahead. The unknown dangers of the academy, the strange undertones of outside forces targeting students, and Li Mingjing's mysterious role in it all. Pieces of a larger puzzle seemed to float before him, just out of reach. One thing was for certain. The path ahead was far more treacherous than he had anticipated. The academy was meant to be a haven for learning and growth, yet he could already feel the pressure of a battlefield waiting for him within its very walls. For Su Yun, this was only the beginning. Grinning. Fun, isn't it? If you can manage to run away, consider it your win. Boom. Flames descended, instantly reducing the opponent to ashes. Ding. Host has slain 5 enemies, looted 5 intermediate gods' hands. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. The loot wasn't bad. As for further cleanup, he had no plans to act. Better avoid everyone thinking he was some kind of maniacal murderer. Strong will. A battle general complimented. Su Yun smiled calmly. Thank you for the praise, my lord. A proud young man in his 30s spoke boldly. Should you ever have the chance to join the Divine Pavilion, the Wang family would be the best place for you. Su Yun offered a sunshine-filled smile, but internally he was scoffing. Screw you. These wealthy families are all the same, abusing their power to oppress others. Whoever dares provoke me, no aristocratic family will make a difference. Su Yun swore silently. Back in the vehicle, everyone was staring at him. Online discussions were already exploding. He had become a person of interest. The students looked up at him with admiration, but Su Yun simply smiled, settled into his seat, and shut his eyes to rest. Though there were small incidents along the way, they eventually arrived at Dragon City smoothly. The roads were wide, lined with lush greenery, and the area thrummed with the vitality of students. Once the vehicle parked, Su Yun and the new students descended, awed by the grandeur of Tianming Academy. Ancient-style buildings stood everywhere, and palace structures were faintly visible among distant mountains. The occasional roar of beasts could be heard. Whoosh! Li Mingjing landed gracefully, and, upon seeing Su Yun unharmed, smiled and said, I heard you protected an entire vehicle of people. Not bad. Su Yun replied indifferently. It was nothing. Li Mingjing nodded. Someone will come escort you in a bit. I'll take my leave now. With that, he turned and left. Su Yun found this older man quite amusing. Shortly thereafter, an older student approached. Junior, if you have any questions, ask us. If you need help with your luggage, we're here for you. Once you're inside the gates, we're all family. At that moment, a young man walked over with a smile. Su Yun. When his name was mentioned, an air of astonishment rippled through the surrounding crowd. An SSS grade talent, the peak of the country. My name's Fei Lo. Come with me. Fei Li's smile was sly, immediately raising Su Yun's guard. He felt there might be some kind of ploy involved. But since he was new here, Su Yun decided to follow for now. Fei Lo? Does such a guy even exist in the academy? A senior student whispered cautiously. The atmosphere was friendly, allowing Su Yun to relax a little. Senior Fei Lo, where are we headed? The Alchemical Secrets Pavilion. Consider it your first stop. Su Yun recalled the academy's divisions of professions and found the mysterious reputation of the Alchemical Secrets Pavilion intriguing. Soon, the two stopped before an old and battered building labeled as the Alchemical Secrets Pavilion. The nameplate bore an oppressive weight. Upon entering, the scent of herbs mingled with the smell of alcohol. At the center sat an old man. Without much ado, he said plainly, From this day on, you are an apprentice of the Alchemical Secrets Pavilion. Pills are free to consume. Formulas are free to study. As long as you don't burn this place down, you're free to do as you please. Get to work. The old man, who introduced himself as Dongfang Taiyue, fixed Su Yun with a sharp gaze, his tone unyielding. Su Yun was briefly stunned. Just like that, he'd joined the Alchemical Secrets Pavilion? If what he'd said was true, it wasn't so bad. Here, sign your name, Dongfang Taiyue said, pointing at an entry application form. After a quick glance, Su Yun judged that the agreement posed no issues. He then turned to Fei Lu and asked, Who exactly is he? The pavilion master of the Alchemical Secrets Pavilion. Address him as teacher, Fei Lu chuckled. Dongfang Taiwei snorted, his demeanor one of utter authority that brooked no doubt. Feeling hesitant for a moment, Su Yun quickly reasoned that having a support system upon entry wasn't a bad idea, and so he signed a contract. He wasn't particularly interested in forging weapons. Alchemy seemed like a better fit. All right, old man, where are the pills? Su Yun immediately extended his hand after signing. Dongfang Taiwei ignored his request and let out a maniacal laugh. Wang Qian, did you see? He's now one of my Alchemical Secrets Pavilion's people. His laughter was wild and proud. Su Yun froze in place, feeling he'd been duped. He had expected rewards upon signing, but received nothing. I really am too naive, he lamented inwardly. Meanwhile, Fei Lu stepped out with a laugh, disappearing into the distance. In the headmaster's office, Zhang Zhongqing opened his eyes and let out a faint smile. Dongfang Taiyue's laughter continued to echo. Su Yun sighed helplessly. So can I quit? What's the rush? Joining the Alchemical Secrets Pavilion isn't bad, is it? Dongfang Taiwei replied with another laugh. Though Su Yun hated being tricked, the promise of free pills kept him from leaving immediately. What about the pills then? Only a few low-grade yellow-tier vitality pills remain. And the alchemy formulas? Already taken by the Divine Pavilion. Su Yun was enraged. There was essentially nothing left. What was the point of all those empty promises? I wish to formally request my withdrawal. Su Yun gritted his teeth. Dongfang Taiwei smirked. Withdrawal takes 3 months. Grinding his teeth in annoyance, Su Yun glared at the old man. Enough already. The low-tier pills here are just trash. I'll brew something worthy when I have time. Dongfang Taiwei stated confidently. Su Yun immediately doubted whether this eccentric was even an actual alchemist. Then, without warning, Dongfang Taiyue's expression grew serious. He turned his wrist, summoning a flame that shifted from pale violet to a dazzling crimson, instantly filling the pavilion with intense heat. Feeling the palpable threat, Su Yun finally grew convinced of his skills. You believe me now? Dongfang Taiwei asked calmly. Su Yun nodded, a spark of excitement igniting in his heart. As fate would have it, he also possessed the black magic cauldron, making it a perfect match for alchemy. Dongfang Taiwei nodded in approval. Good. Now go clean the Alchemical Secrets Pavilion. That's an apprentice's job. With a pout of dissatisfaction, Su Yun shrugged and begrudgingly began tidying up. The Eastern Taiwei spoke again. Don't think being SSS level is such a big deal. At Tianming Academy, there are plenty of SSS level geniuses to go around. Su Yun was startled. So many geniuses? But instead of feeling daunted, he became excited. It would be thrilling to beat up these so-called geniuses. Seeing Su Yun's expression, Eastern Taiwei thought to himself, this guy isn't normal. Everyone else gets nervous hearing about so many geniuses, but him? He looks thrilled. Su Yun didn't bother to explain. He continued cleaning while humming a little tune to himself, already planning. He decided to lay low for 3 months, reap the benefits, and then decide what to do next. At the academy's gate, 2 men approached. An older student hurried to greet them. Master Lin, Teacher Wang. Lin Sihua, master of the Iron Pavilion, had come specifically to welcome Su Yun. Wang Meng, on the other hand, had been sent by the Wang family, specifically Wang Qian, to interact with Su Yun. Greetings, master, Wang Meng said with a sycophantic smile. Lin Sihua dismissed him coldly. Your Wang family always looks like scheming merchants when you smile. Makes me want to hit you. Wang Meng quickly adjusted his expression and asked, so you're here to recruit Su Yun too? Lin Sihua scoffed. He has some ties with one of my graduated disciples. Are you guys trying to get him too? Wang Meng smiled again. A genius like Su Yun can only be nurtured by our Wang family. The two clearly had a rivalry brewing between them. Just then, an older student whispered, Su Yun has already left. The two immediately turned to look. Their expressions hardened as they realized what had happened. The older student hastily explained. Word is he was taken to the secret medicine pavilion. Damn it. Shit. The 2 men were instantly furious. So, this was it. Eastern Taiwei had swooped in and poached him. Wang Meng's expression darkened as he immediately pulled out his phone to send a message. Lin Sihua, however, smirked. The secret medicine pavilion. Is this the god's last desperate struggle? Interesting. Zhang Zhongqing was in the middle of a meeting with the board of directors. Wang Qin's phone vibrated, and his face fell. Barely able to suppress his anger, he spoke up. Principal, Eastern Taiwei has gone too far. The other directors exchanged confused glances. Zhang Zhongqing asked, what happened? Wang Qin replied coldly. Su Yun was supposed to join the Pantheon Pavilion, but Eastern Taiwei forcibly brought him into the secret medicine pavilion. What's he playing at? As a convicted criminal, taking in students? He better not waste Su Yun's potential. I propose we dismantle the secret medicine pavilion. Wang Qin added, his tone icy. Zhang Zhongqing chuckled. Did Su Yun agree to join the Pantheon Pavilion? Wang Qin was momentarily speechless. Zhang Zhongqing continued, delivering the killing blow. Then that just means Eastern Taiwan has better methods than you. And when it comes to cultivation, he knows more than you do. Some of the board members subtly smiled, enjoying watching Wang Can flounder. For years, all the top talents had been funneled into the Pantheon Pavilion. It was no wonder people resented it. Zhang Zhongqing ended the discussion and shifted topics. Let's return to the earlier agenda. My proposal: we should promote peaceful ties with foreign races. His tone turned solemn. The atmosphere in the room grew grim and sorrowful. Human forces ranked merely around 6,000 globally, mostly in the lower tiers. If they wished to grow stronger, temporary alliances, and even intermarriage with other races could not be avoided. Someone voiced their dissent. Better to die than sell our children and honor. This is about the survival of humanity. Don't act so impulsively. The room immediately erupted into an argument. Zhang Zhongqing closed his eyes, gripping the armrests tightly. In truth, all the powerful nations of the world had made similar choices. Short-term compromise was a necessary step toward future strength and resurgence. At the Sun Moon Hall, in the mission assignment area, both Wang Ming and a younger man, Wang Li, bore unhappy expressions. Wang Li sneered coldly. So they dared to snatch someone meant for the Wang family? Wang Ming nodded. Su Yun probably knows what's going on, but why hasn't he said anything yet? Wang Li smirked darkly. Who cares? Transfer his reward to me. If he wants it, he'll come beg for it himself. He's just a nouveau riche SSS level talent who's lucky to have caught the Wang family's attention. After a pause, Wang Ming made up his mind and agreed with a cold determination. The next day, Su Yun walked out of the secret medicine pavilion. He had initially planned to stay at Yoshin Garden the previous night. It came with 3 free months as part of his reward. But he had spent too long cleaning up the pavilion and had to scrap the idea. Eastern Taiwan reminded him, don't forget to attend your culture lessons. Su Yun understood. The better the school, the more important knowledge became. Still, he found it odd. Why was everyone staring at him with such strange looks? Was he really that unattractive? After arriving at the teaching building, Su Yun located his classroom. It was a large classroom, and he chose a seat at the very back, not bothering to speak to anyone. Is that really Su Yun? Did he actually join the secret medicine pavilion? Such a bold move. No one ever goes there. What a waste of his talent. The freshmen whispered amongst themselves. Su Yun closed his eyes, leaning back to rest, ignoring them all. Moments later, their teacher, Zhu, entered the classroom. My surname is Zhu. Good morning, Teacher Zhu. The students rose to greet him. Getting straight to the point, Zhu began lecturing. Awakening is divided into 4 main categories: superhuman, spirit weapons, elements, and spirit beasts. Superhuman grants physical strength beyond ordinary humans. This is the most common type. Spirit weapons creates weapons within your body. This is incredibly valuable. Elements grants the ability to manipulate elements. They boast the highest offensive capabilities. And spirit beasts, a category similar to spirit weapons, but involving the manifestation of animals. Su Yun focused intently, eagerly absorbing all the information. This type of knowledge was. Kanglan First High School had never heard of such a thing. On the internet, there were very few discussions about the strength of the spirit beast pathway. During battle, practitioners could summon the beasts within their bodies, causing their combat power to soar. During class, Su Yun glanced at his small 9-tailed beast and suddenly raised his hand to ask, Teacher, can we fuse with the battle beast inside us? Instructor Zhu was a little surprised and replied, there are some sects researching this, but it's very hard to balance. Borrowing the power of a battle beast comes at an enormous cost. Su Yun felt a surge of inner joy. He could perfectly merge with his small 9-tailed beast. If this were developed, it could probably be sold for profit. As the class was about to end, Instructor Zhu said, the school prohibits private duels, but you can sign a life and death agreement in the arena. After class, Su Yun went to the hall to claim his rewards. Senior, I'm here to collect my rewards. Student card, please. The senior swiped his card, 17 contribution points. Su Yun frowned. That wasn't right. He should have received 107 points. He asked, what about the rewards from the Sacred Spirit Realm and Serenity Garden? The senior returned his card and handed him a sheet of paper. Your rewards have been taken by me, Wang Li. Su Yun's expression turned cold as he crumpled the note. Nearby, Wang Ming and Wang Li, having noticed, displayed stoic and hostile expressions. Wang Li approached. You must be Su Yun, huh? Su Yun sneered. I've never met you before. What do you want? Wang Ming taunted. Outsider from the lower class, you sure talk a lot of nonsense. Su Yun's face turned icy. Clearly, the Wang family was oppressing promising talents from poor families, completely disregarding rules and fairness. Wang Li said with a faint grin, I took your rewards. Who told you to venture into the secret medicine pavilion? Serves you right. Soo-yun didn't respond and turned away to leave. It had always been his rule to strike back when the other party was feeling most triumphant. Soo-yun returned to the secret medicine pavilion, where Dongfang Taiyue was drinking heavily. Did you get your rewards? Soo-yun forced a bitter smile. They were stolen. I'll have to figure out a way to get them back. Dongfang Taiyue casually asked, the Wang family, the Liu family, the Feng family, or the Ding family? Soo-yun was speechless. He finally understood why he was being targeted. It was all because of this old man offending so many people. Dongfang Taiyue's eyes turned cold, and with a loud crack, he smashed his wine bottle. Grabbing Soo-yun by the collar, he barked, "Today, I'll give you a lesson. If someone takes your things, don't talk too much, just hit them. Break their face." Soo-yun was stunned. His drunk master was seriously hardcore. At the Sun and Moon Hall, Wang Ming and Wang Li were dividing the spoils, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, Dongfang Taiyue burst in with Soo-yun by his side. The entire hall fell silent. Dongfang Taiyue barked coldly, "Hand over the things that belong to my disciple." In the next moment, he kicked Wang Ming square across the face. Boom! Wang Ming flew across the room, slamming into the wall. His nose caved in, a front tooth snapped, and blood gushed everywhere. The crowd stood stunned, eyes wide, mouths agape. Even Soo-yun couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Master, you're amazing." Dongfang Taiyue sneered coldly, grabbing Wang Ming like a helpless chicken. Wang Ming was terrified, thinking his life was over. Dongfang Taiyue swept his gaze around the room and warned everyone, "This is my disciple. If anyone dares mess with him, don't blame me for being merciless. If the younger generation fights, I won't mind. But if any old guys intervene, I'll burn your whole house down. This isn't a private duel, this is venting." After saying this, he smacked Wang Ming on the head. Flames erupted, singeing all of Wang Ming's hair completely off. Not a single burn on his skin. The precision of the fire control left the audience in awe. Wang Ming now looked like a bare, roasted egg, comically smooth and shiny. "Will you return it?" Dongfang Taiyue's eyes burned with intensity as he fixed Wang Ming with his glare. Wang Ming was on the verge of tears. "I'll return it. I'll return it right now." A panicked Wang Li fumbled to hand over the student card. "What about the Sacred Spirit Realm and the Serenity Garden rewards?" Soo-yun locked eyes with the senior at the counter. The senior girl hastily nodded. Yes. They're all available for you to use. Consider yourself smart. Disciple, we're leaving." Dongfang Taiyue released Wang Ming and grabbed another bottle of wine before leaving. Soo-yun hurriedly followed, while those left behind were too scared to say a word, thinking that this man was absolutely insane. After the two left, the Wang family members arrived late. Seeing the miserable state of Wang Ming, no one dared to laugh. Instead, they kept silent. Back in the secret medicine pavilion, Dongfang Taiyue turned his back to Soo-yun, concealing a smirk. After holding it in for so many years, he finally felt vindicated. Soo-yun followed behind, experiencing for the first time what it felt like to be protected. It was a strange yet warm sensation, and he couldn't help but smile as he thought about it. Dongfang Taiyue turned and scolded. "What are you smiling at? You look ridiculous." Soo-yun rolled his eyes, inwardly complaining that his master had a poisonous tongue. Dongfang Taiyue sighed. The truth was, he had only taken Soo-yun as his disciple to vent his own feelings. But now, the secret medicine pavilion lacked resources, and contribution points were scarce. It was hard to keep anyone around. "Let's see if you have any talent in alchemy," he thought. If Soo-yun had no potential in this area, Dongfang Taiyue decided he would send him off somewhere else rather than delay his future. "Master, when can we start learning alchemy?" Soo-yun eagerly asked. Dongfang Taiyue thought for a moment before replying. "First, hand over 50 contribution points. The secret medicine pavilion doesn't even have medicinal ingredients." Soo-yun froze. He couldn't believe he had ended up with such a greedy master. But in the end, he obediently transferred the contribution points. A ding signaled that the points had been received. Dongfang Taiyue casually tossed him a piece of paper and turned to leave, muttering under his breath, "Got the money. Time for more booze." Soo-yun's face darkened as he unfolded the paper, finding it to be a basic guide to alchemy. On the other side, Wang Can glared coldly at Wang Ming, his murderous intent palpable. "Elder second uncle, that old dog Dongfang is too arrogant." Wang Ming's front teeth gave him a lisp, making him look utterly ridiculous. Wang Can ignored him and turned towards Wang Li, asking, "How is Soo-yun?" In a low voice, Wang Li replied, "After this incident, he'll surely be loyal to the secret medicine pavilion." Being cheated out of his rewards and yet having to remain subservient. Who could endure that? However, the Wang family didn't see it as a problem. They only cared about their own circle. In their eyes, a genius who had not yet fully matured ought to remain obedient. Wang Can sneered coldly, his white teeth gleaming ominously. It's just one extra little bastard. As long as the old man and the youngster obey, they might live a little longer. If not, they'll both be destroyed. An SSS-level genius capable of overturning the heavens? Total suppression. I don't think the other families will let the secret medicine pavilion rise either. Wang Ming enthusiastically agreed. Summoning his courage, Wang Li asked, Elder Second Uncle, why has the secret medicine pavilion offended so many people? Wang Can shot him a profound glance, prompting Wang Li to immediately lower his head in submission. Don't ask too many questions. Just remember this. Anyone affiliated with the secret medicine pavilion is an enemy of the Wang family. At the secret medicine pavilion, Dongfang Taiwei returned, tossing a storage ring to Su Yun. Dongfang Taiwei said sternly, Don't bother me anymore, understand? Understood, Su Yun nodded. As Dongfang Taiwei turned to leave, he asked again, What cultivation techniques have you learned? None yet, Su Yun replied honestly. You've got talent, but no resources? Hurry and get me a heaven-tier technique. Dongfang Taiwei almost exploded in anger. I don't even have one myself. He tossed Su Yun a jade pendant. Figure it out yourself. This is a mid-tier Huang-level alchemy technique, flame surge art. Su Yun held the jade pendant and felt its aura. Dongfang Taiwei sauntered off with his bottle of alcohol. Figure it out on your own. I'm going to sleep. Su Yun sighed, thinking he had drawn a lousy teacher. Other geniuses were showered with resources and care, while he was left out in the cold. Still, he remembered how Dongfang Taiwei had helped him before. Su Yun was someone who repaid kindness tenfold and kept grudges for a lifetime. Turning his gaze to his newly acquired black demon cauldron, Su Yun observed its entirely ebony physique, intricately carved with flames that seemed alive. He began practicing the flame surge art, mastering it in just 10 minutes. His chaos, undying physique endowed him with unparalleled talent and comprehension. Su Yun started refining medicine, placing his hands on the black demon cauldron. Flames erupted, and he added medicinal herbs. Processing bone root ingredients was challenging. Too little heat would fail, while too much would ruin them instantly. Yet, Su Yun focused intensely, completing 3 extractions with ease. To him, it felt simple. He mumbled, Is this supposed to be difficult? In reality, no one ever succeeded in refining on their first try. Such a feat required immense spiritual power, which Su Yun owed to his inner nine-tailed fox. Feeling bold, he attempted a 4th refinement. By nightfall, Dongfang Taiwei stumbled downstairs, assuming Su Yun had surely failed. Instead, he saw Su Yun standing there, smiling. Why aren't you refining anymore? I finished everything, Su Yun replied. With a single wave of his hand, Su Yun revealed the table neatly lined with both medicinal liquid and powder. Dongfang Taiwei was nearly struck dumb. Picking up some of the powder to examine, he discovered its quality wasn't just the result of 3 refinements. It was equivalent to at least 9. He could hardly believe it. Such freakish alchemical talent could potentially restore the secret medicine pavilion to its former glory. Staring at Su Yun intensely, Dongfang Taiwei asked, Apprentice, does the number of extractions matter? Of course, Dongfang Taiwei swiftly replied. The more extractions, the higher the quality of the pill. Isn't more just added work? Su Yun mused. Dongfang Taiwei snorted. Rubbing his nose, Su Yun muttered to himself, Is he scolding me? You're still wet behind the ears. Back in my day, I extracted bone root materials 11 times. Standing confidently with his hands behind his back, Dongfang Taiwei wore a proud expression, as if to say, I'm your teacher, and I'm better than you. Having found a shred of solace, he coughed ceremonially. It's getting late. Head to Serenity Park and get some rest. All right, Su Yun replied, turning to leave. The moment Su Yun walked out of sight, Dongfang Taiwei stared after him like a thief, muttering with excitement, A genius. Wang Can, you dream of tearing down my secret medicine pavilion? Keep dreaming. In a month, I'll turn Su Yun into a Huang-tier alchemist. Overcome with exhilaration, his eyes turned red with fervor. Then, a wave of sorrow washed over him as he gazed at the empty shadows of the pavilion, recalling his lost family. The darkness, solitude, and the passage of time. He murmured, The Dongfang clan is no group of criminals. One day, we will be vindicated. His laughter turned maniacal, wavering between sobs, until he finally curled up in a corner, trembling, his gaze unrelentingly fixed on the darkness. At Serenity Park, the environment was exquisite, brimming with spiritual energy. Staying here for a month cost over 1,000 merit points, a luxury only those with considerable connections could afford. Su Yun settled into his private villa, relishing the quiet comfort and the absence of disturbance. Tomorrow, I'll invite the teacher to stay here with me, he murmured from his luxurious sofa. Although Dongfang Taiwei was often unreliable, His assistance today was enough to earn his gratitude. That night, Su-yun sat by the pond, practicing the flame surge art. Spiritual energy surged violently into his body, and the drops of spirit energy within him transformed into a faint purple hue. So fast, I'm already at the mid-phase of a 3-star warrior. Having a cultivation technique made all the difference. With the chaos, undying physique paired with the flame surge art, absorption efficiency skyrocketed to 120%. He speculated that the first cultivation would yield the best results, so he continued practicing. Meanwhile, the senior students in nearby villas noticed the spiritual energy had thinned considerably and started complaining. Who's secretly cultivating a heaven-tier technique? Su-yun ignored them, focusing solely on absorbing spiritual energy to improve himself. Day 3. Feeling refreshed, Su-yun bought breakfast for the teacher before class. Dongfang Taiwei, catching a whiff of the delicious aroma, came out suspiciously. Seeing the packed Yangchun noodles, he took a couple of bites, his eyes reddening as he complained about the spiciness of the scallions. In class, teacher Zhu introduced the bright rankings. To be called a genius, you need to get on the rankings. At minimum, a 7-star warrior must challenge the 100th place. Most students, who were only at the 3-star to 5-star level, felt immense pressure. After class, Su-yun packed his things and prepared to refine medicine. Just as he stepped out, he ran into Wang Li and his group. Smiling, he said, "Thinking of robbing me of my reward again?" Wang Li responded coldly, "You shouldn't have joined the secret medicine hall." Su-yun retorted indifferently and prepared to leave, but Wang Li began mocking him and Dongfang Taiwei as lower-class people. Nearby, a crowd chuckled along. Su-yun stopped and replied icily, "The teacher's right. There's no point wasting words on trash like you." Suddenly, his right arm turned into black metal, and with one swift motion, he slapped Wang Li across the face. Everyone was stunned. Wang Li quickly reacted, forming a lightning shield to block, but it shattered instantly. Smack! Wang Li flew through the air and crashed into a flower bed. The entire scene fell into silence, the teachers and students frozen in shock. Dumbfounded, Su-yun glanced at Wang Li with a cold smirk. One move was all it took. Trash. Ding. Host has defeated Wang Li and earned 2 advanced divine hands. Outside the teaching building, Wang Li lay on the ground, his ear bleeding. Everyone around was too stunned to speak. This freshman was ruthless. Who had ever seen a newcomer dare to hit a noble family young master? Su-yun, appearing harmless, proved merciless when it came down to action. Disciplinary squad. Someone's been assaulted. Wang Li's lackey quickly shouted. Su-yun smirked coldly. Since he had already acted, there was no regret. Rules? He hadn't bothered to learn them yet. What did it matter now? Soon enough, the disciplinary squad arrived. Clad in black and red uniforms, 5 members approached, tossing handcuffs towards Su-yun. Without resistance, he allowed himself to be detained. His spiritual energy was sealed. Wang Li, regaining his senses, found his right ear completely deaf. Furious, veins bulging, he glared at Su-yun and roared, "You court death." Su-yun, raising his cuffed hands, pointed mockingly at his own left ear without saying another word, exuding pure disdain. The disciplinary squad led Su-yun away. Even with his SSS level talent, exceptions weren't made. The news spread like wildfire across the academy. In the council chamber, outrageous, fighting within 3 days of enrollment, and with such a heavy hand. He clearly came from some rural backwater where discipline means nothing. Numerous board members voiced their anger. Principal Zhang Zhongqing sighed in exasperation. This rookie had set a new record for being the fastest to cause trouble. The first one bold enough to touch a noble family. Wang Qin sneered. "Our Wang family has served the nation with great merit. What's the harm in granting our children a bit of privilege? Even if Su-yun's talent is high, he might betray us someday." The air grew heavy as soon as he finished. Zhang Zhongqing's eyes turned icy red. He declared coldly, "Don't let me hear such words again." Wang Can, frightened, lowered his head. The other members also withheld their opinions. That line must not be crossed. Handle this according to the rules. Any objections? No one dared to speak. In the divine pavilion, unwilling to accept his humiliation, Wang Li was comforted by Wang Qin. "You did well. Leave the rest to us. This grudge shall be repaid." After gifting Wang Li with pills and talismans, Wang Li left in high spirits, vowing revenge. Once Wang Li was gone, Wang Qin instructed his subordinates, "Tonight, unleash the bone-corroding yin qi on Su-yun." The bone-corroding yin qi could result in anything from minor joint pain to complete destruction of one's cultivation ability. Staring out the window, Wang Can's expression grew sinister. If they couldn't claim talent as their own, they would rather destroy it than hand any advantage to their enemies. In this game, making the wrong choice meant death. Inside the principal's office, Dongfang Taiwei, Upon learning of the situation, the naive apprentice, who had beaten Wang Li, rushed to plead for leniency. He's new here and doesn't know anything. A 1-week detention is too much. The confinement room's spiritual energy is way too low. It'll impede his training. Dongfang Taiyue's loud protests gave Zhang Zhongqing a headache. The principal snapped. Weren't you the one who taught him? Ultimately, he relented. Only 2 days in confinement. He went too far this time. Let him calm down in there. After he's out, we'll see if he earns a spot on the bright rankings before discussing anything else. Still uneasy, Dongfang Taiyue insisted. 2 days is too short. You must ensure his safety. I'm worried someone might scheme against him. Zhang Zhongqing, furious, slammed his desk and barked for him to leave. Dongfang Taiyue promptly fled. Left alone, Zhang Zhongqing sighed deeply, concerned that Su Yun was like a ticking time bomb that might one day disrupt the tranquil halls of the Tianming Academy. The academy buzzed with chatter. The noble heirs were disgruntled, while the commoners' students were amazed. A burly red-haired man mockingly teased Wang Xiantong. I heard someone from your family got beaten. Wang Xiantong, unfazed, replied. A sneak attack only proves weakness. Another prodigy on a Qilin sneered. An orphan challenging the nobles? He'll soon experience the harshness of the academy. These 3 were all among the top 20 of the bright rankings. Meanwhile, in the confinement room, Su Yun sat quietly in a corner, cultivating 6 advanced divine hands. Let's begin. Advanced divine hands X6 condensed. Host, please select a world, ghost. Destroying the world, the metal world. Su Yun, without hesitation, selected Demon Slayer world. After 3 consecutive failures, his 4th attempt got him Nezuko's wooden box. By the 5th attempt, all he managed to steal was Musen's handkerchief. Speechless. But on his 6th attempt, he finally stole the Breath of the Sun technique. Breath of the Sun, the foundational breathing method, energy akin to the sun, excellent against evil entities, can be applied in combat. Satisfied, Su Yun replaced his main cultivation technique with the Breath of the Sun, using the Fiery Blaze art as a supplemental practice. Sitting cross-legged, he began cultivating the Breath of the Sun. In no time, the surrounding spiritual energies started converging, even pulling in energy from outside the confinement room. As night deepened, the darkness and oppression of the confinement room weighed heavily, causing unease. Suddenly, someone silently approached with a metal container. Upon opening it, a faint, black gas began to seep out. Zhang Zhongqing observed coldly from the shadows. While angry, he refrained from intervening. He sighed to himself. Let Su Yun suffer a little. It'll teach him to be more restrained in the future. Inside the room, Su Yun also sighed. The spiritual energy here is too sparse. Unless I increase my absorption rate, it won't be sufficient. But doing so would risk exposure. At that moment, his observation haki warned him. He detected the poisonous black mist seeping into the room. Poison? Who? The Wang family. Su Yun immediately became alert, his expression cold and sharp. Trapped deep within the rock layers of the confinement room, Yin energy gradually infiltrated, threatening to enclose him completely. He sneered. You keep suppressing and humiliating me. Do you really think I'm spineless? As he spoke, he activated his Breath of the Sun. His eyes seemed to ignite like small suns. In an instant, all the oppressive Yin energy within the confinement room was inhaled into his body. Outside, the person responsible for releasing the Yin energy was stunned, unable to control the flow from the container anymore. Zhang Zhongqing's expression shifted drastically. Is Su Yun insane? Letting corrosive Yin energy enter his body could be fatal. Yet, Su Yun accelerated his breathing technique, transforming the Yin energy into pure spiritual energy. The more he absorbed, the more abundant the spiritual energy in his body became. Delighted at the brink of a breakthrough, he paid no mind to where the Yin energy originated. Meanwhile, Wang Li, after recovering, was fuming with anger and vowed revenge. He pulled out his spirit-gathering talisman, intending to cultivate by absorbing nearby energy, but to his confusion, all the energy was being rapidly siphoned away. Bewildered, he suspected his talisman was defective. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yun was the one voraciously absorbing all the energy nearby. Zhang Zhongqing, observing the scene and seeing streams of energy flowing towards Su Yun like tiny rivers, found himself torn between amusement and helplessness. The grudge between Su Yun and the Wang family was now destined to end in bloodshed. The stolen energy was coming directly from Wang Li. Suddenly, Zhang Zhongqing sensed someone spying on them and promptly blocked the surveillance. Frowning, he pondered over how strange occurrences seemed to be piling up around here, but he nevertheless decided to leave temporarily. Inside the confinement room, Su Yun, relying on his observation haki, also sensed the prying eyes. He muttered under his breath, "This Tianming Academy is full of freaks and lunatics. Elsewhere, Zhang Zhongqing, the very one observing Su Yun, could only respond internally, I'm trying to protect you, damn it. At the same time, Wang Can from the Heavenly Pavilion's upper level also detected the commotion. He almost initiated an investigation but was warned off by a superior and didn't push his luck. After deliberation, the higher-ups decided to release Su Yun after his 2-day confinement. Officially, it was because it was his first offense and a lenient approach seemed fair. Most agreed with this decision. On the last day of Su Yun's confinement, a crowd of students gathered to see the aftermath, curious to find out whether he had become dispirited. When the disciplinary guards opened the door to the confinement room, previous detainees like Zhang would always emerge cowed and submissive, so it stood to reason that Su Yun, a rural newcomer, wouldn't be any different. Su Yun, your confinement is over. Everyone stared intently at the door. Yet, after waiting for a long while, no one emerged. Doubt spread among the crowd. Could something have happened? Why isn't he coming out? Finally, a voice drifted out from inside. This place is great. I don't feel like leaving. Everyone was dumbfounded, wondering if Su Yun had lost his mind. Wasn't this a confinement room? How could anyone call it great? Come out. You don't get a say, one of the law enforcement officers barked. Su Yun stretched lazily as he slowly came out, smiling brightly. It's fantastic in there. If only I could stay a few more days. It's warm, and I can cultivate efficiently. A few more days, and I might even break through. The onlookers were stunned, their sense of reality thoroughly shattered. What kind of masochist prefers being in a confinement room? Someone whispered. He was only at a 3-star warrior's initial stage when he entered. How has he advanced to the later stage just 2 days later? Could the confinement room actually hold some kind of treasure? I've got a bold theory. In the distance, Wang Li, who had been waiting to mock Su Yun's misery, clenched his fists, his expression dark and stormy upon witnessing the strange outcome. I'll have to provoke him into challenging me on the arena stage. That's where I'll cripple him, he vowed internally. Back at the front, Su Yun asked earnestly, Can I exchange merit points to stay in the confinement room for a few more days? His question rendered the enforcer speechless. For the first time, they encountered someone begging to stay locked up. Get lost, the guard snapped, face blackened with frustration. Shrugging, Su Yun turned to leave. As he ascended the steps and caught sight of Wang Li, he shot him a roguish grin and pointed at his own ear. Wang Li's face darkened even further as he turned and stormed away. Su Yun returned to the secret medicine pavilion and ran into his instructor. Teacher, I'm back. Dongfang Taiwei let out a sigh of relief upon seeing him safe, but couldn't help but reprimand him. You only managed to damage one of his ears? Next time, aim harder. Su Yun rolled his eyes. Next time, I'll make sure he's bettered for 2 months. Satisfied, Dongfang Taiwei nodded. Good. Once the lesson is over, don't forget to come back for more alchemy training. Got it, Su Yun replied enthusiastically before suggesting. Teacher, how about staying at my place? Dongfang Taiwei paused in surprise, touched by the genuine offer, but shook his head. No. Stay here, I'm doing fine. Focus on your cultivation. Su Yun nodded as though he understood. During class, Teacher Zhu asked, What are the disasters faced by Blue Planet? Su Yun answer. Su Yun replied, 2 types of disasters, terrestrial beast tides and oceanic beast tides. Teacher Zhu nodded approvingly. How many levels? Su Yun answered, 3 levels. Level 3 can be handled by a battle general. Level 2 requires a war god, and Level 1 is nation annihilating. Teacher Zhu added, There was once a Level 1 oceanic beast tide that destroyed 2 nations within 10 minutes. The students were all shaken. Su Yun added, Actually, there's a third kind, foreign cults, eroding in secret like maggots. The entire class fell silent, acknowledging the point. Teacher Zhu praised, Very good. At the end of the class, a burly man showed up at the doorway. He was 2 meters tall, with bronze skin. His school uniform sleeves were torn off, revealing solid muscles. He stared at Su Yun. You're Su Yun? Su Yun showed a goofy smile, speaking loudly. What's up? Su Yun frowned in confusion. Who is this guy? Superhuman type, Peng De, also known as Fool Number 2. Someone whispered, a refined-looking boy, who seemed likely to have a talent related to sound. Su Yun nodded politely, and then turned to ask Peng De, What do you need? Peng De grinned foolishly. Someone told me to beat you up. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Wang Li right. Peng De was surprised. How'd you know? Everyone was speechless. This guy really couldn't keep secrets. Su Yun asked, How much are they paying you? Peng De replied, 10 contribution points. Labor sure is cheap these days. Then, Su Yun suddenly smiled and said, I'll admit defeat. You don't have to fight me and can still claim your 10 points. How about that? Peng De hesitated. If I take the points, I've got to do the job. Su Yun directly transferred 2 points to him. You're strong. I'm scared of you. Here's a little something for you. Seeing his account updated, Peng De grinned happily from ear to ear. After resolving things with Pangda, the refined boy frowned and asked, "What's your plan?" Su Yun sneered, "If he wants to fight, I'll oblige." With that, he started striding toward the Thunder God Division of the Elemental Faculty. This was the training place for Thunder Elemental martial artists, with continuous roaring noises. Wang Li was waiting for updates. When he saw Su Yun storm in, his expression turned grim, thinking that Pangda had flaked again. The student beside him, gripping a thunder blade, asked, "Is he the one who ambushed you last time?" Wang Li responded coldly, "If not for the ambush, would a 3-star dare touch me at 7-star? Even if Su Yun had an SSS grade talent, it wasn't worth consideration. Talent was just the starting point. Effort was what mattered." At that moment, the students of the Thunder God Division surrounded Su Yun. Su Yun remained calm. "If you want to fight, just say so. Stop sending others to mess with me." Wang Li sneered. "Are you qualified to fight me?" Su Yun roared angrily. "Cut the nonsense. If you want to fight, then start now, or next time, I'll slap you across the face." The outburst was so loud that everyone stepped back in shock. For a new student to shout like this in here, it was unheard of. Wang Li's face darkened as he laughed menacingly. "If it's death you seek, I'll grant your wish." He had originally planned to have Pangda handle it, but taking care of it himself would work too. 1 hour from now, Su Yun left the message and walked out. A nearby instructor advised Wang Li, "Be cautious. SSS grade talents are demigods. Don't underestimate him." Wang Li remained confident. A gap of 4 levels. He won't be flipping the heavens. This time, he would finally teach Su Yun a lesson personally. Su Yun's public challenge to Wang Li caused a stir in the Tianming Academy. Principal Zhang Zhongqing rubbed his temples in frustration. "Here we go again. Should have kicked him out earlier when I had the chance." Conversely, Dongfang Taiwei was pleased. "Good. Fighting on the arena can still be considered proper." Senior students murmured amongst themselves. "This Su Yun really knows how to stir things up. Just got here and is already famous." Training should never be stagnant. As the afternoon approached 4 o'clock, the sky began rumbling with thunder. The weather turned gloomy, and everyone's expression shifted. Wang Li's thunder talent made stormy weather his ideal battlefield. Several instructors stood under the corridor, secretly watching, ready to step in to rescue Su Yun if necessary, hoping he'd rein it in. Students began gathering around the arena. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, signaling the start of the duel. The serpent burrowed into the earth. Dressed in pale blue combat gear, Wang Li stood with a cold gaze. Thunder crackled around him, his aura so imposing that it inspired awe. Is Wang Li a semi-divine SS grade talent? His senior is an SSS grade demigod, so his reaching semi-divinity is expected. SS grade talent, the thunder howling heavenly god. The crowd was astonished as they whispered. A light rain began to fall, further deepening the tense atmosphere. "Su Yun, weren't you eager to challenge me?" Wang Li's voice was laced with thunder, his hair raised, and his gaze piercing. Su Yun jumped onto the arena, smiling. "Can't wait to get beaten up, can you?" As the two stood off against each other, the tension in the air was palpable. Wang Li chuckled. "I've been short on contribution points lately. How many do you have? Lose, and hand them all over to me." Su Yun grinned. "How many do you have?" Wang Li pulled out his card. 150. Su Yun sneered dismissively. "You, a rich second-generation heir, are actually so poor." Wang Li rebutted. "And what about you?" Su Yun shrugged nonchalantly. 55 points. The two tossed their student cards over, which the teacher caught swiftly. Without further unnecessary words, Wang Li's body erupted in radiant lightning, and the entire arena became enveloped with electrifying arcs. Thunder prison cage. 108 streaks of lightning intertwined, trapping Su Yun. Raindrops evaporated instantly, and the space trembled under the oppressive power. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun shook out his robes. His arms became enveloped with armament hockey, honed sharp like twin blades. Whirling dance. With one fluid slash surrounded by flames, Su Yun broke apart the thunder prison cage in an instant. Without pausing, Su Yun charged straight at Wang Li, his figure flashing at immense speed. Wang Li retaliated, calling out, "Thunder Moon Ascent." A blade of condensed lightning arced down towards Su Yun. Su Yun responded with a low growl. Emerald sky. Flames roared ferociously, and with a single devastating chop. Boom! The thunderblade shattered. Wang Li was sent sprawling on the ground, a deep wound carved across his chest, blood pouring out in torrents. Landing gracefully, Su Yun's tattered robes turned to ash. He declared coldly, "You lost." Ding! Host defeated Wang Li. High-level divine hand 1 obtained. The rain poured heavier as Su Yun's jet-black hair fluttered in the wind. His imposing demeanor commanded silent awe from the crowd. Wang Li had fallen in an instant, even leaving the teacher in shock. Initially prepared to intervene and save Su Yun, the teacher had not anticipated such an overwhelming defeat for Wang Li. Su Yun's icy gaze turned to Wang Li, brimming with murderous intent. The Wang family had wronged him gravely. If this were a life-and-death battle, Wang Li would already be dead. In despair, Wang Li thought, He wants to kill me. Suddenly, a young man dashed onto the stage. Rainwater was deflected off the barrier as he made his appearance. The man's hawk-like nose and sharp eyes locked fiercely onto Su Yun. It's just a sparring match. Was there a need to go to such extremes? The man bellowed indignantly. Su Yun chuckled coldly. This isn't the academy. He would already be dead. The crowd collectively gasped. How dare you? A mere freshman spouting madness. The hawk-nosed man glared at Su Yun with anger. With one loud exclamation, the stage beneath cracked entirely, as though detonated by a wind cannon. Modu, contests have rules. Dare to defy them. A woman's voice rang out coldly. Beneath the arena, a female teacher's face betrayed cracks of discontent. Modu withdrew his oppressive energy, picked up Wang Li in his arms, and shot a piercing gaze at Su Yun. Kid, I won't forget you. I'll be waiting for you on the luminary leaderboard. With that, Modu carried Wang Li and exited the stage, heading toward another figure. Draped in pristine white robes, the figure smiled faintly and nodded towards Su Yun. Someone among the onlookers provided introductions. Modu, S rank, Endless Wind Blades. Divine Pavilion, ranked 98th on the luminary leaderboard. Lan Pingyi, SSS rank, Celestial Flame Titan. Divine Pavilion, ranked 68th on the luminary leaderboard. They entered the Divine Pavilion years ago. These two are cornerstones of the Wang family's foundation. Su Yun frowned, wary of the Wang family's deeply entrenched resources. Even casually dispatched members held S rank or near demigod-level talents. Lan Pingyi looked him over and advised, strong winds uproot towering trees. Remember that. Su Yun chose not to respond, his expression cold and indifferent. His thoughts, however, were resolute. NPCs or not, as long as he had the chance to kill them, he would show no mercy. Lan Pingyi turned toward Wang Li and admonished, remember this failure and grow quickly. Some opponents are orphans, there's no one shielding them. With those parting words, Lan Pingyi walked away with a smile on his face. Yet, those observing him felt only an unsettling chill. Though enduring immense pain, Wang Li nodded obediently. Satisfied, Lan Pingyi departed. The crowd turned their gazes towards Su Yun. Among them were members of the Divine Pavilion and representatives of other prominent families. Su Yun ignored them entirely. He dared anyone to step up. Descending from the stage, he calmly claimed Wang Li's total of 205 merit points and left with flair. Withdrawal successful. Within the Divine Pavilion, Wang Can's gaze was icy, as Lan Pingyi, his previously cheerful demeanor now subdued, stood nearby. A loss is nothing. Our Wang family doesn't fear defeat, Wang Can declared. Lear, you have the talent. Focus on growing stronger, he spoke, addressing Wang Li, who stood with his head bowed. After dismissing Modu to escort Wang Li to recover, Wang Can turned to Lan Pingyi and asked, what are your thoughts on Su Yun? Lan Pingyi replied solemnly, incredibly strong. He leaps across 4 cultivation ranks. Clearly, he belongs to the top tier of SSS class superhumans. Wang Can responded with only a subtle acknowledgement. Yet his eyes burned with killing intent. Su Yun could not be allowed to rise further. If left unchecked, his eventual ascent was inevitable. He quickly contacted allies. Stop standing by. If the arcane elixir pavilion rises, it will spell doom for all of you. Understood, came a distant reply. Lan Pingyi then asked, Teacher, what's our next move? Wang Can answered sternly, suppress Su Yun with all means necessary. We will mobilize both the Divine Pavilion and other factions. Contain him long enough until our people grow stronger. Then we'll eliminate him. Lan Pingyi nodded cautiously, sensing a growing tremor within. With 4 great families targeting Su Yun, even graduating safely would become a daunting challenge. At the resource hall, 9 counters operated continuously, providing everything from martial techniques, pills, weapons, to even daily essentials, all purchasable with merit points. Su Yun arrived, intent on redeeming blood essences. Blood essences were condensed forms of the vital blood of countless races, distinct from typical beast blood. Studies proved that consuming essence from various races granted immense benefits, potentially even inheriting unique abilities. The higher ranked the essence, the costlier it became, well beyond the reach of ordinary students. Instructor Zhu had once advised, if your points are limited, consider the essence of races ranked around the 900s. Those are easier to absorb. Su Yun asked, how many points for Golden Tiger blood essence? The Golden Tiger, a race ranked roughly 950th. 1 piece of Golden Tiger blood essence costs 2 merit points, the attendant answered. After some thought, he exchanged 100 merit points for 50 Golden Tiger blood elixirs, saving the rest for emergencies. Too expensive, he muttered to himself, unable to suppress his complaints. In the blink of an eye, the 100 points were gone. Returning to the secret medicine pavilion, Su Yun was greeted by Dongfang Taiwei, who was wearing his usual stern expression. Offering a bottle of wine, Su Yun managed to ease his teacher's mood. Dongfang Taiwei's face softened slightly. Not bad today, he commented. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yun flattered. It's all thanks to your guidance, teacher. Dongfang Taiwei sniffed the air faintly. You used blood elixirs? Su Yun answered honestly, golden tiger blood elixirs. He held silent admiration for his teacher's sharp nose, but internally couldn't resist thinking. Is he part hound? Dongfang Taiwei saw straight through his thoughts and chuckled. Thinking I'm part dog, are you? Caught off guard, Su Yun quickly composed himself and explained seriously. A pharmacist's nose is akin to a chef's tongue, sharpened by experience. Dongfang Taiwei sent him flying with a casual kick to the alchemy cauldron nearby. Within 1 month, I'll make you a yellow rank alchemist. Then, he began teaching with a no-nonsense attitude, recognizing materials, extracting essences, combining them. There's no end to learning. Su Yun took every word to heart. The teaching officially began, and Dongfang Taiwei held nothing back. Take the yellow rank material infant whale fruit, for instance. Most people would struggle not to fail with it. Yet Dongfang Taiwei crushed it directly with his fist to extract its essence, his movements swift and decisive, leaving Su Yun dumbfounded. 3 hours later, the theoretical explanations concluded. Now, let's try refining a small spirit recovery pill. Fetching his black demon cauldron, Su Yun unintentionally shocked Dongfang Taiwei to his core. His pupils shrank as he cursed inwardly. That cauldron alone could fetch tens of thousands of merit points if sold. Still, he reminded Su Yun to carefully control the heating process during extraction. Su Yun expertly followed through. The alchemical fire he produced burned steadily without any mistakes, leaving Dongfang Taiwei astonished. Back when he started, he had burnt everything to a crisp time and again. Su Yun was already exceeding his earliest attempts. When the real refining process began, Dongfang Taiwei's jaw practically dropped. The 4 ingredients that made up the small spirit recovery pill were skillfully fused by Su Yun with apparent ease. As the pill took shape, its rich color and honeycomb-like sheen were mesmerizing. Dongfang Taiwei nervously instructed him on a few key final steps. Control the flame, steady the spiritual energy. Su Yun obediently complied. The small spirit recovery pill was flawlessly completed. Holding the freshly refined pill, Su Yun was overwhelmed with excitement. It was, after all, the very first pill he had ever made. Though Dongfang Taiwei feigned nonchalance, his hands were trembling as he muttered, just a pill. No big deal. Meanwhile, Su Yun beamed cluelessly. Dongfang Taiwei remarked coolly, who on earth extracts chi-returning grass and breathing root 10 times over just casually? Scratching his head awkwardly, Su Yun replied, well, it felt natural to me. In the Dongfang family's pharmacological traditions, perfection was always the ultimate goal. Remember these 8 words, Dongfang Taiwei barked fiercely. Su Yun saluted naively. Yes, teacher. Go read a book if you're tired. I'm going upstairs to sleep. Leaving the pill behind, Dongfang Taiwei hummed a tune and ascended to his living quarters. Once upstairs, he slammed the door shut, sealing the room with fiery spiritual energy. What kind of monstrous disciple have I taken in? His first ever pill refinement succeeded, and it's already yellow rank low tier. From 0 to yellow rank, it's effortless for him, just like drinking water. He couldn't contain his excitement as he danced around the room. Were it not for the soundproofing, the entire pavilion would have heard him. Refining pills is notoriously challenging. Dongfang Taiwei himself only succeeded after dozens of failed attempts, and even then, he had been hailed as the most talented in his family. But Su Yun? What kind of freakish prodigy was he? No, he wasn't merely a prodigy. He was a monstrosity in human form. Just you wait, Wang Can. Want to dismantle my medicine pavilion? Not a chance. I'll make Su Yun the human race's first heaven-rank alchemist. With manic laughter and tears of excitement, he thought about the endless possibilities. Downstairs, oblivious to his teacher's frenzy, Su Yun quietly read from a book. First time refining is supposed to be exhausting, he mumbled to himself. The truth was, with the 9-tailed fox sprite accompanying him, Su Yun's stamina seemed endless, allowing him to go months without sleeping. He released the small 9-tailed cub, which playfully nuzzled against his chest. Su Yun chuckled and gently patted it. From now on, this is our home, no more wandering. Meanwhile, rumors about Su Yun's clash with Wang Li were spreading like wildfire throughout the academy, but Su Yun hardly cared. His attention was squarely focused on growing stronger. He was only 1 step shy of achieving a 4-star rank. He resolved to venture into the sacred spirit realm for opportunities. Dongfang Taiwei warned him, don't cause trouble in there. and avoid going too deep. Suyun grinned. Teacher, I'm always well-behaved. Dongfang Taiwei rolled his eyes. Bring back 2 bottles of wine when you come back. I'm broke. You're richer than me. Go sell some pills if you're that poor. Realizing he was now a yellow-rank alchemist, Suyun laughed and headed out. At the heart of the Tianming Academy stood an ancient metallic structure, devoid of any sheen, yet exuding a strange charm. It was the entrance to the sacred spirit realm. In front of the gate, 2 statues stood guard, one an eagle, the other a whale. Beside them was a clear notice. 1. No loud noises. 2. No destruction. 3. Stay within one's tiered zone. 4. All fortuitous encounters belong to the finder. Suyun wondered, are there actual treasures in the sacred spirit realm? After all, this was a space created by the heroes of humanity using pieces of a miniature world. Suddenly, he sensed life within the statues. Reaching out, he touched the eagle statue. Don't touch me. It tickles, snapped the eagle as it came to life. Startled, Suyun immediately withdrew his hand. Embarrassed, he mumbled an apology. The eagle sneered. Whale, he's calling me teacher now. The whale statue rumbled. You're Suyun, right? The new kid. And the conversation murmured onward. At Tianming Academy, the place was truly bizarre, packed with eccentrics, perverts, and now even stone statues seemingly coming to life. The more Suyun got to know this place, the more fun he found it. The whale statue asked, are you certain you want to use this opportunity to enter the Holy Spirit realm? Suyun replied cheerfully, yes, whale teacher. The whale statue's mouth split into a grin, almost as if it were smiling. Go ahead. A glowing portal appeared. Suyun saluted before stepping right in. The eagle statue chuckled mischievously. This kid is smooth-tongued. I like him. The whale statue nodded approvingly. He made a decent first impression. Less than a minute after Suyun entered, 3 additional figures approached. They instructed coldly, statues, open the door. The expressions of the 2 statues turned frosty, but they complied nonetheless. The portal opened, the trio entered, and the door shut behind them. The eagle statue snorted. Those 3 little brats from the Liu family. The whale statue sighed. The old feud between the alchemical pavilion and the wealthy noble families. Now our young Suyun is caught in the crossfire. The eagle statue sneered. Back then, the Dongfang family was framed. Crash. The sound of roaring waves interrupted near the whale statue, drowning out further conversation. The whale statue calmly said, let's put it to rest, and then remained silent. In the warrior section of the Holy Spirit realm, the grass was as lush as a thick carpet. There was no sun or moon, but the space was transparent and serene. Suyun entered, his face full of astonishment. The spiritual energy here was so dense it had almost begun to liquefy. He marveled. A high-grade academy truly lives up to its reputation. With a quick swipe using his observation hockey, Suyun detected over 1,000 people present. Most of them were stronger than him, including those from the God of War section. Suyun decided to keep a low profile and found a place to sit, muttering to himself, better play it safe for now. No sooner had he sat down than the trio also arrived, trailing closely behind. Ignoring them, Suyun began to activate the fiery flame art. As soon as he gathered a wisp of spiritual energy, the 3 dispersed the energy among themselves from 3 different directions. Suyun's gaze turned icy. Trouble seekers again? The freckled boy mocked. What? Can't snatch spiritual energy for yourself, so now you're staring at us. Suyun chose not to respond, sneering inwardly. Oh, you want to play? Then let's play. He took a deep breath and fiercely drew on the surrounding energy. In the air above, the spiritual energy formed a small dragon and surged toward him. The trio, smirking, attempted to seize the energy. But to their dismay, the little dragon of energy not only rushed wholly into Suyun, but also dragged their spiritual energy along with it. Suyun swallowed it all effortlessly. Then, retrieving 10 golden tiger blood essences, he crushed them and absorbed their energy as well. The 3 panicked. Stop him. Don't let him get away with this. But in just a breath's time, waves of heat surged out from Suyun, sending them tumbling backward. He absorbed all the spiritual energy and tiger blood essence, instantly breaking through to a 4-star warrior. Golden tiger stripes shimmered across his body. Suyun burst out laughing. That feels amazing. He kindly looked at the trio, adding, thanks for the help, by the way. They gritted their teeth, but couldn't swallow their frustration. Afraid of you? Never. Suyun, in high spirits, thought to himself, well, looks like I've picked up 3 free training dummies. 3 hours later, many students began exiting the realm. The eagle statue remarked, it's about time. The whale statue replied, Suyun belongs to the special talent category. He can absorb even more spiritual energy than the norm. As long as someone stayed in the Holy Spirit realm, spiritual energy would automatically flow into them. but only up to a certain personal limit. The glowing portal opened again, and out came the three boys. The eagle and whale statues froze in surprise. Unlike the other students who emerged with surging vitality, these three looked utterly drained, to the point of weakness. Pale and battered, with dark circles under his eyes, one of the boys looked like he could barely stand. That kid is a monster. He drained me completely. We've been utterly sucked dry. The trio burst into tears, their sobs echoing pitifully. Outside the Holy Spirit realm, an eerie silence fell. Observers wore complex expressions, a mix of shock, disbelief, and contemplation. The eagle statue exclaimed, "No wonder a talent like him doesn't have a girlfriend. Turns out he's into draining men." The whale statue, more puzzled than before, turned its gaze back toward the realm's interior. There, Su Yun was exhaling and inhaling deeply, spiritual energy surging violently toward him. Breathing technique, and a high-grade one at that. The whale statue was astonished. Finally, it understood why the trio had appeared completely wrung out. Challenging Su Yun inside the realm? That was asking for trouble. In the Holy Spirit realm, warrior section, Su Yun opened his left eye and grinned. Finally, the three were exhausted enough to leave. Although, he thought, somewhat regretfully, it would have been great if more people came to contribute to his energy collection. Let's keep going. Producing another golden tiger blood essence, he crushed it in one go. The blood essence could be refined directly, but it required tremendous willpower to resist its violent nature. Luckily, in the Holy Spirit realm, the abundant spiritual energy could purify it. 6 hours later, Su Yun had nearly reached the mid-phase of 4-star warrior, advancing with astonishing speed. This was the difference between having resources and having none. Should I keep exploring ahead? Deciding to venture further, he moved forward. With each step, the spiritual energy around him became denser, akin to walking through mist. Upon advancing 100 meters, Su Yun halted. The spiritual energy here was 3 times stronger than before. He resumed practicing the breathing of the sun technique, letting the energy wash through his body. Suddenly, he sensed a peculiar connection forming between the breathing of the sun and the realm itself. His heartbeat grew powerful and rhythmic, as if his observation hockey had latched onto something. Gradually, the shadow of an egg materialized in his mind. Su Yun was dumbfounded. Who hides an egg in the Holy Spirit realm? What, for a snack? Boil it and eat it? The border, where the war command zone intersected. A rugged man sat atop a dark golden tiger-striped cannon, meditating. The cannon's muzzle resembled the open jaws of a ferocious tiger. This surge, is it dragon energy? The rugged man opened his blood-red eyes. In an instant, he leapt down from the tiger cannon. The revered tiger cannon requires dragon blood to become more powerful, but dragon blood is too expensive, and it keeps failing. With a casual wave of his hand, the rugged man slapped on a talisman. A flash of light emanated from the talisman, and in an instant, his appearance transformed into that of a strikingly handsome figure. Su Yun followed the guidance of his observation hockey and came to the boundary area, feeling something underground, an egg. Should we dig it up? The teacher had said not to move things around carelessly, or it could easily trigger abnormal spiritual energy. Su Yun thought, maybe it's a treasure? If anything really goes wrong, blame the teacher. Su Yun's arm turned black, and he thrust it straight into the soil. Boom. Dirt flew everywhere, and spiritual energy went into a frenzy. Who's causing trouble? How can our school still have someone this dumb? The students were buzzing with discussion. Su Yun touched something hard and dug out a giant egg. Veins-like patterns covered the eggshell, as if it were breathing. It really is a dragon egg, someone exclaimed. Su Yun turned back warily. The burly tiger cannon guy laughed. Gong Pao, Fu Xiangxi. Secret medicine pavilion, Su Yun. Su Yun stared at him. His face twitched. You dug it out? Gong Pao said with a wry smile. Su Yun looked embarrassed. It should be fine, right? Gong Pao suddenly shouted, get down. A tiger sovereign heavy cannon manifested within him, spiritual energy converging before blasting out with tremendous force. The cannon fire exploded, and spiritual energy surged violently. The hole Su Yun had dug, and the cannon blast exploded at the same time. Su Yun was closest, but luckily he dropped down quickly enough. The deafening roar made everyone cover their ears. Su Yun hugged the dragon egg, looking completely dazed. How can digging a hole be such a serious crime? Gong Pao explained. The Saint Spirit secret realm is all about balance. If you dig a deep pit, it's like opening a floodgate. Su Yun thanked him. Gong Pao grinned. When the dragon hatches, just give me some of its blood essence. Su Yun agreed. Deal. At that moment, a dignified voice rang out. Everyone, come out. Su Yun swallowed, knowing trouble had really arrived. The dragon egg had become a hot potato. The students inside the Saint Spirit secret realm were discussing it everywhere, staring at the dragon egg in Su Yun's arms, shocked. An egg. And Gong Pao got involved too. Gong Pao played dumb, and the pressure on Su Yun mounted even more. He wanted to put the dragon egg into the system, but it had already been locked onto by a powerful aura. Clearly, the big shots had set their sights on the dragon egg. Su Yun gritted his teeth, clutched the dragon egg tightly, and walked out of the light gate with a swagger. Outside, teachers, students, and board members had gathered, all staring at Su Yun. Was this egg dug out from the Saint Spirit secret realm? Duh. Damaging the secret realm deserves punishment. The crowd's curiosity turned into greed. If it was the dragon egg of a powerful race, that would be a killer weapon. Su Yun was pressed down by countless gazes and stiffened. Suddenly, the eagle statue shattered all the auras. Thank you, teacher. Su Yun said gratefully. The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice, what are you trying to do? The eagle statue sneered. I can't stand you bullies picking on a kid. Want to beat me to death? The crowd was speechless. This one had an even bigger background. The beautiful woman spoke up. Whale, can you tell what kind of egg it is? The whale statue's red light swept across it, and a childish dragon cry came from the dragon egg, followed by a wave of flames. The whole crowd erupted. It was a dragon. Dragons were top-tier combat power. Everyone wanted one. The board members discussed how to divide it up, not putting Su Yun in their eyes at all. Su Yun said coldly, I dug up the egg. The middle-aged man sneered. So what if you dug it up? Put the egg down. It's not something you're qualified to touch. As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of black light flashed. A thin man walked out, his gaze icy. The secret realm was created by my Lu family, so everything inside belongs to the Lu family. Put the egg down. His powerful aura forced Su Yun back several steps, and Su Yun's face grew colder and colder. The other party simply didn't take him seriously. The whale statue spoke. Lu Guang, don't be too harsh on the child. A gentle aura protected Su Yun. Su Yun sneered inwardly. Human internal circles were suppressing him everywhere, yet it was the two non-human statues that were helping him. Himself. Who exactly is good, and who is evil? He only wanted to study quietly, and, in the future, serve the human race. Was that also wrong? Lu Guang stared at him coldly, when suddenly a furious roar came from behind. Lu Guang, I'll fuck your ancestors. A man charged forward, a red furnace-like light bursting apart as it slammed toward Lu Guang. Lu Guang's expression changed. He turned and counterattacked with a black fist, his whole body erupting with power. The newcomer was none other than Dongfang Taiyue. Flames coiled around his entire body, and like a war god awakening, he roared, If you dare touch my disciple, I'll kill you. The whole scene was shaken to the core. The secret medicine pavilion master, who had only ever seemed like a drunk fool with a silly grin, had actually erupted with such violent power. Su Yun's eyes turned slightly red. The two briefly fought before separating. Lu Guang's face was dark, his hair and robe scorched black. Dongfang Taiyue, meanwhile, laughed maniacally, sending a chill down everyone's spine. At that moment, a sigh came from the void, and the principal, Zhang Zhongqing, appeared. Lu Guang asked in a deep voice, Principal, our Lu family is fighting and dying on the myriad races battlefield. Can't we even take the things in our own secret realm? Dongfang Taiyue sneered. Trying to play the emotional card? If the Lu family won't do, someone else can replace them. So self-important. Zhang Zhongqing nodded. The Lu family has made contributions. That much is beyond doubt. The Lu family members were just about to smile when Su Yun spoke up. Principal, I have something to say. All eyes turned to him. Zhang Zhongqing thought to himself, You again? You've only been here a few days, and there's already so much trouble. Go on, Zhang Zhongqing said solemnly. Su Yun stared straight at everyone. Are the warning notes in the Saint Spirit secret realm valid? Zhang Zhongqing replied, They are indeed valid. Su Yun looked around. It says that everything obtained belongs to the one destined for it. The crowd's expressions changed. Only then did they remember this rule. Su Yun was furious. Today, even if I eat it or smash it, it has nothing to do with anyone else. No matter how capable you are, you still can't break the rules. After he said that, no one dared to answer, but their gazes remained hostile. Su Yun shrugged and took out the black demon cauldron. I'm eating the dragon egg right now. Let's see what it tastes like. Everyone panicked. Zhang Zhongqing rubbed his temples. Don't eat it. Name your conditions. Su Yun stopped and warily looked at the others. The Lu family and the Wang family were all displeased. What they wanted was the result of the dragon egg hatching, not treating the egg as some priceless treasure. Treasure. Lu Guang compromised. We'll give you one more chance to enter the secret realm, in exchange for the dragon egg. Su Yun cursed with a smile. Are you sending away a beggar? Lu Guang's face turned cold. Don't push your luck. You can't cause any real trouble. Dongfang Taiyue angrily scolded Lu Guang. Do you even know how to talk, old dog? Wang can offer a price. Choose any mystic grade weapon, 3 break soldier pills, and 1 quota for exterminating foreign races. All the students' eyes turned red with envy. These conditions were extremely tempting: weapons, pills, opportunities for merits, and safety guarantees. But Dongfang Taiwei was disdainful. Break soldier pills? My disciple eats them like candy. His face was full of contempt. No one doubted that Su Yun was boasting. He really had that ability. Su Yun secretly tugged at Dongfang Taiwei and asked in a low voice, "Teacher, do we even have money?" Meaning, you still need me to pay for your drinking. Where are we supposed to get merit points to refine pills? Dongfang Taiwei blinked. That's what you call losing face without losing momentum, Wang Can said with a smile. Su Yun, you wouldn't refuse this condition, would you? Su Yun also smiled. Right, I won't. Wang Can's expression remained unchanged, but a flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes. The elegantly dressed young man spoke up. Su Yun, if you ever run short of merit points, the dragon egg can be sold to the beast taming department. Su Yun nodded. Got it, Zhang Zhongxing warned. The dragon egg is fine, but if you go digging around in the Saint Spirit mystic realm and can't find any treasure, the consequences are your own responsibility. Those words made many people give up the idea. The Lu family disciples were still glaring fiercely at Su Yun, and Lu Guang said in a low voice, "Let's go." His grandson was unwilling. "Grandpa, just let it go like that." Lu Guang glanced at Su Yun. "Brat, if you've got the ability, then don't ever leave the academy for the rest of your life. The outside world won't be this peaceful." Dongfang Taiwei turned back to look at Su Yun. The more he looked, the more he liked him. This apprentice is really something. Su Yun bowed to the 2 statues in thanks, always remembering other people's help in his heart. The eagle statue let out a strange laugh. "I just hate wealthy families." The whale statue said indifferently, "Just a small favor." Dongfang Taiwei watched with amusement. This kid can even get friendly with the statues. Not bad. Gong Pao was also winking and nudging from the side, and Su Yun waved his hand to signal that he remembered the promise. After the crowd dispersed, only then did Dongfang Taiwei take Su Yun back to the secret medicine pavilion. Back at the secret medicine pavilion, Su Yun wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled bitterly. That was too exaggerated. 2 or 3 dozen families wanted to buy my dragon egg. Dongfang Taiwei said, "That's normal. The dragon race is considered one of the strong races on the 10,000 races battlefield. Even in their juvenile stage, they're all high-level warriors, and as they grow, they become war generals. They just aren't easy to reproduce." Su Yun nodded. Dongfang Taiwei suddenly gave a sly grin. "Raising it will cost quite a lot of merit points." "How many?" Su Yun's expression changed. "Only a few million to tens of millions." Su Yun nearly fainted. "Then why don't I just eat it?" Su Yun said weakly. Dongfang Taiwei glared at him. "You're making a fuss over nothing. It's definitely worth that price." The 2 kept bickering, and the dragon egg simply chose to hatch freely. If there was no money, then it would be raised in the wild. Dongfang Taiwei called out, "Come over here and study." Su Yun immediately sat upright. Dongfang Taiwei said, "Don't think that just because you've refined the little return spirit pill, you're already a yellow rank alchemist. Only after mastering 3 pill formulas can you be considered a beginner. You still have 2 more to go, so don't get cocky." In truth, Dongfang Taiwei hadn't mentioned the trouble at the secret medicine pavilion because he was afraid of putting too much pressure on Su Yun. Inside the principal's office, Zhang Zhongxing flipped through a book and muttered to himself, "The dragon egg from the Holy Spirit secret realm. I think I've seen records of it before. Legend has it that the Phantom King abducted the daughter of the Firesteel Dragon and had this egg, but no one ever confirmed it. Still, the egg is real." The more Zhang Zhongxing thought about it, the more gossipy he became, thinking to himself that the Phantom King was impressive enough to win the beautiful dragon's heart. On the myriad races battlefield, atop a giant mountain, a burly man sat cross-legged. Suddenly, he sneezed and said, "Someone's cursing me again?" He gave a proud smile. "Still, it's worth it." His lips curled slightly, as if savoring the memory. Boom. The void shattered, and a powerful enemy came charging in. The man stood up and sneered. "You old thing, you're still haunting me." The powerhouse roared. "Anyone who refines our clan's minor realm must die." A huge battle broke out instantly. Over the next few days, Su Yun focused on studying. Bone-tempering bitter pill, yellow rank intermediate. Used to squeeze out the potential of the body. It can raise combat strength by 1 star, but it causes bone pain and numbness for a week. Inside the secret medicine pavilion, Dongfang Taiwei carefully instructed him. Su Yun remembered it all and asked, "Can the teacher reduce the side effects?" Dongfang Taiwei shook his head. "You can't casually alter a pill formula. That could lead to serious problems." Seeing that Su Yun still wasn't willing to give up, Dongfang Taiwei nodded and said, "If it could be changed, it would become a yellow rank advanced pill." After morning class, Su Yun prepared to leave. Dongfang Taiwei reminded him. Half a month is almost up. Once the freshman period ends, you'll have to go to the superhuman system. Su Yun replied carelessly, got it. When asked which department he wanted to go to, Su Yun said he didn't mind. Every freshman has to go through the freshman period before being assigned to one of the 4 major departments. Su Yun had publicly claimed to be from the superhuman department, but in fact he possessed dual talents. To avoid suspicion, he didn't tell the truth. Now that the secret medicine pavilion had become a target of all the major families, he didn't want to be singled out. Once dual talents were exposed, he would be suppressed and even hunted down. On his way back, Su Yun passed by the divine pavilion. Xiao Zun's little returning spirit pill today is really good, someone said. Xiao Zun's talent in alchemy is high, and the pills are mild and easy to absorb. In front of the divine pavilion, students were discussing animatedly. The little returning spirit pill was a low-grade yellow rank pill. It could restore spiritual energy and was very popular. Many martial artists disliked passive cultivation and preferred to rely on pills to save time. In particular, cultivating martial skills consumed a lot of energy, and the little returning spirit pill could help them improve efficiency. The divine pavilion specialized in selling these kinds of low-level pills. The prices were moderate and business was booming. With a single order, the crowd surged forward to buy them. In less than a minute, they were all sold out. Many people who didn't manage to buy any could only go elsewhere. This was Su Yun's first time seeing such a scene, and he was astonished. He thought to himself, could he also make money by refining pills? At that moment, someone from the divine pavilion mocked him. Oh? A prized disciple of the secret medicine pavilion is here to join the fun. Su Yun smiled and said, hello, everyone. The other person teased, your secret medicine pavilion only takes custom orders. How could business possibly be as good as ours? Su Yun shot back. Our teacher only takes orders when he feels like it. Of course it's different from yours. The man was left speechless. Nearby, Han Feng took out a little returning spirit pill and flicked it to Su Yun. Take it. Hope you understand your place. Su Yun accepted it with a smile and carefully analyzed the pill's ingredients. Repeatedly refined 3 times from compound leaf, corydalus bark, and qi-conducting root, and 4 times from returning qi grass. No wonder the quality is so good. Su Yun immediately rushed back to the secret medicine pavilion. Dongfang Taiwei said disdainfully, a little returning spirit pill is too low level. I can't be bothered to refine it. Su Yun suggested, let me refine them, then sell them. Dongfang Taiwei pondered for a moment and felt it was a good idea, since it would let him practice and also make money. Pills brought huge profits several times over. Dongfang Taiwei agreed, but had no intention of taking part. Su Yun, however, ran into trouble. His merit points weren't enough. He needed 200 points to buy the medicinal materials. Then he suddenly thought of Gong Pao. Su Yun went straight to Gong Pao and asked to borrow 100 merit points, promising to return 300 in a few days. Gong Pao complained that it sounded like a scam and even asked Su Yun to install the anti-fraud app. Su Yun upped the offer. If he couldn't pay it back in a week, the dragon egg would be Gong Pao's. Gong Pao agreed immediately, now even more obsessed with the dragon egg. Su Yun got the 100 points and happily ran off. He then went to the supply hall and used his merit points to buy a batch of medicinal materials. If he sold the pills, he could pay back the money and still make a profit. Dongfang Taiwei, seeing his annoyed expression, told him to hurry up and go sleep instead of bothering his teacher. That night, Su Yun used the black magic cauldron to refine pills, with the flames casting light on his face. One night, one cauldron, and the pills piled up all over the floor. At dawn, Dongfang Taiwei came downstairs and was shocked to see the room full of medicine bottles. Su Yun didn't look tired at all. He even bought breakfast for his teacher and confidently said he was going to steal business from the divine pavilion. While eating fried dough sticks, he went out to sell the pills. Su Yun came to Sihong Street and began selling the little returning spirit pills, selling at rock-bottom prices. 1 bottle for 7 merit points, 2 points cheaper than the divine pavilion. Many people questioned whether the pills were faulty, and some even mocked Su Yun for just learning alchemy, saying they would be at a loss if they bought them. Su Yun responded, I'm not some great family. My household only has a teacher who loves to drink. How would I dare cheat everyone? He even gave away a bottle for free so people could test the pills, and the crowd watching grew larger and larger, with the atmosphere becoming lively. After the people from the divine pavilion learned of the news, they mocked Su Yun. Have you ever seen an alchemist setting up a street stall? Could his pills be sugar balls? Han Feng simply didn't believe it. He's just a guy rolling mud pellets. That doesn't count as alchemy. Over at the health pavilion, the senior sister calmly said, their medicine isn't the same as ours, so there's no need to worry about losing business. The others respectfully said, senior sister is right. Let's just watch the show. Inside the Guanyu pavilion, someone guessed, The secret medicine pavilion has been closed for decades. Is that old man Dongfang letting Su Yun make a fuss to go after the divine pavilion? The pavilion master only said, wait. In his heart, he thought, the network of an alchemist is not fake. Su Yun himself knew nothing at all. He was only thinking about earning merit points for cultivation. At this moment, a young man came over to try the medicine and found the effect to be very strong. Not bad at all. The bystanders were skeptical, but the young man introduced himself. Li Qinzhou, a new student prodigy. Li Qinzhou directly bought 10 bottles, and Su Yun gave him 1 extra bottle, overjoyed to have earned his first pot of gold. After Li Qinzhou led the way, everyone rushed to buy, and it sold out in a few minutes. Su Yun earned nearly 800 merit points. He was ecstatic in his heart. Alchemists really make money. Gong Pao from the spirit weapon department saw that the student card had 300 more merit points on it, and got jealous. He immediately wanted to invest for a share, but Su Yun didn't agree. Only then did Gong Pao realize that Su Yun had Dongfang Taiyue behind him, and he regretted it deeply. After coming out, Su Yun ran into an acquaintance, Kuke, and gave him a bottle of minor restoring spirit pill, saying that if he used it up, he could come back for a discount. Over the next few days, Su Yun set up his stall every day. More and more repeat customers came back. Business was booming, and the business of the Divine Pavilion was being robbed so badly, it was almost collapsing. On the first floor of the Divine Pavilion, Xiao Zun and Han Feng were so angry that they couldn't believe Su Yun could refine such good medicine. They concluded that it must have been Master Dongfang who made it, and they cursed Su Yun as despicable. Han Feng said nervously, "This week we've lost 50% of our customer flow. What should we do?" Xiao Zun said coldly, "Target his raw materials. Also arrange a scapegoat." Han Feng nodded, daring to steal business from the Divine Pavilion, courting death. That day, Su Yun bought another batch of raw materials for the minor restoring spirit pill, keeping the merit points he earned each day under 1,000. At Tianming Academy, earning merit points required paying tax, but taking quests at the Sun Moon Hall did not. The quests were assigned by the academy, or the quantity was too small to meet the taxable threshold. But selling pills was still hugely profitable. Supply hall. A young man watched Su Yun leave and sneered. "Everything arranged?" Han Feng asked. The young man nodded. "Don't worry. If anything really happens, the Wang family will support you." Han Feng said indifferently. The young man was delighted in his heart. He was just a menial worker, and now he could latch onto the Wang family. His later half of life would be secure. Han Feng looked in the direction Su Yun had left, his eyes full of cruelty. Secret Medicine Pavilion. Dongfang Taiyue was speechless. This apprentice of his had already gone nearly a week without sleep, yet he was still full of energy. "Really not going to sleep for a bit?" he asked. Su Yun shook his head. "Teacher, I'm almost able to refine yellow rank intermediate pills. I can't stop." Crack. The bottle of liquor in Dongfang Taiyue's hand shattered. Su Yun looked over in confusion. Dongfang Taiyue coughed a few times. "The wine doesn't taste good. Change to something else." "Oh." Su Yun didn't pay it any mind and kept refining pills. Dongfang Taiyue waved his hand to clear away the pill dregs, went upstairs, shut the door, and cut himself off, smoothly and decisively. "I could only refine low-grade pills a week ago, and now he's already at intermediate level," he marveled. "A freak. A monster. I was nowhere near this good back then." Downstairs, Su Yun refined pills through the night, gaining more and more insight. As expected, alchemists are all built on money. Without resources, no matter how high your talent is, it's still hard. Suddenly, Su Yun frowned. His spiritual power detected something wrong inside the Wu Yao skin. Magma seed. It looked normal on the surface, but only his spiritual power could sense the heat. The magma seed was indeed a medicinal ingredient, but it could only be refined with low-temperature pill fire. If the temperature was too high, the furnace would explode. The Divine Pavilion, playing dirty? Su Yun immediately understood that this was a setup to frame him. At that moment, Dongfang Taiyue came downstairs. Feeling the pill fire had gone out, he thought Su Yun had collapsed from exhaustion. Magma seed? The Divine Pavilion's old trick. He saw through it at a glance. Su Yun stared at the black yam skin without saying a word. "Should I take you to the supplies hall to demand justice?" Dongfang Taiyue asked. "Just a few dozen merit points as compensation." Su Yun refused. "I want them to turn on each other." Dongfang Taiyue was stunned. His disciple was even more ruthless than he was. "Want to blow up the cauldron?" Su Yun smiled. "Teacher, I'm going to have to trouble you to spread the word. Publicity fees aren't cheap. You know." Dongfang Taiyue's smile stretched into a slit. Su Yun rolled his eyes. "I buy you liquor every day." His hands, however, never stopped moving. He put away the black demon cauldron and began operating with the most ordinary yellow rank medicine cauldron. Boom. In less than a second, the cauldron exploded, and flames swept through the secret medicine pavilion. Su Yun stood there unharmed. Anyone else would have already been knocked to the floor. Then, Su Yun took out the black demon cauldron again and refined a new kind of pill. Not a real pill, but one that would leave the mouth full of blood after eating it. Dongfang Taiyue's mouth twitched violently as he watched. This operation was even more skilled than that of a professional criminal. The Divine Pavilion and the Wang family were really asking for trouble. "Teacher, I'm going down," Su Yun said softly. With a crash, he lay straight down, his face pale, chewing on the blood pill and putting on the look of someone on the verge of death. "Su Yun, how did you blow up the cauldron?" Dongfang Taiyue acted miserably, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Nothing will absolutely happen." He made such a racket that all the teachers and students nearby were awakened. The next day, the Divine Pavilion was lively. Han Feng and the others mocked. "Su Yun blew up the cauldron last night. Serves him right." Wang Li even specially had them go and provoke Su Yun, taking the opportunity to suppress him again. Han Feng and the others left with smiles. Over at the Secret Medicine Pavilion, Kukai and Gong Pao offered a few simple words of comfort before leaving. Lin Sihua sneaked in furtively, wanting Su Yun to join the billet iron pavilion. Dongfang Taiyue immediately changed expression, and the two started arguing again. Su Yun had no choice but to slip out. On the way, the teachers and students who had bought Su Yun's pills all urged him to rest more, and the atmosphere was still fairly amicable. But soon, Han Feng and the others started mocking him sarcastically. Wasn't Su Yun a pill-refining genius? How did he end up like this? They even insulted Dongfang Taiyue and Su Yun's master and disciple pair as a nest of dogs. Su Yun was so enraged he spat blood, and seeing this, Han Feng became even more smug. In a fit of rage, Su Yun roared, "A life-and-death match. Dare to take it?" Han Feng immediately agreed, completely failing to notice the hint of a smile at the corner of Su Yun's mouth. News of the life-and-death match spread rapidly, and the whole academy was in an uproar. Some people discussed it. Su Yun was too badly injured and had no chance of beating Han Feng. Principal Zhang Zhongqing had a headache and frowned, saying, "Step in and stop it when the time comes." Inside the Divine Pavilion, Wang Qin was very satisfied with Xiao Zun and the others, and he was even on the phone with Lu Guang discussing who would get the dragon egg. In front of the martial arts arena, more and more people gathered. Many students were worried for Su Yun. His pills are affordable and reliable. If he really dies, life will be hard for us afterward. Li Qinzhou urged Su Yun not to go on stage. "You helped me before. This time I'll take your place." Su Yun forced himself and said, "Thank you, but I can't swallow this anger." Gong Pao and Kukai advised him to endure it, but Su Yun angrily said, "They insulted my teacher. I have to get this anger out." Han Feng kicked him while he was down and sneered, "If you're scared of dying, then crawl under my crotch." The teachers let out long sighs, thinking Su Yun was both foolish and adorable. The teacher holding the life and death contract finally asked, "Are you really signing? Once you sign, you can't regret it." Han Feng signed with effortless flair. Su Yun's hand trembled as he barely managed to sign. The teacher shook his head. This was finished. Li Qinzhou reminded him in a low voice, "If anything really goes wrong, rush in and save him." Gong Pao and Kukai nodded. Even if it violates the rules, they had to save his life. Both sides went onto the stage, and the duel to the death began. In a corner, the teachers were discussing. The Wang family is too ruthless. The weak are prey. For the strong to grow, they have to hunt. As soon as the words fell, all eyes were fixed on the arena. Su Yun's steps were weak as he glared fiercely at Han Feng. Han Feng laughed wildly. "Remember this in your next life." As soon as he finished speaking, blue flames burst from both his hands, turning into fire pythons that charged towards Su Yun. The crowd cried out in alarm. Su Yun took a deep breath, and blazing crimson flames wrapped around his entire body, directly breaking through the fire pythons. Then he smashed Han Feng's right hand with one punch and swept his leg at Han Feng's knee. Han Feng screamed miserably, was sent flying off the arena, and spat blood wildly. The entire venue fell silent. Su Yun covered his mouth with his hand, blood flowing through his fingers, looking even worse than Han Feng. He was forcing himself to keep fighting. Someone sighed. Han Feng was in so much pain, he was almost unconscious and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Get up there." The remaining three rushed onto the stage desperately. The first one had his head blasted apart by Su Yun's punch and died. The second was split in half by Su Yun's hand turned into a blade. The third was so scared he didn't dare go up. "I'm not fighting anymore. You don't get to decide." Su Yun's 7 orifices bled as he grabbed the man directly and snapped his neck with a crack. All three died. Ding. Host defeated Han Feng, killed Qin Wan, and the other 3, obtained 3 intermediate divine hands and 2 advanced divine hands. Su Yun collapsed to the ground, the arena soaked in blood. Han Feng's 3 companions had died miserably. The teacher shouted loudly, "This is a life and death match. Once you sign, it's life or death." The students shrank their necks in fear, and no one dared think nonsense anymore. Han Feng took medicine, reset his bones, and stared viciously at Su Yun. Su Yun lay on the ground, his eyes fixed dead on Han Feng. Han Feng was frightened and didn't dare approach. Wang Meng spoke up. "Transfer the merit points to Su Yun. Let this be over." Han Feng was terrified and could only comply. At this moment, Dongfang Taiwei appeared and picked up Su Yun. "What are you looking at?" Wang Meng snorted coldly and took Han Feng away. Everyone's impression of Su Yun, ruthless and merciless. Dongfang Taiwei asked, "Why didn't you kill Han Feng?" Su Yun closed his eyes and said softly, "He's still useful." Dongfang Taiwei didn't ask any further. The atmosphere gradually eased. Voices of discussion rose. Su Yun is really ruthless. They wanted to kill him, so he could only fight back. Wang Can said darkly, "Since we didn't kill Su Yun this time, we'll find another chance next time. Tear apart the secret medicine pavilion before the assessment." Wang Ming and the others agreed. One day later, Su Yun recovered completely, and everyone outside believed the teacher's elixir was amazing. At the same time, in the supply hall, the young man who had drugged Su Yun was talking with Han Feng. The young man asked, "Are you okay?" Han Feng gritted his teeth. "I took a huge loss. I want him to pay the price." Suddenly seeing Su Yun come in, he hurriedly hid. Su Yun walked toward the young man and asked softly, "Friend, thanks to you last time, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to set them up." Hearing this, Han Feng's eyes turned bloodshot and his heart sank. "So you're two-faced, and all of this was just an act." Su Yun smiled and turned to leave. The young man quickly explained, "He's lying." Han Feng was utterly enraged, rushed up, and grabbed the young man by the neck. The scene instantly descended into chaos. The young man struggled, grabbed the medicine knife, and stabbed it into Han Feng's neck. Puffed. Blood splattered everywhere, and Han Feng collapsed to the ground unwillingly. Everyone was shocked, while only Su Yun stood coldly at the doorway with a sneer. "Trying to set me up? None of you will get away." A murder case occurred, and the young man was taken away, but he didn't dare expose Su Yun. Otherwise, the raw materials would be found problematic, and the Wang family would be implicated too. By then, his whole family would be finished. So Su Yun wasn't afraid at all. 2 days later, Tianming Academy returned to peace. Su Yun went to the supply hall again. He asked, "Do you have blood essences of the Ghost Spot Demon Clan?" The senior sister said, "Yes, but not many. One costs 20 merit points." The Ghost Spot Demon Clan had a physically powerful body and innate spotted divine arts. Su Yun decided to buy 100, spending 2,000 merit points, which stunned the senior sister. Ordinary students could only buy a few, but Su Yun was spending money like water. He had earned quite a lot recently, and his merit points had broken through 5,000, so he didn't care about the expense at all. After that, Su Yun returned to the secret medicine pavilion to attend class, having missed the new student period because of his injury. At night, Su Yun returned to Yoshin Garden and sat cross-legged, taking out the Ghost Spot Demon Clan's blood essences. The blood essences were black with cracks, flowing with black blood. Suddenly, a violent will struck Su Yun, as if a group of black giants were about to crush the heavens and earth. Su Yun sneered and directly crushed 10 blood essences. Killing intent and violent will surged over him, but were forcefully suppressed by Su Yun. The essence within the blood essences flowed through his body as Su Yun absorbed the heaven and earth's spiritual energy to cultivate. Spiritual energy formed a storm, gathering in Yoshin Garden. The students cried out in shock, and the elders were extremely frustrated, able only to open a spiritual energy river to stabilize the energy. Su Yun even thought heaven was specifically helping him and was utterly delighted. He was full of confidence and prepared to continue absorbing. Tonight, he would definitely break through to a 5-star warrior. Su Yun crushed the remaining blood essences one by one, and the violent will descended once again. Su Yun paid no attention to his surroundings at all. Sun breathing. Absorb for me. He crazily drew in spiritual energy at a terrifying speed. The elders watched secretly, each of them with twitching eyelids. So many blood essences. Such a life-risking swallowing speed. This body is too monstrous. A half-god level really is something else. He's got a bit of the shadow of the number 1 on the light list back then. Even that one isn't this fierce. All the elders were stunned. Su Yun, however, was still cultivating and hadn't stopped at all. Mid-stage and late-stage 4-star warrior. He broke through directly across the board. The spiritual energy became denser and denser, his body taking on a faint purplish glow mixed with golden light. At that moment, the void stirred, and Zhang Zhongqing looked at Su Yun with a speechless expression, utterly broken inside. "Can't you behave for just a few days?" I'm the one paying for the spiritual energy river again. Someone nearby was secretly enjoying the show. On the surface, Zhang Zhongqing remained calm, but inwardly he was cursing Taiyue for ing hard. At the same time, he was faintly worried. No one dared to absorb spiritual energy like this. In history, there had been gifted freaks who literally sucked themselves to death. Another breakthrough? Zhang Zhongqing was shocked. In Yoshin Garden, Su Yun easily advanced to 5-star warrior. Everyone watching from the shadows was equally shocked. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Yet Su Yun was in an excellent mood, humming a tune. Let's do a 10-pull steal. 10 intermediate god hands have been condensed. Please choose a world. Yu-Gi-Oh! Cinderella. Su Yun was speechless. Steal Cinderella's crystal shoes? Forget it, choose Yu-Gi-Oh! After multiple steals, successfully obtained. Blue Eyes White Dragon Bloodline. Su Yun was thrilled, fully focused on the Blue Eyes White Dragon Bloodline. Can this be used by a person, or by a ferocious beast? While he was hesitating, he suddenly thought, don't I still have a dragon egg? Riding a Blue Eyes White Dragon, wouldn't that be insanely cool? After completing the breakthrough to 5-star warrior and obtaining the White Dragon Bloodline, Su Yun was beyond satisfied. Should I just push straight to 6-star? He pondered seriously. There's so much spiritual energy, and it's free. Why not take it? The elders were nearly frightened into falling over. Zhang Zhongqing's face went dark. Your breathing technique is way too outrageous. You're not giving anyone else a way to live at all. Zhang Zhongqing really couldn't take it anymore, so he quietly kicked Su Yun unconscious. Only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. All the elders gave the principal a thumbs up. That kick was beautifully done. At a little past 7 in the morning, Su Yun woke up and angrily said, "Who ambushed me?" He felt utterly wronged, cursing all the way as he left Yoshin Garden and headed straight for the secret medicine pavilion. In the corner, the dragon egg sat ignored and unattended. Su Yun was at ease. With Dongfang Taiyue there was no fear of it being lost. He crouched down and tapped the dragon egg, like knocking on a watermelon. Extract. He took out the azurite white dragon bloodline crystal stone. Just as he was wondering what to do, he moved closer to the dragon egg. The veins on the eggshell lit up, and the crystal stone automatically fused. Is that it? Su Yun scratched his head. He didn't care and just left it there. If it wanted to hatch, then let it hatch. He suddenly remembered that he had to go to a new classroom today, so he gathered things up and turned to leave. Superhuman Department main building. As soon as Su Yun came in, many people nodded at him. Su Yun was always polite to people who meant him no harm. Someone suddenly called out to him. It was Pangda. Su Yun greeted him first, and Pangda said warily, "You're not going to pinch me to death, are you?" Su Yun was speechless and couldn't be bothered to say more. Pangda still wanted to ask whether the last sparring match had ended in a miserable defeat, but Su Yun said it was just an exchange. Pangda turned and ran, thinking to himself that it was a good thing he hadn't fought him. Su Yun thought this guy was pretty interesting. When he walked into the classroom, everyone was looking at him, with curiosity, wariness, and hostility all present. Teacher Xiong was as burly as a bear and asked Su Yun to introduce himself. A boy said there was no need for an introduction. Everyone already knew him. A girl muttered quietly that Su Yun had a crooked mind. Su Yun smiled and said, "Greenhouse flowers really do have it good." The atmosphere shifted, and everyone was shocked. Su Yun asked everyone, if they really encountered danger, could they still act like this? Then he released his killing intent, and everyone was stunned into silence. A moment later, Su Yun introduced himself, his voice calm, with complete control over his presence. Teacher Xiong nodded to himself. When Su Yun was looking for a seat, someone tried to trip him. He directly kicked out, knocking over more than 10 desks, and no one dared make a sound. Ku K transmitted. These people are from the Wang family and the Lu family, and they're specifically targeting you. Su Yun was not surprised. Instead, Teacher Xiong praised him, saying that the Superman system was all about strength. Whoever was stronger was king. Class began, and Teacher Xiong lectured on how to cultivate the physical body. Su Yun asked questions one after another, and Teacher Xiong answered them one by one, explaining the differences among the various systems. After class, just as Su Yun was about to go refine medicine, an oppressive aura suddenly appeared at the door. A group of burly men came in, led by Ding Lei, also an SSS rank genius. His presence was overbearing as he came straight for Su Yun. Cold and haughty, he said they would tear down Su Yun's mystic medicine pavilion in a few days. Su Yun frowned, feeling that this guy was inexplicable. Ding Lei even brought up how Dongfang Taiyue had caused the death of the Ding family's king-sealing powerhouse, and the killing intent on Ding Lei's face shocked the entire room. Only then did Su Yun hear that even teacher Dongfang Taiyue's family had disappeared. He wondered if they had all died. Ding Lei wanted to pull Su Yun into the Ding family and tell him not to bother with the mystic medicine pavilion anymore. The other students all thought that whoever it was would never dare offend such a powerful aristocratic family. But Su-yun instead dismissed it and said directly, "What the hell does that have to do with me?" Ding Lei's expression turned grim, but Su-yun continued to provoke him, saying that if they wanted to use underhanded methods at any time, he would be ready to deal with them all the way. He didn't give a damn about this broken business at all. The whole room froze, feeling that he did have a point. Those old grudges had nothing to do with him. Ding Lei erupted with pressure, accusing Su-yun of being unqualified to comment on the Ding family sacrifices. Su-yun wasn't interested in learning about it, and couldn't be bothered to argue further. After speaking, he directly slammed into Ding Lei, leaving everyone stunned. Ding Lei actually couldn't stop Su-yun. Ding Lei suppressed his killing intent and decided to make a move directly next time. Back at the Mystic Medicine Pavilion, Su-yun was about to ask why they still wanted to demolish the pavilion. Just after entering, Mentor Dongfang Taiyue asked about the Ding family's matter, and Su-yun answered casually. The teacher sighed and said that if they failed the assessment, the pavilion would be demolished. Before, they had no choice but to mortgage the pill formulas. They were simply too poor. Su-yun sighed at how miserable the teacher's life was and asked whether the teacher was a criminal. Dongfang Taiyue admitted it. Back then, the Dongfang family had been the top Pill Dao clan, with abundant resources and talent. But during the Tianhai War, because of a problem with their medicine, 1,000 people were killed or injured, and overnight the family became criminals. The whole clan self-immolated to prove their innocence, and he had barely escaped. Su-yun felt heavy-hearted and finally understood why others were hostile toward him. He asked the teacher whether he believed there was something wrong with the Dongfang family's medicine. Dongfang Taiyue firmly denied it. Su-yun felt there must be some conspiracy and resolved to uncover the truth. If others insisted on dumping old grudges on him, then he feared no one. "I lied to you. Teacher, don't say any more. Right now, the most important thing is to keep the Mystic Medicine Pavilion. One at a time, don't rush," Su-yun interrupted. This world was cold, and Su-yun only felt a trace of warmth from his teacher. Since that was the case, no matter how hard it was, he would keep going. Dongfang Taiyue smiled, feeling that he had not chosen the wrong person in Su-yun. The assessment requires the Mystic Medicine Pavilion to have a yellow-rank alchemist, and also a guardian. In other words, someone who can fight. You have to undergo the assessment together with someone else to truly become an alchemist. Su-yun had a bit of a headache. Being an alchemist was no problem for him, but the guardian was a huge trouble. Whoever joined the Mystic Medicine Pavilion would become an enemy of the 4 great aristocratic families. No one would dare come. The two looked at each other in silence, both without any good solution. They squatted on the ground thinking about candidates, preferably someone fearless, with a high status, and not someone the aristocratic families would dare provoke. As he thought about it, a token fell out of Su-yun's arms. Dongfang Taiyue was surprised. "How do you have a blood token of the blood-mixed cult?" Su-yun explained how he had obtained the blood token. Dongfang Taiyue laughed. "This thing is actually also a work of a forge master." Su-yun froze and asked how to use it. "I only know a little," said Dongfang Taiyue. Fortunately, the Black Iron Pavilion was nearby, so he took Su-yun there directly. As soon as they entered the forge room, a wave of heat and the clanging of metal hit them in the face. The people of the Black Iron Pavilion, seeing the two of them, asked in a low voice, "Pavilion Master Dongfang, what's the matter?" "Lin Sihua, get out here!" Dongfang Taiyue roared. The whole room froze. Who would dare cause trouble here? But Lin Sihua wasn't angry. He came out smiling. "Here to deliver a disciple?" Su-yun politely greeted him. Dongfang Taiyue directly took out the blood token. "Do you know this thing?" Lin Sihua glanced at the blood token, sent the others away to avoid getting caught in a beating, then held the blood token in his palm and formed an illusory black hammer with his hand, tapping all around it. Blood welled up on the surface of the blood token, as if some mechanism had been activated. Su-yun was a little stunned, sighing at how impressive a smith could be. "The workmanship is crude. There's a date on it," Lin Sihua said lightly. Su-yun discovered that there really was a countdown inside the blood token. Dongfang Taiyue explained. "This is used for the election of the Half-Blood Church's Hall Master. Handing it over to the Academy earns 500 merit points." Su-yun smiled on the outside, but inside he was delighted. "Like hell I'm turning it in. I'm definitely using it myself." He suddenly had an idea. Participate in the Half-Blood Church Hall Master election, then find a chance to sell out the Half-Blood Church. There were still 2 months left, more than enough time to improve his strength. Just as they were about to leave, Lin Sihua said with a smile, "I'll teach you something." He slipped a jade pendant to Su-yun. 10 minutes later, Su-yun opened his eyes. "Pavilion Master Lin, I've learned it." Lin Sihua was shocked. He instinctively slapped out a hand, and the room collapsed on the spot. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Tell the forging department to repair the room." Lin Sihua forced himself to stay calm. His mouth twitched. "What did you just say?" Su Yun said nothing, merely spreading out his 5 fingers. Spiritual power condensed into a black iron hammer, the hammer technique contained in the jade pendant. Lin Sihua was overjoyed and grabbed a red rough iron billet nearby. Hammer it. Su Yun looked at his teacher, and Dongfang Taiwan nodded. Su Yun swung the hammer and smashed down hard, metal ringing like thunder. Don't stop. He swung his arm and hammered again and again, the rough billet being furiously beaten, impurities driven out of it. Is he crazy? He can take 18 consecutive hits without pain. The others stared in shock. Forging depended on willpower and spiritual power, and the rebound force from each strike was extremely strong. Ordinary people could only manage a few blows at most. But Su Yun was a freak when it came to willpower. He didn't understand forging at all, so he wasn't afraid of pain even when he swung wildly. Yet a huge amount of impurities was still cleared out by him. The entire room fell silent, and Lin Sihua was both furious and shocked. He held the rough billet and drove Su Yun out. We have something to discuss. You go out first. Su Yun left proudly. The moment he was gone, Lin Sihua immediately chased after Dongfang Taiwan with a hammer, cursing, "You actually stole such a good seedling. A talent for willpower, #1 in the entire academy." Lin Sihua was practically crying over losing a forging genius. The two of them argued while chasing each other, leaving everyone else completely baffled. In fact, Lin Sihua had already isolated the sound, so no one could hear what they were arguing about. Dongfang Taiwan also refused to back down, shouting, "I'm going to train Su Yun to become an alchemist." Lin Sihua snorted, "You don't even have the resources." Dongfang Taiwan was left speechless and could only flee awkwardly. Lin Sihua was so angry he kept stomping his feet, but he still couldn't catch him. There were still 5 days until the evaluation at the secret medicine pavilion, and Su Yun was missing a guardian, so he decided to ask Li Qinzhou for help. He tossed Li Qinzhou a bottle of pills and asked, "Any suitable candidates?" Li Qinzhou reminded him, "You'd better go to the spirit beast department. Among the 4 great clans, only the Liu family has ties to the spirit beast department, and the secret medicine pavilion also has connections with the research institute under the spirit beast department." Su Yun now had a clearer idea of things, thanked Li Qinzhou, and promised a discount on pills in the future. Li Qinzhou watched his back, questioning his entire life. Is this guy really an alchemist? Su Yun returned to the secret medicine pavilion and explained his idea. Dongfang Taiwan thought for a moment and remembered, "I used to cooperate with the Fused Bloodline Research Institute under the Spirit Beast Department." Su Yun pondered. Fused bloodlines. Would they really dare merge foreign blood into their own bodies? That was a matter of gambling with their lives. Dongfang Taiwan asked how to deal with the beast system. Su Yun said, "Rely on spirit beasts, just gang up on them." Dongfang Taiwan nodded. "Right, that's how it's done now." But the Fusion Bloodline Research Institute is different. They can briefly merge with spirit beasts, unleashing a burst of combat power, but the cost is huge. As he said that, a chill ran through him. Su Yun was stunned. Isn't that just like the Ninetales mode? Dongfang Taiwan pondered. Perhaps he can become the guardian of the secret medicine pavilion. The scene shifted to Tianming Academy, an old research institute. The sign at the entrance read, Fusion Bloodline Research Institute. Dongfang Taiwan kicked the door open directly. "Old Zun, get out here." A short-haired girl wearing glasses came out. "What business do you have with the teacher?" Su Yun hurriedly said, "We're looking for Director Zun." Suddenly, agonized roars came from inside the institute. Dongfang Taiwan's expression changed as he shouted, "Old Zun." The gate was smashed open with a crash, and a half-human, half-beast monster rushed out, its whole body surging with blood chi and killing intent. Su Yun only felt death closing in. The monster roared in pain. "Dongfang, hurry up and suppress me." Dongfang Taiwan rushed forward, summoning a medicine cauldron. Cyan blue flames erupted, suppressing the monster firmly. The monster gradually regained human form and turned into a frail old man. Panting, the old man growled, "Get lost." Dongfang Taiwan said unhappily, "I saved you, and you still act like this?" Zheng Yu sneered. "You came to ask me to be a guardian? Dream on." The two of them argued more and more fiercely, almost coming to blows. The bespectacled girl introduced herself. "Song Yi." Su Yun responded. "Su Yun." Song Yi asked, "Is the assessment about to begin?" Su Yun said, "Yes, we want to ask Director Zhang for help." Zheng Yu coldly refused. "I'm busy with research. No time." Dongfang Taiwan had a headache. Zheng Yu's temper was even worse than his, and the key point was that decades of research still hadn't produced any results. Su Yun suddenly asked, "Can I take a look at the fusion bloodline method?" Zheng Yu gave him a cold look. "Who are you?" Dongfang Taiwan said, "My disciple." Zheng Yu mocked. "A pill refiner dares to dream of researching fusion bloodlines?" Dongfang Taiwan was so angry his eyes nearly bulged. Su Yun wasn't annoyed and smiled. If I can solve your problem, you'll become a guardian. How about it? Zheng Yu was surprised, glanced at Dongfang Taiwei, and casually tossed over a jade pendant. The basic method is in here. I advise you not to meddle. If you really can pull it off, I'll listen to you. Su Yun smiled. Don't go back on your word then. He left with Dongfang Taiwei. When Zheng Yu went back inside, he said to Song Yi, "Stop looking, come in." But Song Yi kept looking in the direction Su Yun had gone, her eyes full of anticipation. Su Yun returned to Yoshin Garden and began studying the fusion bloodline method. He discovered that Zheng Yu's train of thought was similar to the Ninetales mode, but the latter half of the path had gone wrong. Zheng Yu had not developed the spirit beast awakened within himself. Instead, he researched fusing with ferocious beasts, completely putting the cart before the horse. Su Yun called Little Ninetales over. After confirming no one was watching, he thought, if I use the Ninetales as the core and combine it with the fusion bloodline, can I create a new method? He fell into deep thought. Su Yun suddenly formed a mysterious connection with Little Ninetales, completely unobstructed, unlike the previous Ninetales mode. Little Ninetales turned into a ray of light and Nungru into his body. His eyes turned black, his blood-red pupils were fierce, and behind him appeared 9 blood-colored fox silhouettes. Looking at his new state, Su Yun couldn't help blurting out, "Holy crap, I actually figured it out." The next day, the master and disciple went to the Fusion Bloodline Research Institute again. Zheng Yu was still pale and mocked Su Yun. "Don't tell me you came up with a new technique overnight." Dongfang Taiwei sipped his tea and sneered, "A frog at the bottom of a well." Su Yun explained, "Director Zheng, your method is fine in the early stages, but you went off track later. Awakened spirit beasts are originally one with the martial artist. What you're fusing isn't blood, it's the body." Dongfang Taiwei was stunned, Song Yi was shocked, and Zheng Yu was even more dumbfounded. "I tried it, but it didn't work." Su Yun said seriously, "Your mistake was in the order. It's the spirit beast that fuses with you, not you that fuses with the spirit beast." After hearing this, Zheng Yu's eyes lit up, and he suddenly came to a realization. Su Yun took out the jade pendant. "I created the beast fusion method myself. Based on my calculations, it can increase the original combat power by 25%. The three of them were completely stunned. Zheng Yu trembled and said, "Do you know what this means?" Dongfang Taiwei explained, "This can change the entire human cultivation system." Song Yi added, "Similar to the blood oath of the myriad races, all humans can cultivate." Su Yun was instantly dumbfounded. This was the chance for humanity to turn the tables. Dongfang Taiwei urged Zheng Yu to give it a try. Zheng Yu immediately comprehended it with the jade pendant. His aura suddenly surged, and a huge black lizard appeared, charging at him. In an instant, the black lizard merged into Zheng Yu's body. As the black mist dispersed, Zheng Yu became tall and mighty, his scales turning into battle armor, his helmet resembling a trident, and a black tail behind him crackling with sonic booms. He laughed loudly. "I was wrong about bloodline fusion all along. The beast fusion art is the true path." Dongfang Taiwei and Song Yi's expressions changed completely. 60 years of effort were not as useful as one night with Su Yun. Zheng Yu was so excited that tears streamed down his face. 60 years were wasted for nothing. Everything was solved. Dongfang Taiwei and Zheng Yu fought over Su Yun, and the two old men actually came to blows. Zheng Yu was on the verge of collapse. How did such a promising seed end up being tricked into the secret medicine pavilion by you old dog? Su Yun was still a little dazed and could only give a wry smile. "Did I cause trouble?" Song Yi couldn't help laughing. "This is the first time I've ever seen a teacher fight over a disciple." Su Yun smelled a familiar scent on Song Yi and asked, "Senior sister, where is your family from?" Song Yi smiled and said, "Blue Weish City." Su Yun didn't say much, but he became alert in his heart. There was something wrong. Dongfang Taiwei and Zheng Yu, who had just finished fighting, looked utterly disheveled. Zheng Yu laughed wildly. "Let's see if the directors dare to withhold my money again." Then he looked at Su Yun. "Kid, you're about to change the human cultivation system." Su Yun scratched his head. "I'll give you the beast fusion art. Just please don't drag me into this." Zheng Yu said disdainfully. "Once it's spread, you'll be the greatest contributor." Su Yun immediately changed his tune. "Then my name must absolutely be included." The two old men were speechless. This kid really wanted money more than his life. Dongfang Taiwei made the decision. "The fame and merit points will all go to Su Yun, but we can't let him become too much of a spectacle." Zheng Yu agreed. Su Yun immediately asked about Zheng Yu protecting the secret medicine pavilion, and Zheng Yu agreed without hesitation. Su Yun was thrilled. Once he passed the exam, the secret medicine pavilion would be secure. Looking at the busy Su Yun, Dongfang Taiwei felt emotional. The child really had it hard. Maybe I should pull myself together too. Su Yun then reminded Zhang Yu not to leak the fact that he was protecting the secret medicine pavilion, as he wanted Wang Qin to lose face. Zhang Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why are you as crafty as Tai Wei was when he was young? Su Yun just grinned foolishly. Everything was ready, and all that remained was the assessment. Tomorrow would be the yellow rank alchemist examination, and the relevant people were all training frantically. Once they passed, their status would change immediately. The one in charge of the examination was the Divine Pavilion, and Wang Qin had arranged things to block Su Yun. Wang Qin sneered. The Dongfang family really does have some ability, but the secret medicine pavilion must be dismantled. He ordered his subordinates to keep a tight watch. Inside the secret medicine pavilion, Dongfang Taiwei had Su Yun recite the pill formula. Su Yun stated it accurately. Dongfang Taiwei was satisfied and casually asked whether he had bought the ingredients, even judging it by scent. Su Yun felt awkward. His teacher's nose was too sharp. The assessment forbids privately refining pills. Dongfang Taiwei immediately saw through Su Yun's little scheme. He wanted to refine a mid-grade yellow rank pill during the assessment and make a splash. Humph, that kind of trick had long since been played to death. Su Yun sighed and could only obediently return to Yoshin Garden. He was now a mid-stage 5-star warrior, and every time he cultivated, he left the elders sighing in despair. This kid's cultivation was even more ruthless than a bandit's. Should we kick him unconscious? Forget it. Tomorrow's assessment, let's cut off a bit more spiritual energy. He's refining pills, selling pills, learning things, and fighting major clans. Where does he find the time to cultivate so fast? The elders discussed among themselves. Geniuses could not be judged by common sense. The once-a-year alchemist assessment was about to begin, a grand event for the academy. Thousands of people entered the venue, and the sea of humanity stunned the new students. Shouldn't alchemy be quiet? A freshman asked curiously. Wang Meng sneered. If they can't even handle this little disturbance, how are they supposed to enter competitions in the future? When someone complained, Wang Ming immediately said that if they didn't want to take the test, they should get lost right now. No one dared say another word. The candidates collected their number plates and were assigned pill furnaces. Su Yun ran into Wang Ming, smiling harmlessly. Wang Ming responded with a fake smile that didn't reach his eyes, sneering inwardly. This kid wants to pass the assessment? Dream on. The passers-by all questioned Su Yun. Did he really know alchemy? Were the pills not made by someone else? Who would believe he became a yellow-rank alchemist in 1 month? Su Yun couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention and stood in place to begin the exam. The yellow-rank pill furnace was small, brown, and unadorned, yet still quite expensive. Su Yun looked around and sat steadily in the center. The chief examiner announced, today's test would assess yellow-rank beginner alchemists, and they would be refining bone-healing pills. Some sighed. The hard part of the bone-healing pill was this 7+ black skin. It could only be refined once, and anyone who couldn't even handle that would be eliminated on the spot. The materials were distributed, and Wang Ming gave the order. Begin. The temperature in the hall surged upward. Pill flames erupted everywhere, and hundreds of people began refining simultaneously, creating a shocking scene. Some people grew nervous and made mistakes, extinguishing their flames. Others lost focus and ruined their pills directly. Su Yun calmly ignited his pill flame and first refined the 7+ black skin. Just as the temperature was rising, several people around him suddenly increased their firepower, causing the temperature of the pill furnaces to spike violently and nearly explode. This was deliberate targeting. The people from the Divine Pavilion would rather not even pass the qualification than let him off. Su Yun didn't panic. He controlled the flames with precision and was planning to counterattack when he suddenly discovered cracks appearing at the bottom of the pill furnace, with pill flame leaking out. It turned out that someone had repaired the furnace with pillworm glue, which would melt under high heat and expose the flaw. No one would be able to tell who had tampered with it. The traces had already been burned away, and Su Yun's mood grew even worse. The Divine Pavilion was interfering with him by any means necessary. He suspected the bone-healing pill ingredients had also been tampered with, but it no longer mattered. With someone secretly causing trouble and the pill furnace leaking, failure was inevitable. At this moment, within the venue, only Su Yun's pill flame was growing weaker and weaker, like a candle flame. Wang Ming sneered. This was the Divine Pavilion's territory. Su Yun wasn't going to cause any trouble here. Mocking voices rose all around, and no one thought highly of Su Yun. A cold smile appeared on Su Yun's face. Since you won't let me have peace, I won't let any of you stay comfortable either. Suddenly, the pill flame in Su Yun's furnace surged violently, reducing the herbs to ashes. Everyone was shocked. The cracks in the furnace deepened and began trembling madly. Boom! The pill furnace exploded, force scattering in all directions. Fragments shot out, sending all the alchemist apprentices nearby flying. Some screamed as shards pierced their thighs. Even the onlookers were stunned. Wang Ming angrily berated Su Yun for being inept, causing the furnace to explode, and directly announced that his assessment qualification was revoked. This made many teachers and students feel that it was excessive. Su Yun dusted himself off and said calmly, "Who said I'm taking the yellow rank beginner exam? I'm taking the yellow rank intermediate exam." The whole venue fell silent. Then waves of discussion broke out, and the mockery only grew louder. No one believed Su Yun. Su Yun said calmly, "If I succeed in refining it, all of you from the Divine Pavilion will line up for me to slap you. If I fail, I'll never refine pills again." Everyone who heard this was dumbfounded. Wang Ming grew wary inside, but in the end he still agreed. Su Yun took out the black demon furnace, shocking everyone with how advanced the pill furnace was. He then took out 5 medicinal ingredients, preparing to refine the extremely difficult yellow rank intermediate bone tempering bitter pill. The first step was to throw the wood-connecting fruit into the black demon furnace. As the skin split and juice flowed out, Su Yun refined it 3 times, displaying exceptionally high skill. Step 2. Low-temperature roasting of burning heartgrass, then grind it into powder and refine it 4 times. Step 3. Roast the fine vines of rock vine into powder and refine them 3 times. Everyone was stunned. Did this really look like an 18-year-old student? Everything had the entire venue riveted. The white poison rhizome was as thick as a baby's arm and pale red in color. Here comes the hard part. If the refinement is poor, it'll be toxic, the teacher said in a low voice. Su Yun began roasting it, controlling the temperature perfectly. Liquid seeped out, the pill fire changed, blackness gradually appeared, along with a faint fragrance. He refined it 5 times in a row. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was way too monstrous. How could his mental power be this strong? The 5th material, soft leaf grass, was finished with a single casual refinement. After all the materials were refined, Su Yun poured them all in and slowly fused them together. Wang Ming and Shun Ge became nervous. Impossible to successfully combine the pill. Wang Ming insisted stubbornly. Inside the black demon cauldron, the bone-tempering bitter pill was full of pits and hollows, and pill fire rapidly smoothed them out. Boom! Flames suddenly enveloped the pill. At the very last moment, Su Yun immediately withdrew the fire. The entire process was smooth, without the slightest pause. A round, gray-black pill appeared. The bone-tempering bitter pill was complete. The entire venue fell silent, everyone shocked. Gong Pao stared blankly, wishing he could slap himself. If only he had known, he should have invested. A normal alchemist needed a year of study to be able to combine pills, and even then, someone had to teach them. Only those with good talent could do it in half a year. Su Yun had gone from a beginner to a yellow-rank intermediate alchemist in just 1 month. There had only ever been him in history. Never before, and never again. Down below, Wang Ming's face went pale as he stared fixedly at the pill. Everyone had seen the alchemy process with their own eyes. There was no way it could be faked. Just like we said earlier, line up and take your beating. Su Yun smiled. Or does your Shun Ge want to renege? The Shun Ge apprentices looked at Wang Ming, all of them awkward. If they really had to line up and get beaten, that would be way too humiliating. Su Yun, we're all classmates. Don't make things ugly, Wang Ming said, forcing himself to stay calm. Su Yun sneered and didn't care at all. Last reminder, line up now. Otherwise, I'll hit every Shingu apprentice I see from now on. Su Yun's attitude was firm, and he refused to let it go once he had the upper hand. Teacher Wang. Wang Ming's face darkened. Line up. Nearly 100 Shingu apprentices obediently formed a line. Everyone laughed and didn't know whether to cry. What had originally been an alchemy assessment had turned into a slapping contest. Su Yun smiled at the first student and said, "Little brother, how many stars?" 4 stars, the man said timidly. Slap. Su Yun sent him flying with 1 palm. Then Su Yun's hands danced wildly, after images flickering non-stop, as the apprentices were one by one sent flying. Some sprawled on the ground, some covered their faces, some cried, some lay there. Male or female, it made no difference, he hit them all. So this is the slapping contest. Gong Pao was speechless. Li Qinzhou smiled bitterly. Su Yun can be called the slap hero now. Everyone laughed. That nickname was just too fitting. Su Yun got heavier and heavier-handed. Whoever dared glare at him even once would have a few teeth knocked out. Ding. Defeated Shingu apprentices *89, dropped beginner divine hand *57, intermediate divine hand *32. Su Yun was very satisfied. Slapping people was so satisfying, and it even dropped loot. The Shingu apprentices were all elite monsters, standing there just to be hit. The arena suddenly went quiet. Everyone was dumbfounded. Su Yun stood in front of Wang Ming, looking shy, yet also a little smug. Wang Ming angrily asked, "What do you want?" Su Yun smiled. "Teacher, forgive me. Let me be presumptuous once." Everyone was speechless. This student actually wanted to slap his teacher. So arrogant. Su Yun twisted his arm and slapped Wang Ming across the face. Smack. The sound was crisp. The sound made everyone shrink their necks. He had slapped a war general-level powerhouse. Too ruthless. Wang Ming was forced back a step from the blow, his neck even tilted to one side, and a bright red palm print immediately appeared on his face. War general faces really are thick-skinned. I should have used full-power armament hockey. Su Yun muttered inwardly, though the feel was pretty good. Wang Ming clenched his teeth, his eyes seeming ready to spew fire. He had been slapped in public and still couldn't retaliate. He would remember this grudge forever. Su Yun grinned wickedly. So now, do I count as a yellow-rank intermediate alchemist? Wang Ming gnashed his teeth. Yes. Thanks, Teacher Wang. Su Yun put on another harmless smile, then quickly slipped away. Wang Ming's head was buzzing, and his heart raged. Su Yun, just wait. Soon, Su Yun became a hot topic across the entire academy. An 18-year-old alchemist, setting a record. The Divine Pavilion also became the butt of everyone's jokes. A storm was brewing again. Secret Medicine Pavilion. Su Yun stood obediently in front of the teacher. Dongfang Taiwei asked calmly, "Did you pass the assessment?" "I passed." Su Yun nodded obediently. "Let me see the pill." Su Yun handed over the bone-tempering bitter pill. After examining it, Dongfang Taiwei said, "The temperature isn't high enough, and the medicine has flaws." In truth, he was deeply shocked inside. Even a top yellow-rank alchemist would struggle to refine this pill successfully. He deliberately picked flaws to keep Su Yun humble and disciplined. "Teacher is right," Su Yun replied modestly. Dongfang Taiwei tossed the pill back and asked, "I heard you and the Divine Pavilion stirred up trouble again." "They were causing trouble and wouldn't let me refine pills." Su Yun told the truth. Dongfang Taiwei nodded. "Well done. Next time you run into a tough one, remember to call me." Su Yun froze, and the two looked at each other and smiled. "Teacher, then the Secret Medicine Pavilion." Su Yun changed the subject. Dongfang Taiwei shook his head. "It's a small matter, don't worry about it. Focus on your cultivation." Su Yun understood in his heart. The Secret Medicine Pavilion was saved. Was saved. He jumped up happily, and Dongfang Taiwei looked at him, his eyes growing gentler. The teacher thought to himself, "He works so hard. I absolutely can't let him down." Top floor of the Divine Pavilion. Wang Qian's face was ashen. "Second granduncle, I'm sorry." Wang Ming's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he knelt there, not daring to raise his head. Wang Qian said sinisterly, "Get out." Wang Ming withdrew, and Wang Qian cursed inwardly, "Trash." He had originally wanted to swallow the pill formula of the Secret Medicine Pavilion and publicly humiliate Dongfang Taiwei. Unexpectedly, Su Yun suddenly appeared and disrupted everything. Killing intent surged in Wang Qian's eyes. "Su Yun, Dongfang Taiwei, just wait to die." The next day, the council convened. All the directors, pavilion masters, and institute heads were present, and there were also two big shots. Secret Medicine Pavilion, Dongfang Taiwei. Bloodline Fusion Institute, Zhengyu. Wang Qian spoke first. "The Secret Medicine Pavilion's term has expired. Dongfang Taiwei has no one backing him, so I suggest it be dismantled." Everyone immediately chimed in agreement. Zhang Zhongqing watched coldly from the sidelines. At this moment, Zhengyu raised her hand. "I disagree." The hall fell silent, and everyone looked at Zhengyu in confusion. Wang Qian sneered. "Zhengyu, don't forget, the Bloodline Fusion Institute is also going to be dismantled." Zhengyu replied flatly, "So what? You want to use that to threaten me? Ridiculous." Everyone held back their laughter, and Zhang Zhongqing could only shake his head with a bitter smile. "Director Zheng, let's have a proper talk. Don't insult people. The Bloodline Fusion Research Institute needs 300,000 merit points every year. What results have you produced over the years? You're just a parasite. You and the Secret Medicine Pavilion both need to be demolished today." Wang Qian said coldly, his stance forceful. Zhengyu sneered. "You've been skimming my merit points all these years. How does that count? A parasite doesn't deserve merit points." Wang Qian shot back icily. The two sides were arguing fiercely, while only Dongfang Taiwei sat there playing on his phone, unconcerned. Zhang Zhongqing spoke up to stop them. "Enough arguing. If Zhengyu is willing to serve as a guardian, and the Secret Medicine Pavilion has alchemist Su Yun, then the pavilion doesn't need to be demolished." The expressions of Wang family, Lu family, and the other directors all turned ugly. They had already made all their preparations, yet they were blocked by Zhengyu and Su Yun. Wang Qian suppressed his anger. "The Bloodline Fusion Institute has produced no results, so I still propose demolition." "Seconded. I second that too." Many people immediately took sides. After all, Zhengyu had offended too many people, and everyone was openly trying to tear down his institute. But Zhengyu wasn't the least bit flustered. Sitting upright, he said, "Wang, Ding, Lu, Feng, and the rest of you. Fine. let's see what you can do. As soon as his words fell, boom. The great abyss black lizard suddenly appeared behind Zheng Yu and coldly swept its gaze across the room. The next second, the black lizard suddenly leaped up, opening its mouth to bite Zheng Yu. Everyone was stunned. A spirit beast biting its master? Only Zhang Zhongqing sensed something was off and cried out. He succeeded? Buzz. The instant the black lizard touched Zheng Yu, it turned into a beam of light. Zheng Yu instantly became tall and mighty, clad in scales, his aura surging wildly as he jumped from 3-star war god to 5-star war god. The whole room sucked in a sharp breath. This boost in combat power was terrifying. Zheng Yu looked at everyone. I originally wanted to talk properly, but you forced my hand. My research has succeeded. Dongfang Taiwei curled his lip from the side. What are you showing off for? Isn't this still my disciple's achievement? Zhang Zhongqing's voice trembled. Old Zheng, how much can it increase combat power? 25%. Zheng Yu grinned. Bang. Someone got so excited they broke their chair by sitting on it. The directors of the beast taming division went completely crazy. Zheng Yu, this achievement must be sold to me. I'll give you however many merit points you want. Everyone scrambled to fight for it. Zhang Zhongqing closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Finally, there was some result. Can only the beast taming division use it? He asked. Zheng Yu nodded. Any contracted pet can use it, but they'll need more training. This can completely change the human cultivation system. Lu Guang couldn't help exclaiming. The scene once again fell into chaos. At this moment, Zhang Zhongqing's eyes went black, and the entire venue fell silent. No one dared make a sound. Zheng Yu, what conditions? Zhang Zhongqing asked calmly. Zheng Yu replied coolly. Leave the beast fusion technique to the academy. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was no monopoly, that was fine. Zheng Yu immediately added, the Wang family, the Ding family, the Feng family, and the Lu family are not allowed to cultivate it. Several directors looked awkward. Zhang Zhongqing stated, I agree. Whoever secretly practices it, I'll deal with them personally. Only then was Zheng Yu satisfied. Then keep allocating funds to my research. The directors began to revel in others' misfortune. Dongfang Taiwei put away his phone. The secret medicine pavilion is reopening. Remember to allocate funds. I disagree. Wang Can immediately objected, worried that the secret medicine pavilion would rise again. Dongfang Taiwei sneered. Wang Can, you're interfering too much. Without rules, there can be no order, the principal said. Wang Can still wanted to argue, but Zhang Zhongqing cut him off. If the secret medicine pavilion passes the assessment, it can apply for funding. He knew that Dongfang Taiwei was reopening the secret medicine pavilion in order to cultivate Su Yun. Now that the beast fusion technique is out, what about countries like the United States? A director asked. Zhang Zhongqing replied calmly. If they want it, they can trade resources for it. This is our intellectual property. Everyone nodded. Inside the secret medicine pavilion, Su Yun didn't know what had happened in the council outside. He wasn't qualified to take part yet. He closed the door and prepared to use the divine hand to steal resources. He had 546 basic divine hands. Converting them at a 50-to-1 ratio yielded 10 intermediate ones, and after converting those as well, he got 4 advanced divine hands. Start stealing. 4 advanced god hands condensed. Please choose the world to steal from. Randomly available. Pirate world, League world. Su Yun immediately chose the pirate world. He hoped to steal a devil fruit. Steal failed. Steal successful. Item. Boa Hancock's high heels. Steal successful. Item. Conqueror's hockey. Steal successful. Item. Supreme Grey Blade. Mura Kamajiri. Su Yun froze. He actually got Mura Kamajiri and Conqueror's hockey too? Could it be that he stole from Whitebeard himself? He quickly looked at the newly obtained items, directly ignoring the Empress's high heels, and coolly stated that he was not a fetishist. The system was being naughty again. Conqueror's hockey, a kingly aura, cannot be cultivated. Those with weak willpower will collapse or faint on the spot. Mura Kamajiri, the top-tier great blade used by Whitebeard. Su Yun was thrilled beyond words. The 3 hockey powers were finally complete. From now on, whenever he met small fry, he would just unleash Conqueror's hockey and leave them all stunned. With Mura Kamajiri, he could also unleash even greater combat power with sun breathing. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and life felt more motivating. After calming down, he thought about how increasingly difficult his situation had become, especially with the 4 great aristocratic families watching him like tigers eyeing their prey. He had to become stronger. Extract Conqueror's hockey. Boom. Above the academy, the clouds churned violently, and an oppressive aura swept across the entire city. The battle gods all looked up in shock. The principal, Zhang Zhongqing, changed expression drastically. This aura is even more terrifying than the kings of the myriad races. After saying that, he vanished instantly, his divine sense covering the entire school. The anomaly disappeared in less than a minute, and the academy erupted. What kind of presence is that? It feels like a subject facing a king. Are the clouds going to crush us to death? What on earth is happening? The battle gods were discussing it, while the warriors and generals hadn't yet felt any change. Inside the secret medicine pavilion, Suyun opened his eyes, his temperament drastically changed, his gaze as if looking down upon all living beings. Don't provoke me, or be careful of my conqueror's haki. Suyun laughed heartily. Dongfang Taiwei came back, humming a little tune. Suyun immediately asked, Teacher, how did it go? Dongfang Taiwei said confidently, With me here, it's fine. Suyun asked softly, How many merit points were allocated? Dongfang Taiwei said, When the secret medicine pavilion was at its strongest, its annual income was several million merit points. It not only supplied the academy, but also sold to the outside world. A trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes, but he still smiled. Suyun was tempted. If he had those merit points, he could easily step into the battle general level. Dongfang Taiwei smiled and tapped his head. Now it's just the two of us holding things up, and resources are limited. Suyun curled his lips. When I'm capable, I'll fight for resources for you every day. Dongfang Taiwei laughed. Good, I'll be waiting. The master and disciple continued learning pharmacy. At the department main building, Suyun was listening to the lecture seriously. Teacher Xiong said, This afternoon, the light glory ranking will be opened. The whole class's eyes lit up. The light glory ranking, also called the genius ranking. Only those on the list count as geniuses, and those not on it are just mediocre. Suyun raised his hand and asked, What benefits do you get for being on the list? Someone muttered to himself, This guy is really practical. Teacher Xiong explained, Students on the ranking receive merit points every month. The higher the ranking, the more they get. They can also provide funds for their own department, pavilion, or hall. Suyun nodded, not very interested. He had heard that those near the bottom got at most 100 points a month, far less than what he earned by selling medicine. Actually, he had been thinking too simply. Those who couldn't refine medicine could only rely on the light glory rankings merit points to get by. A special profession like a pharmacist could indeed make money, but it was restricted by the organization and was hard to sell products independently. Suyun was an exception. Dongfang Taiwei had given him free rein to do whatever he wanted. After class, someone shouted, The light glory ranking is out. Students from the 4 major departments all ran out and looked up at the sky. Buzz, an abnormal celestial phenomenon appeared. A huge ranking list descended from the sky, brilliant with golden light. Ancient patterns were engraved all over the list, and the names of the top 100 were inscribed on it. 1. Feng Luoxiu 2. Wang Yunting 3. Li Tiangang 4. Ding Hao 5. Lu Huyan 68. Lan Pingyi 98. Modun 99. Pil Yuoming Monk 100. Gong Pao. These 100 people were the academy's strongest geniuses. Everyone was staring at the light glory ranking. This year, the rules for the ranking had changed drastically. Whoever could break into the top 50 and catch the eye of some big shot would be able to ride smoothly all the way. Many people were waiting for this moment just to make a name for themselves in one battle. Suyun noticed a foreigner on the ranking and asked in confusion, How did a foreigner get in? Ku Kei explained, A mixed blood with A-rank talent. Very strong, very hardworking. Suyun nodded. Now the Blue Star nations were united against the enemy, cultivating geniuses in the rear, and there could be no internal strife on the front lines. Various countries also sent students for exchanges. Cultivation knew no national borders. Ku Kei asked, Are you going to challenge it? Suyun shrugged. We'll see. I won't fight if it's someone I know. He had a good relationship with Gong Pao, for example, and didn't want to make a move against him. But if it was one of the 4 major noble families, he would show no mercy. Shenj. Wang Can ordered. As soon as Suyun tries to get on the rankings, intercept him with full force immediately. Wang Li and the others replied, Yes. Wang Can added coldly, If necessary, lower your own ranking. Understand, he was determined not to let Suyun make the list, worrying that Suyun would get resources and grow too fast. If there was a life and death battle, even better. Lu family. Lu Guang also gave orders, specifically targeting Suyun. Someone asked in a low voice why, and Lu Guang said indifferently, You don't need to know. Just do it. He had Lu Tianxian and Lu Ameo take the initiative to drop their rankings, and the two of them nodded silently. Feng family. Although they had no direct conflict with Suyun, because of the secret medicine pavilion, they were destined to be enemies. Feng Dongsher said in a deep voice, Stop Suyun. We cannot let him get on the rankings. If he's crippled, we'll support him with our pills. If he can't cultivate, the Feng family can still support him. His attitude was firm. Ding family. Ding Dongsher had a burly build and was smoking a cigar. He only said one sentence, Cripple him. Ding Lei replied, Don't worry. The chairman added, If he won't make a move, force him to make one. Ding Lei nodded with a cold smile. Secret Medicine Pavilion. Su Yun was refining medicine, with Dongfang Taiwei guiding him from the side. Pills are important, but connections are even more important. Win people over, and you'll save yourself trouble. The pusher pill is just one of your tools. Su Yun said, Teacher, isn't the pusher pill the top yellow rank pill? I still can't make it. It's just an analogy. Use similar methods to attract people. Dongfang Taiwei rolled his eyes at him. After the guidance was finished, Dongfang Taiwei suddenly reminded him, be careful lately. The 4 great wealthy families will try to block you from getting on the rankings. Su Yun didn't care. What's so great about getting on the rankings? Isn't selling pills more profitable? Dongfang Taiwei laughed. There are bonuses for making the rankings. Su Yun swept the floor. I think things are pretty good now. Anyway, the money is all spent on me, and there's still extra to buy you liquor, teacher. Dongfang Taiwei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was quite true. Su Yun earned money and spent it himself, and still had spare cash to show filial respect to his teacher. More importantly, he was about to break through to late 5-star, and was preparing to go into the mixed blood church to harvest another wave. In the afternoon, the bright rankings updated, and people kept swapping places from 90th to 100th, causing quite a stir. Ding Lei was assigning manpower. There are only 4 people closely related to Su Yun. Kiku, 7-star warrior, superhuman type, A rank, sound shell. Song Yi, half-step 8-star, beast type, S rank, soft metal beast. Li Chinzhou, 8-star, weapon spirit type, S rank, army sword gang body. Gong Pao, late 8-star, weapon spirit type, A rank, tiger sovereign heavy cannon. Ding Lei sneered. Focus on Kiku and force Su Yun to make a move. The rest of them should be dragged into it too. Best if we can do it as a gauntlet battle. Everyone responded. Among this group, there was no shortage of 8-star and 9-star experts. At this moment, Kiku had just finished a mission, received 10 merit points, and was about to leave. Someone suddenly asked, You're a superhuman too? Why are you so skinny? Kiku replied, I'm still growing. Ding Lei walked over with his people and said coldly, You want to bully my junior? Kiku was stunned. Why was Ding Lei speaking up for him? The man explained that he only wanted to spar. Ding Lei advised Kiku to accept it. If someone challenges you, then fight. Don't embarrass the superhuman type. The people around them started heckling, and Kiku felt a lot of pressure, so he could only agree. A smile appeared at the corner of Ding Lei's mouth. He just wanted everyone to see that anyone connected to Su Yun would not end well. Kiku fought, and the result was obvious. His opponent rushed in, smashed through the sonic shield with frostboxing gloves, and landed a punch on Kiku's abdomen. Kiku fell to the ground, blood at the corner of his mouth. His opponent mocked him. I thought you were so impressive for hanging around with Su Yun, but you're just trash. Then he stepped on Kiku's finger and broke it, drawing everyone's attention. Someone couldn't stand it and shouted, Don't go too far. But the man ignored them, kept humiliating Kiku, and threw him off the ring, where he landed right at Ding Lei's feet. Everyone watching understood it now. Anyone related to Su Yun was a miserable target. Ding Lei glanced at Kiku and said disdainfully, If it were me, I wouldn't have the face to stay at Tianming Academy. After saying that, he led his people away swaggeringly. At the same time, Li Chinzhou, Gong Pao, Song Yi, and others were also challenged. With the bright ranking now open, there were more fights and more injuries. In other people's eyes, Kuke was simply overestimating himself, and no one notified Su Yun. The next morning during class, Su Yun came into the classroom biting a youtiao. Many people looked at him with mocking expressions. Su Yun had long been used to it. Most of these people looked down on him. Teacher Xiong came in and casually said, Kuke is seriously injured and resting. He'll be absent today. Su Yun frowned, thinking Kuke didn't seem like the type to cause trouble, and asked for the reason. The teacher said indifferently, He got injured during sparring yesterday. The people around them jeered in a sarcastic tone. If you don't have the ability, why fight? Serves him right. Su Yun's expression turned cold. After class, Su Yun went straight to block the few who had been stirring things up. Someone laughed. Want to be sent to the confinement room? Su Yun reached out, grabbed the other person by the neck, and his 5 fingers drew blood. Shut up. I ask you answer. Otherwise, I'll cripple all of you. The murderous intent in his voice scared that group so much they didn't dare make a sound. Whose idea was it? Ding Lei. Who injured Kuke? Yao Feng. After getting the answers, Su Yun flung the man aside. If you dare talk too much again, I'll kill you all. He strode away, leaving the others covered in cold sweat. At Tianming Academy, those with backgrounds lived in Yoxin Garden, while ordinary students lived in standard dormitories. In the dormitory, Su Yun saw the badly injured Kuke and said softly, I dragged you into this. Kuke was weak as he replied, It's fine. I'll rest for a few months. His finger bones were broken, and blood was flowing from his right eye. The people in the dormitory said bitterly, that wasn't sparring at all. They deliberately injured him. Su Yun's expression grew even colder. He took out 3 bottles of pills and gave them to Kuke, then handed 1 bottle to a roommate. Help me take care of him. Everyone quickly agreed. Kuke advised him not to act rashly. This was a trap aimed at him. Su Yun only said, they want to force me to make a move. I'll play along. After Su Yun left, Kuke gave a low, bitter laugh. Here comes the storm again. After leaving the dormitory, Su Yun exchanged 1,000 merit points at the supplies hall for a ghost-spotted demon clan blood essence. After asking around about Yao Feng's location, he went straight to find him. At that moment, Yao Feng was talking with his friends. To please Ding Lei, he had injured Kuke and earned 50 merit points, and he was feeling smug. Someone reminded him, Old Yao, Su Yun's here. Yao Feng looked at Su Yun and sneered. Here to get revenge. Su Yun said with a smile. Kuke is too weak. Losing is normal. Yao Feng was a little stunned and felt that something was off. Hate that softy. You did a good job beating him. Su Yun said with a smile. So I prepared a gift for you. Yao Feng was completely baffled and didn't understand what Su Yun was up to. Quite a few people around them gathered to watch. Yao Feng assumed Su Yun wouldn't really dare to make a move, but he was wrong. Su Yun moved into the crowd, a burst of alchemical flame igniting in his hand as he detonated it, blasting everyone away. Su Yun shouted, Yao Feng, you ambushed me. Then he lunged straight at him. The two of them grappled, and the bystanders joined the brawl as well. Very soon, the law enforcement team rushed over and said coldly, Take them all away. Yao Feng cried out in injustice. He was the one who hit me. The enforcer said expressionlessly. Still talking back? Lock them all up together. Su Yun's mouth curled into a cold smile. I'm going to cripple all of you. Su Yun, Yao Feng, and more than a dozen others were thrown into the confinement room, and darkness descended. Just as Yao Feng was about to speak, Su Yun immediately activated Ninetales mode, and a demonic fox claw pinned everyone against the wall. Su Yun sneered. It's not easy to make a move outside. This place is perfect. Only then did Yao Feng realize it was a trap. Su Yun's demonic fox claw directly crushed their bones, blood splashing across the confinement room. Then he fed them bone-healing pills. Their bones would heal, only to be crushed again. Everyone cried and begged for mercy. Stop hitting us. We know we were wrong. Su Yun only said 2 words. Continue. Despair spread. Outside, word spread. Su Yun's in the confinement room again. Yao Feng and the others are doomed. Hearing this, Ding Lei burst out laughing. This guy made a move again. The next day, the law enforcement officers opened the door and were hit by a strong smell of blood, their faces changing drastically. Seeing the confinement room flooded with blood, Yao Feng and the others had all turned into terrified puppets, standing behind Su Yun. Su Yun smiled and said, We had a friendly exchange. The officer asked, Then what's with all this blood? Su Yun shrugged, decorating the confinement room. When the officer asked whether Yao Feng and the others had been beaten, Yao Feng hurriedly shook his head and admitted fault. The officers were all dumbfounded. After everyone came out, Yao Feng and the others all knelt down and kowtowed together. Ancestor Su Yun, we're leaving. The officers watched in shock. This Su Yun was way too ruthless. In the dormitory, when Kuke saw Yao Feng and the others, some bringing gifts, some admitting fault and kowtowing, he was so shocked he was speechless. Kuke and the others were shocked at the sight. Yao Feng was so frightened that he begged for mercy, and the dormitory atmosphere grew extremely oppressive. Everyone understood that all of this was because of Su Yun. Kuke asked what had happened, and as a result, several people broke down emotionally and ran out crying. Kuke sighed that Ding Lei's gang was probably in for a rough time from now on. With Su Yun by his side, he didn't worry at all. In the Saint Spirit secret realm, Su Yun appeared again. The eagle statue teased him, saying he was already using his second chance at the 5-star level. The whale statue advised him not to be too aggressive, but Su Yun only said, I hope to fight a life-and-death battle. I'm only afraid they won't dare. With that, he strode straight into the secret realm. Both statues felt that Su Yun's killing intent was astonishing and wondered whether the academy had recruited a genius or a star of death. In the principal's office, Zhang Zhongqing wore a complicated expression, deep in thought. Su Yun entered secluded cultivation in the warrior area to charge forward, directly swallowing blood essence and making every effort to break through, pushing all the way up from the mid-5-star stage. He looked down on Ding Lei's methods and vowed to make the other party fear him forever. On the other side, the 4 great noble families learned that Su Yun was improving at a terrifying speed and snorted coldly as they laid out countermeasures, preparing to stop him. They believed Su Yun's foundations were unstable and that he wouldn't pose much of a threat in the future. The entire academy knew that Su Yun and Ding Lei had a grudge, and the atmosphere was tense. Mentors like Lin Sihua thought Su Yun was too impulsive, but Dongfang Taiyue said that as long as pressure could help Su Yun grow, it was worth it. He promised that if Su Yun was crippled, he would support him. If Su Yun was injured, he would refine pills for him. If he lost, he deserved it. Crowds gathered outside the secret realm. 12 hours later, Su Yun walked out, his black hair whipping in the wind, his gaze wild and arrogant. From today on, for every noble family genius I see, I'll step on them. Below, the students and teachers quickly sent messages. Su Yun is out of seclusion. The academy exploded in excitement, and everyone was shocked. The storm is here. Su Yun, if you want to make the rankings, get past me first. How can a genius on the light ranking let you challenge them at will? What's a 7-star warrior worth? As soon as Su Yun showed up, he was blocked by more than a dozen people. This time, they were openly stopping him. Su Yun stopped and laughed wildly. A life-and-death battle? Everyone froze. Was this guy crazy? They only wanted to wear Su Yun down. They had no intention of risking their lives, and the reward wasn't nearly enough. A teacher quickly stepped in to smooth things over. It's just sparring, no need for a life-and-death battle. Su Yun looked at him and sneered. Teacher, what's your surname? Feng. Since the teacher recommends it, then let's all come at once. Everyone was in an uproar. He wanted to take on more than a dozen by himself. Su Yun had just broken through. Could he really do it? Since Junior Su has said so, we'll accompany you. The crowd watching grew larger and larger, and the scene fell into stunned silence. On the arena, Su Yun faced more than 10 people alone, and the opening was explosive. Gong Pao rushed over and shouted, "Stop messing around." Li Chuanzhou urged him to rest. Su Yun smiled faintly. I'm very busy today, so I don't have time to play with them. The dozen-odd people opposite all looked grim. Su Yun said calmly, "Begin." Just as his opponents were about to make a move, Su Yun's black pupils contracted. Buzz. Tyrant aura erupted. The space trembled, and lightning coursed through the air. Everyone on the arena was completely stunned, foam at the mouth, and collapsed unconscious. Ding. Host defeated *15, dropped primary god's hand *23, intermediate *17. The entire venue fell silent, faces full of shock. Just one look made them faint. That's not talent. That's the bearing of a king. On the rooftops, dozens of powerhouses from the bright ranking appeared, and even teachers, board members, and elders were watching from the shadows. Zhang Zhongqing cried out in shock. So the commotion that day was because of him. In front of the secret realm, the statue murmured, "He is bold and fearless, with extraordinary presence. If he becomes a king in the future, no one will dare oppose him." The wealthy clans had already developed murderous intent. Quick, lower the ranking and block him immediately. They panicked. On the arena, Su Yun's aura shook the heavens as he looked down at everyone. Anyone else? Ding Lei wanted to go up, but a middle-aged man stopped him. Don't rush. He's at the height of his momentum. Let someone else test him first. Ding Lei was unconvinced, but could only stare at the stage. In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, "I'll go." Everyone looked at the newcomer and cursed. Feng Jiao, you're ranked 97th. Are you here to bully a newbie? Feng Jiao ignored them and went straight onto the stage. Check the bright ranking yourself. At this moment, the rankings had already changed, and Feng Jiao's name had dropped off the list. Teachers and students instantly understood that the wealthy clans had lowered their own rankings in order to block Su Yun and suppress him to the end. Despicable. They're bullying a freshman. Do the wealthy clans specialize in suppressing the common-born? The common-born disciples shouted angrily, but most people remained silent and could only sigh. Su Yun's gaze turned cold as he smiled at Feng Jiao. "Senior, please." "Fine." Feng Jiao agreed. White light burst from his body as he condensed a silver-white battle blade. Silver light and astral currents swirled, slicing the surface of the arena apart. Feng Jiao moved like thunder, blade light crashing down like the Milky Way, slashing straight at Su Yun. "Vortex, silver moon slash," he roared. Su Yun instantly locked onto the blade's momentum and slipped away like a coiling dragon, easily dodging it. Then he threw a domineering punch imbued with armament hockey, his fist rapidly enlarging in Feng Jiao's eyes. Bang! Feng Jiao was blasted flying by a single punch, crashing off the arena with a collapsed nose and broken teeth, a pitiful sight. The entire venue fell silent. The 97th ranked Feng Jiao had been killed in 1 second. Ding! Host defeated Feng Jiao, obtained intermediate divine hand *4. Feng Jiao was not weak. He had A-rank talent and had been cultivated by a prominent family, holding steady on the rankings last year. Yet now he had been sent flying by a freshman's punch. "Junior Su, your senior asks for guidance." Another person leaped onto the stage. Zhu Ting. He's lowering his rank too. The students from humble backgrounds were furious. Zhu Ting was dressed in a black and cyan combat suit, with strange orange light glowing in his eyes. Please. Su Yun's expression was cold. Since you dare come to intercept me, you must also bear the consequences of being beaten. Collapse. Zhu Ting roared. An orange beam crashed down, and the arena disintegrated into quicksand, making it impossible to even stand steadily. Super Mini-Tailed Beast Ball. Su Yun activated his Nine Tails mode, black energy surging in his palm, his aura extremely fierce. Feeling the pressure, Zhu Ting shouted, Blood Sand Fighter. Sand and dust around him gathered into a crimson giant, armed with a sword and shield, 9 meters tall. A sand sword stabbed out violently, and wind and sand blotted out the sky. Su Yun's expression was icy as the tailed beast ball smashed out. Black energy exploded, striking squarely against the Sandman's shield. Boom! The Blood Sand Fighter staggered. With a loud blast, the sand scattered, and Zhu Ting, covered in blood, was sent flying in defeat. One move, instant kill. Ding Lei, you coward. If you want to fight, I'll be waiting. Get out here. Su Yun shouted, and the students from humble backgrounds were fired up, looking at him like he was a god. He was confronting the suppression from the wealthy families head-on, and everyone was brimming with emotion, many with red-rimmed eyes. Boom! A vast surge of spiritual energy exploded as Ding Lei appeared, his presence fierce as a tiger, and a single sweep of his gaze made everyone's hearts turn cold. SSS talent. The Magic Diamond God, the strongest defense. Many early-stage battle generals can't do anything to him. The murmurs kept coming. Su Yun looked at Ding Lei and judged that his strength was extremely formidable. But Su Yun glanced at Ding Lei, then immediately turned to look at Mo Du. The conflict with Ding Lei from last time wasn't over yet. This time, he intended to settle it all at once. Ding Lei sneered. I'm the gatekeeper of the Radiant rankings. Defeat you, and I can climb the rankings. He had also deliberately lowered his rank to wait for Su Yun. Su Yun shot back. You don't have that chance. Ding Lei's expression stiffened, black diamond-like layers appearing over his skin as his aura turned terrifying. With a bang, he shot towards Su Yun like a cannonball. Many people assumed that being bigger meant being slower, but in reality, it meant greater explosive power. Ding Lei swung a punch, black diamonds flashing as he roared. Split the heavens. Su Yun showed no fear at all. Golden light gathered behind him into sharp claws that lunged forward. Boom! Fist and claw collided, and fierce winds howled. Ding Lei retreated more than 10 steps, staring at Su Yun in disbelief. Onlookers were stunned. Ding Lei lost in a head-on clash? What kind of talent does Su Yun have? Half of Ding Lei's face was covered in black crystal. He stared at Su Yun, licked his lips, and sneered. As expected, you're strong. He took out a black iron staff, revealing his weapon for the first time. Someone recognized it. A mystic-grade black demon staff. Seeing this, Su Yun simply dismissed the Nine Tails. A giant saber appeared in his hand, far longer than the black demon staff, and its aura was terrifying. Su Yun flicked the blade and sneered. Playing with weapons? I'm in. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Anyone could tell this saber was far superior to Ding Lei's staff. With black crystal covering his entire body, Ding Lei controlled the black demon staff and leapt into the air, roaring, Diamond Demon One Chi Staff. The staff was shrouded in a crystalline layer, weighing down on the arena until it rumbled and sank. Su Yun inhaled and exhaled, flames surging up as a ring of fire burned along the blade. Sunlight strike. Flames soared into the sky. The saber struck the staff, black crystal shattered, and the black demon staff exploded into fragments. The cloud-cutting blade pierced straight through Ding Lei's chest. Scorching flames burned as Ding Lei let out a miserable scream and was hurled off the stage by Su Yun. The teachers rushed forward. After confirming it was not a fight to the death, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The experts of the Ding family glared at Su Yun, killing intent spilling out. Su Yun didn't care at all. With teachers present, the Ding family wouldn't dare act recklessly. The audience buzzed with discussion. Ding Lei lost too, and got taken out with one punch and one slash. So satisfying. Ding. Host defeated Ding Lei, obtained 3 high-grade god hands. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Su Yun's mouth. As expected, huge gains. Top genius. At the very least, he started with high-grade god hands. Su Yun restrained his smile and said directly, anyone with objections can come to me. If you dare play tricks, I'll blow this entire department apart. Ding Lei is the example. Those commanding words shook the entire room. No one dared to defy them. Yao Feng and the others trembled with fear. They would rather go to the battlefield than face Su Yun, treating him like a demon. Only after Ding Lei was carried away did the atmosphere ease a little. But then Su Yun suddenly shouted, Mo Du, get up here. The whole venue froze. More fighting? After coming out of seclusion, Su Yun had only been fighting famous top geniuses. Mo Du frowned. Have you lost your mind? Su Yun sneered. Cut the crap. If you've got guts, fight. Mo Du said disdainfully. If you want to challenge me, you have to fight them one by one. Useless trash. After Su Yun defeated Ding Lei, his ranking rose to 100th. 99th was Gong Pao, 98th was Pei Luoming, and only 97th was Mo Du. Gong Pao directly forfeited, and Pei Luoming graciously stepped aside like a gentleman. Su Yun cupped his fists in thanks. The two automatically withdrew, and his gaze returned to Mo Du. Mo Du gritted his teeth in anger, but had no choice but to accept the challenge. Someone secretly handed Mo Du a pill. Mo Du took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage, green wind blades swirling around him with terrifying momentum. He said coldly, "You really think the geniuses on the rankings have no trump cards?" Su Yun didn't respond, gripping his saber with one hand. Mo Du roared, "Wind prison." In an instant, the wind blades twisted into a 10-meter tornado, its power shocking. Su Yun raised his saber and slashed down. The wind blade tornado was split cleanly in two, instantly calming. A deep wound split opened across Mo Du's chest. He vomited blood wildly, collapsed onto the ground, and was on the verge of death. Ding! Host defeated Mo Du, obtained 2 high-grade god hands. The students, faculty, directors, and principal were all shocked, crossing 2 ranks and killing Mo Du with 1 slash. Some suspected Su Yun's weapon was too powerful, and even his master Dongfang Taiwa looked stunned. When I was young, I wouldn't even dare do this. My disciple can fight even better than I can. Below the stage, Wang Li roared, "Su Yun, have you gone crazy?" Su Yun shot him a cold glance. Not convinced. Then come at me together. Wang Li was so frightened he fell silent. In the shadows, Lu Guang gritted his teeth and arranged for his disciples to prepare to intercept Su Yun, refusing to believe he couldn't get tired. But after defeating Mo Du, Su Yun simply jumped off the arena. "I'm done fighting." That felt great. Everyone was left speechless. "Don't run," someone shouted. Su Yun smiled innocently. "The light rankings have a 3-day protection period. Let's talk about it on the 4th day." The man froze, helpless, and could only watch Su Yun leave. Today, Su Yun trampled the faces of all the major wealthy clans into the ground. A prodigy of a rich family? One move, instant kill. An expert of the God Pavilion? Severely injured with 1 strike. He was simply an utterly lawless demon. Some elders, however, smiled, thinking that Su Yun was a good sign. Over the years, the academy had become too lazy and complacent. It needed someone to stir things up. As soon as Su Yun appeared, more people began challenging the light rankings. However, no one could copy his crazy fighting style. He was truly one of a kind. Inside the secret medicine pavilion, Dongfang Taiwa sized up Su Yun from head to toe and muttered, "Not a scratch on him." "Strange." Su Yun said seriously, "Teacher, I'm invincible." Dongfang Taiwa slapped him, and Su Yun immediately fell silent. "Still invincible?" The old man glared. In truth, Su Yun had been too much in the spotlight lately, and Dongfang Taiwa felt he needed to keep a low profile. "Behave and study properly during this period. Don't cause trouble," Dongfang Taiwa reminded him. Su Yun nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Sihua walked in with a smile. "Hello, Pavilion Master Lin." Su Yun instantly became polite. He could beat up wealthy clans on the stage and respectfully learn alchemy from his teacher off the stage. Su Yun could switch gears effortlessly. Lin Sihua said, "Dongfang is right. For this period, you'll learn forging from me." Su Yun was startled and looked toward his teacher. Dongfang Taiwa agreed. "Learning a skill won't hurt." Lin Sihua was displeased. "I'm a blacksmith master, not a hammer-swinging iron worker." Dongfang Taiwa didn't care. Same difference. In truth, the 2 old men wanted to use forging to temper Su Yun's temperament and make him more steady. Su Yun wore a helpless expression, but he could only agree. Lin Sihua's smile faded. "There's a reason I'm having you learn forging. The war on the myriad races battlefield is constant, and supply lines in the human rear are very important." Dongfang Taiwei added, "And the passage to the human realm hasn't been peaceful lately either." Su Yun's expression tightened. Was the human race about to go to war? Outside the human realm passage of the myriad races battlefield, mountain ranges stretched endlessly, military camps rose and fell like a dragon, and palaces floated in the air with overwhelming presence. Tens of millions of soldiers drilled, their killing intent surging. Even if a single leaf flew past, it would be crushed by that murderous aura. Suddenly, the heavens rumbled, 5-colored petals drifted down, divine light flowed, and powerhouses appeared, shaking the void. Dragons were dispatched, shocking heaven and earth. At the same time, demonic energy soared into the sky, and demonic light tore open the heavens. Races descended one after another: God race, demon race, dragon race, and experts from all clans gathered outside the human realm. "Form up," the generals roared. The soldiers quickly formed ranks, spiritual energy rising to the heavens as they stared fixedly at the myriad races. Among the humans, a man appeared with a giant blade resting on his shoulder, his aura like the sky itself, suppressing the entire battlefield. "Kill the Dragon King." The elderly man of the god race said coldly. "Dragon King, you got a treasure from the abyss sea of the human race. Are you really going to keep it all for yourself?" Dragon King replied calmly. "A treasure obtained by fate is only natural to keep." Someone from the dragon race arrogantly retorted. "Then if we break through and slaughter humans, wouldn't that also be only natural?" The man beside Dragon King sneered. "You can try. I won't spare any female of the dragon race." Killing intent surged into the clouds at once. The demon race also spoke up. "Hand over the treasure, and you must also cede a concession zone to us." It was sinister and menacing. As soon as the words concession zone were spoken, Dragon King and the human powerhouse's expressions changed drastically, and the soldiers were filled with fury as well. "Damn you, myriad races. If you want to fight, then fight. We absolutely refuse any concession zone. We'd rather die than submit." The army was completely ignited. At that moment, someone bellowed for silence, and the troops instantly calmed down. Dragon King's eyes turned icy. "If it really comes to that, then we'll fight to the death. Kill, kill, kill." Morale soared. Blood energy soared into the sky, and many foreign races slightly changed countenance. The human race had risen for only a few hundred years, yet it was already not to be underestimated. Suddenly, someone shouted to stop them. It was Ross, with blonde hair and green eyes, who urgently said, "Dragon King, there's no need to fight to the death. Everything can be discussed." Dragon King flatly refused. There can be no agreement to a concession zone. Once they agreed, the consequences would be unbearable. The human realm would descend into chaos, and the foreign races would seize the opportunity to exploit the situation. Ross rushed over to persuade him. "If we start a war now, it'll do no one any good." Someone nearby said softly, "It really shouldn't be fought, but the conditions can't be backed down on. China will take the lead and guard the most important passage, but it will not give an inch." Sha Longwang's attitude was firm. "A concession zone? Absolutely out of the question." The elder of the divine race smiled provocatively. "You really want to go to war?" Sha Longwang drew his blade, killing intent surging to the heavens, and the situation was on the verge of erupting. At the critical moment, the dragon race spoke up. "How about we each take a step back? Let the younger generation enter the human realm to compete for treasures and compete fairly." The elder of the divine race nodded in agreement. After a moment of consideration and further discussion, Sha Longwang agreed to the other side's proposal. The elder of the divine race smiled. "Then let's discuss the details." The various races surrounding the human race gradually withdrew. Sha Longwang and the others looked gloomy and helpless. If the 10,000 races still had any fear, they would have long since attacked. The human race could only endure and wait for an opportunity. The matter of the 10,000 races battlefield soon spread back to the human realm, causing a huge uproar. The whole society was outraged, and the internet was flooded with voices opposing the entry of the 10,000 races. "My dad died on the 10,000 races battlefield. If the 10,000 races dare to come in, I'll fight to the death and never back down. I have no objection to paying taxes, but coexisting with the 10,000 races is absolutely impossible." From streets and alleys came nonstop curses, especially in China, where protests and marches kept breaking out. The public generally believed that if the 10,000 races invaded, they must have some scheme, and given enough time, someone would surely surrender. "The 10,000 races want to corrupt us with civilization. By then it'll be too late. Sha Longwang, the demon pupil king, must not back down." The crowd roared, and the scene was intense. The mayor of Dragon City looked anxious. Even though he was a war god, he could not suppress the public fury because what they said made sense. The secretary asked, "Mayor Wang, what should we do now?" Nai lowered his head. Mayor Wang, whose real name was Wang Jian, was an important member of the Wang family. He couldn't figure out why the ancestor had agreed to such a demand. Had humanity already completely fallen from power? He sighed, looking at the crowd surging below, feeling utterly powerless. Let's see what Tianming Academy says. At Tianming Academy, the news from the 10,000 races battlefield had just spread and immediately sparked heated debate. No one agreed to let the 10,000 races enter the human realm. It was far too dangerous. They still dare ask for concessions? I spit on that. Damn bastards, my two uncles were killed by the 10,000 races last year. If they dare come, I'll make them pay. The students were filled with rage, and the geniuses on the glory rankings hurried up their cultivation. Everyone knew the human realm had changed, and in the end, only they would be able to defend it. That day, dark clouds pressed down over the city, and everyone felt a stone weighing on their hearts. At the council meeting, the usual backstabbing and scheming had all vanished. Every director wore a grim face, suppressing their anger, and the atmosphere was deathly silent. Principal Wang Jian is asking how to calm public sentiment, Wang Can said in a low voice. Zhang Zhongqing looked very unhappy. He actually supported appeasement, but he hadn't expected the 10,000 races to be so brazen as to push their luck. Kill them, Zhang Zhongqing said coldly. Arrest all the foreign sections. Behead them on capture, and live-stream the entire process. That way the public will feel a little better, and the pressure on us will also be reduced. Once the order was given, Longdu and its affiliated cities immediately sprang into action, and troops were deployed everywhere. In the Li Longshan realm, an affiliated city of Longdu, in a large estate, the army burst in. The estate's master panicked. Sir, what's going on? The leading general said coldly, colluding with foreign sects. Evidence is conclusive. Execute immediately. The soldiers held up cameras and live-streamed the scene. Almost instantly, dozens of people in the estate were smashed into a cloud of blood by the golden giant ape's staff. The barrage of comments flooded the screen in praise. Good kill. Those bastards deserve to die. Traitors who sell human intelligence deserve it. Too many loved ones had died at the hands of the myriad races, and everyone hated the myriad races and their accomplices to the core. That day, the entire internet boiled over. Rage and bloodlust filled the air, and even the sky seemed stained red with blood. Tianming Academy, Secret Medicine Pavilion. After learning everything, Su Yun remained silent. He understood that he was still too weak. Anger was useless. But he still clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. I want to get stronger. Dongfang Taiwei walked over and patted Su Yun on the head. Work hard. What you lack is only time. What humanity lacks most is people like you. Su Yun continued refining medicine, eyes fixed on the pill fire, and said firmly, Teacher, one day I'll make all the myriad races get lost. And if someone objects? Dongfang Taiwei asked. Kill them, Su Yun said coldly. Kill anyone who won't listen. Kill anyone who refuses, and especially kill those who revere the myriad races. He felt stifled. Humanity could only read the myriad races' expressions. The weak had no right to speak. Only by becoming stronger and more ruthless could one gain status. Dongfang Taiwei looked at him deeply and sighed. Humanity lacked exactly this kind of drive. After being gentle for too long, they had forgotten how to be tough. It's still too early to talk about this, Dongfang Taiwei said with a smile, though very seriously. But I believe you'll definitely be able to carry humanity. Su Yun nodded. I will. He nodded with determination. Human realm was his root, and he absolutely could not let the myriad races lay a hand on it. God realm, the stronghold of the god race. The world was vast, with rainbow divine light appearing from time to time, and palaces standing in rows. The elderly god race man who had once appeared in the human realm passageway was now smiling warmly, with long platinum blonde hair and divine light surrounding him. He instructed them, You must be careful on this trip to the human realm. Standing before him were two men of peerless beauty. The one on the left had long platinum blonde hair and an androgynous aura. The one on the right had short hair, a faint smile, dark golden eyes, and was unfathomable. The two accepted the order. The old man then looked toward the old woman guarding them and said in a low voice, I want you to find out whether that one who was besieged by the myriad races back then really perished in the human realm. The old woman trembled and immediately agreed. Demon realm, where fierce internal strife breeds the strong. The demon race itself is divided into branches such as mixed blood, hell, and abyss. The allocation of quotas for the human realm sparked a fierce argument. The half-blood demon king and the purple prison demon king turned against each other and started fighting outright. In the end, the half-blood demon king came back carrying the other's head, the atmosphere bloody and brutal. The demon king at the seat of honor smashed the head to pieces with a single palm and said coldly, Split the quotas evenly. No one gets an unfair advantage. He reminded the kings that the human race was growing stronger by the day, and that they would need to be cautious and devise countermeasures after entering the human realm. The kings all nodded. The 10,000 dragon world was like a savage wilderness world, with giant beasts roaming everywhere, but all of them were under the rule of the dragon race. A strong member of the dragon race said in a grave tone, The human race's progress is too fast. It must be because of their environment. After you enter the human realm, you must train more, and it would be best if you can activate your bloodline. The dragon race's geniuses and their protectors all agreed. The other races were also mobilizing, the atmosphere heated and the momentum tremendous. Outside the human realm passage, Kill Dragon King and the others looked at the turbulent fluctuations in the distance, expressionless. Strong experts from the myriad races such as the divine race, demon race, and dragon race arrived one after another, with the geniuses standing in formation behind them. The scene was grand. This time, around 5,000 geniuses from the myriad races were entering the human realm, scattered across different places. Just as the myriad races were preparing to enter the passage, Kill Dragon King shouted coldly, "If these people die in the human realm, we will not be responsible." The strong experts of the myriad races sneered. If they lose, they're trash. Dying would be no loss. It's just a trip for fun, nothing dangerous. They were utterly arrogant, insulting the geniuses of the human realm. The human realm's many king rank experts looked very ugly. With a command from Kill Dragon King, the passage opened wide, and all the geniuses of the myriad races entered. After the geniuses of the myriad races arrived in Huaxia, they were all sent together to Tianming Academy. Because Kill Dragon King, the ancestor of the Wang family, had agreed to this matter, he would naturally be responsible for it. Rumble, a gigantic warship came to a stop outside the academy. All the teachers and students looked up, their expressions grim. On the warship, the geniuses of the myriad races mocked. The human race is like ants. One stomp and they're dead. After getting off the ship, each of them acted arrogantly, looking down on the human race. The teachers and students were furious, and some wanted to make a move, but were stopped by their companions. Zhang Zhongqing had informed them in advance. They must treat these guests with courtesy and were not allowed to fight. But the geniuses of the myriad races still spewed vile insults. The demon race was the most arrogant, opening with outright provocation. "Little bugs, want a life and death battle?" Someone roared in anger and wanted to rush forward, but was kicked back by a teacher. If they were not on the brightness ranking, they were not qualified to challenge the geniuses of the myriad races. They would only embarrass themselves. The demon race geniuses grew even more smug, taunting while munching on melon seeds. The atmosphere at the scene was split apart, and the human race clenched their teeth in humiliation. Su Yun stood at the front of the crowd, eating grilled cold noodles while watching the excitement. The people around him were speechless. He was still able to eat at a time like this. Suddenly, a new student charged at the demon clan genius, only to be slapped flying instantly. He happened to fly right to Su Yun's feet, and dust splattered onto the grilled cold noodles. Su Yun glanced at his food, then at the demon clan genius, and said coldly, "You dirted my food?" The demon clan genius sneered, "Clown, so what if I dirted it? If you're unhappy, come at me." All eyes in the arena fixed on Su Yun. Zhang Zhongqing sighed from the shadows. The next moment, Su Yun's armament hockey wrapped around him, and he slapped the demon clan genius flying, crashing him into a wall. Ding! Host defeated Qi Luo, dropped advanced divine hand *2. The whole place fell silent. Everyone was stunned, and no one reacted in time. No one expected Su Yun to actually dare to make a move in public. Earlier, the academy had specifically stated that private fights were forbidden inside the grounds. Violators would be locked up in solitary confinement, and if a life was lost, they would pay with their own. Even the geniuses of all races only dared to provoke with words. Su Yun completely ignored the rules and went straight at him. "You want to talk reason after wasting food? Watch me chop you down." As he spoke, he was already chasing after him. The demon clan protector hurriedly stepped in to block their genius. The teacher shouted, "Enforcers, take Su Yun away now." The enforcers took Su Yun away, but their movements were very gentle, and they even whispered, "Good hit." The students erupted in cheers. Su Yun hit him beautifully. Zhang Zhongqing was sweating profusely in the shadows, never expecting Su Yun to be this bold. Degree. He said he'd hit, and then he hit. He simply didn't take his opponent seriously at all. The teachers and students of Tianming Academy were instantly fired up, their emotions completely reversed. The geniuses of the myriad races had cold expressions and didn't take it to heart. Qi Luo is bottom tier even among us. So why are these humans so happy? That's how people act when they've never won before. I heard there's a light rankings list. Where's Feng Luoxiao? The god race, demon race, dragon race, and other powerful clans didn't take humanity seriously at all. Suddenly, purple light surged through the void, and an overwhelming pressure swept across the entire venue. Feng Luoxiao appeared, his voice calm, yet domineering. "God race's Saint N, come out and fight." Saint N stood within the mysterious light and said with an easy smile, "Come on." But before the fight could even begin, a director stepped forward. "The myriad races have come from afar, so rest first." The god race protector also agreed. The first meeting between the human race and the geniuses of the myriad races ended just like that, hastily and anticlimactically. But today, the myriad races remembered one person, Su Yun. Inside the apothecary pavilion, Dongfang Taiyue, Xingyu, and Lin Sihua looked at each other and smiled bitterly in helplessness. Lin Sihua said, "I told you long ago not to let him go out." Dongfang Taiyue shot back, "My disciple is capable. If it were me, I'd have kicked him a few more times already." Xingyu interrupted, "The geniuses of all races are here now, so the other academies are definitely going to make a move too." Everyone sighed. Another storm was coming. Xingyu reminded Dongfang Taiyue, "Tell Su Yun to keep a low profile. Killing people is fine, but he has to be absolutely sure of himself. The geniuses of all races aren't easy to deal with." Dongfang Taiyue sneered, "I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and refine them all." Lin Sihua and Xingyu were speechless. The alien races had once taken part in wiping out the Dongfang family, but the human race and the myriad races had agreed that they couldn't act recklessly now. All they could do was endure. Outside, everyone was cheering for Su Yun. But at this moment, Su Yun was lying in the confinement room, his face full of regret. "Just slapping someone once gets me locked up for 2 days. I should have just knocked out all their teeth." While he was muttering to himself, Kuke brought him donkey meat stuffed pancakes and some news. "You've been bumped off the brightness ranking." Su Yun didn't care and kept eating. "Tell me about the reforms." He didn't care about the ranking at all, nor did he care about those little merit points. Kuke explained, "Now even the geniuses of the myriad races can get on the ranking. Within 2 days, half the senior students have been knocked off the list, and a lot of the myriad races have been injured too. The Divine Pavilion is selling even more pills now." Su Yun nodded. "The fiercer the fighting, the faster the pills sold. A virtuous cycle." Kuke then asked, "Do you know why the competition this time is so intense?" Su Yun joked, "Is the reward the wife of some old ancestor of the divine race?" Kuke rolled his eyes. "As long as you make it into the top 50, you can enter the Divine Palace." Su Yun paused. The Divine Palace, the holy ground of the entire human race. Those who entered there basically all had a chance to become war gods or be granted kingship, but it was extremely dangerous inside, with a very high death rate. Kuke lowered his voice. "All the treasures that human experts obtain on the myriad races battlefield are distributed through the Divine Palace." Su Yun thought to himself, "No wonder the myriad races are fixated on the human realm. Maybe they have ulterior motives." Kuke asked, "Are you going to fight for the ranking?" Su Yun said casually, "If I have time, sure. It's not hard." Right now, he only wanted to cultivate. Su Yun was now already at the mid-stage of a 7-star warrior. He didn't think much of it. After leaving the confinement room, he walked down the street and saw many non-human figures, which made him realize that the academy had a very mixed population of races. Also, pill business had been especially booming recently. A thought struck Su Yun. Perfect chance to make a lot of merit points. The pills he sold were good and cheap, and were very popular with both new and senior students. With the brightness ranking competition so fierce, this was exactly the best time to make money. As for fighting for the ranking, there were too many geniuses. The myriad races were eyeing everything covetously, and even a 7-star warrior wouldn't be of much use up there. "Your talent is pretty good. I'll help you develop it when I have time." After greeting Kuke, Su Yun left, planning to buy materials for refining pills. Back at the secret medicine pavilion, Su Yun saw his teacher, Dongfang Taiyue, and directly pulled out 2 bottles of good liquor. His teacher had originally wanted to scold him, but the moment he saw the liquor, he smiled and told Su Yun to behave himself lately. The outside world was too chaotic. Su Yun promised, "Don't worry, teacher. Right now is exactly the best time for our secret medicine pavilion to earn merit points. I definitely won't cause trouble." Dongfang Taiyue knew Su Yun's mindset very well. He sold pills to earn merit points, then used those merit points to improve his strength. It was a very stable path. The teacher asked happily, "Which kinds are you selling?" 3 kinds of mid-grade yellow rank pills: bone-tempering bitter pill, blue sea pill, and red burning bone pill. Blue sea pill was a pill for continuously restoring spiritual energy, better than the minor spiritual recovery pill. Red burning bone pill specifically treated bone injuries and was stronger than the bone healing pill, but taking it was extremely painful. With the brightness ranking competition so fierce and so many people getting injured, pills like these were bound to sell well. The teacher asked again, "If the myriad races want to buy them, will you sell?" "I'll sell them, but I'm charging extra." The teacher nodded, relieved. Then he tossed Su Yun 2 purple spirit poison pills, telling him to strengthen his resistance to toxins. Su Yun said nothing and swallowed them in one gulp. The teacher got so angry he cursed all the way upstairs. He had originally told him to take 1 pill a day, but this brat swallowed them both at once. Su Yun prepared to begin refining pills. At the entrance to the Divine Pavilion, new and returning students lined up in rows. "Yellow rank pills are too expensive, but we have to buy them." Injuries were unavoidable, and everyone was distressed. Seeing this, Xiao Zun from the Divine Pavilion sneered, "If you don't have merit points, Don't come here. Just then, geniuses from the myriad races also came to buy pills, and Xiao Zun stepped aside without saying much. Suddenly, a gong sounded from the street, and everyone looked over in unison. Su Yun smiled as he struck the gong and shouted, "Top-quality pills. Don't miss them as you pass by." The old customers were excited. Su Yun had finally set up a stall. Everyone in the divine pavilion turned dark-faced, yet he had chosen to sell right at their doorway. Xiao Zun's eyes grew gloomy. Su Yun shouted loudly, "Blue sea pills, 5 per bottle, 10 merit points. Bone-tempering bitter pills, 1 for 30 merit points. Red scorch bone pills. 1 bottle has 10 pills, priced at 9 merit points." Su Yun called out with a smile. When the crowd heard that, their eyes almost turned green. This price was much lower than the divine pavilions, and the quality was even better. "I want 2 bottles of blue sea pills. Young Master Su, reserve 3 bottles of red scorch bone pills for me. I don't have enough merit points. Put it on account for now. 2 bone-tempering bitter pills." The divine pavilion students all rushed out and instantly surrounded Su Yun's small stall until not a single gap was left. The yellow-rank alchemists of the divine pavilion all had dark faces. "Senior brother Xiao Zun, what do we do?" "I'll take a look." Xiao Zun lifted his robe, squeezed over, and said with a smile, "Junior brother Su, business is booming." Su Yun smiled brightly. "Not bad. The divine pavilion's business is doing well too, right?" Everyone was speechless. He had stolen all of the divine pavilion's business. How could there still be any business now? "How many pills do you still have?" "I'll take them all." Xiao Zun continued smiling. Others were anxious. This was clearly trying to buy everything in bulk and resell it. Su Yun sneered. "Fine. 10,000 merit points. That's only worth 5,000. Xiao Zun's smile did not reach his eyes. Su Yun waved a hand. "That's the price. If you're not buying, get lost." Everyone secretly laughed. As expected, Su Yun was true to form. Xiao Zun's face sank, and with a flick of his sleeve, he walked away. "Prices are lower than ours, right? Then we'll lower ours too." As soon as Xiao Zun left, people from the myriad races came over. Leading them was a boy with cyan spots on his face, green eyes, and beast-like ears, looking quite intimidating. He said in a low voice, 3 bottles of red scorch bone pills." The surrounding students glared at them murderously. 90 per bottle, Su Yun said with a smile. The beast-eared boy widened his eyes. "Wasn't it 9 merit points? You raised it tenfold. Foreign races get a markup." Su Yun was even happier. "You're raising the price arbitrarily. We're going to lodge a complaint. Suit yourselves. Buy it or don't." Su Yun said coldly. "In this place, the human domain isn't your turf. I set the rules. If you can't afford it, get lost. Say one more word, and I'll beat you all out of here. Even if I'm sent to the confinement room, I can still refine pills." The beast-eared boy and the others trembled with anger, but they did not dare to shout anymore. After all, the demon clan's Chi Luo was still lying unconscious on the bed. Everyone could see that Su Yun looked mild-mannered, but his methods were more ruthless than anyone's. The beast-eared boy sneered. "Interesting. As expected, you only dare to bully us on this front." After saying that, he led his people away. Su Yun's gaze turned cold as he thought to himself, "All of you so-called geniuses of the myriad races, I'll crush every last one of you sooner or later. Brother Su is awesome. Give me a few more bottles of blue sea pills. Support Brother Su. Give me 3 bone-tempering bitter pills." Everyone gave him thumbs up. Very quickly, Su Yun sold out all his pills and netted more than 3,000 merit points. In the past, he earned 1,000 a day. Now it had tripled. But Su Yun had also become a thorn in the side of the myriad race geniuses. "Su Yun must be eliminated," said a dragon race genius coldly. Su Yun was making money so smoothly, and the taxes he paid were also high. Those taxes were used to supply the frontline troops. On the surface, everyone acted peaceful, but beneath it all, currents were surging. Once they truly reached the battlefield of the myriad races, humans and the other races would inevitably engage in a deadly battle. "Supply hall." Su Yun asked the clerk, "How much for Springwood Dragon Clan blood essence?" 90 merit points per piece, the senior sister replied with a smile. The Springwood Dragon Clan was also one of the dragon race, leaning towards support and healing, and ranked around 3,000 among the myriad races. Su Yun inwardly cursed how expensive it was, but in the end he gritted his teeth and bought 50 pieces. He then used the remaining money to buy materials and refine pills. Breaking through to the late stage of the 9-star warrior realm in the short term was not a problem. Good luck, he was promoted straight to the lieutenant general level. The girl at the counter was dumbfounded. She had never seen a freshman rack up so many merit points in just 2 months. Alchemists really are insanely profitable. Right now, the secret medicine pavilion only has Dongfang Taiyue and Su Yun, so of course they should focus on cultivating him. Are they supposed to water the dragon egg with medicinal liquid every day? Su-Yun left the supplies hall and headed straight for Yoshin Garden. He knew that others were also desperately trying to improve. He wasn't the only genius at Tianming Academy. If he didn't keep progressing, he would fall behind. When he arrived at Yoshin Garden, Su-Yun sat down in meditation and took out 20 Springwood Dragon Clan blood essences, crushing them all at once. A crimson aura mixed with wood element power washed over his body like a tide. The Dragon Clan's violent will was 10 times stronger than the ghost-marked demon clans. A faint dragon roar rang out. This force was enough to shatter one's will, but Su-Yun endured it all. Soon, he broke through, smoothly entering the late 7-star stage, and continued cultivating, fully circulating sun breathing and greedily absorbing spiritual energy. The higher the realm, the more spiritual energy he needed. He chose Yoshin Garden because the spiritual energy here was rich, and with the blood essence added, his target was 8 stars. A little while later, Su-Yun trembled all over as spiritual energy surged wildly, and he broke through again, becoming an 8-star warrior. The elders observing from the shadows were all sweating coldly. This kid broke through like he was drinking water, yet they were also immensely satisfied. The stronger he was, the more hope they had of dealing with the myriad races. At the same time, the geniuses of the myriad races all sensed that the spiritual energy had become thinner. Their protectors came out to investigate the cause, and just as they reached Su-Yun's residence, they were stopped by the elders. Unauthorized entry is not allowed. Please return. The demon race protector mocked the shortage of spiritual energy, and the elders simply smiled and replied that there was a spiritual energy river available. The protector told them to hurry up and open the spiritual energy river, then swaggered off. This made the elders very unhappy, and they decisively ordered the spiritual energy river to be opened, letting Su-Yun absorb as much as he liked and never giving an inch to foreign races. Principal Zhang Zhongqing was holding his head in misery, heartbroken over the sky-high consumption, his face turning dark. Once the spiritual energy river was opened, Yoshin Garden was shrouded in spiritual mist, and the geniuses of the myriad races and the bright rankings all went crazy cultivating. Su-Yun opened his eyes and felt as if he had been specially favored by the heavens. When the elders heard him say it was still too slow, they were so exasperated they nearly laughed. Then they threw stones at Su-Yun, and a command came from inside. Absorb with full force. Su-Yun took it as a sign from the heavens, and as soon as his breathing technique circulated, 2 dragon-like streams of spiritual energy were swallowed in an instant and refined into a pale gold color, becoming even more dazzling. As the geniuses of the myriad races cultivated more, the spiritual energy around them became thinner and thinner. They looked puzzled, and their protectors wanted to investigate, only to be stopped by the elders. They asked whether Tianming Academy had spawned some kind of monster. The elders joked that their school had a genius with a toilet-flushing constitution. The god race protectors wanted to meet the person himself, but an elder with a fiery temper directly warned them not to cause trouble, or they wouldn't even know how they died. The protectors sneered, and in their hearts they began making other plans. There are naturally other channels. Not long after, Su-Yun's location was discovered by all the myriad races. Again, it's him. He even knows a breathing technique. At this absorption speed, even our dragon-seeking technique can't compare. It's hard to make a move inside the academy. What about outside? The geniuses of the myriad races sneered. In the blink of an eye, Su-Yun had already been at Tianming Academy for 2 months. That day, he was in the back courtyard of the secret medicine pavilion, staring at Kuke. Soundshell. Su-Yun pondered. Kuke was a little nervous. After all, Su-Yun was helping him develop his ability, and he didn't know whether it would work. I can control the volume of sound, and I can also use sound to form a defensive wall. I'm very weak in close combat, and anyone with strong burst power can crush me, Kuke explained. Su-Yun's eyes lit up. Can you make yourself completely silent? Like no sound when you land, or when you hit someone? Yes. Kuke nodded. He exhaled a puff of gray chi from his mouth, and his entire body seemed to be wrapped in an invisible coat. There was no sound at all, and he became like a ghost. Su-Yun was shocked. This talent was simply born for an assassin. But Kuke had no confidence. He felt that even if he made no sound, he would still get beaten in a straight-up fight. Su-Yun shot back directly. Who said we have to fight head-on? What works is a good method. Your talent is extremely fierce, even stronger than S rank. Su-Yun said seriously. Kuke didn't react in time. He had always thought fights should be conducted openly and fairly, and had never considered a sneak attack from behind. Su-Yun grew more and more excited as he spoke. If you get stronger and conceal your presence to the extreme, you might even take down an SSS rank. Kuke broke out in a cold sweat. Talking to Su-Yun was way too stressful. But he was also tempted. Could an A rank really take down an SSS rank? Could it actually be done? Su-Yun suddenly turned serious. I need to ask you something seriously. Kuke tensed up. Go ahead. Su-Yun became even more serious. I want to keep you as my kept man. Would you be willing? Kuke froze. Upstairs, Dongfang Taiwe crushed a wine bottle in his hand and thought, it's over. My disciple's gone gay. He hasn't even interacted with a girl before. I failed as his teacher. Dongfang Taiwe blamed himself. Kuke said softly, Su-Yun, I like women. I even have a fiancé. Su-Yun was unhappy inside, but kept a serious face. Don't misunderstand. I'm asking you to be the guardian of the secret medicine pavilion. I'll cover your cultivation resources. Your goal is to rank up. Ranking up could earn merit points and strengthen the secret medicine pavilion. That was Su-Yun's real purpose. By now, students from all departments had already been absorbed, and the rest had gone to the noble clans and wealthy families. Kuke had grown close to Su-Yun, so no one wanted him. I'll join. Kuke agreed immediately, but then gave a bitter smile. Can I even rank up? Even Yao Feng wasn't someone he could beat. Su-Yun refused to accept that. If you can't, I can. Trust me. Kuke took a deep breath. This might be the best chance he'd ever get. I'm willing. Kuke clenched his fist, trembling with excitement. Su-Yun snapped his fingers. Come on, let's handle the paperwork. I'll pick a movement technique for you, and I'll forge your weapon myself. After all, he was also an apprentice smith, studying iron forging every day. Rather than buying a weapon, he might as well make one himself. Su-Yun was full of initiative and took Kuke straight away. Supply hall. Senior, do you have any dark element movement techniques of top yellow rank or low mystic rank? The senior at the counter checked. Top yellow rank, 22 volumes. Low mystic rank, 9 volumes. Top yellow rank costs 800 to 1,000 merit points. Low mystic rank costs 1,200 to 1,500. Kuke felt his scalp go numb after hearing that. Since entering the academy, he had only saved up 20 or 30 merit points, which was nowhere near enough. The prices are acceptable. I'll take a look at the low mystic rank movement techniques. On the surface, Su-Yun was calm, but inside he was wincing. He thought to himself that if he had the chance in the future, he'd also sell martial techniques to make money. In the end, he chose a technique called Ghostly Phantom Steps, which cost 1250 points. Kuke was moved and silently resolved to help the secret medicine pavilion make the rankings. Su-Yun transferred the merit points to Kuke and let him buy it himself. According to the academy rules, martial techniques and cultivation manuals could only be used by the person who purchased them. When he swiped the card, the senior's eyes nearly popped out. Buying a mystic rank movement technique for a 7-star fighter was just too extravagant. Su-Yun ignored the senior and left with Kuke directly. I'm going to test your movement technique tomorrow, so hurry up and practice. Kuke nodded and ran back to the secret medicine pavilion. Su-Yun went to the mithril iron pavilion to keep studying forging. On the way there, Su-Yun heard people discussing the iron artisan clan challenging the entire prefecture, even boasting that they had cast a Huang-grade high-level weapon from bronze steel. But he didn't take it to heart. He was just a blacksmith apprentice. As soon as he stepped into the Bin-Tai pavilion, waves of heat and the clang of hammering rushed at him. Su-Yun greeted everyone, and they all quite liked him. Cut the crap, get over here. Lin Sihua shouted. Su-Yun obediently ran over and stood properly. Lin Sihua swung his hammer and struck the rough blank hard. Sparks flew everywhere, and in no time he had forged the rough shape of a sword. Look carefully. When forging, weapon light appears. Hammer the weapon light into the weapon and it becomes stronger. Lin Sihua bellowed, and the rough blank suddenly burst out with a fist-sized ball of light. Weapon light. With each hammer strike, the weapon light was smashed into the rough blank. After 7 consecutive blows, the weapon light fully fused in, and the sword's shape became more refined as well. Su-Yun watched with burning envy, thinking forging weapons was incredibly cool. Lin Sihua looked smug. With me here, that's why you're growing this fast. Yes, teacher. Su-Yun replied solemnly. Then Lin Sihua told Su-Yun to start hammering too. 7 strikes is Huang-grade low level, 14 is middle level, and so on. Right now you just need to steady yourself. Don't try to make weapon light. Lin Sihua explained, when the others in Bin-Tai Pavilion suddenly cried out, interrupting him. Frowning, Lin Sihua turned around, ready to curse them out. Only to see this. The rough blank in front of Su-Yun suddenly trembled violently, and weapon light actually emerged from it. The unstable weapon light looked as if it was about to escape. Su-Yun hurriedly wrapped it with his spiritual power. Lin Sihua urgently said, don't rush. First suppress it, then hammer it back in. Forcing it will affect the quality now. Su-Yun swung his hammer and smashed down hard. The weapon light was pounded into the rough blank, 1 strike after another, 7 strikes in all. The whole room fell silent. Su-Yun casually finished knocking out a small dagger, and it was actually Huang-grade low level. Lin Sihua was stunned, so dumbfounded he couldn't even bring himself to curse. This talent was monstrous. Su Yun had only been here less than a week, yet he could already forge Huang-grade low-level weapons. Teacher, how's the quality? Su Yun asked. Lin Sihua forced himself to say, average. Worth only a few dozen points. Junk. Su Yun didn't care, as long as he could make it. He asked, Teacher, what special materials does an assassin's Huang-grade weapon need? Lin Sihua thought for a moment. A Huang-grade middle-level phantom dagger would be more suitable. Hee, please give me your guidance, teacher. Su Yun grinned stupidly, and Lin Sihua couldn't help but laugh. In truth, he highly valued Su Yun, whether it was his talent or his character, especially his character. For alchemists and blacksmiths like them, the thing they feared most was a disciple's betrayal. After all the hard work of training someone, only for them to suddenly turn on you. Who would want that kind of frustration? Yet Su Yun had persevered until now. He truly had a pure heart. Lin Sihua casually said, that Song Yun slash of yours is pretty good. Why do you still need a dagger? Su Yun answered honestly, for a friend. Lin Sihua nodded. Knowing how to help others is good. Naturally, a master would be happy to see his disciple making something of himself. In the backyard of the Mystic Medicine Pavilion, Kuke had learned the basics of movement techniques within a single day. The moment Su Yun saw him, he tossed over a freshly forged dagger. Kuke caught it and found that it fit very well in his hand. Come on, try killing me, Su Yun said calmly. Kuke froze. Su Yun went on teaching, don't fight head-on. Use your own abilities to reduce the noise. Stab the kidney, slit the throat, anything goes. Su Yun's expression was stern, and Kuke immediately became nervous. Kuke had never killed anyone before, and he had never been ruthless either. Su Yun suddenly stepped closer. If you don't kill me, then I'll kill you. He wanted to help Kuke get rid of his weakness. The next second, Kuke was stimulated and transformed into a ghostly shadow, dashing to the left. Su Yun immediately followed, while lowering his voice and shouting, kill. With a casual violent smash, a muffled bang rang out, and a crater appeared in the ground. Keek was frightened, and memories of the humiliation he had suffered from being bullied before rose in his heart. But he quickly calmed down, held his breath, hid his body, and vanished like a ghost without leaving a trace. Su Yun turned his head and found that Keek was gone, revealing a satisfied smile. At that moment, Su Yun suddenly sensed movement on his left. His punch missed, and a dagger behind him stabbed toward his kidney. Clang! A black hard shell blocked it, and it failed to pierce through. Keek was dumbfounded. I can't stab through it. Su Yun laughed and cursed. You really went for it. Keek felt a bit embarrassed. He had simply been swept up by excitement. Fortunately, Su Yun reacted quickly. If it had been anyone else, they would already be done for. Looking at it this way, Keek indeed had value for cultivation. Was that a feint to the east and attack to the west? Su Yun asked. I used sound shells to trick your attention, then attacked you from behind. Smart. Su Yun praised him. Keek was very happy and could feel his own progress. Su Yun reminded him that when the time came, they would challenge the elite families and the myriad races. Keek nervously asked, when will that be? It could be in a few days, or maybe half a month. Su Yun wasn't sure either. Keek felt even more pressure. At that moment, Dongfang Taiwei came over and threw over 2 pills. The bear demon pill is for Keek, and you take the purple spirit poison pill. Keek hurriedly thanked him, holding the pill as if he were holding hope itself. Su Yun casually swallowed the pill and smiled. Once I get on the rankings again, I'll make even more money. Dongfang Taiwei laughed and cursed him for being a brat. Keek swallowed the bear demon pill, and a black bear phantom appeared behind him as his body underwent an unusual change, sweat pouring from all over. Meanwhile, Su Yun swallowed the pill with no reaction at all. Su Yun started refining pills, and Dongfang Taiwei was speechless, feeling that his disciple was becoming more and more abnormal. How long has it been since you last slept? 2 months, maybe? Dongfang Taiwei was shocked, screaming inwardly that this was insane. Teacher, go sleep already. Don't worry about me, Su Yun said with a grin. The old man was so irritated that he kicked him and grumbled as he went upstairs. During this period, Su Yun was obedient about everything else. He didn't cause trouble and trained seriously. In the morning, he trained Keek, then attended class. At noon, he went to the Mithril Iron Pavilion. In the afternoon, he cultivated. At night, he refined medicine. Sleep? That didn't exist. The Mithril Iron Pavilion side was very lively. When Su Yun walked over, he found it surrounded by a crowd. The Ironcraft clan has fought their way here. The Academy has already lost more than a dozen forging matches. Can the Mithril Iron Pavilion win? Everyone was discussing heatedly. Su Yun heard the Ironcraft clan and became both curious and wary. He went in through a side door and saw a steel-like man standing in the center of the Mithril Iron Pavilion, competing in forging against the seniors of the Mithril Iron Pavilion. Lin Sihua was nearby, looking grim. Su-yun immediately saw that things were bad. More than 10 seniors were competing and forging against the foreign race. Each had a rough billet before them, and the rebound force was extremely strong when they struck with their hammers. The Ironcraft clan's two gang wore a white robe, and his skin looked like metal. He held a silver hammer and, with effortless ease, brought it down with one strike. The sound was deafening, and a senior from the Mithril Iron Pavilion was directly shaken until blood flowed from his mouth and nose. Several people fell one after another. Two gang even mocked. Human beings are worthy of being blacksmiths? Everyone was angry, but there was nothing they could do. The gap in strength was far too great. A senior at the high yellow rank level forced himself to hold on, swinging his hammer desperately, but he was still firmly suppressed by two gang. After a few more hammer strikes from two gang, two more seniors coughed up blood and fainted. He even wanted to land another blow, but Lin Sihua stopped him in time. The Ironcraft clan's protector smiled as he prepared to take Lin Sihua's void chi stone, the very one they had agreed on before. If they lost, it would belong to them. Lin Sihua was furious, but powerless to resist. The seniors lowered their heads and apologized, feeling ashamed. Lin Sihua comforted them and told everyone to go rest. Su-yun secretly handed some pills to the seniors and was thanked. He asked why they had wagered all the void chi stones. His senior explained that this time the foreign races had set their sights on Shin-rank materials. The competition was a way to temper willpower. Whoever fell behind would lose. They hadn't practiced much lately. At this point, the Ironcraft clan's protector set his sights on Su-yun. Knowing that the dragon race wanted to deal with him, he wanted to use this opportunity to claim credit. Smiling, he said, "You're Su-yun? Dare to compete with two gang in a match." Two gang looked at Su-yun with utter disdain. Having only been in the Iron Pavilion for a week, Su-yun still didn't know the rules. A senior hurriedly stepped in to protect him, but two gang sneered coldly. "If you don't understand, then get lost. Don't get in the way." Instead, Su-yun smiled innocently, already thinking about taking back the void chi stone. The Ironwork clan had delivered themselves right to his door. Su-yun said, "I'm a lover of peace." Everyone rolled their eyes. "You? Nuclear peace, maybe." In the 2 months since entering the academy, all the trouble had been caused by you. Lin Sihua was wary. "What do you want to do?" Su-yun put on a peaceful act. "Just have a match with big steel teeth, for the sake of friendly coexistence." Lin Sihua hesitated. Su-yun's willpower was strong. Maybe he could at least preserve a bit of face. If it really didn't work, he'd step in himself to stop it. The Ironwork clan's protector wore an amused smile, and two gang threatened. "You think you're worthy of playing with me? Watch out. I might smash you to death with one hammer." Su-yun pretended to be frightened. "What if someone really dies?" The protector said coldly, "The weak deserve to die. If he dies, we'll all testify." Everyone panicked. Although Su-yun was a yellow-rank intermediate alchemist, and his willpower wasn't bad, compared with two gang, a natural-born blacksmith, he was still far behind. If things went wrong, someone might really die. Two gang looked down at Su-yun. "I hope you can survive the first round." Su-yun smiled. "Sure." On the forging platform, two gang received the order and swung down with all his strength. The silver hammer fell with a deafening boom, and the recoil swept outward. Everyone worried about Su-yun, but in the end he was completely fine, as if nothing had happened. "Done? Then it's my turn." A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su-yun's mouth. The nine-tailed fox concentrated its spiritual power to the limit. Su-yun activated the iron hammer technique. A black hammer materialized, and he struck down with one blow. The recoil surged toward two gang like a wave. Two gang's face instantly twisted in terror. Before he could even react, his willpower collapsed, his soul was extinguished, and he dropped straight to his knees and died. The whole venue froze. This genius of the myriad races had been smashed to death by Su-yun with one hammer. Ding. Host killed two gang, dropped advanced divine hands *2. Su-yun sneered at the corpse, and then looked up at the Ironwork clan protector. How embarrassing. Everyone was stunned, then burst into excitement. Su-yun killed him well. The Ironwork clan protector was burning with rage, blood aura swirling around him. Lin Sihua said coldly, "We all heard it just now. The weak have no right to live. If he deserves to die, then he dies." The crowd jeered, and Su-yun stood there with his arms crossed, speechless. The protector gritted his teeth, picked up two gang's corpse, and left. The entire venue erupted in cheers. Su-yun was smiling too. Standing united like this felt amazing. The news spread, and the academy shook. The Ironwork clan's two gang had been smashed to death by Su-yun with one hammer. Not on the life and death arena, but in a clash of willpower. The geniuses of the myriad races were furious. Two gang had become the first to die after entering the academy among the myriad races, and he had lost face beyond measure. The 10,000 races had once suppressed the human race to the point of utter helplessness. Now that Tu Gang was dead, everyone instead felt that the 10,000 races were nothing to fear. The powerful races such as the God race, Demon race, and Dragon race were very calm, feeling that it didn't matter if a weakling died. Su Yun is quite interesting. The God race's Emperor Ku smiled warmly. The Demon race burst into laughter, especially as they looked at Qi Luo, who had once been slapped flying by Su Yun. Qi Luo, you fought him before, tell us how it felt, a demon girl asked with a teasing smile. Qi Luo's face darkened. That counts as fighting? I was slapped unconscious for days. I only just woke up. It was just a sneak attack. Next time I'll definitely stomp him to death. The Dragon race genius, with a flowing golden robe and a cold demeanor, said, I said long ago that this person should be eliminated, but none of you believed me. He's just a useless little nobody, not worth worrying about, and he can't even make it onto the brightness ranking. He's not qualified to fight us. Most people didn't care, but the God race's Sheng En reminded them, no, keep a close eye on him. Anyone who practices breathing techniques will eventually become a threat. The atmosphere among the 10,000 races was tense, but the students of Tianming Academy were excited. The noble young masters only know how to spar. They don't dare to fight to the death for real. Su Yun is still the most decisive. If he kills a few more geniuses from the 10,000 races, I'll send him a banner. Discussions filled the streets and alleys. Superhuman Department main building. Su Yun was in class and had no time to pay attention to the public opinion outside. Teacher Xiong said, what everyone is learning is the common language, so you can communicate with the 10,000 races. This was set down by the peerless strongmen of the King Sealing era back then. Then he began talking about the cultivation methods of the Superhuman Department. Near the end of class, Teacher Xiong announced solemnly, the hunting competition will begin in 1 week. The students were first stunned, then they erupted. The hunting competition was a super popular event in the academy. Ferocious beasts from all over were gathered and released, and participants could fight solo or in teams. The winners would earn merit points and could also challenge the brightness ranking. If they could surround and kill a lone genius, that would be even better. This year, the 10,000 races would also take part, and those ranked in the bottom 50 of the brightness ranking would be allowed to compete. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there was a huge gap between the top 50 and the bottom 50. The academy instantly became extremely lively. Su Yun and Ku Kei returned to the secret medicine pavilion. Ku Kei said in a low voice, I heard that other academies will also be bringing people over. Su Yun said calmly, that's normal. Our academy is the only one with the 10,000 races. Ku Kei gave a bitter smile. I'm just afraid something will go wrong again. Su Yun looked determined. It's even better if something happens. Yangsheng Fanhai Academy. The principal mobilized everyone. You are temporary students. Keep a low profile over there. You must fight your way into the top 50 on the glory ranking and secure a quota for the Divine Palace. The students' eyes burned with killing intent, their goal crystal clear, to seize the quota and kill the geniuses of the myriad races. Shanglong Academy. Your target is the Divine Palace quota. Don't fall out with the myriad races. Why? Can you kill them with absolute certainty? If not, don't force a showdown. It's rare for everyone to gather at Tianming Academy, so learn as much as you can. The teachers all urged the students not to rush into a life-or-death fight with the myriad races. Survival came first. But one student asked, what about the human geniuses? The principal said indifferently, fight them. No one said a word, but their fists tightened. They felt stifled and resentful. When enemies were ahead, they could only turn their blades on their own people. Luoyang War Academy. Its style was like an army's, with orders as absolute as mountains. The principal stood there like a steel spear. Stop causing trouble with your own people. The moment you run into the myriad races, cripple them if you can. If you die, your academy will support your family. If you're maimed, we'll support you, but don't bring shame to War Academy. The students roared in unison. Kill, kill, kill. At Tianming Academy, the atmosphere was tense. After Zhang Zhongqing learned of the major academy's plans, he had no power to stop them and could only agree to open the river again and raise the price. The board members were dissatisfied, but Zhang Zhongqing couldn't be bothered to explain. Opening the spiritual energy river twice had cost a huge amount, and all sorts of miscellaneous expenses had to be covered with merit points. Talents from the major academies arrived one after another. Sky warships and colossal beasts hovered overhead, making quite a spectacle, and tensions among the three factions escalated. Su Yun's killing of Tu Gang was gradually buried under the noise. At this moment, Su Yun was buried in studying forging. His mind wasn't just on making weapons. He also wanted to build a spatial container capable of trapping people, and he was even privately mulling over a goo-raising method for confrontation. but he hadn't discussed that idea with Lin Sihua. Lin Sihua was already shocked just by hearing about the idea of trapping people and thought Su Yun was dangerous. If he knew the full plan, he would think Su Yun had gone mad. Just then, someone reported that fighting had broken out outside. The Huafu clan had killed a genius from the six-winged Flying Tiger clan, and Tu Wu had severely injured a genius from the Heavenly Fire Demon clan, while Wei Paitian had lost in a clash with the Divine clan. Su Yun was surprised, and the Huafu clan aroused his interest. He asked Lin Sihua about them, and learned that the Hua family was war-oriented and had produced 2 king ascenders. The white-robed king had once swept through the myriad races, only to be assassinated in a joint ambush by the myriad races in the end. The more Lin Sihua spoke, the more emotional he became, and only then did Su Yun understand the meaning behind the Huafu clan's name. Lin Sihua warned him not to trust the myriad races. After leaving the wrought iron pavilion, Su Yun went out to set up a stall and sell pills again, and business was even better than at the Divine Pavilion. Merit points kept rolling in. He gave medicine to the students of War Academy for free, focusing on letting them go fight the myriad races. The other academies were green with envy, and when Shanglong Academy came looking to take advantage, Su Yun directly snapped. "You dare come here to cause trouble? Get lost." The Shanglong people threatened him, but Su Yun didn't care, and the students from the other academies actually enjoyed the show. After saying that, he left. This little episode had no impact on Su Yun at all. After selling out the pills, he immediately went home. It was a great time to make money and improve himself, and he wasn't about to miss either. Ku Kei returned to the dormitory, and Su Yun continued refining medicine. Dongfang Taiwei reminded him not to overdo it, and Su Yun nodded, preparing to steal again that night. 10 intermediate divine hands have been condensed. Please choose a world to steal from. Monster World, Greatsword World. Seeing Monster World, Su Yun instantly got excited. The equipment set bonuses from Monster Hunter were excellent. Connecting to the Monster World, Steal failed, Steal successful. Stolen items, Fire Dragon set recipe, Rage Hammer, Misfortune Greatsword sealed. When Su Yun saw that he had stolen the Fire Dragon set recipe, he was overjoyed. The Fire Dragon set had powerful attributes, and he was also thinking about whether he could integrate the Rage Hammer into his own Iron Hammer technique. He'd have to ask about that tomorrow. He glanced again at the dragon egg in the corner and found that it had finally reacted, so he decided to wait a little longer. That night's harvest was plentiful. The next morning, Ku Kei came to the secret medicine pavilion. Su Yun told her that the upcoming hunting competition would come with a mission and gave her a set of equipment, requiring her to defeat 5 members of the myriad races as a test. Ku Kei nodded seriously. Su Yun wasn't here to do charity. Since she had chosen to follow him, she would have to prove herself with results. Ku Kei asked whether she would end up fighting one of their own, and Su Yun told her to target only the myriad races and leave everything else aside for now. On the other side, at the top floor of the Divine Pavilion, Wang Li and Mo Du were about to break through, and Wang Can had not given up on them. He even told Lan Pingyi to target Su Yun during the hunting competition. This time, they could openly use numbers to beat fewer. The few of them were all secretly competing with each other. The Lu family. Lu Guang ordered them to find an opportunity to heavily damage Su Yun, and Lu Tianxian and Lu Mao obeyed. As for the myriad races, arrangements had already been made. Lu Guang was still thinking about that dragon egg. He believed that once the dragon egg hatched and fused, its power would be terrifying, and they had to snatch it back. The Feng family and the Ding family had the same idea. The bladed iron pavilion. Su Yun had just bought materials for 2 sets. This world didn't have fire dragons, so similar materials would do too. Full of confidence, he began forging. He kept swinging the hammer, hundreds of strikes without rest. The senior students nearby were completely stunned. He didn't suffer any recoil at all, and his spiritual power never ran out. In fact, Su Yun was frantically accumulating forging experience. He now had merit points, so he could improve quickly. Both alchemy and forging relied on accumulation. When Lin Sihua came back and saw everyone gathered around Su Yun, he asked what was going on. The senior students smiled bitterly. Did Su Yun never rest? Lin Sihua said he was used to it. Lin Sihua said, he's pretty durable. You should all learn from him. The people from the bladed iron pavilion could only nod, but inwardly they were thinking, learn? Learn my ass. Lin Sihua had long heard from Dongfang Taiwei that Su Yun never slept. He was either cultivating, refining medicine, or reading books. With high talent and hard work, he was a textbook overachiever. Lin Sihua walked over and looked at the yellow rank low-grade weapons all over the floor, the corner of his mouth twitching wildly. Su Yun's willpower was simply hardcore. Su Yun called out, teacher, and asked whether Lin Sihua could help integrate his hammer into the iron hammer technique. Lin Sihua understood immediately. He nodded and said that as long as he cultivated a fusion-type technique, it would work. Then he gave Su Yun a jade pendant as a meeting gift, and inside it happened to contain the Lin family's fusion technique. Su Yun sighed that the technique belonged to the teacher's family, and Lin Sihua said flatly that most of his family members were almost dead anyway. Su Yun said seriously that he would definitely provide for both teachers in their old age and see them off in the end. Hearing that, Lin Sihua rolled his eyes hard, laughing and cursing him to hurry up and cultivate. Yet he felt a little moved inside. After all, he had no children, and suddenly someone was saying they would take care of him in his old age. It was pretty heartwarming. After saying that, Lin Sihua went upstairs. Su Yun scratched his head and smiled, then sat cross-legged on the ground to extract the rage hammer. In an instant, a giant hammer appeared. Its handle was wrapped in golden black mane-like strands. Its hammer head was shaped like a beast's head, purple-black in color, with two short spiral horns and a bone nail embedded in the center. Su Yun felt the berserk will within the hammer and began cultivating according to the Lin family fusion technique. With the black hammer in one hand and the rage hammer in the other, the moment they came close, a terrifying vibration erupted, nearly shattering Su Yun apart. Clenching his teeth, he released his spiritual power and forcibly fused the two hammers. All the yellow rank weapons nearby were blasted away, and the scene momentarily went out of control. Lin Sihua and the elders of the Black Iron Pavilion all saw it and couldn't help but sigh. Learning the Lin family fusion forging technique in 20 minutes. When your willpower is that strong, you're just ruthless. Lin Sihua had wanted to act calm, but in the end he couldn't suppress the grin on his face, and even his leg bouncing wouldn't stop, drawing a round of ridicule from the elders. The tremors subsided, and the fusion of the Fury Handle Hammer and the Iron Hammer technique was complete. Su Yun wiped the sweat from his face and looked at the new hammer. Its head now carried golden lightning, and its shape had become even more menacing. Strike while the iron is hot. Forge the Fire Dragon set. Su Yun immediately began. Everyone on the field was speechless. This kid just wouldn't stop. He was way too grind-driven. The Fire Dragon set had 5 pieces of armor. He started with the helmet. The materials fused, the hammer came down, and it immediately gave off weapon light. Everyone went completely insane. Normally, you had to slowly hammer out the impurities before you could get weapon light. But Su Yun got it with a single strike, and not just once, 7 beams in a row, then an 8th beam. Pavilion Master. Yellow rank, intermediate armor. The scene exploded. Everyone was stunned. The elders were nearly losing their minds. Su Yun had only been learning forging for just over a week, yet he had already forged yellow rank intermediate equipment. Even with the fusion forging technique helping, it was still absurd. At the same time, in the secret medicine pavilion, Dongfang Taiyue sneered. Excited over this? Too young. Lin Sihua instantly appeared in front of Su Yun and reminded him that high-level forging placed enormous strain on the spirit, and he had to hold on. Su Yun nodded. Feeling as though his soul was being scorched, he only became more and more excited as he forged, hammer after hammer. The Fire Dragon helmet took shape and landed in Lin Sihua's hands. On the surface, he remained composed. SOSO, just yellow rank intermediate. The apprentices were all shocked. Su Yun thanked his teacher. Lin Sihua was secretly overjoyed, but pretended to cough. Work harder from now on. Su Yun bowed again. The other apprentices watched in envy. After Lin Sihua left, the elders teased him. So this is the suppression you were talking about? You got smacked in the face instead. Lin Sihua rolled his eyes and laughed. The Lin family's forging legacy had finally found an heir. In the rear courtyard of the secret medicine pavilion, Kuke wore the Fire Dragon set and felt his strength surge, thrilled beyond words. He could put it on directly with a single thought, which was very convenient. But Su Yun reminded him, equipment is still just external support. He had to become strong himself. Kuke felt even more pressure and resolved not to let Su Yun down. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the sky, as ferocious beasts from all over were being delivered. Kuke said that this hunt competition even had 8-star and 9-star beasts, and even warlord-level ferocious beasts. Su Yun nodded and said students could all take part, but there were many experts, so they needed to conserve their strength. When Kuke asked where he was going, Su Yun pushed his cart off to sell medicine. Meanwhile, in Yoshin Garden, geniuses of the myriad races chatted and laughed. They were highly excited about the hunt competition and even planned to start by brutally crushing the human race out of the gate. Long Yunxiang reminded everyone to keep an eye on Su Yun. He also wanted to get back the dragon egg he had lost and use the occasion to settle personal scores under the guise of public business. In the end, everyone decided. In the hunt competition, all humans had to be driven out. That day, thunder rumbled overhead, and the back mountain of the academy was bustling beyond measure. Countless students rushed into the sealed forest, while countless ferocious beasts roared. The brilliance in the sky came from spirit talisman masters and array masters joining forces to set up formations, ensuring safety. It's Dragon Capital TV. The whole event was being broadcast live. Zhang Zhongqing and the directors gathered on the high platform, and the protectors of the myriad races were also present. Zhang Zhongqing smiled and said, "I hope the human race and the myriad races can compete with style." The god race protector sneered, "I hope so too." The directors frowned, sensing something off about those words, carrying a strong killing intent. Below, the law enforcement team maintained order, and the teachers gave safety instructions. Don't force yourself. If there's danger, crush the jade pendant. Go in groups of 3 or 5. Don't act alone. This hunt competition is just for fun. Don't gamble with your life. Every participant was equipped with a life-saving jade pendant. Su Yun sighed that there were over 1,000 participants this time, with many from the myriad races and other schools as well. Kuke and Su Yun exchanged a brief farewell before leaving. Su Yun suddenly sensed multiple strands of killing intent from both humans and the myriad races and sneered, looking for death. His target was clear. He was going to deal with the myriad races, and he would show no mercy. Next batch. Su Yun followed them in, and the few people behind hurried after him. A flash of energy passed, and the participants were randomly teleported into the back mountain. In the dense forest, sunlight dappled through the trees. Su Yun landed in a patch of woodland and used observation hockey to scout. There's fighting to the east. The Huas are clashing with the myriad races. We can ambush them over there. He activated Ninetails mode and sped off at top speed. Kuke had already moved beyond his range of perception, so Su Yun temporarily gave up looking for him. Meanwhile, on a small hill, 3 members of the demon race were about to hunt down humans. Just as they were about to leave, a strange figure suddenly flashed into view. One demon's ear, middle finger, and ankle were instantly severed, and his screams rang out nonstop. The other 2 shrieked in terror. "Who is it?" An eerie silence fell all around, and fear spread. Suddenly, the second one heard a quiet hum beside his ear. He turned around, only to find both ears and 1 kidney gone. The last one was so terrified he was on the verge of losing his mind, completely unable to find the attacker. The scene was being live-streamed, and when it was switched to the human and myriad race audiences, there was an immediate uproar. Everyone recognized him. It was Kuke. He had clearly become extremely fierce. The third demon collapsed in despair, crushed a jade pendant for help, but all 5 fingers were severed at once. A teacher arrived, and the 3 demon members were carried away, screaming. Kuke emerged from the darkness, slowly lifting his mask, his expression cold. That feels so damn good. At that moment, Kuke was like a dark specter, unleashing his true nature. The beast hunting grounds were divided into 2 layers, the outer layer for warrior-level fighters, and the core area for warlord-level fighters. Human geniuses fought desperately to hunt beasts and claim first place, while also staying on guard against being sniped. The myriad races only wanted to drive the humans out. At that moment, intense fighting erupted below. A member of the myriad races appeared, dragon horns growing from his head, teasingly staring at a squad of humans. His battle armor was towering, over 3 meters tall, and his imposing aura pressed down on everyone. Those dragon eyes were deep and icy. Rank 89 on the light brilliance list, Long Si-hai. Someone recognized him. Long Si-hai had come to Tianming Academy solely to stop the humans. Whenever he encountered a member of the myriad races, he would surrender, and he only picked on humans, utterly shameless. Luoyang War Academy, Deng Yuanyuan, SS rank talent. Long Si-hai stared straight at the girl ahead. She had short black hair, determined eyes, and was both beautiful and valiant. Deng Yuanyuan shouted, "Kill." In an instant, trees were uprooted by force, stripped of bark into wooden stakes, and shot out like cannonballs. Her talent, Forest Lord. The 4 teammates were unfazed and surrounded Long Si-hai. As the wooden stakes wildly stabbed toward him, blue light appeared over Long Si-hai's armor, and 9 waves of light formed a protective barrier around him. See Dragon Divine Suppression Technique. Flowing pressure, he roared, throwing a punch. The light waves thundered, and the wooden stakes shattered instantly. Deng Yuanyuan's expression changed. Long Si-hai charged into the crowd, and the 4 teammates were all knocked down in an instant. He showed no mercy. One person had an ear ripped off with blood spraying everywhere. One had his abdomen smashed open, spewing blood. One had a leg shattered, hot blood spraying onto his face, and the last had a shoulder crippled, collapsing while screaming. "Trash, and you dare touch me." Long Si-hai wiped the blood off his face in disgust. Just then, a giant tree swept across and sent him flying hundreds of meters. Deng Yuanyuan said in a low voice, "Go." The 4 of them crushed their jade pendants in despair and were taken away by their teachers to escape. Long Si-hai looked at Deng Yuanyuan coldly. There was a white mark where his armor had been struck. Deng Yuanyuan took a deep breath. She was ranked 95, and her opponent, ranked 89, was far stronger than his ranking suggested, probably around the top 70. Forest wooden house, she roared. Trees around her rose up together, forming a gigantic moving wooden house, and two massive wooden arms smashed toward Long Sihai. A flash of blue light erupted from Long Sihai as his speed surged. He easily dodged. The giant wooden house smashed into the ground, raising clouds of dust. The next second, Long Sihai burst out of the dust and thrust out a palm, with a blue light array covering the wooden house. Boom! The wooden house collapsed at once. Deng Yuanyuan fell to the ground, her face pale. The teachers were shocked, but powerless to do anything. She struggled to her feet, but Long Sihai stomped and shattered her right hand. The crack of bone rang out, and Deng Yuanyuan's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. You call well. I like it. Long Sihai looked down and found that Deng Yuanyuan's gaze was resolute, with intense killing intent. She tried to grab the jade pendant, but it was knocked flying away. Still not calling? Long Sihai sneered. Grabbing her by the neck, he actually tore off one of her arms, and blood gushed out violently. Everyone could not bear to watch any longer, and some were enraged. But Deng Yuanyuan clenched her teeth tightly and said nothing, her eyes fixed deathly on Long Sihai. Courting death. Long Sihai shouted angrily. He did not believe that mere humans would dare refuse to submit. That's enough. A teacher from Luoyang Academy roared as he rushed over directly to save her. Seeing this, Long Sihai narrowed his eyes and smiled. Just sparring. He casually threw Deng Yuanyuan to the teacher and turned to leave. The people who had originally been watching all fell silent. The hunting competition had gone sour. Zhang Zhongqing and the others looked grim. The entire venue had been slapped in the face. The dragon race's guardians mocked the human race's way of nurturing talents. Zhang Zhongqing forced a smile, and the various guardians laughed. The teachers and students felt heavy-hearted. Deng Yuanyuan and the other geniuses were crippled, their foundations ruined. Long Sihai was in a very good mood, and continued hunting human geniuses, feeling thoroughly pleased. He ran into another human squad, and was just about to capture them, when Su Yun suddenly appeared and helped the human team out of the bind. Long Sihai's prey slipped away, and he was seething with rage. Just then he spotted Su Yun and immediately became eager to try. The human audience watching the live stream was all excited, and the atmosphere was tense. Su Yun provoked him. Little worm, what color is your dragon race's blood? Long Sihai sneered in reply. The next second, Su Yun erupted, teleporting to slash off one of Long Sihai's arms. Red? So novels really are lying. The whole place fell silent. Su Yun did not give Long Sihai any chance to catch his breath. He directly smashed the dragon cauldron, then with another strike cut off his other arm. Covered in dragon blood all over, he looked like a demonic god. With his final move, round dance, he also cut off Long Sihai's 2 legs. Su Yun shouted that he was not allowed to die, and fed him a pill. The livestream area exploded. The War Academy was in full celebration, and the girls were so excited they wanted to give Su Yun babies. On the 10,000 Clan side, the atmosphere was gloomy, and the Dragon Clan's guardian was furious. The attitudes of the various factions were mixed. Some supported Su Yun, while others told him to rein it in. Zhang Zhongqing, meanwhile, looked excited, silently approving. But Su Yun's next move directly infuriated the Dragon Clan. He actually set up a fire and prepared to roast dragon meat. The whole human race around the world burst into laughter. Others came to hunt, and he went straight to grilling dragon meat. The Dragon Clan guardian roared. He has desecrated my clan. He must die. The other 10,000 clans also turned cold. At that moment, the heat surged. Dongfang Taiwei shouted, Old reptile, I'll kill you first. Lin Sihua was also incensed. Do you really think we dare not resist? Alchemists and blacksmiths were the most explosive-tempered. The hotter the fire, the worse their tempers. The Heavenly Flame Demon Clan's guardian sneered. Wasn't the Dongfang family wiped out long ago, leaving only you? Dongfang Taiwei was completely enraged, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. This was a human taboo. He summoned the flame-light cauldron. The 3 colored flames converged, power going berserk, and he smashed it straight at the 10,000 clans. It took the joint efforts of the 10,000 clans guardians to dissolve the attack, otherwise there would have been heavy casualties. The atmosphere became tense and fraught. Zhang Zhongqing stepped forward and said coldly, No more mentioning this topic. The Divine Clan Guardian restrained his anger and said, Just a joke. No need to get worked up. Lin Sihua and the others quickly held Dongfang Taiwei back, temporarily easing the tension. Zhang Zhongqing suppressed his emotions and sent a voice transmission to Su Yun. Don't do anything reckless. Su Yun was still skewering meat and, speechlessly, put away the dragon meat. What a pity, my dipping sauce. Countless people were speechless. He even brought dipping sauce. Suddenly, Su Yun sensed something unusual and instantly turned around, activating Ninetales mode. The Divine Clan was chasing down a Tianming Academy squad. Su Yun rushed over, and when the squad saw him, they were overjoyed. Su Yun. Su Yun teased, "Good morning." The squad hurriedly handed the enemy over to him and ran off at top speed. The genius of the god race said calmly, "Send them over yourself?" Su Yun raised an eyebrow and mocked, "You god race really are like a bunch of sissies. At least give me your name." Lightwing god race, Yao Kong. The other party announced his name. He ranked 71st on the light rankings. Su Yun had no impression of him. "Never heard of you." Yao Kong revealed 6 wings, and holy light, like a wheel, slashed towards Su Yun. Su Yun hurled a mini-tailed beast ball. The two forces collided and exploded into a mushroom cloud. Yao Kong scattered light powder, his speed surging as the 6 wings turned into swords and came to kill. Su Yun shouted, "8 extremities collapse." He threw out a punch, sending Yao Kong flying. Feeling the hidden force in his body erupt, Yao Kong was injured again and coughed up blood. Su Yun teleported behind Yao Kong, and the demon fox's claws crushed his light wings. Yao Kong knelt on the ground in agony as his light wings shattered. "You." Yao Kong was just about to speak when Su Yun directly barked, "Shut up." His fists rained down on him, and he even slapped him twice. With another punch, Yao Kong collapsed onto the ground. Ding. Defeated Yao Kong, dropped advanced divine hand *2. Yao Kong was left with only a breath of life. Su Yun sighed, "I can't kill you." "Sorry." Everyone outside was shocked. Su Yun was too strong. Even the dragon race and the god race had fallen at his hands. But Su Yun didn't stop. His gaze turned to the most densely packed part of the crowd. At this moment, the other geniuses were also in fierce battles. Their numbers were average, and this disadvantage was obvious at a glance, instantly exposed. The geniuses from the other academies were only barely holding on for a brief time. Cripple them one by one and throw them out. Ha ha, that's what I like doing best. I've already taken care of more than 20 of them. You guys are too slow. Slow. The myriad races laughed in triumph. The various academies clenched their teeth and held on, the atmosphere tense. Wang Li, Mo Du, Ding Lei, and other children from wealthy families exchanged glances and quietly retreated. "Mo Du, what are you doing?" someone asked in confusion. Mo Du said indifferently, "This is hunting ferocious beasts, not going all out against the myriad races." After speaking, he led Wang Li away. Ding Lei gritted his teeth and followed as well. The myriad races sneered. Humans were still infighting. How interesting. Wang Li and the others found Lan Pingyi. "Wait here. I feel him coming." It was Su Yun. Su Yun appeared, holding the Tsongyun cutter, looking excitedly at the myriad races. "You all leave. I'll take care of this bunch." Some geniuses wanted to stay and help, but Su Yun shook his head. "Don't worry, I still don't need to go all out." A tiger-headed, human-bodied alien roared. "You're way too arrogant." Su Yun sneered. "Did I tell you to speak?" "Shut up." A demon clan genius shouted in fury, but Su Yun's gaze turned icy, black lightning leaping through the air as a terrifying aura erupted. Boom. The geniuses of the myriad races instantly collapsed, leaving only a few trembling figures still standing. Ding. Host defeated the myriad races, dropped advanced gods hand *12, intermediate gods hand *9. Those who had wanted to help immediately slipped away. No one dared approach. Wang Li's heart tightened. This guy was getting stronger and stronger. Mo Du's killing intent grew dense, and black diamond-like plating appeared on Ding Lei's body. Lan Pingyi reminded calmly, "Let's rush him together." The outside world was in an uproar. Su Yun's imposing power shocked everyone, especially the myriad races and the top 50 on the light list. The protector of the god race changed expression dramatically. The rise of the human race might very well begin with Su Yun. Dongfang Taiyue and Lin Sihua were excited and proud, while the 4 great aristocratic families fell into silent contemplation. Zhang Zhongqing even grew worried. Su Yun was too strong and would become the target of everyone's attacks. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. Wang Li and the others appeared, seemingly ready to ambush Su Yun. Su Yun became alert, directly unleashing his domineering aura and raising his sword to strike. Boom. Thunder cracked as air cannons blasted towards Su Yun, and at the same time, a wooden stake covered in a crystal layer pierced through the air. Seeking death, Su Yun raged. He had intended to cooperate and deal with the myriad races first, yet these people were backstabbing him. At the critical moment, Su Yun donned the fire dragon set and emerged unscathed. But his hand was trembling, fury soaring to the heavens. "Like courting death? Then you'll have to pay the price." His laughter was icy. Lan Pingyi shouted a warning, and a strange figure suddenly appeared. A dagger stabbed into Wang Li's lower back, and after landing the hit, the figure vanished instantly. Wang Li screamed in agony, clutching his bleeding lower back as he shouted, "Who is it?" The figure appeared again, this time slashing straight at his ankle. Wang Li roared, lightning bursting forth, the surrounding area turning wild and violent. Lan Pingyi made his move, a flame deity appearing behind him as he grabbed Wang Li. The mysterious man flashed in and out, and any lightning that touched him vanished without a trace. Ding Lei and Mo Du were alarmed, secretly cursing what kind of monster had infiltrated the hunting tournament. Suddenly, Su Yun sprang into action, his killing intent icy. He slashed once, severing the connection between the flame deity and Wang Li. This time, even Lan Pingyi could not hold him back and charged in directly. Wang Li fell to the ground and looked at Su Yun. Su Yun sneered, "You're finished." Blade light flashed, and Wang Li instantly became a human stick. The bloody scene shocked everyone. Wang Can and the others were utterly stunned as well. Wang Li was crippled, and the God Pavilion was going to bleed for this. Lan Pingyi said coldly, "Mo Du, keep watch. Ding Lei, follow me." Mo Du was tense, wind blades circling his body. Ding Lei kept up his bravado but still rushed forward, his black diamond body lunging straight at Su Yun. Su Yun activated Nine-Tail mode, sending the fox demon's claws crashing toward Lan Pingyi, while he himself faced Ding Lei with his blade. Ding Lei recalled what happened back then, and Su Yun's cold smile sent a jolt through his heart. Ding Lei roared, uprooting a tree and turning it into a diamond weapon as he smashed it at Su Yun. Su Yun's raging flames surged, blade shadows flashing, and he directly severed the diamond tree. With a burst of speed, he instantly closed in on Ding Lei. Slash! Su Yun struck Ding Lei with his blade, nearly cleaving him from waist to legs. Ding Lei was lucky enough not to die, but he was already finished. In terror, he crushed a jade pendant, only for it to fall to the side. Su Yun stomped the jade pendant to pieces and looked coldly at Lan Pingyi. An elder of the Ding family appeared and could only take the defeated Ding Lei away. Wang Li was taken away as well. This time, they had lost completely. Mo Du watched Ding Lei get instantly defeated and became even more terrified. Suddenly, his wind blades were cut apart, and a kidney was pierced through. Mo Du cried out in pain. "If you've got the guts, come at me head on." In the shadows, Kuei sneered. "Even S-rank people got stabbed. Why would SSS scare me?" Su Yun looked over, and Mo Du immediately crushed a jade pendant. "You can't hit me." The faces of the God Pavilion group turned ugly. System prompt from Su Yun. Defeat Wang Li and Ding Lei. Drop advanced hand of God *4. Su Yun said casually, "Those few of the 10,000 races are yours." Lan Pingyi was puzzled, only feeling that the person hiding in the shadows would no longer make a move. He said in a low voice, "I did underestimate you." Su Yun looked on coldly, not wanting to make trouble with the people of the academy, but he had reached his limit. The next second, Lan Pingyi's entire body turned bright red, the flame deity reappeared, and everything around them became a sea of fire. Talent: Heavenly Fire Giant Spirit God, SSS rank, 1-star Battle General. Fire River: the flame deity threw out a giant fist, the air wailed, and the earth burned. A Battle General level cultivator was far stronger than a warrior level 1 and could wield more powerful mysterious strength. But Su Yun neither dodged nor retreated, sheathing his blade and using a hammer instead. In an instant, a purple hammer appeared, growing huge with an astonishing aura. He raised the hammer high, the space around it slightly distorted, and smashed directly toward the incoming flames. Boom! The river of flames was smashed out by one hammer, and most of the forest fire was extinguished at once. The ground trembled, cracks spreading. With that strike, Su Yun borrowed the force to leap into the air. Flames spiraled around him in the sky before finally surging into the purple hammer. He descended like a comet, gripping the hammer with both hands and roaring, "Die!" Everyone saw a flaming meteor streak across the sky, but that was Su Yun himself. Lan Pingyi was shocked and erupted with all his strength, merging into the flame deity behind him for a desperate all-out strike. The flame deity had already gained a trace of intelligence, crossed its arms, and formed a heaven-reaching blaze to Ying Su Yun. Bang! The purple hammer came down, fire rings spread outward, and the void was scorched and distorted. Crack! The flame deity was directly smashed apart. Boom! Lan Pingyi's body turned black as charcoal, and he fell to the ground, losing all fighting power in utter defeat. Ding! Host defeated Lan Pingyi, dropped, advanced hand of God *4. The entire Shinj team collapsed in defeat, and the outside world fell into silence. The directors were stunned. An 8-star fighter beating a battle general was like an adult hitting a child, too outrageous. Wang Can was shaking with rage. In this exhibition match, Two core members had been injured, and they were losing badly. Dongfang Taiwei and the others laughed loudly and applauded. If not for the rules preventing killing, Wang Li, Ding Lei, and Lan Pingyi would all already be dead. Su Yun removed his mask, his cold face like a god of slaughter. You should be thankful for the Academy's rules. After venting his anger, he calmed down again. Someone nearby sneered about humans fighting among themselves. He ignored it, then turned and saw several of the 10,000 races mocking him. Su Yun immediately erupted, unleashing a barrage of heavy punches and knocking all of them to the ground. This bunch of idiots, they like getting beaten? Su Yun sneered, no longer interested in paying them any mind. After dealing with the 10,000 races, he looked toward the back mountain. He knew more people were gathering there, and there should be battle general-level ferocious beasts. Kuke, how are the results? He asked calmly. Kuke appeared soundlessly and tossed down a pile of ears, fingers, and internal organs from the 10,000 races. Su Yun smiled. This guy had really cut out their kidneys. Qualified, very satisfied. Su Yun nodded. Kuke felt relieved, knowing that Su Yun had given him a chance, and he was deeply grateful. Su Yun asked, "Dare to hunt battle general-level prodigies of the 10,000 races with me?" Kuke said excitedly, "I dare." Those who had released their true nature could no longer return to their boring old lives. When facing the weak, they would only feel bored. In the back mountain, the terrain was steep and rugged. Suddenly, the vegetation flattened as a heavily armored giant beast charged wildly, unstoppable wherever it went. It was as large as 2 tanks, its hide as thick as iron, immune even to cannon shells, with a gleaming mercury-like horn. On the other side, a giant python slithered out from the black mist, 40 meters long and as thick as a water vat, with a fleshy horn on its forehead, on the verge of transforming into a flood dragon. A sign of becoming a flood dragon. Su Yun's entire body was covered in black scales, dark and without shine, extremely low-key. 2 warlord-class ferocious beasts, the war rhino and the mandala black python, were infamous. Even warriors of the same level found them hard to handle. At this moment, a large number of human and myriad race geniuses had gathered, all staring at these 2 ferocious beasts. The myriad races only wanted to kill the humans first, then take the hunting competition championship. The human side, on the other hand, held their ground tightly and would never let the myriad races succeed. Su Yun came carrying blood, and everyone greeted him one after another. "Brother Su, over here. If you hadn't helped just now, we would have been eliminated already." His popularity soared. Su Yun only smiled. "We're on the same side. No need to be polite." The myriad races' expressions turned ugly, knowing Su Yun was targeting them. Chi Luo sneered. "You're so smug just because you handled a few small fry?" The demon genius advised him to ignore Su Yun for now and kill the ferocious beasts first. The 2 sides temporarily called a truce. Only Su Yun paid them no mind and immediately went on the attack. The ground cracked open, terrifying the myriad races. Su Yun said coldly, "Who said to stop? Did I agree to it?" Before the myriad races could even react, Kuke made his move, stabbing wildly. The ground became a river of blood. "Su Yun, what do you think you're doing?" The demon genius roared in fury. Su Yun pressed forward step by step. Scram. After saying that, he erupted, and the demon fox claws swept across. The human geniuses were stunned, and even people from Luoyang Academy were convinced. This is what a real ruthless person looks like. The demon and god geniuses joined forces to confront Su Yun head-on. The 3 clashed brutally, and with one strike the mountains shook and the earth split. Meanwhile, Kuke behind them continued to reap lives, and the screams of the myriad races never stopped. The human geniuses gradually snapped out of it and shouted excitedly, "Beat them! Forget the ferocious beasts, drive the myriad races out." Su Yun ignited the atmosphere of a full counterattack across the battlefield. Zhang Zhongqing watched with boiling blood, as if he were seeing the rise of a new generation. Su Yun only understood one thing. He could not let the myriad races win. This bunch of myriad races were all elite monsters with the god-slaughtering hand, absolutely not to be missed. Forest blood flames burned, firelight surged, and the momentum was terrifying. Moros walked out from the sea of fire like a demon lord. Tian Ci spread his wings, divine light blasting towards Su Yun. In a single breath, Su Yun whirled the cloud-cutting slash, cutting down all the divine light. Flash technique. Tian Ci's wings shone like the sun, making Su Yun's eyes ache shut. Moros seized the chance, and his 36 eyes glared furiously. Demon candle light. 36 streaks of blood light blasted over, even dragging the volcano along with them. Even with his eyes closed, Su Yun remained calm as still water. His movement technique was like a dragon and a bird, dodging them all. Tianci and Moros were stunned, completely unable to avoid it. The others were even more shocked. With his eyes closed, he relied only on instinct and experience. Yet Su Yun stood as steady as a mountain, gripping the cloud-cutting slash and sweeping it horizontally. The blade wind cut down a swath of forest. Tianci had already retreated, cold sweat streaming down him. Moros was a moment too slow and had his middle finger severed. One of the eyes on his face also burst, blood flowing nonstop. Su Yun said with a sneer, "No wonder you have the strength of the bottom 50 on the brightness ranking." Golden light flowed over his body as he activated Ninetales mode. The next moment, Su Yun shifted his steps, flashed in front of Tianci, and black energy appeared in his hand. A super mini-tailed beast bomb. Tianci shouted, "Rainbow Flash God." Seven-colored light erupted from both feet as he kicked continuously. In an instant, the black energy sphere exploded, and the aura of destruction crushed Tianci's attack, directly blasting him into a bloody mess, with both legs completely crippled. Ding. Host defeated Tianci, dropped Advanced God's Hand *1. After Su Yun finished off Tianci, he looked at Moros and sneered as he raised the purple hammer. Moros was still shocked. Tianci was already done for. He wasn't one of the battle-crazed type, and seeing that he was no match, he was about to crush the jade pendant and flee. Su Yun saw through it, slammed the ground in fury, and sent the jade pendant flying. Moroser's expression changed. "Su Yun, are you really going to fall out with me?" Su Yun couldn't be bothered to reply and smashed down with a hammer. Moroser's blood-red eyes burst open as he resisted with all his might, but it was still useless. With a bang, he was smashed into the ground, barely hanging on to life. Ding. Host has defeated Moroser, dropped Advanced Divine Hands *2. Su Yun was overjoyed. Beating geniuses really did drop Advanced Divine Hands. On the other side, more than 50 of Ku Kei's subordinates from the 10,000 races had died, including Chi Luo. Today was not Su Yun's day of becoming a god, but Ku Kei's against heaven moment. With his ordinary A-grade talent, he could now even take on SSS rank opponents. The 10,000 races in the academy were afraid when they saw him. Who would want their waist stabbed every day? Even teacher Xiong was dumbfounded. "This is my student?" Ku Kei was grateful to Su Yun. Without him, there would be no current him. At this moment, 2 beast kings at the battle general level were also killed by the human geniuses. Su Yun understood that in the hunting competition, the 10,000 races could not be allowed to win. It didn't matter which human academy won. Tianci Moroser, seriously injured, was rescued by the Guardian. "Su Yun, don't get too cocky. Wait until you make the top 50. Tianci roared weakly in rage. Su Yun sneered. "Relax, I'll show you in a few days." He was going to charge up the rankings, and he was going to step on the wealthy clans and the 10,000 races to get there. "We won. This is the first time winning this happily. We drove all the 10,000 races away." People from every academy were laughing wildly. Su Yun grinned. Although there had been a bit of unpleasantness in the middle, his mood was finally lifted. He planned to go back and look into the wealthy clans to see which one would be the most suitable target to snipe. The audience outside also erupted. This victory was simply too satisfying. Compared with the human race's cheers, the 10,000 races were silent, their faces ugly. Zhang Zhongqing commented calmly, "Not bad performance." The directors wanted to laugh, but held it in. They all knew the principal was too scheming, and this time the 10,000 races had been tricked badly. The guardian of the god race reminded him, "Don't be happy too early." Zhang Zhongqing didn't answer, stopping at that and not continuing the mockery. With a single command from the Talisman Masters and Array Masters, all the students from the back mountain were transferred out. Although they were injured, their faces were full of joy, especially with Su Yun walking in front. Many people now treated him as their leader. At this moment, the aura of the 10,000 races erupted, their killing intent overwhelming. "Su Yun, leave my clan's dragon race flesh behind. How dare you eat my clan's flesh? You're courting death." Because Su Yun had roasted dragon meat, the dragon race was furious to the extreme. Dongfang Tai Wei and the others countered. "Dragon race, you're the ones courting death." The atmosphere instantly tensed, pressing down so hard it was hard to breathe. The dragon race guardian said coldly, "Hand over the dragon meat, then cripple your own combat power, and we can let this matter go." Everyone's expressions changed. This demand was far too excessive. Wang Can and Lu Guang also coldly pressured Su Yun not to make trouble. But Su Yun's veins bulged as he grinned savagely. "Want the dragon meat? Fine. Carry it away clamped between your assholes." Everyone froze. Su Yun's attitude was wild and ruthless, completely giving the 10,000 races no face at all. Wang Can, Lu Guang, and the others turned cold, killing intent rising. This time, All their juniors had been crippled by Su Yun, and they were still being humiliated now. They simply couldn't take it. Enough, Zhang Zhongqing spoke up. What Su Yun won belongs to him, and he does not need to cripple himself. If you lost, that means the dragon race isn't good enough. He emphasized once again that the battlefield comes down to strength. The Dragon Clan's protector hated Su Yun to the core and wished he could strike immediately. Zhang Zhongqing, however, said, Su Yun did go a little too far, but he didn't break any rules. Long Yunxiang, the Dragon Clan's 10th prince, asked, one of our dragon eggs ended up in his hands. Can we get it back? The whole place froze. After all, this matter had caused a huge uproar. Long Yunxiang explained that they absolutely had to recover the dragon egg and were willing to offer resources as compensation. The others from the myriad races also echoed his words. Zhang Zhongqing smiled and replied, once you enter my estate, you follow my rules. The dragon egg belongs to Su Yun, and he gets to decide. Everyone turned to look at Su Yun, and all the pressure to return the egg was dumped onto him. Yet Su Yun said directly, I ate the egg. I can share the leftover droppings with you. Su Yun, you're asking for death. Long Yunxiang was furious, and the entire dragon clan was enraged. Su Yun replied calmly, just wait. We'll see on the light rankings. With Su Yun's cold remark, the atmosphere completely froze. Long Yunxiang only laughed and tossed back. I'll be waiting. From that day on, relations between humanity and the myriad races grew even more tense. The myriad races hated Su Yun to the bone, and even Wang family and Ding family were implicated. Feng family and Lu family hadn't even gotten revenge before they were driven out of the competition, and the hunting tournament awards ceremony ended in a perfunctory manner. Zhang Zhongqing sighed. Ever since Su Yun arrived, this place had never been peaceful again. Inside the secret medicine pavilion, Dongfang Taiwei was grinning from ear to ear. Su Yun handed him a sheet of paper. Teacher, wipe your drool. Dongfang Taiwei impatiently reminded him, don't get arrogant. Su Yun and Ku Kei both nodded. After the hunting tournament, the light rankings changed dramatically. Su Yun surged to 51st place, just one step away from entering the Divine Palace, and Ku Kei also made it into the top 60. Ku Kei was so excited he could hardly breathe. Seeing that his own disciples had all become ruthless monsters, Dongfang Taiwei sighed that he had taught two freaks, one a star killer, the other a widowmaker. Ku Kei asked, when are we continuing the ranking battle? Su Yun said, let's rest for a few days first. Dongfang Taiwei casually tossed over two pills, one black and one red, the ghost pill and the red candle pill. Ku Kei swallowed the ghost pill, and his body seemed to melt into the shadows. Su Yun swallowed the red candle pill, and his skin turned red, his bones grew harder, and the spiritual energy within him surged wildly. Su Yun broke through. Teacher, I've advanced again. Dongfang Taiwei was no longer surprised, and only told him to consolidate his cultivation. After Su Yun finished cultivating, he was back at the peak again, and Dongfang Taiwei collapsed inwardly, thinking that there was no way to compare himself to a genius like this. On the other side, Wang Qin gritted his teeth and ordered Yuan Kuei to cripple Su Yun. Yuan Kuei, ranked 34th, with SSS grade talent, confidently accepted the task. Su Yun needed to prepare for the Mixed Blood Church's principal selection in 3 months, but the ranking battle still came first. On the third day, Su Yun went to Li Qinzhou for intelligence. Li Qinzhou was helpless. Despite being a genius, he had become an information broker, and he was rather satisfied with it. After taking the jade pendant, Su Yun smiled and said, 100 merit points, and I have one more thing to ask you. Li Qinzhou raised an eyebrow. Who are you looking into? Su Yun said, Mixed Blood Church, Heavenly Demon Church, Unequalized Church, Fire Church. Do you have any intelligence on them? Li Qinzhou looked wary. Su Yun, the heat is on right now. Don't go looking for trouble. Su Yun rolled his eyes. Don't overthink it. The Sun Moon Hall has a mission to pursue and capture foreign cults. I'm just asking. Li Qinzhou relaxed and nodded. All right, I'll check around. I'll have news for you within 5 days. Su Yun directly transferred the merit points to him, and the two parted ways. Su Yun asked about several more churches simply to cover up his true target of investigation. On the way back, Su Yun checked the jade pendant intelligence. Wang family, Ding family, Lu family, and Feng family geniuses. Wang family. Huang Qi, 59. Yuan Kuei, 34. Qin Chao, 50. Wang Xiantong, 2. Ding family. Mo Long, 49. Liang Jintao, 46. Ding, E7. Lu family. Lu Tianqian, 57. Lu Mao, 58. Wu Rinjia, 22. Lu Xiao, 8. Feng family. Feng Gang, 20. Feng Yuan, 15. Feng Luoxiao, 4. The rankings had been completely reshuffled, and the battles were raging throughout the top 50. Su Yun narrowed his eyes in thought. There was no way he and Kuke could defeat everyone. They could only pick a few targets, such as Yuan Kuei, Lu Mao, Feng Gang, and Mo Long, and Liang Jintao. He wouldn't touch the middle of the pack for now, mainly because time was short, and he still had to go investigate the mixed blood cult. Find helpers, he decided immediately. Bloodline Research Institute. Su Yun came quietly and saw that Song Yi was there. Short hair, glasses, a quiet temperament. Junior, what's up? Song Yi closed her book and smiled faintly. Senior, I'm going to compete for the rankings in a couple of days. Could you help me hold off a few minor players? Su Yun rubbed his hands together. Song Yi smiled. You want me to block a few people for you? Sure. Anyway, our two families are pretty close now. Su Yun grinned in thanks. Thanks, Senior. If you need anything in the future, just come find me. Song Yi looked at him, her smile gentle. We'll see each other again very soon. Su Yun replied, I think so too, and left. Song Yi twirled a token between her fingers. On the back was engraved the number 80. She said softly, Am I with the foreign cult? Not necessarily. Spirit Weapon Department. Su Yun went to find Gong Pao. Gong Pao asked in confusion, You can get me into the top 50? He knew Su Yun was strong, but getting into the top 50 was still a stretch. Su Yun patted him on the shoulder. Trust me, I'll forge you a set of mid-grade yellow rank armor. We'll beat up the geniuses of the wealthy clans together, and you'll take the chance to charge into the top 50. Gong Pao only heard yellow rank armor and got excited, but he immediately said seriously, I'm helping you because we're brothers, absolutely not because of the equipment. Su Yun nodded. Brother, you're amazing. He had originally been wondering why Gong Pao wasn't afraid of the wealthy clans. Gong Pao said disdainfully, My dad is from the Longdu Investigation Bureau. The Investigation Bureau specializes in probing scandals among wealthy families, and it has powerful backing. No one dares mess with them. Su Yun silently complained to himself. I'm the one with the least backing. A wealthy family. Gong Pao's father is from the Investigation Bureau. Kuke is only slightly stronger than Su Yun. When do we fight? Gong Pao asked. Su Yun said, 2 days later, I'll take you all into the top 50. He immediately went to the Iron Vault and had a fire dragon suit made for Gong Pao. With the remaining time, Su Yun pushed his cart straight to the Shrine Pavilion. The people at the Shrine Pavilion were furious. This guy comes to set up a stall at our gate every day. So annoying. Yuan Kuei, a member of the Shrine Pavilion, wore black clothes and had an intimidating aura. No one dared to approach him. Yuan Kuei sneered. Let him be smug for a while longer. When he runs into me in the ranking battle, he'll definitely lose. After saying that, he went upstairs. That night, Su Yun returned to the secret medicine pavilion and told his teacher, Dongfang Taiyue, that he was going to join the mixed blood sect. Dongfang Taiyue frowned. Are you crazy? You already have merits in pills. Why take the risk? Su Yun gritted his teeth. Before, it was for myself. Now, it's more for you, teacher. Dongfang Taiyue froze, then finally patted him on the head. If you want to do it, go ahead. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Su Yun was very happy, because he knew he needed more detailed intelligence. The next day was the ranking battle. Su Yun planned to steal a wave of celebration. 10 advanced divine hands have been condensed. Please choose a world, Pokemon World, Sword and Wind World. Su Yun chose the Pokemon World without hesitation. Theft failed. Theft successful. Pikachu, Haunter, Pokeball *99, Heavy Ball *10, Dive Ball *50. At a glance, he saw 1 Pikachu, 1 Haunter, and a pile of Pokeballs. This haul was absolutely worth it. Pikachu and Haunter could be directly summoned for use. They weren't eggs. Su Yun planned to use Pikachu himself and give Haunter to Kuke to enhance Kuke's assassination ability. The 3 kinds of Pokeballs could also come in handy. In the backyard of the secret medicine pavilion, Kuke was studying the beast mixing technique. Su Yun asked him whether he had learned it. Kuke said he had, but he didn't have a contracted beast. Suddenly, a ghostly hand patted his shoulder. Kuke jumped in fright, only to realize it was Haunter. Su Yun tossed him the Pokeball. From now on, it's your battle pet. Kuke used the beast mixing technique to slowly merge the Pokeball into his body. Tang and Kuke share the same bloodline, and immediately hugged him. Kuke instantly turned icy all over, his expression helpless. He had actually taken in a ghost. Suddenly, Jengar looked solemn and charged straight at Quebec. The two made contact, and in an instant they turned into black mist and merged together. Boom! The black mist trembled, and all the grass in the backyard instantly withered. Su Yun took a few steps back, watching in surprise as Kuke walked out. Kuke's black hair burned like black flames, his eyes blood red, and his cold gaze was piercing. From his face down to his neck, black lines covered him and spread across his entire body. At this moment, Kuke possessed peak 9-star combat power. He took 1 step forward, then stopped moving. Su Yun was stunned. What was going on? Su Yun, I'm behind you. The voice was cold and eerie. Only Ku Kei's afterimage remained in place, slowly dissipating. So fast. Su Yun exclaimed. The beast fusion technique was far too powerful for Blue Star martial artists. No wonder the older generation said it would change the cultivation system. Su Yun asked happily, does it feel good? Ku Kei nodded excitedly. Too good. I've never felt this good before. Su Yun thought. Only suitable battle pets or ferocious beasts with matching attributes can produce the greatest boost. The more perfect the fusion, the more of the battle pet's abilities can be inherited. The beast fusion technique experiment was over, and it would be open to students in the next few days. By then, it would definitely cause a frenzy. In fact, that night he hadn't created just one beast fusion technique, but 4, 25%, 50%, 75%, and 100%. What he showed now was only the 25% version. Once all of them were released, the consequences were unknown, so it was better to keep some hidden. Just then, Gong Pao and Song Yi arrived. When the two saw Ku Kei's transformation, Song Yi remained calm, while Gong Pao was shocked. This is the beast fusion technique, right? Gong Pao said enviously. Knowing he couldn't beat Ku Kei, he could only admit defeat. Su Yun smiled and said it would open soon. Seniors could buy it and give it a try, and it shouldn't be expensive. Song Yi added. It seems to be priced at around 1,000. Everyone felt that was acceptable, but powerful battle pets were outrageously expensive, especially those with dragon bloodline, like Su Yun's dragon egg, which was extremely rare across all of Blue Star. Let's go, time to challenge the rankings, Su Yun said with a smile. As soon as the four of them stepped out, they instantly became the focus of the street. Su Yun loudly announced that he wanted Ding family, Wang family, Feng family, and Lu family to know he was going to challenge the rankings, and that he would enter the top 50. The news instantly caused a sensation in the academy, and even the myriad races were shocked. Su Yun's high-profile challenge to the four great aristocratic families had already become a storm in plain sight. Inside the principal's office, Zhang Zhongqing was taking pills and nearly breaking down. The hunting tournament had just ended, and you're causing trouble again. He said he was almost unable to hold on. Students from inside and outside the academy gathered to watch the excitement, wanting to see how far Su Yun could go. There's a good show coming, sneered the geniuses of the myriad races. Within the divine pavilion, Wang Can ordered Chun Chao to hold Su Yun off, and Yuan Kuei to wait for an opportunity to inflict heavy damage on him, preferably crippling him. The aristocratic geniuses had already suffered many injuries, and the people they could deploy weren't many. Lu Guang ordered the family disciples to block him with all their strength. A Feng family executive ordered people to go up in rotation, refusing to believe Su Yun could hold out for long. However, someone came out and weakly said, "Can I go give it a try?" The Feng executive frowned. Luoxiao, go rest. Feng Luoxiao had just finished fighting the gods and was severely injured. He wanted to go on stage, but was stopped by the Feng executive. Wouldn't it be over if I just slapped him into vet? Luoxiao said with a smile. The Feng executive repeatedly refused. Because Su Yun wasn't worthy enough, Luoxiao's opponents should be geniuses like Wang Xintong, Lu Xiao, Ding Yi, Sheng Yin, Ku Di, and Long Yunxiang. Luoxiao sighed and walked away. If we don't get rid of him now, it'll be even harder later. On the other side, the atmosphere on the Ding executive's side was oppressive. Ding Lei had originally been able to break into the top 50, but now just hearing Su Yun's name made him tremble. He was already ruined, and had become his inner demon. The Ding executive roared, "Mo Long, Liang Jintao, block him with everything you've got." The two could only grit their teeth and agree. They didn't want to get involved, but they had no choice but to obey. The academy was in turmoil, and the fight for the brightness rankings on the arena was still ongoing. Everyone's eyes were on Su Yun. He had become the main character. "Su Yun, go for it!" Deng Yuan and the others from Luoyang War Academy shouted from below the stage. The top 50 prodigies from the Horfu clan were also there, and Su Yun was a little dazed. Was he that popular? Deng Yuan waved with a flushed face. Beat them to a pulp. Everyone thought this girl was really fierce. Horfu clan also nodded from afar, and Su Yun returned a smile. He quite admired Horfu clan, because he only challenged the prodigies of the myriad races with a clearly defined stance. Su Yun went straight onto the stage. "Chen Chao, I challenge you." Immediately someone shouted, "If you want to challenge Chen Chao, fight us first." Su Yun didn't even bother with these people, thinking they were all just clowns. Suddenly, a female voice came from the crowd. "I'll take on these challenges for my junior brother." Everyone looked over. It was Song Yi, who usually stayed at the Bloodline Fusion Institute and was basically unknown to most people. Ku Kei also stepped forward. "Unless Su Yun does it himself, I'll take on the other challenges." Everyone was shocked. Kuke was a ruthless character who had stabbed many people during the hunting tournament. Gong Pao also came to join in the fun. Though he sounded casual, he was actually nervous inside. The noble faction frowned. Gong Pao had a complicated background, and no one wanted to provoke him. On the arena, Song Yi faced Yuan Ling, ranked 100th. Yuan Ling said coldly, "You shouldn't stick your nose in this." Song Yi didn't respond. Yuan Ling launched a fast attack, but Song Yi was faster. Mud formed into a wolf-toothed mace on her body, and with one strike she swept across Yuan Ling's abdomen. Yuan Ling instantly coughed up blood and rolled off the stage. Off the stage, Song Yi said lightly, "It's been a while since I've fought, a bit rusty." Two eyeballs even emerged from her shoulders, rolling around. Her beast-type S-rank talent, soft metal beast. Someone suggested using elemental-type fighters to deal with her. On another arena, Kuke faced someone from the Ding family branch, moving like a ghost and impossible to catch. His opponent unleashed hair attacks, but they only pierced Kuke's afterimages. The next second, Kuke drove a dagger into the back of the opponent's waist. The man screamed in agony, and all the boys below the stage collectively clutched their waists. Su-yun couldn't help thinking that back when he taught Kuke this move. Had he gone in the wrong direction? Wouldn't this affect the birth rate? Kuke kicked the man off the stage and said calmly, "Next." The crowd fell silent. Who would dare go up? No one wanted to joke with their kidneys. Gong Pao was also over there beating his opponents into the ground. Tiger's sovereign heavy cannon directly blasted people running around in panic. Another one-sided crushing victory. At that moment, the atmosphere on Su-yun's arena changed dramatically. Chen Xiao had arrived, riding a flame-black nether horse, his aura terrifying. Chen Xiao had a beast-type S-rank talent. No one wasn't afraid of him. He stared coldly at Su-yun. "You're too arrogant." Su-yun laughed while gripping his blade. "I can be even more arrogant." Su-yun slashed down with one strike, and the arena caved in, cutting straight toward Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao hastily took out his battle spear and charged on the black nether horse. Blade and spear collided. The arena cracked open, and the black nether horse exploded on the spot, with miserable screams everywhere. Chen Xiao and even the horse were nearly done for. In the end, the arena was split in two. Chen Xiao fell off his horse, his battle spear shattered, and he was defeated. Su-yun looked down from above. Kill. With one slash, the black nether horse was cut cleanly in half on the spot, and Chen Xiao spat blood and collapsed to the ground. System prompt, ding. Host defeated Chen Xiao, obtained advanced God Hand *1. People from the Divine Pavilion wanted to rush up and save Chen Xiao, but Su-yun looked at them coldly. "Did I say you could move him? Let him roll down by himself." Chen Xiao gritted his teeth and struggled off the stage, but after only a few steps he fainted. Everyone was shocked. Su-yun was too overbearing, but he did have the capital to be arrogant. Lu Mao went up to shout for a challenge, but Su-yun swept him with a glance. "Your ranking is too low, I'm not taking it." From then on, he only kept his eyes on Yuan Kuei, directly going up against the Divine Pavilion. Su-yun shouted arrogantly, "Is there no one left in the Divine Pavilion? If no one comes, I'll beat my way through you one by one." No one had ever seen such a ruthless freshman. The other arenas were also in fierce battle, with Song Yi and Kuke fighting the most brutally. Gong Pao, meanwhile, relied on picking off injured opponents to easily break into the top 50. Song Yi's soft metal beast was extremely troublesome. Once it latched onto someone, it was very hard to shake off. On the other side, Kuke was fighting Lu Mao. Lu Mao had an S-rank talent, Speed Arcana, and his speed was incredibly fast, leaving afterimages everywhere as Kuke pursued him with all his strength. Lu Mao cursed Kuke as Su-yun's dog, then erupted instantly. Shadow clone art. Countless afterimages burst across the stage, and Kuke was sent flying, coughing up blood. Lu Mao was ready to cripple Kuke before going after Su-yun, but Kuke suddenly summoned Ghastly, and it was a blood contract. The whole arena was shocked. This was the beast fusion technique they were still experimenting with. At the same moment, Song Yi also activated the beast fusion technique. Their auras surged dramatically, and the entire audience fell silent. Even the 10,000 races felt a sense of danger. Kuke's black hair blazed like flames, and with a sudden step he vanished. There was no trace of him on the arena anymore. Someone in the audience shouted anxiously, "Mental interference." As soon as the words fell, a ghostly dagger flashed out. Uft! Lu Mao screamed, clutching his eyes as he staggered backward. One eye was stabbed blind, and then his ankle was slashed apart. Like a ghost, Kuke cruelly carved up Lu Mao, turning him into a bloodied mess in just a few seconds before kicking him flying. He collapsed and could no longer get up. The whole crowd was stunned, beast fusion technique reversing the battle so brutally. Kuke and Song Yi followed closely behind Su-yun, nearly entering the top 50, while Gong Pao kept reaping the benefits the whole time. Gong Pao's luck is absurdly good. He's only picking off the injured for free. They might really make it into the top 50. The faces of the four great aristocratic families turned ugly. Back then they didn't learn the beast fusion technique, and now all they could do was regret it. Song Yi's battle robe seeped out gray liquid as she looked at the geniuses of the 10,000 races. Want to fight? The 10,000 races immediately gave up. Take the slot however you want. We're just here to watch the show. The four great aristocratic families were even more furious. With the 10,000 races refusing to make a move, Ku Kei, Song Yi, Gong Pao, and Su Yun advanced easily, and Su Yun's ranking jumped all the way to 35th place. His next opponent was Yuan Kuei, Su Yun's target. On the arena, Su Yun said coldly, "Surrender or fight?" "Cut the nonsense." Yuan Kuei's face darkened. The 10,000 races weren't competing, and Su Yun still had plenty of stamina. Yuan Kuei quietly took a pill, but Su Yun noticed it right away. "Yuan Kuei, dare to fight me to the death." The audience erupted in uproar. Yuan Kuei had originally wanted to take the pill and gamble on one last push, but he never expected Su Yun to directly challenge him to a death match. "If you don't dare, then just admit defeat." Yuan Kuei hesitated, but after being goaded, he agreed to the death match. The teacher stepped in to confirm it, and both signed, with life and death no longer matching. The whole arena focused on them. Su Yun's killing intent erupted, and domineering aura wrapped around him. 8 extremities collapse. He blasted forward. Yuan Kuei's body became as hard as metal, and he met the attack with Cannon Tiger Fist. Their fists collided, Yuan Kuei staggered, and Su Yun seized the opportunity to press the attack. At that moment, Yuan Kuei's finger flicks made gunshots ring out, and a silver bullet shot towards Su Yun's heart. Su Yun did not retreat and met the bullet head-on. Silver powder exploded, and Yuan Kuei snapped his 10 fingers in succession. Bullets rained down like a storm. With observation hockey, Su Yun dodged nimbly, only to discover the bullets could actually curve. Yuan Kuei was using his SSS rank talent, Purgatory Steel Demon, to control the trajectory of the bullets. Many people had lost to this move. Su Yun smiled. A cheap trick. He dodged again with ease. The audience finally caught a breath as the offensive and defensive tempo between the two reached its peak. The arena fell into complete silence, and everyone even forgot to breathe. Yuan Kuei sneered, "Ignorant fool." As soon as he finished speaking, the arena trembled violently, and silver light poured into the ground. He roared, "Guillotine." The arena softened into a 10-meter execution platform, blades taking shape as they slashed down towards Su Yun's neck. The entire crowd screamed in alarm. This move was too vicious, impossible to defend against. Just as the blade was about to fall, golden flames appeared all over Su Yun's body. Ninetales mode activated. His fox claws struck back, forcibly shattering the execution platform, and the broken blades slashed straight at Yuan Kuei. Yuan Kuei panicked. He brought both hands together to form a giant steel hand to block, but it shattered instantly and became useless. Metal fragments shot everywhere, smashing Yuan Kuei so hard that his body caved in, blood spewed from his mouth, and his expression turned ferocious. Yet his spiritual energy suddenly surged, and he directly broke through to a 2-star battle general. He took pills. Su Yun watched calmly. He knew full well the divine pavilion had long since tampered with things, and no one could hide it from him. At this moment, new protective energy appeared on Yuan Kuei's body as he stepped into the battle general level, his aura violent and raging. "I'm going to kill you." Su Yun, however, smiled and directly deactivated Ninetales mode. The people below were all dumbfounded, wondering why Su Yun wasn't using his full power. At that moment, a beam of golden light appeared on Su Yun's shoulder, and a cute little creature with a round face, soft ears, and a tiny adorable body emerged, affectionately rubbing against his head. The entire arena froze. What? A beast soul? Blood contract? What's the use of being cute? Suddenly, thunder rolled as the sky turned dark and heavy. Su Yun stared at Yuan Kuei and asked with a smile, "Have you ever been struck by lightning?" As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of golden thunder struck down. Pikachu jumped into Su Yun's body, lightning exploded outward, and the entire arena collapsed. Lightning slithered like a snake. Standing in the center of the ruins, Su Yun was surrounded by crackling electricity. His black hair flew wildly, his golden pupils looked eerie, and his entire aura surged in an instant, domineering and demonic. In the shadows, Zheng Yu was stunned. "Damn, this guy's beast fusion technique has reached 50%. Everyone on the scene was dumbfounded, and Yuan Kuei was stunned as well. Su Yun smiled in satisfaction. With a flash of lightning, he vanished and struck in an instant, directly tearing off one of Yuan Kuei's legs, blood gushing everywhere. Yuan Kuei cried out in agony, unable to react. How is that possible? So fast. Su Yun swung the severed leg and said flatly, "You're too weak." Enraged, Yuan Kuei attacked again with the power of steel. Light powder steel spikes opened their mouths and lunged at Su Yun. Su Yun's entire body erupted with thunder, and the sweeping lightning instantly shattered the steel assault, laying Yuan Kuei's terror bare. With a cold face, Su Yun pointed at the sky and said, "Thunder." Golden lightning crashed down. Before Yuan Kuei could even scream, he was struck to the ground, his whole body charred black, no chance of surviving. The moment he hit the ground, he shattered into slag, dying completely and utterly. The entire arena fell silent. Both the human race and the myriad races were stunned. This was Su Yun's strength, simply invincible. The people of the Divine Pavilion turned pale with fear and trembled all over. After snapping back to reality, they saw Su Yun looking over here, smiling like a neighborhood boy, yet speaking coldly. From now on, only life and death battles. Cowards, stay away. Ding. Host kills Yuan Kuei, obtains advanced God Hand *3. The entire venue was shaken. Yuan Kuei was ranked 34th, yet Su Yun killed him with a single blow while fighting above his level. Looking at that pile of black ash, the members of the Divine Pavilion trembled all over. Under Su Yun's indifferent gaze, they didn't dare say a single word. Right now, Su Yun looked just like a malevolent god. Don't move. No one can deal with him now. What Feng Luoxiu said was right. If we had acted earlier, it would have been simpler. This guy's talent is downright monstrous. The three great clans hurriedly stopped their own people from going up again. Wang Can angrily asked, "Didn't you say we'd take turns?" Lu Guang replied coldly, "Going up now is just suicide." Wang Can was so furious veins bulged on his forehead. In his heart, he cursed them like dogs. All their Divine Pavilion people were dying, and the three clans had lost nothing. The wealthy clans always looked only at profit and never truly cooperated. The other wealthy clans discussed things in secret and made up their minds to obtain the beast fusion technique. As long as the strong learned it, the human race might be able to rise. At the same time, the myriad races had their own thoughts. Saint In of the God race said coldly, "We absolutely cannot allow the human race to master the beast fusion technique. It's too much of a threat to us." Long Yunxiang also said in a low voice that the human race was too hard to deal with. This kind of cultivation method was simply unbelievable. Everyone understood that once the beast fusion technique became widespread, the human race's strength would quickly catch up, and the myriad races would find it hard to suppress them. Someone from the myriad races asked quietly, "Then why don't we use it?" Saint In and Long Yunxiang sneered without saying a word, looking down on the things of other races at all. The demons, however, were very interested and said with a smile, "If you don't want it, then our demon race would love to give it a try." The demon race was warlike. As long as they could grow stronger, they would dare to do anything. For us, even SSS rank geniuses can mix in. Mo Zhu of the Skyfire Demon Clan sneered, drawing the strange gazes of many of the myriad races. After all, when the human race first went to the battlefield, to the other races they were just food. So why couldn't these geniuses be used now? Mo Zhu's voice grew louder and louder, and the scene became chaotic again. "I heard Su Yun is an apprentice of the Dongfang family? Now that you mention it, 50 years ago the wealthy clans even joined forces to harm the Dongfang family." Mo Zhu became more and more brazen, and the expressions of the four great wealthy clans changed drastically as they cursed him for being insane. The demon race's protector immediately covered his mouth and smiled. "The child is just messing around." Wang Can warned coldly, "Control your people." As Su Yun listened, he frowned slightly and realized that the Skyfire Demon Clan knew a lot of secrets. The mixed blood sect was the sect they had supported. Mo Zhu broke free from the protector and continued provoking them. "The Medicine Pavilion is full of fools. They actually set themselves on fire. Serves them right." Su Yun's expression turned completely cold. He had no feelings for the people of the Medicine Pavilion, but he respected his teacher. Being insulted like this was unbearable. With a vicious smile, Su Yun said, "If you dare to come on stage, I'll kill you every time I see you." Mo Zhu laughed and jumped onto the arena. "I've been waiting for you." The whole audience was in uproar. Were they still going to fight? The top figures of the myriad races exchanged glances and felt that Mo Zhu was only provoking Su Yun into making a move, with the clear target being the beast mixing technique. Cries rang out continuously from the crowd, and the demons were all like lunatics. The teachers and students listening were terrified. The demon race wasn't helping its own people. Instead, it was letting Su Yun kill Mo Zhu. It was completely incomprehensible. The two quickly signed a life and death pact. Mo Zhu sneered, "I won't kill you. I'm going to exchange your life for the beast mixing technique." Su Yun replied flatly, finished. Boom. Emoju erupted with blood flames, stomped heavily on the ground, and shattered stones flew up. Blood demon myriad demons technique. Chaos of the age. Countless blood shadow hands shuttled through the void, their aura horrifying. Su Yun's expression was cold. With a grip of his hand, Song Yun's slash appeared, golden lightning surging as its power grew terrifying. Su Yun slashed furiously, cleaving apart a slab of rock and tearing through the blood shadows, forcing Zhu to emerge in shock. You want to die? I'll grant it. Su Yun's killing intent spilled forth as he launched a lightning-fast assault. Zhu activated his spiritual essence armor, and a blood-colored fist hammered towards Su Yun. Everyone gasped. In the next second, a streak of blade light flashed by. Zhu's right arm was severed, the blood shadows dispersed, and his armor was shattered. I've never killed a demon race before. Let's try it today. Su Yun roared, and the blade of lightning hacked toward Zhu's neck. The armor shattered instantly. Zhu's head flew up, blood gushing everywhere, staining the stage red. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Su Yun looked coldly at Zhu's severed head. You like barking like a dog? I'll make sure you never make a sound again. He stomped and crushed the head. Ding. Host killed Zhu, dropped advanced divine hand *5. The guardian of the Tianhua demon clan flew into a rage and charged straight at Su Yun. At the critical moment, a cold voice rang out, and darkness descended upon the world. The guardian was instantly crushed by an invisible force, his flesh and bones shattered, hanging by a thread. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was Principal Zhang Zhongqing who had made a move. In the academy, keep the demon race in check. Don't cross the line, Zhang Zhongqing said coldly. The other guardians hurriedly took away the Tianhua demon clan guardian, not daring to act recklessly again. The commotion ended. Today's protagonists were still the four on the stage. Su Yun killed Zhu and rose to 31st place. Ku Kei, Song Yi, and Gong Pao were also in the top 50. The four of them made history. Su Yun is awesome, Deng Yuanyuan shouted. The academy erupted in cheers, everyone burning with excitement. The various races had been suppressed for so long that they finally could hold their heads high again. Watching the demon race being slain was truly satisfying. Su Yun took Ku Kei and the other two down from the arena and smiled, nodding to the teachers and students. At that moment, he felt a cold gaze and looked over. It was Long Yunxiang. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere grew heavy. A battle was bound to come sooner or later. Everyone surrounded Su Yun as they left, and he looked like a victorious general returning home. The faces of the various races were dark and grim. They had already regarded Su Yun as a mortal enemy and no longer dared to let him run free. Find a chance to kill him. The protector of the divine race lowered his voice. It has to be outside the academy. Zhang Zhongqing is watching here. Xingyan Ku, however, smiled. He had thought the human realm was dull before, but now it was becoming more and more interesting. In the principal's office, Zhang Zhongqing sighed and looked at his palm, muttering to himself, "Am I too weak?" He forced down his rage, but the killing intent he could not suppress caused everything on the desk to be shattered into powder. Gong Pao went home and happened to run into his father, Gong Ji. Gong Ji knew his son had made it into the top 50 of the Radiance ranking and was so excited he could nearly fly. Good. Have a drink with your old man tonight. He even brought out a bottle of wine he had treasured for years. The whole family was warm and happy together. After dinner, Gong Pao said quietly, Su Yun helped me a lot this time, and there's been some criticism. Gong Ji didn't care. Making it into the top 50 fair and square is real ability. He also told him to remember that he would definitely have to repay Su Yun's kindness someday. Then Gong Ji asked, "Where are you going for this year's beast-slaying operation?" Gong Pao said he wanted to go to Yang City. Gong Ji immediately objected. "You can't go. Yang City is far too dangerous." Yang City was by the sea, had an extremely high death rate, and guarded the Sea of Death. Sea beast tides broke out frequently there, and even God of War experts suffered heavy casualties. Gong Pao's mother also urged him to listen, so Gong Pao could only agree. At Tianming Academy, 2 days after Su Yun started climbing the rankings, Li Qinzhou brought over an intelligence jade pendant. "Thanks, brother." Li Qinzhou then asked, "Was that set of yellow rank armor Gong Pao's forged by you?" Su Yun only smiled and said nothing. Li Qinzhou quietly asked him to forge one for him too, at a friendship price of 500 merit points, and Li Qinzhou was very satisfied. Su Yun then asked whether there was any additional intelligence. Li Qinzhou said that recently the academy would be cracking down on foreign sects, and that Yingxing City would be sending more people to gather, reminding Su Yun to be careful. He also revealed that the team leaders were from the Feng family and the Ding family. A flash of killing intent passed through Su Yun's eyes, and he sneered inwardly. Since the wealthy clans and the various races want to kill me, then this time during the mixed blood sect operation, I'll make sure all of you are buried with me. Back at the secret medicine pavilion, the teacher asked Su Yun when he would be leaving. Su Yun said tomorrow. The teacher sighed and told him to be more cautious. Then Lin Sihua hurried over and handed him something. Su Yun received a human face mask. It was soft and cool to the touch. Earth rank high grade. The transformation silkworm silk face. Lin Sihua introduced it. Su Yun took it happily. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about being recognized. He was far too famous now. It would be better to keep a low profile. Do you have a quota for this operation to wipe out the foreign sects, Dongfang? Lin Sihua asked. Dongfang Taiwei rolled his eyes. Do you think they'd give me one? All the quotas were in the hands of the Feng and Ding families, and the secret medicine pavilion would absolutely not get one. Lin Sihua proudly said he had 3 quotas. He was a top-tier blacksmith, and the major families all had to ask him for help, so they didn't dare offend him. Lin Sihua left triumphantly, and Dongfang Taiwei was furious. Su Yun could only smile wryly. The two of them really were like quarrelsome lovers. I told the principal about your matter, Dongfang Taiwei suddenly said. Su Yun put away his smile. The principal is really useless. Why not just kill the protectors directly? Dongfang Taiwei smacked his head and said helplessly, the principal has many difficulties. He has to balance all sides and often can only endure. In fact, he is more inclined to side with you, and he has helped you many times. Su Yun froze. So there had been all this? Your position determines your thinking. After years of appeasement, he's become indecisive. Su Yun held his head and shouted that he couldn't take it anymore, telling him to stop talking. Dongfang Taiwei kicked him and told him to get lost. Su Yun stuck out his tongue and prepared to go handle some matters. As he was leaving, Dongfang Taiwei reminded him, the principal may be indecisive, but he has always had the human race at heart. Su Yun took a deep breath and nodded. He still felt reassured, after all, with his teacher and the principal backing him. On the street, Su Yun and Ku Kei held skewers of meat and greeted passers-by. I'm leaving tomorrow, Su Yun said. Ku Kei was startled. Where to? His voice was so loud that it drew a lot of attention. Su Yun quickly pulled Ku Kei away. Some people from the major families and the myriad races secretly followed them. There are foreign sects in Ing City. I'm planning to sneak in and pick up some treasures, Su Yun said softly. Ku Kei looked envious. Take me with you. Su Yun thought he was too weak and only good for slicing kidneys. He was better off going to grill skewers. All these whispers were overheard by someone with ulterior motives. Su Yun was leaving the academy. Ku Kei also asked about the beast extermination operation. Su Yun said to wait until he got back to talk about it. Things had to be handled one by one, and rushing would only lead to a screw-up. When Wang Can heard that Su Yun was about to leave the academy, he immediately grew excited. Ever since Su Yun entered the academy, the Wang family had been slapped in the face too many times, and he had long since hated him to the core. This time, once he leaves, he'll be dead for sure. The Ding family also got the news. They were exactly the main force in suppressing the foreign sections. Kill them all. The bloodline fusion cult, the heavenly demon cult, the fire cult. No matter who's inside, better to kill the wrong one than let one slip away. Director Ding said coldly, hating Su Yun to the bone, all because Su Yun had ruined Ding Lei. Director Feng also began making arrangements. Su Yun can use the breathing technique. If you find him, arrest him immediately and interrogate him about the breathing technique. His expression was cold. Lu Guang was fixated on the dragon egg, and after learning the beast fusion technique, he became even more obsessed. Don't rush to kill him. Keep him alive and trade him for the dragon egg. That old bastard in the east will definitely agree. A Lu family member asked, are we going to Ing City? Lu Guang said go, and bring Su Yun along. Lu Guang said coldly, they should see some blood too. They'll be on the battlefield sooner or later. At Yoshin Garden, the myriad races had received the news. Send one guardian each from the Heavenly Fire Demon clan, the Winged Light Divine clan, and the Sea Dragon clan. The killing intent of the myriad races was obvious. Too many prodigies of the myriad races had been crippled by Su Yun. This grudge had to be avenged. The Heavenly Fire Demon clan's guardian was the first to step forward. I want to avenge Prince Maju, he said, his face pale and sinister. Sheng En nodded. You may, but you must obey orders. The Heavenly Fire Demon clan guardian nodded heavily. Draw 10 more high-level battle generals. This time, Su Yun must die. Sheng En arranged everything calmly. Emperor Ku smiled and said, after killing Su Yun, give me his blade. A demon clansman said coldly. Whoever gets it, it belongs to them. The speaker was Mo Ketalo, with purple hair draped to the ground, his aura fierce and overbearing. Emperor Ku said, Mo Ketalo, why are you here? Mo Ketalo looked at the purple blood leaping at his fingertips and chuckled. Since coming to the human realm, my bloodline has become stronger. He came to the academy only to cultivate, not to fight. A red-haired genius from the demon race asked, "Why do you want to kill Su Yun?" Mo Kelo raised his hand and flicked out a stream of purple blood, which with a boom sent the red-haired genius flying. The whole scene fell silent. Mo Quechulo looked coldly. "Did I give you permission to speak?" He swept his gaze over the crowd and sneered, baring his teeth. "The human race is already riding on our heads. If this gets out, the myriad races will be humiliated. No matter what, Su Yun must die." All the myriad races nodded together, their resolve unanimous. Under the night sky, undercurrents surged at Tianming Academy, and over there, a bloody battle was about to erupt. In the afternoon, at the Bloodline Fusion Research Institute. Since Zheng Yu brought out the beast fusion technique, the institute had taken on a brand new look. Many people wanted to get in. Families sent treasures and sought meetings, but all were turned away by Zheng Yu. No one dared provoke this key figure. At that moment, Song Yi walked out of the research institute. She wasn't wearing a school uniform, just ordinary clothes. She bowed to the institute and then left the academy. At the second-floor window, Zheng Yu looked at Song Yi. "If I'd known earlier, I would have used you to exchange for Su Yun's new version of the beast fusion technique." He sighed. Not long after, Su Yun arrived. He pushed the door open and shouted, "Teacher, are you there?" Zheng Yu's voice came from the hallway. "Come up yourself." Su Yun ran upstairs and saw Zheng Yu drinking tea with one leg crossed over the other. "Teacher, you still remember your promise, right?" Su Yun rubbed his hands together. Zheng Yu raised an eyebrow. "Kill who?" Su Yun was speechless, thinking these teachers were all too fierce. Being a student was really hard. "I need to go into the bloodline fusion cult, and I'll need you to cover for me," Su Yun said bluntly. Zheng Yu smiled. "Kid, you're playing big this time." Su Yun played innocent. "Not that big. Just normal operations." After a moment of silence, Zheng Yu tossed him 2 jade pendants. "Crush the green one, and we'll rush over immediately. Crush the red one, and we'll make a move." Su Yun accepted them with satisfaction. As he was leaving, he asked, "Teacher, where's senior sister?" Zheng Yu said impatiently, "How would I know where she's gone? Hurry up and get out." Su Yun nodded and left. "Train hard these days," Su Yun reminded Quebec. "If anyone gives you trouble, stab him. Keep the ranking." Kuke saluted. "Yes." Before leaving, Su Yun glanced at the secret medicine pavilion, feeling a little reluctant. It was almost becoming his home. Su Yun took the bus alone and left the academy. As soon as the wealthy families and the myriad clans received the news, they sprang into action. Ingcheng, a second-tier city under Longdu, has a population of 4 million. On the surface, it is lively, but in reality foreign cults lurk in the shadows. For example, some seemingly harmonious families are actually all believers of foreign sects, secretly doing shameful things. Once they show any sign of exposure, the mayor will order a sweep, giving the citizens a sense of security. The station was crowded and bustling, like a market. After getting off the bus, Su Yun looked ordinary and dressed discreetly, like a college student. He stretched and muttered to himself, "It's still more comfortable outside." It had been a long time since he had breathed free air. Soon, Su Yun sensed someone probing with spiritual power. Many people were searching for someone in the dark, and they were definitely looking for him. Su Yun sneered, not caring at all. He casually bought an apple and ate it while taking out the blood token. Looking at the time on it, he said, "Still 6 hours. Enough time." Then he turned and headed to the location Li Chinzhou had investigated. The old district moved at a slow pace, with many elderly people chatting about everyday life. As Su Yun wandered around, he used observation hockey to probe. There are quite a few tough guys in this building. While gathering information, he suddenly caught the familiar scent of the half-blood cult and smiled faintly, then continued forward. Deep in the alley, water dripped from the pipes on the wall, and rats darted about chaotically. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the darkness. "Show your token, or I'll drain your blood." Su Yun displayed his blood token. On it was written, 79. The token trembled, and the other party confirmed it was genuine. In the darkness, Su Yun was drawn into a blank room, where there were many others around his age. Someone mocked Su Yun for being too young to dare compete for the position of Hall Master. The next second, a purple sword beam flashed by, and all those who had mocked him died instantly. Their bodies hit the ground, blood gushing everywhere, and the atmosphere turned eerie. Su Yun coldly swept his gaze around. Anyone else got something to say? Everyone fell silent. Su Yun picked up the blood tokens from the ground, 9 in total, including his own. He guessed that the more blood tokens one had, the more half-blood cult members one might be able to bring along. His true target was not the Hall Master, but the Deputy Cult Master, to take an entire branch and defect to Tianming Academy. Just thinking about it was exciting, but the plan would have to be carried out step by step. Suddenly, the door opened wide, and all the candidates came out one after another. Outside was a huge underground world, divided into multiple battlefields separated by barbed wire. In the spectator stands, a crowd shouted, "Kill faster." The atmosphere was wild. Blood splattered everywhere. I want the best blood. I'm so thirsty. These people were pale-faced, obsessed with blood, like people lost in a desert with no water in sight. The candidates who had just come out had different expressions. Some were silent, some were frightened, and some sneered while sharpening their blades. With a greatsword on his back, Su-Yun looked around and realized there were more than 500 people competing for the position of Hall Master. On the platform appeared 10 powerhouses in battle armor, all at the war general level, with their true faces completely concealed. Among them, a tall man stepped forward and coldly swept his gaze over everyone. How you got the blood token is none of my concern. Only the last 10 standing will be qualified to become Hall Master. Survive, and you'll have a chance. Someone questioned, "Who are you?" The old Hall Master beside the Deputy Cult Master shouted, "Are you insane? This is the Deputy Cult Master." The Deputy Cult Master said coldly, "Anyone who dares look down on the Cult Master dies." As soon as he finished speaking, the questioner screamed miserably. His blood surged, then burst apart into flesh and blood, which the Deputy Cult Master condensed into a blood orb and tossed at the feet of the believers. The people below scrambled for it like mad. Su-Yun looked calm on the outside, but disgust rose in his heart. If these sects aren't eradicated, Blue Star will know no peace. Massacre begins in 30 seconds. The battle countdown began. Su-Yun gripped his sword, murderous intent surging as he disguised himself as a martial artist of the spirit weapon system. In the same area, a masked woman was also observing the crowd, and in the end she fixed her gaze on Su-Yun. "Is it him?" The competition begins. Su-Yun took the initiative and attacked, his greatsword swinging as purple flames burned and tiger roars shook the ears. More than a dozen people were cleaved in two before they even reacted. I didn't even get a hand of God to drop. That was a waste. Su-Yun felt annoyed. At that moment, a whip shadow lashed out and blasted someone's head apart, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Yet the followers were excited beyond measure. Su-Yun looked at the woman and found her familiar. Senior? Junior? The two smiled at each other knowingly. They had actually been assigned to the same region. Out of 10 regions, 10 Hall Masters must be chosen. Su-Yun charged in, and Song-Yi stepped back, smiling. "No need to go that far, right? If we're not ruthless, we'll be suspected." Su-Yun smiled. The two were thinking about how to survive. Having an ally meant one more layer of safety. The battle was fierce. Above them, the Vice Cult Master and the Elder Hall Master commented, "This year's contestants are decent. Number 1 is fast with the sword. Number 9 is strong in illusions." Suddenly, Su-Yun blasted through the wall of Area 1, connecting it with Area 2, and Su-Yun and Song-Yi rushed out. Song-Yi gave a wry smile. "You're using this method?" Su-Yun grinned. "If it's going to be chaotic, let's make it chaotic all the way." There wasn't a single good person here, aside from the two of them. The Vice Cult Master and the Elder Hall Master were both stunned. Area 2 was also in complete chaos. With Su-Yun and Song-Yi joining in, the situation only grew even more disorderly. Su-Yun swung his sword, purple flames surging, and instantly killed many more people. Ding! Host killed 19 people including Zhang San and Li Si. Dropped 22 junior hands of God. Song-Yi looked at Su-Yun. There was a fierce look in his eyes, and a hint of satisfaction too. It was obvious he had been holding it in for too long, using the mixed blood cult as a punching bag. The next area, Su-Yun swung his sword to split the wall and charged straight into the third zone. In the third zone, a 9-star warrior was frantically crushing everyone. Behind him were 2 spring-like muscles, and when he threw a punch, it erupted with tear-inducing force. "Pang Mo, don't kill me. You all have to die." Pang Mo sneered, and with one punch, flesh and blood flew everywhere. When Pang Mo saw Su-Yun, the springs in his body compressed, and he suddenly threw a punch. Su-Yun directly sheathed his sword behind his back, then drew it in one smooth motion. Uft! Pang Mo's arm was slashed open, blood gushing out. "Die!" Su-Yun struck again, and with a flash of sword light, Pang Mo's head flew off and turned to ashes. Ding! Host killed Pang Mo, dropped one intermediate divine hand. The vice leader and the old hall masters stared fixedly at Su-Yun, guessing whether he was from the spirit weapon line, and quietly discussing the difference in rank. The vice leader's thoughts ran deeper. On the surface he was loyal to the mixed blood cult, but in truth he only wanted to grow his own power. His real move would come only when he stepped into the God of War realm. Boom! Su-Yun directly broke through 10 zones, leaving only 200 or 300 people gathered in the center. "Gone crazy," the illusionist from Zone 9 shouted. Su-Yun shrugged. "Bullying the weak isn't fun. Fighting strong opponents is what feels good." The illusionist counterattacked calmly. The void twisted as an illusion descended, only to shatter instantly. Uffed. The illusionist spat blood. Suyun didn't care. Ordinary illusions don't work on me. After saying that, he drew his sword and charged. The illusionist roared, spiritual power surging. Silver threads danced as they formed a giant insect, wrapping around the Calamity Greatsword. The threads were razor-sharp. Chaotic rain's silver burst. The silver insect collapsed, the threads exploded, and silver rain fell. Many people were sliced apart on the spot, the scene grotesquely bloody. But Suyun didn't retreat. Gripping the Calamity Greatsword in reverse, purple flames surged as he forced his way forward. In the next second, all the silver threads were cut apart. How is that possible? The illusionist was stunned. Uffed. Suyun swung once, directly splitting him in two, and the bloody scene triggered cheers. Ding. Host killed Mo Lanyin, dropped 2 intermediate divine hands. Seeing how powerful Suyun was, the others all turned around and started killing each other. Song Yi's attacks were crisp and clean. Every whip burst heads open, and no one dared get close to her. 10 people stood in a pool of blood, surrounded by minced flesh and white bones, a scene as terrifying as hell itself. The vice leader and the old hall masters were very satisfied. This year's hall master selection was spectacular, especially Suyun, decisive in killing, powerful, and without any flaws. Smiling, the vice leader announced, "Welcome, new hall masters." The believers knelt in excitement, with a scarlet blood aura rising from their backs, trembling uncontrollably. With a wave of his hand, the vice leader gathered the blood into a giant blood sphere, which then transformed into 10 blood-colored goblets. He dripped in a drop of blood containing battle power and ordered, "Drink it, and become loyal believers." The believers crazily shouted, "Drink, drink, drink." Song Yi drank first. Suyun was surprised, and she quietly told him to use the fusion bloodline method to dissolve it. Suyun immediately drank it and almost vomited. It was bloody and disgusting. 2 mysterious powers in the blood tried to invade his soul, but he used the fusion bloodline method to break them apart, and his soul was fine. Seeing this, the remaining 8 people hesitated for a moment before drinking as well. When the deputy cult master saw that everyone had finished, his smile deepened. "You, number 1 hall master." The deputy cult master called out to Suyun. Suyun immediately flattered him and deliberately called him cult master as well. The deputy cult master burst into laughter, and even the old hall master felt that this kid had a bright future. The deputy cult master and the old hall master told everyone to relocate and not speak recklessly. The third hall master was puzzled, asking if this wasn't a stronghold. The old hall master laughed and said this place was far too shabby. Another old hall master stomped his foot, and a black snake appeared from the shadows, transforming into black mist and carrying them away. When they arrived, they discovered it was actually a construction site, and all the workers were believers. Suyun asked whether they weren't afraid of being investigated, and the old hall master said that a martial artist skilled in spiritual power could cast an illusion and transfer them at any time. Everyone put on safety helmets and followed the old hall master to the middle floors. The deputy cult master was dressed in a suit and carrying a briefcase, looking just like a boss. Suyun complained that if he had a beer belly too, he'd look even more like one. The deputy cult master said, "In 2 days, we'll be negotiating with the Heavenly Demon Cult and the Fire Cult. Each hall master will bring 50 believers to prevent any accidents." The old hall master explained that the Heavenly Demon Cult and the Fire Cult often competed with them for believers, and if their performance was poor, they'd still be criticized. Suyun mocked inwardly, wondering whether he had joined a cult or a gang, and felt like he was Chunhaonan. The cult master swept his gaze across the crowd and asked, "Any questions?" Suyun stepped forward and said softly, "The Heavenly Demon Cult suddenly invited us. It might be a trap." Song Yi looked at Suyun in surprise, and the deputy cult master also laughed. Suyun continued, "Where is the negotiation taking place?" The old hall master took out a map. "An abandoned hotel in the old city district." Suyun suggested, "Disperse your personnel. The south side is suitable for retreating. If anything happens, we can leave at the first opportunity." Everyone agreed. The deputy cult master asked with a smile, "Why did you join the mixed blood cult?" The 2 forces within Suyun's body stirred slightly as he said coldly, "My teacher was killed by the academy, and I almost died too. By chance, I ended up participating in the selection." The deputy cult master didn't doubt him and promised to help him exact revenge. Suyun expressed his thanks, while Song Yi cursed inwardly that he deserved to be beaten sooner or later. "Don't go out these next 2 days." The deputy cult master left. The old hall master patted Suyun on the shoulder. "Work well assisting the deputy cult master, and we definitely won't treat you unfairly." The other hall masters also rushed to curry favor with Suyun. After a few polite words, Su Yun and Song Yi went downstairs together. Su Yun smiled. You've been hiding it pretty well. Song Yi replied unnaturally. So have you. After a silence, Su Yun asked her why. Song Yi said calmly. For revenge. To kill the vice cult master. He killed my adoptive parents. Su Yun didn't believe her and felt she had some other motive, growing wary in secret. In the center of Ing City. Has all the accommodation been arranged? The visitor asked. Mayor Ding Han replied. Uncle, everything is in order. The teachers and students of Tianming Academy had already arrived in Ing City. Leading the group was the Ding family elder, Ding Qiushuang. The mayor greeted the Feng family elder, Feng Kuei. Feng Kuei asked in a low voice. What's the situation with the foreign sect? Ding Han replied. I've planted someone there. Negotiations will be at the abandoned hotel in 2 days. Ding Qiushuang announced to the students that they would wipe out the foreign sect in 2 days. The students all looked down on their opponents and were brimming with confidence. If Su Yun were here, he would definitely laugh out loud. This time, the academy had brought many ranked students, along with powerhouses like Wang Meng, all eager to reap benefits. Feng Kuei reminded him, don't be careless. The believers are dangerous too. Ding Qiushuang asked in a low voice, where is Su Yun? Ding Han said they had lost track of him and suspected that he was hiding in Ing City. Looking at Ding Lei, Ding Qiushuang no longer had the arrogance he once did. Wang Li was also even more ruthless than before. Ding Qiushuang instructed. 2 days later, Lu Tong will lead people to strike during this negotiation. This was an opportunity to train the students. Late at night 2 days later, the atmosphere at the construction site was grim. The smell of blood hung thick in the air. Su Yun spent 2 days getting acquainted with the old hall masters, and their relationship eased. If you can't beat them, come closer to us. Don't force yourself, the old hall master instructed. Su Yun nodded. Don't worry. The deputy sect master appeared and announced the departure. A black giant serpent wrapped around everyone and quickly left. At the same time, the heavenly demon cult, the fire cult, and Tianming Academy gathered at an abandoned hotel. The hotel was dilapidated and overgrown with weeds. The night wind rustled the doors. Someone said, everyone's here, so stop hiding. Someone mocked, a mixed blood cult, how boring. Another irritable voice snarled, cut the crap. Say it quick if you've got something. The 3 sides finally appeared openly. The heavenly demon cult man was dressed in a seductive white robe, while the fire cult man was bald, full of knotted muscle, and clad in black armor. The deputy sect master said coldly, Huan Mo, Baoshan, speak quickly if you have something to say. Huan Mo, alluring and coquettish, moved closer and spoke in a strangely ambiguous tone, making everyone feel awkward and disgusted. Su Yun, eavesdropping outside, was shocked. The old hall master quietly explained that the deputy sect master had originally thought Huan Mo was a woman. Su Yun was speechless and gave a thumbs up. The deputy sect master's face darkened with murderous intent, while Huan Mo was still teasing Baoshan. Baoshan angrily roared, talk business. The deputy sect master was visibly enraged, and the atmosphere became tense and explosive. Su Yun uncovered another scandal. The deputy sect master was actually called Niu Taizhu. Huan Mo waved a hand and set up soundproofing, and the hotel fell silent. Su Yun sensed someone approaching and felt a familiar presence, judging that Tianming Academy had arrived. He had Hua Jian emit a sword cry, drawing everyone's attention. The old hall master looked puzzled. Su Yun made up an excuse on the spot, saying the spirit weapon could sense killing intent, then shouted that the fire cult, the heavenly demon cult, and the mixed blood cult were colluding to stir up trouble. The teachers and students of Tianming Academy arrived and were dumbfounded. We haven't even entered the scene yet. Su Yun ruined the atmosphere. Spiritual energy surged wildly, and all the cults erupted. One person from the fire cult was struck in the head by a hidden arrow, and the scene descended into chaos. The old hall master and the others admired Su Yun's ruthlessness and were secretly delighted. At that moment, teachers, students, and the Ing City army appeared around the hotel, and powerful experts revealed themselves. The army grumbled, we were exposed before we even arrived. The ambush failed, so let's fight head-on. Su Yun looked over and saw all his acquaintances there, and he felt delighted. Boom. The hotel exploded, and the deputy sect master, Huan Mo, and Bao Shan stood atop exposed steel bars, looking coldly at the wealthy clans and the army. By the order of the king crowned, the foreign race cult. Kill. Lu Tung roared and issued a merciless command. Huan Mo sneered and responded with contempt. Bao Shan lost patience and directly bellowed for everyone to attack. The deputy sect master was alert in his heart. They were clearly negotiating, yet an insider had suddenly been exposed. He judged that Bao Shan had a simple mind and didn't seem like an undercover spy, so he suspected Huan Mo instead. Fortunately, He had already taken Su Yun's advice and secretly arranged an ambush. The deputy sect master said calmly, "Are we really that important?" Wang Li sneered. "What is a deputy sect master worth?" Su Yun cursed the Wang family's arrogance in his heart, thinking that he would deal with them sooner or later. The cult members from the three sects all mocked Wang Li, saying that even if his family was rich, he was still useless and got beaten like a dog. Su Yun couldn't help but snicker, nearly cheering out loud. Wang Li's killing intent burst forth as he roared, "Die, all of you!" Violent thunder, like dragons, instantly struck and killed a large number of Heavenly Demon Cult and Fire Cult members. Wang Meng and Lu Tung both shouted for everyone to act, and the entire battlefield plunged into chaos. The Old Hall Master quietly instructed, "Number 1, act according to the situation. We're going to help the Deputy Sect Master." Then he led his people to kill toward the battle general level experts. A cult member asked, "Hall Master, what about us?" Su Yun quickly assessed the situation and planned to make it even bigger. Taking the opportunity, he directed, "Split 50 people into 2 groups. Ambush from both sides. Regroup 200 meters ahead, then hide again." The cult members charged forward on command, and the wealthy clan disciples were cut down. A battle general shouted, "You're courting death." Before he could even act, a purple flame sword light split through the night and struck head-on. The battle general stone-iffied both arms to block the blow, and his legs sank deeply into the ground. Su Yun didn't linger in battle. He immediately withdrew. He only handled directing the pace, while mocking the wealthy clans for their incompetence, provoking the battle general into chasing him. In the blink of an eye, Su Yun was nowhere to be seen, but the mixed blood cult's Old Hall Master suddenly appeared in front of the battle general. Just as the Old Hall Master was on alert, Su Yun suddenly rushed out and took the attack for him. In an instant, the Old Hall Master completely trusted Su Yun. He had just joined the cult and was already risking his life to protect his superior. He was a promising talent. "Hold the line. We're here to help you." Su Yun pretended to be calm, but inside he was panicking like crazy. He knew that if he wanted to gain trust in a short time, the best way was to save people. So he deliberately drew hatred, then stepped in to save the day. The battle general cursed, "Bastard from the mixed blood sect." A burst of lithification aura erupted from the spirit energy stone. The Old Hall Master warned, "His name is Lu Chung, A-grade talent. Decay petrification. Anyone touched by it would turn to stone and shatter at the slightest touch." Su Yun refused to back down, shouting coldly, "Slash." A blaze of purple sword light exploded, slashing fiercely toward Lu Chung. After the deafening impact, Su Yun took several steps back and steadied himself. Lu Chung was knocked back more than 10 steps, his face dark. "You little brat never learned right from wrong, and you actually joined a foreign sect." The other party sneered, "You're dead for sure." On the surface, Su Yun looked grim, but inside he was calm. If trash talk could do the job, why bother cultivating? Better to conquer the world with your mouth. At that moment, 2 Old Hall Masters rushed over covered in blood. "Number 1, well done. Leave the rest to us." They trusted Su Yun completely. Su Yun nodded and turned to leave. He had already won the Old Hall Master's trust, and now it was the Deputy Sect Master's turn. On the way, he ran into Lu Tianqian and Lu Mao. Relying on his overwhelming speed, Lu Mao suppressed the battlefield, taunting as he fought and even stopping to curse at people. One of Lu Mao's eyes was a prosthetic one. It had been blinded by Kokei last time. Lu Tianqian wielded a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, reminding Lu Mao not to let his guard down. Lu Mao scoffed and kept slaughtering. Su Yun was like a ghost in the night, quietly locking onto the 2 of them. It was hard to make a move inside the academy, but out here he had no scruples. Lu Mao happened to meet Su Yun's gaze and snorted coldly, "I hate your eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a blur and killed in, his crescent-curved blade heading straight for Su Yun's throat. Su Yun grinned ferociously and swung his greatsword, purple flames flashing. Clang! Lu Mao appeared, his weapon suppressed, his face full of terror. This feeling was far too familiar. The last time, it was Su Yun who had done this. Just as he was about to speak, blood sprayed from his throat. Su Yun forcefully pressed down with his sword. The crescent-curved blade snapped, and Lu Mao's body shattered from shoulder to chest, split cleanly in 2 as he twitched and fell to the ground. Lu Tianqian was shocked when she saw this. A Mao. Su Yun didn't stop and kept killing. He sensed a battle general level expert rushing over, but Lu Tianqian had to die too. As he closed in, Su Yun swung with full force, purple flames erupting. Lu Tianqian raised her shield to block, but the shield shattered. Su Yun's sword pierced through her body, purple flames igniting her before he hurled her toward the Lu family experts rushing over. The Lu family experts roared and wailed in grief. "Tianqian, a Mao." Two genius talents were gone in an instant, causing heavy losses. After venting his anger by killing, Su Yun turned and fled without leaving a trace. Ding. Host killed Lu Tianxian and Lu Mao, dropped intermediate gods hand *4. Su Yun sighed. Warriors like them were too weak for him. As he ran, he began to shift the blame. Fire Cult brothers. Awesome. They easily took down two Lu family geniuses. Fire Cult is invincible. The Lu family experts all rushed toward the Fire Cult. Bao Shan was stunned. Since when did my Fire Cult have such a ruthless person? Only the vice hierarch of the mixed blood cult thought that voice sounded familiar. Wang family, Feng family, Ding family, kill the Fire Cult people, the Lu family roared. The three families had no choice but to act. The Heavenly Demon Cult and the Mixed Blood Cult's pressure dropped sharply, and they quickly withdrew. At this moment, Su Yun used observation haki to sense that illusory demon was preparing to ambush Niu Taiju. He suspected the other party was colluding with the wealthy clans and planned to save the vice hierarch to gain his trust. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he prepared to have everyone retreat. Suddenly, a powerful psychic fluctuation struck. The vice hierarch's expression changed. Illusory demon. Su Yun jumped out and shouted, placing himself behind the vice hierarch to block the attack, forcefully taking illusory demon's psychic impact head-on. The mixed blood cult members roared in fury, and the vice hierarch hurriedly held Su Yun, discovering that he was only injured, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Su Yun had the nine-tailed body protection. Even if he took it head-on, he wouldn't die. Everything was within his calculations. Illusory demon stared at Su Yun and said with a sinister smile, Taiju, you still have someone willing to risk their life for you. How enviable. The vice hierarch said coldly. Don't forget, it was the wealthy clans who forced you into this state. Illusory demon laughed loudly. You still remember me. How thoughtful. Su Yun got goosebumps all over from listening, thinking these two shouldn't be showing off their affection here. I'm still not dead yet. He pretended to be weak and said, Hierarch, the fire cult is drawing the fire. We need to retreat quickly. The vice hierarch nodded and gritted his teeth at illusory demon. I'll remember this grudge. Black Snake suddenly appeared, swept up the mixed blood cult's remaining members, and withdrew directly. Illusory demon did not pursue them, only smiling meaningfully. The plan went smoothly. She's already in there. That night, the fire cult suffered heavy losses, and Bao Shan was captured alive. The Heavenly Demon Cult and the Mixed Blood Cult managed to escape, but they suffered heavy casualties as well. At the city center of Yingqing, two corpses were laid out, Lu Tianxian and Lu Mao. Lu Teng was furious. Fire Cult, my Lu family will fight you to the death. Bao Shan was kicked in, covered in blood. Lu Teng grabbed his head and threatened him. Spit it out, and I'll give you a quick death. Bao Shan laughed wildly. You'd better have a few more die. In truth, he was depressed. The ones who killed them were my subordinates, but the bad luck fell on me. Lu Teng sneered. Not saying a word? You'll talk. He kicked Bao Shan away, sending him off for brutal interrogation. In Ying City, no fire cult members are to remain. Lu Teng roared in fury and ordered all TV stations to report the deaths of Tianxian and Mao. Everyone regretted not following earlier, especially the two pillars of the Lu family, whose mistake had nearly led to disaster. Ding Xiaoshuang had her men report 17 fire cult strongholds, not one left alive tonight. We'll avenge Tianxian and Mao. All the Lu family experts were mobilized, and a bloody purge of the fire cult was inevitable. By now, Su Yun was already lying in bed, thinking that the construction site was actually a temporary stronghold of the mixed blood cult. In essence, this whole matter was the Hall Master's assessment. In the end, only Su Yun, Song Yi, and Number 9 survived. Song Yi entered and smiled faintly. You're crazy. You actually dared to withstand a mental shock. Su Yun didn't care and changed the topic. I want to sell out the mixed blood cult, but Niu Taiju has to stay alive. Song Yi blinked, astonished inwardly. She had thought Su Yun was just here to try his luck, but she hadn't expected him to be this bold. She smiled. Even crazier than I expected. Su Yun spread his hands. Senior, give me a chance? Only after Su Yun had eavesdropped did he dare speak. After some hesitation, Song Yi said in a low voice, I want one of the vice cult leader's stones. Su Yun asked for the details, but she didn't explain. Su Yun agreed directly, and the two shook hands in cooperation. Su Yun smiled, and then said, You need to help me. The wealthy families and foreign clans that came to Ying City this time, leave none alive. Song Yi nodded in agreement. Just then, the old Hall Master came in to find them, and said the vice cult leader wanted to see Song Yi. Su Yun and Song Yi followed him to the main hall. The vice cult leader was very satisfied with Su Yun and rewarded him with the qualification to enter the 10,000 blood pool. Everyone was envious. Su Yun asked about it, and the old hall master explained that the 10,000 blood pool contained all kinds of blood essences and was an excellent opportunity to advance to a battle general. Su Yun was excited inside, but on the surface he acted very grateful. The vice cult leader was very fond of Su Yun, who had the ability to protect his master, and arranged for him to go to the 10,000 blood pool. The old hall master led Su Yun through a secret passage. Along the way, Su Yun heard all kinds of curses and pleas from the imprisoned people, and the old hall master replied coldly. Outwardly, Su Yun remained calm, but inside, his hatred for the mixed blood cult deepened, and he resolved to destroy them. At the end of the passage, Su Yun saw a young man covered in needle holes and a stern, white-haired old man. The old hall master told Su Yun to enter the 10,000 blood pool on his own. As soon as Su Yun stepped in, greenish blood surged madly toward him. The bloody stench was overwhelming, and resentment soared to the heavens. He gritted his teeth and endured, with only one thought in his mind. The foreign races must die. Get past him. He's still young. All kinds of chaotic memories slammed into Su Yun's mind. Su Yun said nothing and gritted his teeth to endure. I will definitely make the mixed blood cult wish they were dead. Su Yun clenched his fists and spoke word by word. After saying it, the violence in his heart instead began to ease. He immediately circulated sun breathing with full force. Phew. The essence of the 10,000 blood pool instantly turned into pure energy, washing through his entire body. The condensed spiritual energy in his dantian grew even brighter. Buzz. The condensed mass trembled, then suddenly floated above his head and madly absorbed the essence. Are you going to transform? Su Yun was overjoyed. He opened his mouth and swallowed the gathered spiritual energy in one gulp. Boom. The spiritual energy exploded inside his body, turning into liquid, and at the same time a black dot appeared within him. The breath of the sun continued to devour it, and the black dots multiplied until there were 108 in the end. So this is a battle general level spirit aperture, Su Yun thought to himself. A battle general level expert has two major hallmarks. 1. Spiritual yuan astral chi, which can be used as armor and weapons. 2. Spirit apertures. The more you open, the stronger you become. The textbook says, yellow rank techniques, 1 to 7 apertures, profound rank, 8 to 15 apertures, earth rank, 16 to 35 apertures, heaven rank, 36 to 72 apertures. And he had 108 full apertures. Each spirit aperture can greatly boost explosive power, but it also depends on one's own ability. However, activating all the spirit apertures would require a huge amount of spiritual energy, and they also had to be linked together with a cultivation technique. The cost was too high, right? Su Yun suddenly thought, if I sell out the mixed blood cult, plus the merit points from the teacher and teachers on you, that would be more than enough to open the spirit apertures. He immediately clasped his hands together and prayed that the mixed blood cult was worth several 100,000 merit points. Otherwise, he'd have no choice but to slaughter them all. After praying, he was just about to use the blood pool of 10,000 to activate the spirit apertures, when he saw the blue-green liquid rapidly decreasing and about to bottom out. Damn it! The deputy sect master must have known he was about to advance and deliberately held back. Su Yun was utterly speechless at Niu Taiju. He could only activate one spirit aperture, while the remaining 107 stayed dim and lifeless. With the liquid gone, Su Yun cursed Niu Taiju again in his heart, and while cursing, he returned to the underground prison. He looked at the old man and the boy and said, "Want to get out?" he asked with a smile. The old man frowned and stared hard at Su Yun, then chuckled softly. "You have a problem." Su Yun didn't change expression. "I'm the mixed blood cult's most loyal believer. I don't understand what you're saying." The boy asked anxiously, "You can let us out?" Su Yun spread his hands. "No, just asking." With that, he turned and left. The cell fell silent again, leaving only faint groans. "Old man, can we make it out alive?" the boy asked desperately, staring at the dark ceiling. Leaning against the wall, the old man said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid. We have value. They won't kill us too quickly. Besides, that man is no ordinary person." The dungeon was dark, yet outside was full of harmony. Su Yun bowed. "Thank you, cult master, for raising me. I will serve you to the end." The vice cult master laughed. "Good. Another battle general added to our ranks." The hall masters were all relieved as well. Seeing this, Song shook her head inwardly. "Laugh while you still can. Soon you'll be smiling as you head to the Yellow Springs." Ing City. While humanity and the foreign races were secretly contending, the 10,000 clans had arrived. On top of a building, more than a dozen figures appeared, led by none other than the protector of the heavenly fire demon clan. "Cut down that little bastard with my own hands," he growled, his eyes full of killing intent. Emoju was dead. When he returned, he would surely be severely punished. The only way out was to kill Su Yun and earn merit. The protector of the Sea Dragon clan smiled and said, "Don't worry, we'll give you a chance. With the 3 of us battle gods and 10 high-level battle generals, taking a city is effortless," sneered the protector of the Light-Wing God clan. In their eyes, everyone in the city was nothing but ants. Which clan is the Heavenly Demon cult from? The Evil Demon clan, but they've never come to the human realm. The Heavenly Fire Demon clan? Quickly notify the Mixed Blood cult. After briefly discussing it, the group immediately used spiritual power to investigate, with support from foreign cults as well. They refused to believe they couldn't find Su Yun. Once they discovered him, they would show no mercy. The negotiation had failed, and the Mixed Blood cult was in the midst of recovery. The branch cult masters are all called vice cult masters, and the cult master has even appointed inspectors to oversee them directly. The inspectors can remove a vice cult master, so don't provoke them. Su Yun chatted with the old hall masters to learn about the Mixed Blood cult system. The inspectors watched at all times, and any unusual movement would lead to death. Su Yun smiled and said, "I don't care about that. I only want to assist the cult master." The old hall masters praised Su Yun for being clever and said he had boundless prospects. Su Yun silently complained in his heart while wearing a simple, honest smile on his face. At that moment, the vice cult master's voice came, telling them to come over. Just as everyone was about to leave, Su Yun suddenly sensed an unfamiliar aura sweeping over them, like surveillance. He guessed it must be an inspector and felt relieved that his observation haki was so strong it could even expose an inspector. Su Yun showed no sign of anything unusual and left with the others. Not long after, a figure appeared in the room, a tall man in black, wearing half a mask. After murmuring to himself, he vanished. In the hall, everyone stood before the vice cult master. The vice cult master looked at Su Yun and asked, "Recently, the wealthy clans have been crazily targeting the fire cult. What's your take?" This was clearly a sign of trust in Su Yun. Su Yun said decisively, "Strike first." The old hall masters were shocked and hurriedly advised, "Charging in now is too dangerous." Su Yun shook his head. "You're wrong. The foreign cults have been hunted down and forced into hiding all this time. So this time we must counterattack, catch them off guard." The old hall masters were stunned and felt that he had a point. The vice cult master looked at Su Yun with even greater satisfaction. "How do we strike?" Su Yun said, "Find the fire cult strongholds and take the opportunity to recruit more followers amid the chaos." Everyone was shocked. The fire cult was already being hunted so badly, and he still wanted to take a bite out of them. Deputy Hierarch was satisfied. "How many people do you need?" Su Yun bowed. "That has to be approved by the Hierarch." The Deputy Hierarch said, "Go on." Su Yun answered, "I want to take the people in the underground prison with me." Everyone was puzzled. The blood sources were all weak people. What did he need them for? Su Yun smiled mysteriously. "We need to build up our strength. Even if they die, we won't feel bad." The Deputy Hierarch instantly understood and handed Su Yun a blood drum. "There are drilling heartworms inside them. If they make any trouble, just beat the drum, and they'll behave." A small drum. Su Yun took it and said, "Thank you, Hierarch." The Deputy Hierarch waved his sleeve and laughed loudly. "Who are we if not one and the same?" Su Yun was deeply moved inside. Song Yi, standing nearby, was shocked the entire time, thinking, only Su Yun would dare play this kind of game with a foreign cult. Underground prison. The old hall master followed behind Su Yun. Su Yun asked coldly, "What are your names?" The captured people all shouted, "If you've got the ability, kill us." Su Yun said, "Direct descendants of wealthy families, those surnamed Ding and those surnamed Liu, step out." Around 30 people reluctantly walked out. 2 were battle generals. The rest were all 7 to 9-star warriors, weak and frustrated. Su Yun said indifferently, "I've got a mission for you. Once it's done, I'll let you go." A man from the Liu family's eyes flashed with hope. Su Yun ignored him, only looking toward the old man and the boy in the corner, beckoning them over. "You two come too." The old hall master reminded him in a low voice. "That old man is hard to deal with. Back then, it took a lot of effort to capture him." Su Yun nodded and told the 2 to follow. "Loosen up. This time, we're going out to kill people." Having said that, he left. The wealthy family group muttered threats under their breath, wondering whether they could use the chance to escape and take revenge. Villa District in the Old City, temporary stronghold of the fire cult. About 100 people, 5 battle generals, and the rest were all wounded. The atmosphere was tense, and everyone was arguing. Suddenly, someone said with a faint smile, "You can choose to join us." The fire cult members went on guard, and then saw that it was Su Yun and the mixed blood cult. A fire cult battle general recognized Su Yun, and fury surged in his eyes. Back then, he had been miserably harmed by this guy. Su Yun gave the order directly, "Attack." The battle erupted. The prisoners who had been brought out charged at the fire cult like madmen, but they were clearly no match for them and suffered heavy casualties. Su Yun held the Calamity Greatsword and killed 2 battle generals with a single strike. System notification. Host killed a fire cult member, dropped intermediate god's hand *2. Su Yun had long been able to kill enemies across levels. Now that he was even stronger, while the enemy was made up of wounded men, they were simply no match for him. The battle ended quickly. More than 70 fire cult members were left alive, and all of them were detained. A mixed blood cult member asked, "What should we do with these blood sources?" Killing intent appeared in Su Yun's eyes. Leave none alive. He had everyone use the fire cult's weapons to kill, framing the fire cult for it. The old man shielded the boy and stared warily at Su Yun. "You said you'd let us go." The wounded, wealthy family members did not believe it and were grinding their teeth in fury. Su Yun smiled. "You can go now." The wealthy family people thought they were really being released and were about to turn around. Su Yun struck the blood drum once, and the mixed blood cult members attacked at the same time. Blood splashed everywhere, and heads fell instantly. Just as the old man and boy were about to be killed, Su Yun stopped them. "They're not from the wealthy families. Killing them is useless." The old man stared at Su Yun, shaken to the core. This man was ruthless enough. The boy looked at Su Yun and said nothing. "Nothing. You're not killing me because you have some condition, right?" the old man asked in a low voice. Su Yun smiled. "Smart. I need you to help draw the attention of the wealthy clans. More people are about to come." Su Yun lifted the boy and teased, "You look so delicate, kid. I thought you were a girl. Get lost." The old man was sharp. Seeing Su Yun secretly stuff something into the boy's arms, he immediately took the boy and left quickly without looking back. The patrol member nearby said admiringly, "This kid is so meticulous. He's creating the illusion of infighting between the wealthy families and the fire cult. With the fire cult under great pressure, the mixed blood cult reaps the benefits as the fishermen. They can even take in a batch of new believers." A believer asked, "Hall Master, aren't you afraid the old man will go back on his word?" Su Yun smiled. His palms are covered in thick calluses, and the outer sides of his heels and thumbs show he's used to walking outside. He's probably a veteran from the 10,000 clans battlefield. People like that keep their promises. Even if not, they were blindfolded when they left, so they won't be able to trace it back to us. The believers praised in unison. "Hall Master is wise." Su Yun praised back. "It's because the cult leader leads well." Just then, a believer came to report, "Hall Master, we've found that the fire sect is hiding a treasury." Su Yun's eyes lit up. "Let's go." A group of people quietly left. Old Town. The old man took a note out of the boy's arms. "You owe me your life. Go to the station, and I'll contact you." The boy was puzzled. What does that mean? The old man speculated. He might be a human who infiltrated them. He isn't really from the mixed blood sect. The boy was shocked. "He's really Bull," the old man said solemnly. "This is a huge favor to owe." The boy didn't care. "He saved our lives, so just give it to him." The two of them set off and left. Inside a residential building, Su Yun found a box and handed it to the believers. "Split these among yourselves." The believers were moved. "You're the boss. You should take first," Su Yun said coldly. "I said take it." The believers were so moved their eyes reddened, and they left quite a bit for Su Yun. Su Yun didn't take any and closed the box. "The rest, give it to the cult leader." The watcher in the shadows was shocked. Where can you find such a good subordinate? Always thinking about his superior. He was so envious he gritted his teeth. Where did Bull Taiju find such a treasure of a subordinate? Why isn't he mine? Actually, Su Yun sneered inwardly. He had sensed someone was spying on them just now, so he took the opportunity to win people over and pretend to be selfless. The believers were excited. "Hall Master, just give us your orders from now on. We'd even self-detonate if you asked." Su Yun smiled. "No need to exaggerate. Let's head back." A group of people left with the fire sect prisoners. As the watcher grew jealous, his expression suddenly changed. The Heavenly Fire Demon Clan wanted to see him. On top of a high-rise building, the Heavenly Fire Demon Clan's guardian had a dark expression, and the watcher appeared and bowed in salute. "Why are you so late?" the guardian scolded. The watcher kept his head down and said nothing. The guardian went straight to the point. "Su Yun has infiltrated the major foreign race sections. You must find him." From Tianming Academy, the inspector froze. "Shut up. The mixed blood sect is a dog of our Skyfire Demon Clan. Only by obeying can you obtain bloodline transformation. Report immediately if there's any news." After cursing him out, the guardian turned and left with a sweep of his sleeve. The inspector raised his head, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes, and cursed inwardly. If the mixed blood sect's name weren't useful, who would listen to your nonsense? Some foreign sects merely use the name of the myriad races. They're only there to make it easier to do unspeakable things, and can hardly be called loyal. In fact, there are many more foreign sects that genuinely work for the myriad races. People like this inspector are only a minority. No way, I have to scold Nyo Taiju. In the future, if I'm unhappy with Nyo Taiju, I'll just directly give his position to number 1. Number 1 is much more sensible than Nyo Taiju, the inspector thought to himself. At this moment, the deputy sect master was smiling very happily. His superiors had just praised him for dealing a heavy blow to the fire sect, and said they would bring gifts to reward him. Number 1 is really good. The deputy sect master was overjoyed. Number 1 was loyal and clever, and could also help take care of the foreign sections. If the mixed blood sect could dominate on its own, the deputy sect master's achievements would be huge. By then, all the believers in the city would be his own people, and even the affairs of the wealthy clans could be brought under control. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. This wasn't a dream. Sect Master, we have detained 75 fire sect believers and seized a chest of treasures. Suyin came in to report. The old hall master handed the box to the deputy sect master. The deputy sect master opened it and was stunned. There was quite a lot inside. Today really is my lucky day. Good fortune keeps coming. The deputy sect master was absolutely delighted. He coughed once, placed the treasure chest aside, and pretended to be calm as he said, "Well done. It's all thanks to the sect master's good leadership." "I'm just riding your coattails," Suyun said with a smile, scratching his head. When Song-yi saw the deputy sect master looking so pleased with himself, she could only shake her head inwardly. This guy has been dazzled by the words sect master, and doesn't even know he's been sold. The deputy sect master stared at the treasures, preparing to pocket them all for himself. Suyun was smiling on the surface, but inwardly he was cursing. "You cheap bastard, not giving me anything. Put it down." Suddenly, a majestic voice rang out. The deputy sect master instantly froze, and the old hall masters were so frightened that they bent over. "North Shinchaja." Everyone cried out together. Suyun was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said, "My apologies, my lord. I have offended you." "It's fine, no need for formalities." The northern inspector revealed a faint smile. The deputy sect master and the old hall masters were dumbfounded. The inspector could actually smile? Every time he came, he was expressionless. They had assumed he didn't know how to smile. And why was he being so friendly towards Suyun? Did the two of them know each other? The northern inspector turned to look at the deputy sect master and instantly put on a cold expression. "Do you even look like a deputy sect master? Pocketing treasures, arrogant and selfish. Your subordinates are loyal to you, and you can't even spare them a single word of praise." He rebuked him directly, showing no mercy at all. The deputy sect master could only lower his head and take the scolding. Suyun hurriedly said, "Inspector, the vice cult leader treats me very well. He even gave me a chance to enter the blood pool." He deliberately mentioned the vice cult leader to avoid trouble. These were all details. "What kind of broken thing is the 10,000 blood pool?" the southern inspector cursed. "A bunch of trash essence blood mixed together, and that counts as a reward?" He then looked at the vice cult leader. "Bring the box over." The vice cult leader's face darkened, but he still obediently handed it over. The southern inspector stuffed the box into Suyun's hands and smiled. "Train hard and lay a solid foundation for the mixed blood cult." "Yes." Suyun agreed, and even secretly gave the vice cult leader a wink. The vice cult leader immediately became delighted. "Good kid, as expected, he really is my capable assistant." After cursing, the southern inspector got to the point. "Make some noise recently and lure one person out." "Who?" the vice cult leader asked. "Suyun," the southern inspector said coldly. When everyone heard this name, they all started talking. Who didn't know it? The killing star of Tianming Academy. Countless geniuses from the major clans and wealthy families had died at his hands. Suyun said in a deep voice, "That guy is ruthless and sinister, and he always likes to pretend to be weak. He's a tough opponent. We need to find a way to lure him out." The southern inspector asked, "You're the vice cult leader. Do you have any ideas?" The vice cult leader directly threw the blame away. "Number 1, you speak." The southern inspector was furious. "You might as well let number 1 be the vice cult leader." Number 1 spoke up. "The ones interested in Suyun right now are the wealthy clans, and they're hostile to him. We can spread the word that we're going to take action against the wealthy clans, and he'll definitely step in." These words made both the southern inspector and the old hall master nod in agreement. The hall masters praised Suyun, clear thinking, precise objective. But when they looked at the vice cult leader, their faces were full of disdain. The vice cult leader snorted, "Look all you want. No matter how impressive he is, he's still my man. I'm proud." Only Song-yi was secretly sweating. Suyun really isn't afraid that there won't be enough wealthy clans coming. Suyun reminded them, "This might erupt into a major battle. Everyone be careful," the vice cult leader said calmly. As long as you don't use your brain, you don't need to worry about the fighting. The Southern inspector refused to accept it. Do you even have a brain? Soo-yun smiled. This setup was actually aimed at the vice cult leader. As long as the vice cult leader got injured, the Southern inspector would become even more dissatisfied, and by then the vice cult leader's position would very likely fall to Soo-yun. At the same time, he also wanted to take the opportunity to kill a few wealthy clan geniuses. No one would make it out alive. Interlocking one ring after another, pressing forward step by step. Soo-yun stood up. I'm leaving first. Before leaving, he handed the deputy sect master a spatial ring. The deputy sect master was even happier. The Southern Patrol envoy said coldly, "You're simply not worthy of having such a good subordinate." Song-yi looked embarrassed. If the two of them knew the truth, they would definitely collapse. After Soo-yun arranged for the believers to spread the news, he took out the blood essence from the box. It was roughly the essence of 1,100 members of the Jinyu clan, a total of 20 pieces, and he crushed them all. A burst of ferocious will chung out. Soo-yun suppressed it with his spiritual power and crazily absorbed it. His spiritual apertures kept lighting up, 5 spiritual apertures were activated, and spiritual energy flowed like the Milky Way. With a thought, his spiritual essence and astral chi formed a crimson battle armor. The more spiritual apertures he had, the stronger the armor became. Soo-yun smiled faintly and, while cultivating, waited for news. Ing City, City Center. Ding Han quickly reported, the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Mixed Blood Sect are going to fight tonight. Soo-yun may benefit from the chaos. The 4 great noble clans were brimming with killing intent. They had been waiting for today. Wang Ming frowned. Soo-yun won't show up so easily, will he? Too many people now want to kill him. Feng Kuei sneered. Now that the protectors of all races have arrived, his path to survival has become even narrower. Everyone thought it made sense. The more people searching for him, the harder it would be for Soo-yun to hide. Even if he didn't jump out, he would still be found. Ding Xiushuang ordered. Once you spot Soo-yun, kill him with full force if he's at the battle general level. Lu Tong said in a low voice. Can we use him to get the dragon egg back? No one else expressed an opinion. The Feng family was still thinking about Soo-yun's breathing technique. Lu Tong's eyes turned gloomy as he cursed inwardly. And they still aren't united at a time like this. The night was cold, the moonlight sparse, with occasional snowflakes. The old building was covered in frost, the lights were dim, and the surroundings were dead silent. Suddenly, a man's voice sounded. Juju, where are you? The Heavenly Demon Sect appeared, and Illusory Demon wore a strange smile. Boom. Blood light tore through the building, slashing toward Phantom Demon. Phantom Demon twisted through the void and barely blocked it. You're in such a hurry? You haven't settled the score for that sneak attack last time. The deputy sect master of the Half-Blood Sect appeared coldly. Phantom Demon sighed. You still don't understand me. Kill. The deputy sect master roared, and both sides erupted into a fierce battle. The residential building collapsed in an instant. Amid the battle, the wealthy families and the myriad clans also arrived, frantically using their spiritual power to search for Soo-yun. As time dragged on, they all grew impatient. Uncle, aren't we making a move? The deputy sect master and Phantom Demon are both here. This is a huge merit. Wang Ming said impatiently, be quiet. Without orders, no one is allowed to act rashly. Wang Li sneered. They're all at the battle general level. How could they still lose if you all went in together? Xiao Zun and the others also agreed, thinking there was no problem. Wang Ming had a headache. This bunch of brats was really giving him one. Why couldn't they be as obedient as Soo-yun? He only hoped Soo-yun would be his disciple, well-behaved and strong. Ding Xiushuang issued the order. If we still can't see Soo-yun in 10 minutes, then we'll attack and take the opportunity to deal with them. Everyone agreed, and the students were also excited to make another harvest of heads. The Tianma sect and the Half-Blood sect were fighting intensely, and soon people began dying and being wounded. 10 minutes later, the wealthy families couldn't sit still any longer and began launching a pincer attack. On the other side, Soo-yun led Song-yi and the others around to the back and told the Southern Inspector to help hold back the war god-level experts. After the Southern Inspector nodded, he left. Soo-yun shouted, "Brothers, kill." His followers charged forward like madmen. Song-yi asked him in a low voice whether he really intended to show up, and Soo-yun said with a smile, "We still have to give them a little hope." His target had long been locked on Wang Li. By now, Wang Li was grabbing a member of the Half-Blood sect, lightning coiling around him as he interrogated, "Where is Soo-yun?" When he got no answer, he killed the man on the spot. The remaining disciples roared in fury, but Wang Li sneered and cleaved through a swath of them with a single blade. He dominated the entire battlefield, laughing wildly, finally able to vent the resentment he usually felt from being suppressed by Soo-yun. At that moment, Soo-yun appeared, holding the disaster greatsword. With a five-fold boost erupting, he charged straight at Wang Li. I dare to kill you. Su Yun slashed down with one sword, and brilliant purple flames swept across the area. Wang Li met it with thunder, but he was split open by the blade and froze on the spot. Recognizing Su Yun, he didn't even have time to shout before he was instantly cleaved in two and died a tragic death on the spot. Only then did Wang Meng and the others react, roaring in rage, but the escort experts were already being held back by the southern inspector. They simply couldn't be rescued. After chopping Wang Li to death, Su Yun charged at Xiao Zun next. Xiao Zun was so frightened that he tried to run, but Su Yun condensed a spear and pierced straight through his chest. Xiao Zun hurriedly begged for mercy, but Su Yun simply grabbed his head and smashed it down, killing him with a headball. Su Yun casually tossed Xiao Zun's corpse aside and even absorbed his blood. Ding! Host killed Wang Li and Xiao Zun, dropping intermediate hand of the god *5. In truth, all of this happened in an instant. Then, Su Yun immediately concealed his figure, took out the Tsongyun cutter, summoned Pikachu to enhance it with lightning, gritted his teeth, and swung the blade at himself. Boom! Thunderlight exploded, and Su Yun smashed through the wall and fell down. On the street, there was a bloodstain across his chest. His eyes were filled with viciousness as he roared. Su Yun, I'll remember this grudge. What? Su Yun showed up. Where is he? Find him quickly. This kid has gone crazy. He'll kill anyone. Everyone shouted, and the scene descended completely into chaos. When the war god powerhouse saw Su Yun, he immediately recognized that familiar aura, especially the distinctive cut marks. It's him. Quick, find him. The three protectors changed color and began searching. Su Yun sneered. The more chaotic, the better. The more chaotic it is, the safer I am. After a round of searching, nothing was found. Su Yun had vanished as if he had evaporated. The protector of the Heavenly Fire Demon clan lost patience and roared. Kill everyone here. 10 battle generals from the 10,000 clans charged into the arena, killing anyone they saw. The Demon Heaven sect, the Mixed Blood sect, and the wealthy clans were furious. Whose mad dog is this? The Illusion Demon and the Deputy Sect Master became the target of everyone's attacks. Blood and lightning intertwined, and a lightning net came down. The Deputy Sect Master was caught off guard and was hit, coughing up blood. He counterattacked, and the Blood Eagle Divine Claw tore into an enemy. But another man launched a sneak attack, punching and breaking his arm. The Deputy Sect Master fell to the ground, his face deathly pale. Foreigners can die. A strong member of the Wang family rushed over and stabbed at the Deputy Sect Master with a spear. Su Yun raised his sword to block it. The Deputy Sect Master was almost moved to tears. Every time you're in danger, you always come. Scram! Su Yun held his sword in one hand and struck with a punch, all amplifications fully activated, forcing back the Wang family expert. He carried the Deputy Sect Master on his back and shouted, "Retreat!" The old hall masters gritted their teeth to protect them, retreating while fighting. But the Wang family clung on relentlessly. When Su Yun killed Wang Li and Xiao Zun, he used the hall master's face, and all the Wang family's hatred was directed at the Mixed Blood sect. Come back. Find Su Yun first, then talk. The other three families shouted in unison to stop them, and Wang Meng and the others could only hold back. The illusion demon had already fled. On the other side, the southern inspector said coldly, "You're old." Ding Xiaoshuang, with reddened eyes, angrily asked, "Why did you betray the clan?" The southern inspector sneered, "You're dirty now. The oath was broken long ago, so don't believe in the divine palace either." Smiling, he slipped into the void and disappeared. If humanity is to rise, a great purge must be carried out. Ding Xiaoshuang and Feng Kuei exchanged helpless glances. Inside the stronghold, the Mixed Blood sect suffered relatively little loss. Most of the dead were from the wealthy clans and the Demon Heaven sect. The Deputy Sect Master was severely injured. "Sect Master, I'm sorry." Su Yun roared with red eyes. The old hall masters also sighed. This child was too emotional. With his arm severed, the Deputy Sect Master said with a faint smile, "It's only a minor injury, don't worry." The southern inspector appeared and said with a smile, "That battle tonight was pretty good." Su Yun showing up in Ingqing wasn't a smokescreen. The Demon Heaven sect suffered heavy losses. If we get the chance later, we can devour them. Number 1 is very smart, but Su Yun is too devious. Song Yi quietly rolled her eyes. Now the entire Mixed Blood sect was siding with Su Yun. Su Yun shouted loudly, "The Deputy Sect Master was injured because of me." He grabbed a knife and injured himself, blood gushing out. Everyone was stunned. Song Yi was speechless. "Aren't you a little too good at acting? What kind of joke is this? If I hadn't known the truth, I would have believed it. Gone. If it weren't for my mistake, the Vice Cult Master wouldn't have been injured and could still be leading us." Puffed, puffed, puffed. Su Yun stabbed 3 more times. I only regret that I couldn't take those blows for the vice cult master. 2 more hits. It's all my fault. Su Yun burst into tears, grief and remorse flooding his face. The atmosphere at the scene was heavy. The old hall master, the vice cult master, even the South Inspector were moved, feeling that Su Yun truly had a sense of responsibility. The vice cult master grabbed Su Yun, agitated. Don't be like this, I don't blame you. The vice cult master felt touched, thinking that his earlier plan to pocket the treasure for himself was simply inhumane. The believers were all in tears, never expecting that even a foreign cult could have such loyal members. To follow someone like this for a lifetime would leave no regrets. The South Inspector's voice choked up. The vice cult master is unwell, and the mixed blood cult needs a new leader. Song Yi immediately shouted, I vote for Hall Master number 1. Everyone else voiced their support one after another. The vice cult master patted Su Yun's shoulder. You'll be the acting vice cult master. Su Yun refused. The vice cult master is still here. The South Inspector said coldly. This is an order. Su Yun could only agree. Once the vice cult master recovers, I will step down immediately. The South Inspector sighed. Neo Taiju really has struck it lucky to have such outstanding subordinates. The vice cult master was also delighted, and the whole audience was convinced. The South Inspector asked, What are you planning to do? Su Yun said calmly, Rest for a few days, then make those who injured us pay the price. The South Inspector frowned. You want to start a war? Su Yun sneered. Only a purge can truly put I Ching under control. The South Inspector silently agreed in his heart and secretly praised Su Yun. After a brief discussion, everyone dispersed. Song Yi walked over and said quietly, You're really ruthless to yourself. Su Yun curled his lip. It's all acting. That was Xiao Zun's blood. Song Yi nearly exploded in anger. Su Yun said seriously, Help me get the heavenly demon cult to cooperate with us. Song Yi smiled. As long as you don't pocket that stone, it's fine. Su Yun nodded. Song Yi left, and Su Yun thought to himself that this woman was no simple character. Su Yun began planning. The next great battle would be the death sentence for the wealthy clans and the myriad races. The wealthy clans had suffered a crushing defeat. A few days ago, Lu Tianqian and Lu Mao died. Tonight, Wang Li and Xiao Zun also died. I Ching was cursed, specifically against geniuses. Wang Ming roared. I want the foreign cult to be buried with my son Lier. Ding Qiushuang remained calm. Wait a few days. Su Yun and the foreign cult will not live to see another day. The situation in I Ching became even more chaotic. In the past, the 3 great cults stood in balance. Now the fire cult was heavily wounded, leaving only scattered remnants. The mixed blood cult and the heavenly demon cult were both keeping a low profile, while the wealthy clans were completely enraged, gathering experts and vowing revenge. No one could guess what would happen next. At the mixed blood cult stronghold, Song Yi reported, Vice Cult Master, the heavenly demon cult wants to get in touch with us. The old hall master frowned, not understanding what the heavenly demon cult was scheming. Su Yun said calmly, Perfectly in line with my intentions. Go arrange it. Song Yi agreed and left. The old hall master worried. Could there be a trick? Su Yun smiled. In this age of devouring people, where would you find good people? But now the pressure from the wealthy clans and the myriad races is too great. Without cooperation, there's only a dead end. Let's hear what conditions they have first. Su Yun analyzed the situation, and the South Inspector also nodded silently. After Su Yun expressed agreement, he had the South Inspector secretly protect him. The South Inspector smiled and nodded, and Su Yun felt at ease. On a bustling street in I Ching, Su Yun brought Song Yi and the old hall master, walking into the hotel like a young master. Illusion Demon came forward and spoke in a frivolous tone, making Su Yun extremely uncomfortable, but he could only force a smile and shake hands with him. Even while shaking hands, Illusion Demon deliberately teased him, and Su Yun quickly pulled his hand back. After sitting down, Su Yun went straight to the point and proposed a cooperation plan. The Heaven Demon cult would lure the wealthy families into the game, while he would take charge of the overall layout, and the Phantom Demon would only need to sit back and watch how things unfolded. The Phantom Demon was initially surprised, then asked what the benefit would be. Su Yun replied, From now on, Ing City would only have 2 factions left, and the Fire Cult's treasure trove would belong to the Heaven Demon cult. The Phantom Demon was satisfied, but then added another condition. He wanted a hug from the Deputy Cult Master. Su Yun held back his laughter and directly shoved the Deputy Cult Master out to take the blame, finalizing the handover within 2 days. The 2 sides reached an agreement and went their separate ways. In the Old City, the Heaven Demon cult launched a surprise attack on the Mixed Blood cult. With Song Yun drawing his blade, thunderous saber lights swept across the battlefield, and the mixed blood cult suffered a crushing defeat. After looting the place, the Heaven Demon cult quickly withdrew. A moment later, those who rushed over looked at the corpses at the scene, and a student named Huang Chi recognized the saber technique as Su Yun's doing. After everyone analyzed the situation, they guessed that Su Yun was cooperating with the Heaven Demon cult. Once the wealthy family's experts learned of this, they immediately reported it to the higher-ups and prepared to assassinate Su Yun. Inside the stronghold, Su Yun crushed a jade pendant and had the teacher make a move, while also disguising himself with a human skin mask. The southern inspector saw at a glance that Su Yun intended to use himself as bait to lure the wealthy families in and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Su Yun explained that he wanted to lead the wealthy families to the myriad blood pool and detonate the scene to kill a god of war level expert. Everyone admired Su Yun's plan, and Song Yi said she would never dare to fall out with Su Yun again. Niu Taiju praised him, saying that as long as Ding Qiushuang and Feng Kuei died in this move, Ying City would fall into chaos. Su Yun sneered. The more chaotic, the better. That's the only way to control Ying City. The southern inspector looked at Su Yun, feeling inexplicably complicated. He was convinced that Su Yun had gone mad with revenge because the deputy cult master had been severely injured, and he thought his analysis was absolutely correct, feeling secretly smug. After arranging everything, Su Yun stared at one of the cultists. Would you die for me? The cultist answered firmly, Deputy Cult Master, I'd even self-detonate for you. Su Yun handed him a spatial ring. Hide inside the myriad blood pool. When I shout Qingguang, you blow yourself up. The cultist was moved to tears, kneeling on one knee. I'll prove my resolve with my life and remain loyal to you. Su Yun patted him on the shoulder, turned and left, emptied the myriad blood pool, had Qingguang hide inside, then secretly sent him to the Heaven Demon cult stronghold. The plan was airtight and seamless. After learning about the mixed blood cult, Ding Qiushuang and Feng Kuei immediately gathered their forces, preparing to purge Ying City and kill Su Yun. Ding Qiushuang also had someone notify the strong experts of the 10,000 races. Before long, the Dao protectors of the 10,000 races received the message and all began to strike at Su Yun with killing intent. In the Tianming Academy, Zheng Yu sensed the signal and immediately went to find Dongfang Taiwei. Let's go. Dongfang Taiwei casually put away the dragon egg and left together with Zheng Yu. By the time Lin Sihua arrived, the two had already left, and he was so angry that he chased after them immediately. A day later, the wealthy family's forces had grown even stronger, 40 battle generals and 2 gods of war, while the 10,000 races also had 10 high-level battle generals and 3 gods of war. Their momentum was astonishing. At this moment, Ying City was roiling with undercurrents. Before the battle, Ding Qiushuang rallied the troops. We will not let the Heaven Demon cult and Su Yun get away. Encircle Rongqing District. Feng Kuei ordered, and the powerful experts set off immediately. Rongqing District was exceptionally quiet today. The wind echoed through the streets, and the atmosphere was suffocating. Suddenly, figures appeared on rooftops everywhere. The Central Park and residential buildings were surrounded, while experts of the 10,000 races stood guard from afar. The Phantom Demon appeared and joked with a smile, chilling most of the people to the bone. Ding Qiushuang coldly declared that Su Yun deserved to die, and Feng Kuei unleashed his aura, forcing the other side to hand Su Yun over. The Phantom Demon pretended to be surprised, and then the Heaven Demon cult burst into mocking laughter. Ding Qiushuang couldn't be bothered with further nonsense. Kill! The wealthy family's experts roared and charged, while the students guarded the rear, and a fierce conflict erupted. The residential buildings collapsed one after another, shocking everyone present. At that moment, Su Yun led the mixed blood cult into the battlefield, launching a surprise attack and escalating the chaos into a full-scale melee. However, Ding Qiushuang and Feng Kuei had already been prepared, and they immediately mobilized battle generals to counterattack the mixed blood cult. Far away, the situation was still in stalemate. Dongfang Taiwei, Lin Sihua, and Zheng Yu were on the side enjoying the spectacle. Yesterday, Su Yun had already met with the teachers and arranged the ambush, preparing to absorb the mixed blood cult into his fold. But they still couldn't figure out how Su Yun had become the deputy cult master so quickly. If given a little more time, could he directly become an inspector, a chief priest, or even the pope? At the same time, Su Yun put on the human skin mask and said to the southern inspector, Inspector, my life is in your hands. The southern inspector smiled. You're scared too? Su Yun gave a bitter smile. With so many battle gods around, I'd be a little scared too. After putting on the mask, a small black snake appeared in his arms, the old home master's battle pet, which could boost his speed and be sacrificed if necessary. Power surged into the little black snake, and Su Yun shot out like a streak of black lightning. In an instant, he blasted one heavenly demon church member's head apart, then turned and killed a mixed-blood believer. The believer's eyes were resolute, as if saying, "Vice Church Master, kill me." In the blink of an eye, Su Yun had already killed more than a dozen people. Found Su Yun. Colluding with foreign races, kill him. Su Yun die. The moment Su Yun appeared, the scene paused slightly before the atmosphere exploded. A terrifying force descended, and battle god experts made their move, causing the ground to cave in. Ding Qiushuang frowned, only to find the person was already gone. The southern inspector gripped Su Yun by the neck and sneered, "You want to kill him? Better let me do it." Everyone was stunned. Su Yun had become the target of all sides. Both humans and foreign races wanted him dead. "Hand him over to me." The myriad races also rushed forward. Feng Kuei grew anxious. "Su Yun can't die yet. We still haven't asked him about the breathing technique," she shouted. "Only us humans can execute Su Yun." Su Yun became the center of attention. Some wanted to kill him, others wanted to protect him. The scene was in utter chaos. Even the South Patrol examiner had a headache. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Su Yun whispered, "Qin King circles the pillar." The South Patrol examiner slapped his head and understood. The target was the 10,000 blood pool. Suddenly, fiery clouds gathered in the sky. The heavenly flame demon clan protector shouted, "Die, all of you." The scorching clouds came crashing down, turning the world red, and the other war gods all made their move as well. The South Patrol examiner gritted his teeth and dragged Su Yun into a mad run. "Why haven't you triggered it yet?" The pressure was immense. Su Yun remained calm, his eyes cold. "Wait a little longer. Let them all come kill me." The trap had been laid for so long. It had to land in one blow. At this moment, all the war gods had joined the battle. Among the human race, some wanted to kill Su Yun, some wanted to protect him, and some wanted to dig out the secrets within him. The myriad races only wanted to kill him. On the sky, light wings spread open as the protector of the light-winged god clan appeared. His feathers were like blades, and the outer sect disciples were instantly sliced apart. He headed straight for Su Yun. Blue lights surged around the South Patrol examiner, and the silver-gray little fish under his feet dodged, narrowly escaping the fatal strike. Ding Qiushuang arrived to take over, great smashing steel hand. Purple-black light wrapped around his palm as a massive palm imprint came killing in. The South Patrol examiner gritted his teeth. Silver moon meteor shower. The little fish shattered, threads and iron fragments reformed, and the giant palm was sliced apart. Ding Qiushuang's expression darkened. He alone simply couldn't stop the South Patrol examiner. After all, the South Patrol examiner had extremely high talent. Stop. The experts of the myriad races were going crazy. The Heavenly Flame Demon Clan protector had completely lost his reason the moment he saw Su Yun, ignoring everything else. 5 war god-level powerhouses crazily chased after Su Yun and the South Patrol examiner. Buildings collapsed and dust billowed, as if a full-scale war had broken out. People outside noticed something was wrong, and some even started live-streaming on their phones. What are you waiting for? The South Patrol examiner dodged in embarrassment, utterly convinced by Su Yun's stubborn delaying at a time like this. But Su Yun was still calm. Only the ones moving now were war gods. None of the war generals had stepped in yet. Ding Qiushuang really couldn't hold back anymore and shouted for people to encircle them. Wang Ming, Lu Tong, Feng Hai, come here. The 3 immediately coordinated, and the scene grew even more chaotic. Phantom Demon was stunned. With so many experts besieging them, even the South Patrol examiner couldn't hold out. Suddenly, a masked woman appeared and said in a low voice, "Prepare to withdraw." Phantom Demon immediately obeyed. In the distance, Dongfang Taiyue and the other 2 were all dumbfounded. If Su Yun hadn't warned them in advance, they would have already been unable to resist making a move. Lin Sihua exclaimed, "What exactly is he trying to do?" Zhang Yu worried. "How is he going to deal with 5 war gods?" Dongfang Taiyue gritted his teeth. Everyone moved together. "We can't let him die." At this moment, the South Patrol examiner was severely injured. He should never have trusted Su Yun. He'd been screwed over terribly. Just as he was in despair, Su Yun suddenly said, "East. Charge that way." The South Patrol examiner had no choice but to listen, his speed surging as he dodged the attacks. Behind him, Ding Qiushuang and the others chased relentlessly, and the pursuing force and the target drew closer and closer. Just as they were about to be caught, Su Yun shouted, "Chen Guang." The people around didn't care, only thinking Su Yun was crying out in breakdown. The spectators were all thrilled. The masked woman beside Phantom Demon directly ordered, "Withdraw." The entire Heavenly Demon cult retreated instantly. At this time, Chen Guang Underground took out a spatial ring and roared. Spiritual energy exploded within his body, flesh and blood burst apart, and the spatial ring shattered, releasing black energy, an ultra-mini-tailed beast bomb. The blood pool erupted into chaos, and destructive power exploded forth. The ground caved in, blood-colored waves surged skyward, and countless vicious human faces appeared within them. Ding Xiaoshuang, Feng Kuei, and the other three protectors were all stunned, and dozens of war generals were horrified. Blood flood. Run. Everyone fled desperately, but it was already too late. The nearby war gods and powerhouses were swallowed by the tidal waves, with nowhere to escape, including Su Yun. The South Patrol examiner's expression changed drastically, thinking Su Yun wouldn't even spare himself, would he? Su Yun took out the little black snake. Speed up. The little black snake enlarged, wrapped around the two of them, and charged forward. The blood wave followed close behind and devoured the snake's body. At the critical moment, the South Patrol examiner smashed the little black snake, and the two barely escaped. But those elite family powerhouses and the war gods of the myriad races had not made any preparations at all, and were instantly swallowed by the blood waves, letting out shrieks. No! The strong roared in fury, desperately trying to flee, but blood flooded their mouths and noses. Their spiritual power was contaminated, their bodies collapsed, and they suffocated in agony. Many battle generals turned to ashes and vanished without a trace in an instant. The whole process took no more than 10 seconds, and within a radius of several thousand meters, blood flowed like a river. 5 battle gods and dozens of battle generals were all wiped out. Huang Qi and the others were so frightened they collapsed to the ground, their faces pale, their lips trembling. The once invincible battle gods were all gone in an instant. Su Yun himself was stunned as well, feeling a lingering fear. Good thing I was fully prepared, or I'd be dead for sure. But his eyes were full of excitement. Good riddance. Patroller, go meet up with the deputy hierarch at once. Su Yun came back to his senses and urged the South Patrolman. This place is about to go into chaos. The South Patrolman was still in a daze and had nearly lost his life. Gritting his teeth, Su Yun said, I'll clean up the mess. You get out of here now. He shoved the South Patrolman aside and resolutely charged into the hellscape. Touched by Su Yun, the South Patrolman weighed his options and still turned to leave. As soon as he left, Su Yun curled his lips into a cold smile. Time to harvest. The scene was a total wreck, with wails and cries everywhere. The geniuses were panicking and crying out for help, shouting and screaming all over the place. At that moment, Su Yun appeared, ripped off the human skin mask, and revealed the face he had disguised himself as. He sensed that there was still one battle god alive. In the pool of blood, Ding Xiaoshuang was covered in sores and rotting flesh, left with only a breath of life. Who are you? Seeing Su Yun, he recognized him and was so shocked that a surge of blood flooded his throat. He died on the spot. After living for 100 years, he never expected to be undone by a youngster. Ding. The host angered Ding Xiaoshuang to death, dropping Advanced God's Hand 50. Su Yun froze for a moment. He's dead before I even made a move? He quickly recovered, his gaze locking onto Huang Qi and the others as he prepared to finish this quickly. Ding Lei watched helplessly as his grandfather died, his eyes red as he roared in fury. The words had barely left his mouth when Su Yun's giant sword came down, purple flames sweeping out. Ding Lei's black diamond armor covered his body as he tried to block with all his strength. One arm was instantly severed. He screamed in terror. The others finally came to their senses and swarmed him wildly. Su Yun sneered. If you have a grudge, settle it. He stepped forward, and the giant sword pierced straight through Ding Lei's chest. Ding Lei died on the spot. The remaining people were all terrified out of their wits. Su Yun raised his sword again, flames bursting forth, and with one strike he instantly killed Huang Qi. Run! The scions of the aristocratic families fled in terror. Su Yun did not pursue them one by one. Instead, he focused only on the two key targets, Mo Long and Feng Jiao, and flashed after Feng Jiao. Feng Jiao's mentality completely collapsed as he screamed, Who are you really, and why are you trying to kill me? There was no room to resist at all. Su Yun grinned. The one you've all been looking for is me. Feng Jiao's pupils contracted sharply. Just as he reacted, a spiritual spear pierced through his back. Su Yun swung his sword and severed Feng Jiao's head. Feng Jiao was dead. He turned and went after Mo Long. Mo Long struggled frantically. I can't die. He barely managed to hold on, desperately trying to escape. Suddenly, the rubble shattered, and Su Yun charged in, gripping his sword with both hands and slashing horizontally. Mo Long turned into a pool of blood and narrowly dodged. He was also an element type. He seized the chance to hide in a corner. Su Yun sneered, You think I can't catch you? With armament hockey on his hands, he directly grabbed the pool of blood. Mo Long reappeared, his face full of despair. Su Yun said coldly, Goodbye. One sword thrust pierced the ground, and Mo Long died. Ding. The host killed Ding Lei, Huang Qi, Mo Long, and Feng Jiao, dropping 13 intermediate god hands asterisk. Looking at the blood-dripping Hua greatsword, Su Yun saw his own stern face reflected in it. Feels good. He exhaled and quickly left. Ing City was about to plunge completely into chaos, and he had to withdraw as soon as possible. Sure enough, Mayor Ding Han arrived with the troops, only to find a scene of ruins. 2 war gods are dead. The 3 war gods of the 10,000 clans are dead too. Ding Han gave a bitter laugh and sat down on the ground. This time, the wealthy families and the 10,000 clans suffered heavy losses, and the situation had completely spiraled out of control. Outside Ing City, important figures from the mixed blood subsect gathered. Vice Sect Master Niu Taiju, the Southern Patrol Envoy, the Old Hall Masters, and some believers were all there, but Song Yi was the only one missing. Niu Taiju worriedly asked, "Is number 1 really okay?" The Southern Patrol Envoy shook his head. "I don't know. He said he'd handle the aftermath, probably went to kill those geniuses." Everyone was shocked. The Vice Sect Master was ruthless. He was still killing at a time like this. The Southern Patrol Envoy said solemnly, "The wealthy families and the 10,000 clans have suffered heavy losses. We must evacuate and not get dragged into this." As soon as the words fell, heaven and earth turned crimson. "Enemy attack." A sneer rang out. "Leave? Better stay here." Dark crimson light transformed into an alchemy cauldron, and chains suppressed the entire field. The Southern Inspector roared, shattering the alchemical flame as he tried to flee, only to be smashed back to the ground by a black hammer. Dongfang Taiwei, Zheng Yu, and Lin Sihua appeared, smiling at one another. "Dongfang Taiwei," the Old Hall Master cried out. "Why had this madman come?" Dongfang Taiwei laughed loudly. "Choosing my disciple as the Vice Sect Master. Good eye, as expected." The mixed blood cultists were all stunned. His disciple, Su Yun? Number 1 is Su Yun? Everyone was utterly shattered. Zheng Yu sneered coldly. "A fool who drinks blood. Getting played is what he deserves." The Southern Inspector smiled bitterly. No wonder there had been constant trouble lately. It had all been stirred up by this kid. He really is a hero among the young. He suddenly laughed. Dongfang Taiwei frowned and removed his mask. The 3 of them froze instantly. "You little beast, you actually joined the mixed blood cult," the 3 cursed angrily. The Southern Inspector snatched back the mask and said calmly, "I'm no longer human. What I do has nothing to do with you." Niu Taiju and the others looked blank. What did any of this have to do with anything? The Southern Inspector and those 3 old men from Tianming Academy knew each other too? That was way too much information. The Southern Inspector's words made the 3 tremble with anger. Dongfang Taiwei was about to make a move. Lin Sihua roared, "Your father has it hard at the academy, and you do this?" He grabbed his collar with one hand. The South Inspector said coldly, "I can't stand him." The more the South Inspector spoke, the more agitated he became. The funniest part is, he even asked me to go to the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace is such a mess right now. Without a backing, no matter how good your talent is, you'll still be suppressed by the wealthy and powerful families. Zheng Yu frowned and was just about to speak when the South Inspector said coldly, "You want to say it has nothing to do with me? Fine, I'll shut up." Zheng Yu was so angered she almost laughed. Seeing this, Lin Sihua secretly gave Elder Dongfang a look. Dongfang Taiwei directly clamped a hand around the South Inspector's neck and shouted, "Betraying the human race is a death oath." After saying that, he dragged the man out of the fire cauldron. The mixed blood cult members were all dumbfounded. "What do we do?" After walking far away, Dongfang Taiwei kicked the South Inspector flying and said, "Scram." The South Inspector was somewhat unwilling. "If I leave, how are you going to explain this?" Dongfang Taiwei said disdainfully, "Who you are, do you think I wouldn't know? As for Su Yun's side, I'm the teacher. What's the big deal about keeping one person?" The South Inspector said seriously, "The Divine Palace will deal with him sooner or later. By then, things will be even harder for you." Dongfang Taiwei was annoyed and waved his hand, not wanting to say any more. The South Inspector stepped back a few paces and whispered, "I'll clean up the human domain, and I'll also have Su Yun be careful." His voice faded away. Dongfang Taiwei sighed, knowing this was a warning, not a threat. Su Yun had caused too big a stir, and he would definitely be targeted by foreign races in the future. He went back and said coldly, "The person has already been killed." Lin Sihua said offhandedly, "Good kill." Zheng Yu said, "Bring all these people back and hand them over to the commissioner for interrogation." She took out her phone and started making contact. Dongfang Taiwei took the opportunity to secretly grab Niu Tieju's spatial ring, picking up loose change when it fell, an old tradition. Not long after, Su Yun came back and greeted them with a smile. Niu Taiju said angrily, "You betrayed me. Don't forget that you still have." Before he could finish, Su Yun interrupted, "You think mixed bloods can control me?" After saying that, he shook his body and forced the mixed blood out onto the ground. He looked at Niu Taiju disdainfully. The victors are kings and the losers are bandits. What else do you have to say? All the mixed blood cult members lowered their heads and admitted defeat. The three teachers were very satisfied. Su Yun had done exceptionally well this time. Su Yun noticed something was off and frowned as he asked, "Where is the inspector?" Dongfang Taiyue said calmly, "Dead." Su Yun could only smile bitterly, knowing in his heart that the teacher must have had a reason for lying, and he couldn't be bothered to ask more. He guessed that the southern inspector might be one of their own. At that moment, a squad of black-clad warriors rushed over from afar, their auras powerful, including a war god. Upon seeing Zhengyu, they all respectfully called him Old Zheng. Zhengyu pointed at the mixed blood believers. "Take them all away. Don't let a single one escape. They're all merit points." The group was stunned. You three old men wiped out the mixed blood branch. Niu Taiju usually kept a low profile, and if Su Yun hadn't acted so convincingly this time, they never would have been lured out. Su Yun asked softly, "Who are these people?" Dongfang Taiyue said with a smile, "Old Zheng's direct protection team." Su Yun suddenly understood. The protection team was specially assigned for Zheng Yu's safety. Zheng Yu suddenly pointed at Su Yun. "It's all thanks to my disciple. Don't get it wrong." Everyone in the protection team looked at Su Yun, their faces full of shock. Lin Sihua said smugly, "Don't be fooled by the fact that he's a newcomer. He's the vice hierarch of the mixed blood cult." The entire protection squad panicked, their hearts nearly leaping out of their chests. The genius of Tianming Academy was actually the vice hierarch of the mixed blood cult. But Su Yun smiled warmly. "Don't worry. I've already turned myself in and sold them all out." The team members broke out in cold sweats, and no one dared look down on him anymore. More and more people gathered. Seeing the chaos, Dongfang Taiyue said calmly, "Yingcheng is going to be in chaos now." Lin Sihua chuckled. "A little chaos is good. Saves us from those foreign races becoming even more arrogant." Zheng Yu also smiled. "I'd rather see the reactions of those wealthy families. They're probably about to cry themselves to death, right?" The three of them stared at Su Yun at the same time. Just how was this guy's brain wired? Once the blood flood hit, 5 war gods and a bunch of war generals were wiped out. He was practically a natural-born troublemaker. At the Wang family estate, Wang Qin was nearly exploding with rage. His subordinate reported tearfully, "Blood flood in Yingcheng. Everyone's dead." Wang Qin gritted his teeth and roared, "Foreign cult, die for me." Upon hearing the news, Director Ding nearly fainted and shouted, "Investigate. Dig into the whole thing to the very end." At the Feng family, Director Feng fainted on the spot, and everyone roared, "Why is this happening? Investigate it." With his back to the clan members, Lu Guang's hands were trembling. It was that brat Su Yun who did it. At Tianming Academy, Zhang Zhongqing inhaled sharply. Cruel. This time in Yingcheng, the noble families suffered heavy losses. But the 3 clans lost even more. 3 protectors and 10 war generals died, and no one could remain expressionless. That's a war god we're talking about. 3 of them died at once. It's definitely got something to do with Su Yun. The geniuses of the myriad clans gritted their teeth in anger. Emperor Ku asked Makiduo how he viewed it, and Makiduo smiled faintly. They were all played by Su Yun, the trash. The demonic geniuses were unconvinced, but one glare from him silenced them. Su Yun is the source of the storm. If we don't kill him, we won't have another chance in the future. Moku Duoluo turned and left, and the others fell silent. The myriad races could only swallow their losses in silence and bear any trouble themselves. As Dongfang Taiyue said, Ying City had descended into complete chaos. The battle gods and battle generals suffered heavy casualties. As soon as the news broke, the entire Blue Star was in an uproar, and all kinds of explosive headlines rapidly flooded every screen. Battle god falls, cause remains a mystery, a wealthy clan suffers heavy losses, alien cult kills battle god. The internet instantly exploded, and rumors ran wild. Wang Qin led his team to Ying City, and the first thing he did was search for Su Yun. At the city center building, the prodigies from all the wealthy clans and their families gathered together. Wang Qin stared darkly at Su Yun and shouted, "Su Yun colluded with an alien cult and caused the deaths of Ding Xiushuang and Feng Kuei. He deserves to be executed." Everyone on the scene was stunned, and the atmosphere instantly turned icy. Dongfang Taiyue's eyes turned cold. "You're slapping on accusations the moment you arrive? Regarding this matter, the 3 of us know it best." Lin Sihua frowned. Wang Qin sneered, "So you're all in on it. Once I kill Su Yun, I'll deal with you too." He sounded aggressive and overbearing. Killing intent surged in Su Yun's heart. "I'll make sure to kill all of you sooner or later." "Cut the crap. Call the principal." Dongfang Taiyue said with a ferocious grin. Wang Qin felt uneasy, but he still dialed the number. "Su Yun has already registered with the academy. Zhang Zhongqing said indifferently. Wang Can almost forgot about this and trembled with rage. Seeing this, Su Yun sneered. Director Wang, I'm risking my life for the human race. What right do you have to question me? And you're still slandering me, saying I colluded with the alien race. Right now, I suspect you're the one truly trying to split the human race apart. He spoke very directly, pointing at Wang Can and cursing him out. Su Yun was only 18 when he managed to infiltrate the alien cult. Who else could have such determination? Director Wang, if this keeps up, who's still going to risk their lives for the human race? Quite a few people voiced their support for Su Yun. Wang Can was so angry he was almost fainting. How had this become his fault instead? I heard you became the deputy cult master of the mixed blood cult? Why don't we investigate your plans with the mixed blood cult? Or I can search you myself. Wang Can's face was dark. Dongfang Taiwei and the others kept calm on the surface, but inside they were a little worried. Su Yun was very composed. That's right, I am the deputy cult master. Everyone was shocked. An 18-year-old deputy cult master. Impressive. But who would believe the alien cult's nonsense? Su Yun sneered. They say I'm a traitor, and you all believe it? If tomorrow the alien race says the Dragon King was a human traitor, would you believe that too? Everyone's expressions changed dramatically, and the Wang family directly started swearing. Su Yun sighed. So in the end, all you know how to do is bully me, because I'm an orphan? He tied himself together with the Dragon King, and now no one could make it clear anymore. Wang Can's killing intent was obvious, while Su Yun refused to give an inch. If you want to make a scene, then let's make it a big one. Who's afraid of whom? You want to search me? Fine, bring in the inspection bureau. I'll cooperate with the inspection. Su Yun's aura completely overwhelmed Wang Can. Dongfang Taiwei and the others watched from the side in shock. This kid was insanely tough. Wang Can gritted his teeth. Fine. If I'm wrong, I'll apologize to you at the press conference. The inspection bureau quickly arrived, and after the director nodded, they began searching Su Yun. The weapon was a giant sword with purple flames. It might be hidden in his spatial ring. The Wang family described it in great detail. Su Yun sneered the entire time. He had already tossed the items into the system warehouse. After the inspection, the director said, no giant sword was found. Only a hammer, a big blade, and a few bottles of pills. Wang Can's face turned ugly, and only then did he realize that Su Yun had already disposed of the evidence. I'm such an idiot. I actually fell for his trick. Dongfang Taiwei laughed cheerfully. Why don't you search us too? Lin Sihua also laughed. Maybe the giant sword is on us. Wang Can was so furious he went numb and no longer dared to say anything. Director Wang, see you at the press conference. Su Yun laughed loudly. He had never felt so exhilarated. Very soon, explosive news spread across Blue Star. Ing City's mixed blood cult had been investigated, and the mastermind behind it turned out to be Su Yun. Even foreign countries like the United States were shocked. Who would dare pull something like this? Even novels wouldn't dare write it this way. But Su Yun did it. Su Yun is awesome. I heard the Wang family even caused a scene, saying Su Yun harmed them. A battle god strong expert died? Nonsense. The online discussion exploded, and everyone felt the Wang family couldn't possibly have made such a huge mistake. At this time, Su Yun was resting in his room. He had originally wanted to give the credit to the teachers, but Wang Can publicly exposed it, so he had no choice but to go along with the flow. He thought to himself that the foreign cult must be furious, but right now he was too much in the spotlight and would be targeted sooner or later, so it didn't matter. You want to stir up trouble? Fine, then I'll play with you to the end. Aristocratic families? I'd like to see whether you can take it. Su Yun settled on a plan. Since there was still time before the press conference, he simply closed his eyes and continued letting the system steal. This time he stole quite a lot, and 20 advanced divine hands had been condensed. The system gave him 3 options: battle through the heavens world, spy world, and swallowing world. Su Yun complained for a while, and in the end chose the battle through the heavens world, all for the sake of obtaining different flames. The theft begins. Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame. Obtained. Transformation Pill *5. Obtained. Transformation Pill Recipe. Failed. Mountain Melting Cauldron. Obtained. Sunur's Torn Bellyband. Obtained. Xian Heavy Ruler. Obtained. Flame Splitting Piercing Wave Ruler. Obtained. Su Yun was stunned. He had obtained both the different flame and the Xian Heavy Ruler, and most importantly, he had even swiped someone else's torn bellyband. The system really knew how to play. Still, this was a huge harvest, totally worth it. He immediately refined the Golden Emperor Burning Heaven Flame. A burst of golden flame appeared in the room, instantly destroying all the furniture and even burning a black hole through the wall. Su Yun took the flame back. It was as obedient as a little cat. As a little cat. The teachers next door rushed over, and the moment they saw the room, they were dumbfounded. Su Yun explained that he had accidentally broken through. The 3 of them had nothing to say, They had originally been worried that Su Yun was under pressure, but in the end, he had simply broken through directly. Lin Sihua still felt sorry for those aristocratic families, and Zheng Yu suggested that at the press conference they let them speak first. Su Yun nodded in agreement. Dongfang Taiwan noticed that the flame in his dantian was actually afraid, and only then realized that Su Yun was no longer the same as before. Staff members came to knock on the door and notify them that the press conference was starting, and the group left the room. Outside the building, it was already packed shoulder to shoulder. Media from other regions and even foreign media had all arrived. Dongfang Taiwan led the group onto the stage, and the aristocratic families also appeared with grim expressions. He began, "The foreign cult is a malignant tumor and must be eradicated." Zheng Yu added, "So we let Su Yun go undercover in the mixed blood cult to gain their trust, and at the same time wipe out their lair." Lin Sihua concluded, "He is bold yet meticulous, and has made great contributions to the human race. He is a model for the younger generation." The three big shots were unanimously supporting him. Someone asked, "How did Su Yun do it?" Su Yun replied calmly, "By earning their trust and advancing step by step." A reporter sneered, "Were you taking the opportunity to settle private grudges?" The whole venue erupted in uproar. Dongfang Taiwan looked coldly at the aristocratic families. Su Yun closed his eyes and cried, and everyone was stunned. "Wang Li and the others bear no deep grudge against me. It's healthy competition, a way to motivate each other. Now that my companion has died, I'm heartbroken. They are the true heroes, and I'm not worthy." As Su Yun spoke, he directly crushed the metal. The entire venue fell silent, the atmosphere exploding. The wealthy elite were stunned. Is this kid from an acting school? He actually said he has no grudge against Wang Li and the others. Does he not fear being struck by lightning? Even the three big shots were thoroughly confused by him. This was entirely Su Yun ad-libbing on the spot, not a script. Someone choked up? "They are heroes, and so are you." Su Yun is absolutely a hero. No one questions that. The crowd was instantly stirred and spoke up in support. Su Yun gave a bitter smile. "I'm afraid someone will believe the mixed blood cult's words and say I deliberately got the war god and the genius killed." When the wealthy elite heard this, their faces instantly turned ugly. He had turned the tables on them, and from now on they could no longer smear Su Yun. The crowd was furious. "No way. Whoever dares say that, we'll be done with them." Su Yun looked at Wang Can and forced out a smile. "Chairman Wang, what do you think?" Wang Can's face was dark as iron. He could only admit defeat and apologize. "It was all a misunderstanding. I apologize to student Su Yun." This was the first time the wealthy elite had bowed their heads to a commoner disciple, and their killing intent only grew stronger. Su Yun didn't care. His goal was to make them lower their heads and admit defeat. Next, he publicly brought up Dongfang Taiyue's contributions, helping boost his reputation and sealing the other side's mouth. The reporters all recorded Dongfang Taiyue's name, and the wealthy elite became even more sullen, completely defeated. After the press conference ended, everyone's impression of Su Yun changed completely. He was not only a genius, but also someone who cared about the human race. Su Yun sneered inwardly. Joining the mixed blood cult didn't just improve his cultivation, it also sent his acting skills skyrocketing. Bull Taiju had almost been fooled to the point of collapse by him. His best actor title was basically guaranteed. Dongfang Taiwan handed Su Yun Nudiezu's spatial ring. Su Yun thanked him, but Dongfang Taiwan said softly that he should be thanking him, then finally kicked him flying with one last foot. Su Yun looked baffled. What's going on? Not bothering to dwell on it, he immediately checked the ring. The contents were very ordinary, with only a common gray stone inside. Does the senior want this thing? Su Yun found it strange, but since he had already agreed, he naturally had to keep his word. After putting away the ring, he disguised himself and left the city center. Beside the station, the old man and the boy he had let go of earlier were waiting against the wall. Coming. The old man sensed that something was off, and the boy kept watch everywhere, but they still didn't see Su Yun. Su Yun suddenly appeared, a smile on his lips. "Your vigilance is pretty good." The three of them quickly left the station and entered a rundown house. Su Yun got straight to the point. "You owe me a life. How are you going to repay it?" The old man said seriously. "I still have some use. Whenever you need me, just call on me." Su Yun asked with a smile. "Repay it with your life?" The old man nodded. Su Yun was satisfied. He liked straightforward people like this, and hated those who were timid and indecisive. Su Yun looked at the boy, and the boy said coldly, "I can help you kill people." Su Yun was a little surprised. This kid had quite a bit of killing intent, but he shook his head and said, "Too weak. You can't kill anyone." The old man sighed, and said that Gang had not had it easy. Gang's parents were frontline medical staff who died on the battlefield of the myriad races, and their pension was seized by the clan. When they tried to recover it, they were instead hunted down, so they had no choice but to flee into the Sunset Gorge. Later, they were captured by the mixed-blood cult and kept as livestock. After hearing this, Soo-Yun narrowed his eyes. Even the pensions of frontline heroes dared to be swallowed up. The rear of the human race was already in chaos. He asked whether the Divine Palace cared about such matters. The old man gave a bitter smile. The Divine Palace only offered verbal support. In reality, how could it manage disasters? The wealthy clans controlled the Divine Palace, only using it to preserve a spark for themselves. Soo-Yun felt angry and inwardly mocked the Divine Palace as nothing more than the back courtyard of the rich clans. The old man sighed. The world had changed, and people had grown soft. Soo-Yun suddenly asked, "If one day I belong to the human race, but am not under the human race's control, what then?" The old man was silent for a moment, then said, "As long as you don't kill innocents, I'll do as you command. Stone, come with me." Soo-Yun decided to take Shirgang with him, while the old man stayed in Yang City to keep working. In Soo-Yun's mind, Kuke would be the sword hidden in the shadows, and Shirgang could become the blade in the open. He asked Shirgang, "If I ask you to kill prodigies from wealthy clans and prodigies from the myriad races, do you dare?" Shirgang nodded. "I dare." Soo-Yun was very satisfied. After returning to the academy, Dongfang Taiwei agreed to let Shirgang join the secret medicine pavilion. "There's an alchemist competition when we get back," Dongfang Taiwei said. Soo-Yun asked who was organizing it, and Dongfang Taiwei said, "Me." Lin Sihua teased that the various pavilions, departments, and halls in the academy often held competitions to motivate the students. "You must take first place," Dongfang Taiwei said solemnly. Zheng Yu added that the Wang family had a genius alchemist of Earth rank. Soo-Yun didn't care. If he dared to come, Soo-Yun would make him cry his way out. After finishing his instructions, Soo-Yun hesitated before asking, "Teacher, is humanity united?" The three teachers fell silent, then answered in unison, "Very united." Soo-Yun frowned. Clearly, he didn't believe it. Dongfang Taiwei said, "The front lines aren't in chaos, and the wealthy clans in the rear are very united." At that moment, Soo-Yun seemed to understand something. The front lines were fighting a war, while the wealthy clans in the rear kept sending over talent. Those with poor aptitude joined the army, gambling their lives for a future. If they died, they lost everything. Only if they survived would they have a chance. Those without backing valued their lives, and all wanted to attach themselves to wealthy clans. But not everyone was like Soo-Yun. Lin Sihua patted Soo-Yun on the shoulder. "Don't think too much." Soo-Yun smiled and nodded, but inside he felt uneasy. He almost blurted out, "What if I leave humanity?" But in the end, he didn't say it. Outside Ingqing, Soo-Yun shouted, "Senior, come out." Song-Yi walked out, smiling as she looked at Soo-Yun. Soo-Yun tossed the stone to her. Song-Yi was a little excited. This was the first time Soo-Yun had ever seen her like this. Clearly, the stone had special significance. Song-Yi said, "Thank you." Soo-Yun joked, "It's not some token of love, is it?" Song-Yi didn't answer. Soo-Yun didn't press further and instead asked, "You're not human, are you?" Song-Yi looked a little surprised. "I'm still sort of one. Are you going to arrest me?" Soo-Yun spread his hands. "You're no threat to me. Too much trouble." Song-Yi secretly sighed in relief. She didn't want to make an enemy of Soo-Yun. This guy was a disaster star. Soo-Yun asked again, "How much do you know about the teachers and the four great wealthy clans?" Song-Yi thought for a moment before saying, "The feud between the Dongfang family and the wealthy clans can't be resolved. As soon as the Dongfang family rose to prominence, they clashed with the Wang family. As far as I know, at least two wealthy clans have colluded with foreign races and joined forces to frame the Dongfang family." Soo-Yun was shocked. "That many?" Song-Yi said again. "Once you become an apprentice in the secret medicine pavilion, you won't be able to avoid this storm." Soo-Yun said firmly, "Don't worry, I'll take the karma for this." He knew in his heart who was truly good to him. Song-Yi continued, "Back then, the Dongfang family was too powerful, and they touched the interests of many people." Soo-Yun nodded, thinking that he had never expected industry competition to involve collusion with foreign races, and he felt a surge of anger. Song-Yi still remembered some details. The attackers used some kind of purple-black flame. Soo-Yun asked urgently, "Dante on fire?" Song-Yi wasn't sure either and could only spread her hands. Soo-Yun analyzed in his heart. The Wang family and the Ding family were the most likely to have flame and forging resources. Soo-Yun thanked her. Song-Yi said seriously, "Even if a few God of War level experts die, it won't hurt the wealthy clans. Their foundations are deep, and even the Divine Palace is full of people from the wealthy clans. I've heard the Divine Palace has hidden king-crowning powerhouses, so be careful." Soo-Yun sneered. If he got the chance, he'd even kill king-crowners. After digesting the information, he asked casually, "Will you be coming back?" Song-Yi stepped back a few paces and smiled without answering. her attitude very clear. Su-yun joked, "Fine, I'll just say senior was lured away by a bad man, and teacher Tsin will believe it." Song-yi chuckled softly, "I'm settling down in Yangqing." As soon as she finished speaking, space twisted and she vanished. Su-yun sensed his surroundings and suddenly noticed the aura of a phantom demon, muttering, "Why is everyone going to Yangqing lately?" As he thought about it, he walked back. Somewhere in the mountains, the phantom demon stood respectfully behind Song-yi and asked in a low voice, "Master, is Su-yun reliable?" Song-yi said, "He's more reliable than most humans. If there's some bond, then trust him. Otherwise, he's colder than anyone." Fortunately, she and Su-yun still had some old connection. Song-yi held a stone in her hand and smiled. The phantom demon hesitated before asking. "As for the heavenly demon cult," Song-yi said lightly, "use it if it can be used, kill it if it can't. Count it as doing something for the human race." The phantom demon accepted the order and left. Song-yi lowered her head and whispered to the stone, "I said it before, I still count as human, but not entirely." In Yangqing, banners hung over the streets as the crowd watched the bodies of the geniuses being taken away. Some cried out loud, some whispered, and the scene was noisy. When Su-yun saw this, a mischievous thought arose. Should he learn from Kong Ming and crash the coffin? Dongfang Taiwei shook his head. Not now. Su-yun curled his lip. In truth, he loved disgusting the wealthy clans the most. But since the teacher wouldn't allow it, he could only drop the idea. The extermination of the foreign race sect was over, and everyone returned to Tianming Academy. At Tianming Academy, Wang Li and the others' bodies were sent back, and each family mourned. Su-yun brought Shi Gang and the teachers back to the academy. Just as he entered the gate, the sound of fireworks and cheers erupted all around. "Boss, Su-yun is awesome. Teach us the tricks too. I want to sell off foreign races as well." Finally, a real big shot has emerged. Everyone was joking around, and Su-yun laughed. "For 1 week, all my pills will be half price." The whole place went wild. As soon as Su-yun cut prices, business at the Divine Pavilion immediately died out. Lin Sihua called out, "Let's go, the principal is waiting for us." On the playground, everyone stood in formation. On the stage, Su-yun and his 3 teachers stood on one side. While Zhang Zhongqing spoke, "Student Su-yun has made great contributions to the human race and is worth learning from, but you must not imitate him blindly." The people below smiled wryly. The principal's expectations were too high. That kind of move couldn't be copied. Zhang Zhongqing talked for a long time, and Su-yun tugged at his sleeve. "Principal, any practical rewards?" The whole audience burst into laughter, and the atmosphere relaxed. Zhang Zhongqing threw out the actual reward. 200,000 merit points, and the secret medicine pavilion will be upgraded to an honorary alchemy venue and reconstructed on another day. Everyone was stunned, and Su-yun shouted, "Principal, you're wise." Su-yun had originally thought it would only be 170,000 or 180,000, but it turned out to exceed expectations. Everyone was envious, but there were also those who were jealous, including the faction aligned with the myriad races. In the Battle of Yangqing, both the wealthy clans and the myriad races suffered heavy losses. Su-yun met those unfriendly gazes and instead smiled even brighter. Dongfang Taiwei was excited. After losing its honor, the secret medicine pavilion was finally restored. Zhang Zhongqing added, "The reconstruction costs will be deducted from your merit points." Su-yun's expression stiffened, and in his heart, he cursed the principal for being stingy. The welcome ceremony ended, and many people wanted to join the secret medicine pavilion, but in the end they still gave up. There were monsters all over there, and ordinary people simply couldn't get in. Principal's office. Zhang Zhongqing sat together with Dongfang Taiwei, Lin Sihua, and Zheng Yu. Lin Sihua said in a deep voice, "I saw him." Zhang Zhongqing gave a slight tremor and replied lightly, Dongfang Taiwei asked, "He has the best talent. So how could he betray us?" Zhang Zhongqing fell silent. Zheng Yu frowned. "Back then you got along well with him, but later you became enemies." "What?" Zhang Zhongqing said coldly. "The king has issued an order. Anyone who betrays the human race is to be killed without mercy upon sight." Dongfang Taiwei roared. "What balance are you still caring about? That's your son." He tried to smash the table, but Zheng Yu and Lin Sihua hurriedly held him back. Zhang Zhongqing smiled faintly. "In the rear area of the human race, no disorder is allowed." Dongfang Taiwei panted heavily, fury burning in his eyes. After cursing, he slammed the door and left. Lin Sihua sighed and said he was too ruthless, then left as well. Zheng Yu sneered. "With the rear area of the human race in your hands, I feel very reassured." His tone was full of mockery. In the principal's office, only Zhang Zhongqing remained. Looking up at the sky, he gave a self-mocking bitter smile. Ruthless? Not ruthless enough. Figures flashed through his mind. Killing intent surged, but in the end he loosened his grip on the armrest and let out a long sigh. In an instant, he seemed much older. The secret medicine pavilion was under reconstruction, handled by the Academy's engineering team. The price was outrageously high, 40,000 merit points for one job, and outside teams were not allowed in. Looking at the engineering team, Su Yun cursed Zhang Zhongqing inwardly with resentment. Gong Pao came over, laughing as he slapped Su Yun's shoulder. He had already stepped into the battle general level. Ku Kei also arrived, having improved quite a bit and nearing the threshold of the battle general level. Su Yun asked weakly, "How's the brightness ranking?" Ku Kei smiled. "We held our place, and even moved up one spot." Gong Pao looked embarrassed. "The weather's pretty nice today." Su Yun rolled his eyes, knowing Gong Pao's ranking had definitely dropped. Su Yun said calmly, "Next ranking match, I'll go for first place. By then I'll take you into the top 10. Gong Pao was excited. Following a big shot had its benefits. Ku Kei looked around and asked about senior sister Song-yi. Gong Pao was also puzzled. When Su Yun had been out, Song-yi had vanished too. Su Yun said offhandedly, "She got whisked away by some lousy man." Gong Pao sighed regretfully. "With that figure and that looks, if I'd known, I would have made a move." Ku Kei was about to say something when Su Yun glared at him in warning. "You have a fiancé." Ku Kei quickly explained that he only felt senior sister wasn't that kind of person. Gong Pao was surprised that Ku Kei had a fiancé. Ku Kei blushed, and Su Yun couldn't help but laugh. This was the peaceful life he longed for. After the joking settled down, Gong Pao said seriously that a few days ago the Wang family had arranged for Wang Yaming to enter the Divine Pavilion. Su Yun wasn't interested, so Ku Kei introduced Wang Yaming as the Wang family's alchemy genius. They suspected Wang Yaming had been sent by the Wang family to compete for the Secret Medicine Pavilion's Alchemy Competition Championship. Gong Pao added that the Spirit Ginseng clan among the myriad races was also very strong in alchemy and should be taken seriously. Su Yun sneered. "If they think they haven't lost enough face, let them come." After saying that, he looked toward the Secret Medicine Pavilion. Beside the plaque, the words Honored Alchemy Venue shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. On the other side, the Divine Pavilion. Wang Yaming was refining pills, the flame a dusk yellow color, moving at astonishing speed. He produced a top-grade yellow-rank Qingwen pill, and the apprentices flattered him while applauding. Someone excitedly asked whether he could refine a profound-rank pill. Wang Yaming replied disdainfully, "Is it difficult?" The crowd showered him with praise, saying he would surely defeat Su Yun. Wang Yaming declared confidently, "With me here, Su Yun is doomed to lose." The verdict was already rendered before the competition even began. The Spirit Ginseng clan of the myriad races would also be participating in the alchemy competition. Their people instructed, "Our goal is to defeat Su Yun and make him embarrass himself." The competitor, with green hair and bark-like skin, answered confidently, "I won't let everyone down. Wolf Speed Pill, a top-grade yellow-rank pill, can increase speed and is very convenient for travel. Wolf Demon Heart, Blood Spirit Root, Steel Leaf, Mad Dog Blood Essence." Inside the Secret Medicine Pavilion, Dongfang Taiwei was teaching Su Yun new pill formulas. Even though the formulas were gone, the old man remembered every single detail in his head. Because the alchemy competition was approaching, they had to hurry and teach Su Yun. Su Yun was puzzled. "Teacher, shouldn't we be learning an Earth-rank pill formula?" Dongfang Taiwei glared at him. "How long have you been learning alchemy? Trying to ascend in one step? Stop dreaming." "About 2 months," Su Yun counted. "Become Earth-rank in half a year? Are you telling stories?" Dongfang Taiwei was so furious he clasped his hands behind his back. "Hurry up and refine pills." Su Yun sighed helplessly, shrugged, and took out the black demon cauldron. Gang was still standing dumbly nearby. Su Yun patted his head. "Almost forgot about you." He took out the profound heavy ruler from the storage and handed it to Gang. "From now on, don't take it off while cultivating, eating, sleeping, or even going to the toilet." Gang thought, how hard could that be? But the moment he took it, the sheer weight crushed him flat to the ground, creating a pit. Su Yun laughed. "You'll pay for underestimating it." It. Gang's face turned red. The profound heavy ruler pinned him so hard he couldn't move, and even his spiritual energy was suppressed. "Go run laps." Su Yun waved him off. Gang gritted his teeth and carried the profound heavy ruler out. Su Yun nodded in satisfaction and turned back to start refining pills. He placed his hand on the black demon cauldron and infused it with spiritual energy. Boom! Golden flames surged out. It was the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame. Su Yun was thrilled and took out the wolf demon heart. The flames roasted it, and black blood immediately seeped out. In less than 10 seconds, it had been completely purified. So fast. He then roasted the blood spirit root, directly extracting a dark gold liquid without the slightest difficulty. The steel leaf was the hardest, but once the flames wrapped around it, it instantly turned to powder. Perfect. The remaining medicinal ingredients were also quickly handled, and everything was done in 5 minutes. Merge the pill. All the ingredients fused together, and the wolf speed pill, with its blue-red dual colors, took shape. 10 seconds later, the pill was complete. The moment Suyun picked it up, his head buzzed. Too fast. As expected of the 4th-ranked flame on the exotic flame ranking, it really was incredible. From now on, I'm a pill refining machine, a merciless alchemy maniac. Suyun screamed inwardly. He shouted loudly, "Teacher!" Dongfang Taiwei had just come downstairs and was about to speak when he saw the wolf speed pill at a glance and froze on the spot. This only took a few minutes. He snatched the pill in shock and examined it carefully. The pill body is round and smooth. The scent is authentic. The interior is flawless. This quality is at a veteran level. In his excitement, even a hole was blasted through the ceiling. Suyun scratched his head and grinned foolishly. The teacher was too excited. Stop grinning. Hurry up and find the construction team. The quality is so poor, I'm filing a complaint. Construction team? Are we taking the blame? Suyun secretly laughed to himself, but on the surface he gave a dumb-looking salute. No problem. The teacher lectured him. Every pill must be treated seriously, even the lowest grade one. Suyun nodded furiously, then asked, "Teacher, can I refine Earth rank pills now?" The teacher nearly coughed himself to death. I just said Earth rank is difficult, and you won't even give me a shred of dignity? Tonight, I'll teach you, he said angrily as he went upstairs. But in truth the corners of his mouth were raised, and he was so pleased he could hardly contain himself. Suyun turned around and almost bumped into Kuke returning. About to advance to Ward General level, Kuke nodded and said he was practicing his family's yellow rank sound shield technique. Suyun frowned. A yellow rank technique could only open 3 spirit apertures. Not good enough. Then it suddenly struck him. Could he create a new technique using sun breathing? Kuke smiled bitterly. Earth rank techniques were absurdly expensive, but he was grateful for Suyun's guidance. Suyun said boldly, "Just wait. I'll create one for you, bro." Kuke only took it as a joke. Suyun said that if it failed, he would just buy one. Anyway, he had money now. Kuke sighed that he had somehow become a rich guy, and the two of them laughed together. The lease on Yoshin Garden had expired, and Suyun decisively renewed it, because the environment was good and cultivation was faster there. If he ran into the spiritual energy river, it would be even more exceptional. At night, Suyun sat cross-legged in cultivation, looking at the 108 spirit apertures within his body, preparing to activate them with merit points tomorrow to increase his combat power. Tonight, he tried to use the sun breathing technique to create a new breathing style, thinking that the one most suited for Kuke was the silent type, where breath and sound merge into one. Suddenly, darkness was drawn in. Suyun inhaled, and the darkness fused with him. He could move silently, and even the temperature changed. Suyun was satisfied and prepared to pass this breathing technique on to Kuke, naming it the Ghost God breathing technique, one that comes and goes without a trace and strikes at a man's kidneys. At dawn, Suyun went to the secret medicine pavilion to find Quebec Shurgang was nearby, doing push-ups until he was exhausted like a dog. Suyun even added a stone mill, and Shurgang was about to collapse. Only then did Suyun turn to Kuke and say, "I created a breathing technique. Without permission, it must not be spread." Kuke nodded hard. After mastering it in half an hour, Kuke was stunned. This breathing technique was too insane, far stronger than the original, and perfectly suited to him. "Stone, can you sense him?" Suyun asked. Kuke used the ghost phantom mist shadow movement technique and turned into a cloud of black mist, disappearing instantly. Shurgang's nose twitched, and he said, "6 steps to your right." Kuke reappeared, surprised. "How did you know?" Shurgang said gloomily. "Your killing intent is too strong, like a fierce beast." Suyun then told Kuke to try the ghost god breathing technique. Kuke slowed his breathing and removed the darkness. Shurgang immediately could no longer sense his position, as if he had vanished into thin air. Kuke spoke, but Shurgang couldn't see him. Suyun nodded in satisfaction and called it off. Shurgang looked extremely depressed, slung the profound heavy scale over his back, and went to do push-ups while cursing inwardly. "Once I get stronger, I'll torment you too as well." Kuke reappeared, thrilled, saying the ghost god breathing technique was incredibly powerful. Suyun told him to try breaking through to the battle general level. Kuke immediately sat down in meditation and activated the breathing technique with full force. Spiritual energy surged in, and soon a concentrated mass of spiritual energy flew out, while spirit origin armor aura appeared on Kuke's body. Upstairs, Dongfang Taiwei was secretly watching, and his mouth dropped open in shock. He had originally wanted to refine a breaking soldier pill for Kuke, but he never expected Su Yun to casually create a breathing technique that would let Kuke break through. Dongfang hurriedly drank some water and sighed that this was monstrous. This breathing technique had caused a huge stir. Su Yun thought to himself that this breathing technique would not be passed on to outsiders. Only his own people would use it. He had considered that if everyone could cultivate breathing techniques, the human race would become stronger. If he ever truly researched it one day, he still wouldn't let the aristocratic families use it. After breaking through, Kuke excitedly reported in. Su Yun asked, "How many spirit apertures?" Kuke said, 16 apertures. Su Yun was a little disappointed. It was only low-grade earth tier. But this was the first time, so some issues were normal. Dongfang Taiwei upstairs directly choked on his water, shut the window, locked the door, and stared in shock. Earth tier breathing technique. And even stronger than the families. He kept exclaiming that Su Yun was too monstrous, unable to take it. In the afternoon, after Su Yun finished forging iron, he pulled a small cart to the Divine Pavilion to sell medicine. Now, the people of the Divine Pavilion treated him like a plague god. Su Yun struck a copper gong and shouted loudly, "Pills half price, quality guaranteed." The stall was instantly surrounded, packed with people. The Divine Pavilion became cold and deserted, angering them to the point of grinding their teeth. Wang Yaming came out and sneered, "Su Yun, your little tricks won't amount to much." The surroundings fell silent, and everyone looked at him. Su Yun sniffed and said, "So sour." Wang Yaming's face twitched with anger, and he said in a low voice, "The secret medicine pavilion is finished tomorrow. Work? I'd like to see just what kind of person that old dog Dongfang turned you into." The crowd sucked in a breath. Wang Yaming's insult was truly vicious. A cold glint flashed in Su Yun's eyes as he replied with a sneer. "Looks like the Wang family still hasn't learned its lesson." He stared at Wang Yaming and said, "At the competition, I'll make sure you can't even light your pill flame." The atmosphere instantly grew tense, and the struggle between the secret medicine pavilion and the divine pavilion flared up again. After the secret medicine pavilion was repaired, the alchemy master competition proceeded as usual. That day was packed with people, with young alchemists from major academies gathering together, as well as the Ginseng spirit clan from beyond the heavens. When everyone saw Qing Chun of the Ginseng spirit clan, they were all dumbfounded. "How old is this old guy?" Qing Chun gave a self-mocking cold laugh. "By human standards, I'm only 20. Everyone was full of question marks, and even the organizer, Dongfang Taiwei, only glanced at him and said nothing more. The crowd parted as the Divine Pavilion arrived, with Wang Yaming leading the group, followed by disciples of the Divine Pavilion. He didn't exchange many words with Qing Chun. His gaze was full of confidence. This time, the championship was his for the taking. Who do you think will win? It should be Wang Yaming or Qing Chun. Have you forgotten Su Yun? Su Yun only has a chance once he reaches the Xian rank. The discussion rose and fell in waves. Wang Yaming laughed when he heard it. Xian rank? That bumpkin Su Yun is worthy of that. Just 2 months ago, he was only at the intermediate Huang rank, and now he wants to jump to the Xian rank? Dream on. Qing Chun also sneered. The gap between the Huang rank and the Xian rank is enormous. No one thought highly of Su Yun, and even the myriad races mocked him, making the atmosphere even more tense. At this moment, Su Yun was still resting. Kuke and Shigang suddenly shouted, "Su Yun, quick, look at your egg." Su Yun's eyes were filled with tension as he rushed over to look at the dragon egg. The egg was glowing, and cracks had appeared on its shell. Maybe it could hatch today. Kuke and Shigang were excited. Shigang joked, "Bro, do you want it steamed or braised?" Su Yun and Kuke were both speechless. "This egg is for fighting." Shigang spread his hands. "Other than people, anything can be eaten." Promising. Su Yun casually shot back, then turned and went out to compete. As soon as he came out, the atmosphere on site exploded. "Junior Su, go for it. Beat that member of the myriad races hard. They just mocked you. Teach them a harsh lesson." Even the teachers were shouting. Su Yun looked at Qing Chun and sneered. "An old guy coming to join in with the young people's fun. Aren't you ashamed?" Qing Chun's face darkened. "If you've got the ability, talk with your alchemy." Su Yun then gave Wang Yaming a cold glance. Wang Yaming wore a look of arrogance. "Kid, the title is mine. You're just a stepping stone." Su Yun rolled his eyes. Another one who only knows how to run his mouth. There were many alchemists in the competition. Nearly 50 top-tier Huang rank alchemists and close to 10 Xian rank alchemists. The real threats were Wang Yaming and Qing Chun. Dongfang Taiwei announced the prize. "The champion will receive the Lion Golden Light pill refined by me." The crowd erupted. The Lion Golden Light pill was extremely tempting to body cultivators. The competition began, and alchemy flames ignited one after another, a riot of color. The temperature on the field soared, and the air distorted. The alchemist's flames were all kinds of different. Wang Yaming's alchemy flame was dusk-colored, while Qing Chen's was deep green, both imposing and aggressive. The aura of life. Dongfang Taiwa frowned. The spirit ginseng clan is born with life source flame. That Wang family brat also has a famous alchemy flame, dusk blaze. He felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he should have helped Su Yun get a special flame. Without an alchemy flame now, he would definitely suffer a disadvantage. Su Yun walked up to the black demon cauldron, looked at the lively scene, and smiled. Not bad. Wang Yaming loudly mocked. Do you not have any flame you can show off? Qing Chen also sneered. Su Yun stared at Wang Yaming, a cold smile on his face. Today, none of you will be able to ignite your alchemy flames. Suddenly, all the alchemy flames began to tremble, as if sensing some terrifying existence. The alchemists were all stunned. The flames were no longer under their control. Immediately after, a golden liquid flame emerged from the black demon cauldron. It descended like an emperor, and all the alchemy flames were extinguished in an instant. The entire venue fell silent, leaving only that strand of golden flame. Dongfang Taiyue's eyes almost popped out of his head as he exclaimed in shock. This flame is actually even fiercer than mine. Everyone cried out in alarm. What a terrifying flame. How did he do that? Quite a few alchemists had already forgotten about alchemy entirely and were just staring at the golden flame. Qing Chun desperately urged his spiritual energy, but the medicine cauldron kept making puffing sounds, and the life source flame simply refused to ignite. Su Yun mocked. Oh? Using flatulence as fuel. How interesting the spirit ginseng clan is. Teachers and students all burst out laughing. Wang Yaming was also sweating profusely with anxiety. No matter how he tried to channel his spiritual power, he could not ignite dusk blaze. In the end, he collapsed from exhaustion. While refining pills, Su Yun shook his head. So the alchemy genius of the Wang family is nothing more than this. What a waste of my expectations. Wang Yaming's face turned livid. At that moment, a streak of purple-black flame suddenly appeared in his pill cauldron, only to be instantly extinguished by the golden flame. Su Yun's eyes turned icy. So the Wang family had colluded with foreign clans back then. Then, the competition atmosphere turned bizarre. Aside from Su Yun, no one could ignite their pill fire. The alchemists could only put away their cauldrons and watch Su Yun work with envy. Even Wang Yaming and Qing Chun were helpless. Su Yun refined the pills alone, and a pale purple medicinal pill soon came out of the black demon cauldron, bumpy and uneven. The golden flame instantly wrapped around it, smoothing it into a round, perfect pill, with rich fragrance filling the air, an exquisite grade Xiang pill. The alchemists were completely convinced. Even without being suppressed, we still wouldn't win. Dongfang Taiwa happily announced. No one has refined a pill, so Su Yun wins. Everyone grumbled in their hearts. Your disciple is too outrageous. No one can even light their pill fire. Who could possibly beat him? Su Yun tossed the Xiang pill to Shigang, and Shigang swallowed it directly before sitting down to cultivate. He looked at the gloomy Wang Yaming and said coldly, If you dare mention teacher in front of me again, I'll break your legs. Get lost. Wang Yaming left in disgrace, his face full of resentment. Qing Chen also kept retreating. Su Yun sneered. Are your skills as hard as your mouth? Qing Chen hurriedly forced out an awkward laugh. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. He didn't dare say another harsh word. You won't be getting out of bed for the next few months. After saying that, Qing Chen turned and ran, faster and faster, utterly humiliated. The crowd jeered. The spirit exchanging clan can't fight, but they sure can spout crap to help fan the flames. Aren't they afraid of burning themselves? Seeing Qing Chen flee, Dongfang Taiwa smiled in satisfaction. A beautiful win, no problem at all. He tossed the Golden Lion Radiance pill to Su Yun. Su Yun said nothing more and swallowed it directly. Golden light emerged, and a lion roaring pattern appeared on his body as spiritual energy surged wildly into him. Boom. Finally, I'm a 2-star battle general, Su Yun said calmly. The onlookers all cursed aloud. Others had to slowly refine medicinal pills after taking them, while he just ate one and leveled up directly, even pretending that the breakthrough was hard. So infuriating. Dongfang Taiwa was very composed. He was used to it by now. Ordinary logic didn't apply to Su Yun. The various pavilion masters and elders all came forward to congratulate him, praising Dongfang Taiwa for having such an outstanding disciple, and some even offered to recruit Su Yun at high prices. Dongfang Taiwa smiled and dealt with them while recalling the glory days of the secret medicine pavilion, feeling a pang of bitterness in his heart. Su Yun merely stayed happily by his teacher's side. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed through the academy, and the clouds shattered in layers. Everyone looked over in shock, especially the dragon race. Long Yunxiang trembled and said, This bloodline is almost the same as the crown prince's. The guardian was shocked. Could it be a return to ancestral blood? The dragon egg that all the races had been obsessing over had finally hatched, and countless people rushed toward the secret medicine pavilion to see which race the young dragon belonged to. Inside the secret medicine pavilion, the eggshell lay shattered all over the floor, and a small silver dragon emerged. Its blue dragon eyes swept around once before finally fixing on Su Yun, and it staggered over to him and hugged him tightly. A blue-eyed white dragon hatchling. Su Yun was so excited he nearly swallowed his saliva. The little dragon had a long silver tail like bamboo segments, broad and soft wings, and silver light spilled everywhere. It even rubbed its head against Su Yun's leg, looking thoroughly content. Dongfang Taiwei exclaimed, "It's battle general level from birth." This bloodline was even stronger than the Dragon Clan princess. Outside, Gong Pao shouted, "Su Yun, bring it out and let me take a look." Unfortunately, the entrance was blocked by people and he couldn't squeeze in. By now, the secret medicine pavilion was even more glorious than it had been during its most prosperous years. In the end, Su Yun walked out carrying the blue-eyed white dragon. When everyone saw it, they cried out in shock, having never seen such a dragon before. Some guessed it was a mutation, others guessed it was a return to ancestral blood, and the discussions were endless. There were plenty of envious people, and even more who were red with jealousy. Lu Guang stared at the little dragon and kept swallowing, cursing the old ancestor of his own clan for setting that rule back then. Now that the young dragon had been taken away by someone else, he regretted it so much his guts had turned green. The dragon race panted heavily, repeatedly confirming it. This was absolutely a Funju bloodline, stronger than Long Yunxiang's. Lu Guang's eyes lit up as he said, "This young dragon originally belonged to my Lu family. If you, Su Yun, are willing to return it, we will surely reward you handsomely." This little dragon was very likely a Crown King seed, and it would be worth paying any price for. Su Yun sneered, "Your Lu family stuff stinks too much. I don't want it." Lu Guang said darkly, "There are some things you can't afford to touch. Don't ruin your own future." Su Yun's smile grew even colder. "The one who would be unlucky in the future would be your Lu family." Dongfang Taiyue's expression also darkened. "Dog, do you really think I don't exist?" He raised the medicine cauldron to smash it down, and the crowd hurriedly stopped him. "Su Yun, this young dragon is blood of my clan. If you just seize it like this, aren't you afraid of triggering a race war?" Long Yunxiang questioned. As soon as those words came out, everyone's expression changed. This was using the dragon race to pressure Su Yun. Su Yun only glanced at him and let out a low chuckle. "With your voice this loud, aren't you afraid I'll skin you and pull out your tendons?" The atmosphere instantly froze, thick with gunpowder. Long Yunxiang coldly shouted, "Protectors! Here!" The Dragon Clan's protector appeared, transforming into a giant dragon that blotted out the sky, with silver dragon scales and 3 dragon horns, its pressure sweeping across the entire scene. "Silver Rampage, Sword Dragon Clan," someone exclaimed. Many teachers angrily rebuked. "What is the dragon race trying to do?" Long Yunxiang sneered, "We're only guiding the bloodline. What belongs to our clan will always belong to our clan." Su Yun watched coldly, his killing intent growing denser. He guessed that Long Yunxiang wanted to use bloodline resonance to control the young dragon. But Su Yun's lips curved in mockery. "So this little dragon must be yours, Dragon Clan?" Blood welled from the protector's dragon claws, and silver-red dragon blood hovered in the air, spreading a terrifying pressure. Bloodline guidance. The dragon blood rose into the air and formed an ancient pattern, moving toward the young dragon. The Dragon Clan looked full of expectation, while the humans were tense. The next moment, everyone froze. The blue-eyed white dragon hatchling merely glanced at the pattern, its eyes full of disgust, then ignored it completely. The Dragon Clan was dumbfounded. The protector subconsciously looked at his own claws. "My blood is useless?" Lin Sihua suddenly jumped out and burst into laughter. "That's it. And you call that bloodline guidance?" Dongfang Taiyue let out a long breath of relief. "See that? This young dragon simply isn't yours, Dragon Clan." "Impossible," Long Yunxiang roared. "Bring it closer." The protector refused to believe it and continued driving the pattern closer. The young dragon grew impatient, swished its tail, and directly slapped the pattern apart, shattering it completely. Then it ran over to Su Yun and acted spoiled. "Looks like the little dragon likes its male mommy even more," Gong Pao said sarcastically. Su Yun rolled his eyes. This straight guy was even playing fandom talk. Mainly, the little dragon was just more naturally close to Su Yun. On the other side, the protector's face turned livid, and Long Yunxiang gritted his teeth in fury. "Su Yun, I advise you, get lost." Su Yun coldly shouted. His domineering roar sounded like a lion's, and many people were shouted right off their feet. "Yours, his. Once they're in my hands, they're mine. If you're not convinced, Meet me in the arena. It's a fight to the death. If I don't roast you today, my name isn't Su Yun. Su Yun's ruthless gaze swept across the 10,000 races, shocking the whole venue. Long Yunxiang was furious to the extreme, golden light flashing in his eyes. You're courting death. The two sides were at daggers drawn. At this moment, the divine race's protector appeared, and Zhang Zhongqing also stood in front of Su Yun, smiling. Kids shouldn't take things too seriously. The divine race's protector also advised, who hasn't been young and reckless before. He looked at Su Yun with a warning in his eyes. I hear Blue Star's new year is quite lively. I hope nothing goes wrong. Su Yun's heart tightened. He knew he was being threatened. I'll take that as a good omen. Zhang Zhongqing protected Su Yun and responded with a faint smile. The 10,000 races soon left, and only the major families were still staring at the little dragon in Su Yun's arms. Let's go. There'll be another chance later. Wang Can patted Lu Guang's shoulder. Lu Guang left in silence, and no one knew what he was thinking. The atmosphere finally eased up. Zhang Zhongqing looked at Su Yun with utter disgust. It's you again. You come back and stir up trouble. Su Yun ignored him and just smiled in thanks. Zhang Zhongqing said with a smile, work hard and don't cause trouble. Su Yun nodded. Don't worry, I definitely have more things to stir up. The corner of Zhang Zhongqing's mouth twitched hard. Deep down, he practically wanted to strangle Su Yun. He changed the subject. The beast extermination operation is 1 week from now. Those above 9-star warrior level can participate. As he spoke, he looked at Dongfang Taiwei. Dongfang Taiwei was still displeased and could only answer in a low voice. Have you decided where to send him? Zhang Zhongqing pointed at Su Yun. Dongfang Taiwei hesitated. Area 9 was suitable for superhuman types. The Spirit King Tomb in Luoyang was good for tempering the mind, and the Demon Cave at Shanglong Academy would also work. Zhang Zhongqing suddenly said, send him to Yangqing. Dongfang Taiwei was puzzled, and Su Yun was surprised too. Why Yangqing again? Zhang Zhongqing explained softly. The Panhai Academy in Yangqing isn't nearly as competitive. Dongfang Taiwei nodded. After the others left, Su Yun asked, is Yangqing really that good? Dongfang Taiwei said, the environment is suitable for living, and by the end of the year the Sea Tribe will only get more arrogant. Go there and sharpen yourself. The Sea Tribe was a newly risen race, able to command sea beasts, and often engaged in fierce battles with the human race. Toward the end of the year, those clashes were even more frequent. Su Yun was under a lot of pressure right now, and going to Yangqing would both temper him and give him a chance to relax. Sitting in his chair, Wang Can recalled Su Yun's Golden Emperor burning heaven's flame, and was extremely astonished. But what left the deepest impression on him was still Wang Yaming's pill fire. The family didn't have pill fire of that color. The more he thought about it, the more wrong it felt. There was still 1 week until the beast extermination operation, and Su Yun took the chance to cultivate, focusing mainly on the spiritual acupoints. At night, Su Yun held blood essence in his left hand and pills in his right, exuding a powerful aura. He had exchanged for a portion of Golden Dragon Clan blood essence. Tianming Academy had 3 kinds of blood essence: True Dragon, Azure Dragon, and Golden Dragon. This time, he had taken the Golden Dragon clans, and Long Yunxiang was the 10th prince. A dragon roar came from the golden blood essence, and Su Yun said disdainfully, roar all you want. Just wait to be swallowed by me. He crushed the blood essence, and a surging torrent of dragon blood poured into his body. The will of the dragon race was immensely powerful, and he guided the essence to flood into his spirit apertures. The 6th, the 7th, the 15th spirit aperture lit up one after another, like a galaxy. Su Yun let out a breath, but he didn't stop. He directly swallowed the pill refined by his teacher and continued cultivating. The elders watching from the shadows were all dumbfounded. What kind of child spends money like this? Using pills and blood essence as if they were free. Having a single seedling is great. Of course, Dongfang only has 1 disciple, so naturally he pours everything into him. This kid really knows how to burn through resources. The elders were envious. Who would be willing to casually use Golden Dragon Clan blood essence? Su Yun continued to break through, spiritual energy surging violently, and his spirit apertures opened to 20. He opened his eyes, activated all his spirit apertures, and threw out a sudden punch. Bang! The air exploded, the small pool shattered, and the spiritual yuan astral chi even shocked the elders. That's it. 20 spirit apertures is still too weak. Su Yun sighed, still feeling he wasn't strong enough. All the elders were on the verge of collapse. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. When others open their spirit apertures, they do so carefully, afraid of making a mistake. Su Yun, however, was like a bull trampling a peony. He didn't care at all, struck with brutal force, and went straight at it head-on. With 20-fold power erupting, he was almost at the level of an average mid-tier battle general. Suyun still thought it was weak. The elders were so enraged they swore. If they ever watched Suyun cultivate again, they'd be dogs. A group of elders left in frustration. Suyun felt the watching gaze disappear, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The juvenile blue eyes white dragon, Pikachu, and the little Ninetales emerged from his body. The little Ninetales immediately rubbed itself into Suyun's arms. Pikachu hugged its head and slept soundly, and the juvenile blue eyes white dragon spread its dragon wings to shield Suyun and the little Ninetales. As Suyun stroked the three little fellows, his gaze softened, but he was calculating in his heart. Yangcheng, the Sea Clan, and Sea Beasts. Right now, the 5 great oceans of Blue Star are all vast, and humanity can't take much territory. It's all because of those sea beasts. If I can take down a stretch of sea territory, then I won't have to fear the wealthy clans. Even they will have to come begging me. A few flashes of sharp light flickered in Suyun's eyes, and a plan rapidly spun through his mind. Secret Medicine Pavilion. Dongfang Taiyue twitched at the corners of his mouth in anger as he looked at his profligate disciple before him. The pills he had just handed out yesterday, an entire week's supply, were all eaten in a single day. Teacher, I want an earth tier pill too. Suyun grinned. Dongfang Taiyue was so furious he wanted to hit someone. Do you think I'm a medicine-making machine? Even as he cursed, he still tossed the pill to Suyun and muttered, I suspect you've awakened a swill bucket talent. After saying that, he went upstairs, leaving Suyun frozen in place. Suyun could only mutter complaints about his teacher under his breath, then kept grumbling away. At that moment, Shurgang came back. Suyun asked, how many stars? Shurgang, 6 stars. Want to fight? Fight. Let's go. Suyun led Shurgang out of the secret medicine pavilion. Along the way, teachers and students greeted Suyun one after another. Suyun, the fierce man who specializes in dealing with the myriad races, who wouldn't be impressed? Shurgang asked curiously, who are we beating up? Suyun said domineeringly, the Wang family, the Lu family, the Feng family, the Ding family. Beat them all. Anyone related to them, beat them too. We're going to beat some dignity out of them. Shurgang nodded, grabbed a random person and asked, what's your name? Lu Huiguang. Shurgang threw a punch right away and bloodied the other man's nose. The bystanders were all stunned. He was even fiercer than Suyun. He said he'd hit someone, and he hit them. Soon, the law enforcement team arrived. The moment they saw it was Suyun, their faces darkened. Suyun took the initiative to bring Shurgang into the confinement room, handling the whole process himself, and the enforcers were completely dumbfounded. A few days later, Suyun and Shurgang came out. Shurgang muttered, on the arena, if you kill someone you're not held responsible. If you fight on the ground, it doesn't work. We can only drag people onto the arena. Best if it's a life and death match. Suyun nodded beside him, feeling satisfied in his heart. He thought Shurgang would soon be able to help him clear out those aristocratic geniuses. The people in front of him were irritating just to look at. Yang City. While other cities were busy exterminating beasts, Yang City was already battered by wind and rain. Outside the city, a high wall had been built along the coast, 50 meters tall and dark gray-black. Waves crashed against the shore, and the wall was packed with people, each of them wearing solemn expressions. A man holding a battle saber, his face covered in knife scars, asked in a deep voice, has it started? Zhou Golao, whom Suyun had once met, was also on the city wall. She softly reminded them, first evacuate the civilians. Protecting the people comes first. The squads immediately began moving. There were all kinds of people in the group. White, black, mixed bloods, but everyone was united. Boom. Thunder roared, and the waves grew even more violent. Countless sea beasts surfaced, their eyes red as blood, staring fixedly at the human race. Pansy Academy. From the sea emerged fish-headed, human-bodied monsters, who sneered. We heard you're celebrating the new year, so this sovereign came to bring a gift. On the city wall, the human race was burning with fury. The Spring Festival is a reunion day for Huaxia, yet the Sea Tribe deliberately attacks every year at this time, leaving corpses strewn everywhere. No one in Yang City celebrates the new year anymore. The atmosphere is utterly dead. To the people of Yang City, sea beasts are even more hateful than the myriad races. Amid the storm and tsunami, the fish-headed monster held a black halberd, its scales glinting ominously. Behind it, more and more of its kind climbed onto the surface of the sea, ranting wildly. The human race can't hold this land. The seawall is rebuilt every year and retreated every year. In 100 years, Blue Star will belong to us sea folk. The human stronghold on the wall responded coldly, and the scar-faced man roared, kill all invaders without mercy. The crowd shouted in unison, kill. The murderous aura pierced the downpour. The sea race ordered the massacre of the human race outside the city. In this year's surprise attack, Many civilians never made it back. Enraged human powerhouses leaped down from the wall, and the two sides fought to the death. On the human path of the 10,000 races battlefield, the hall was filled with killing intent, with all the various kings stationed there, and at the head sat the slaying dragon king. We can't keep up with the supply of pills. The races are specifically targeting alchemists and blacksmiths. Someone said angrily. The slaying dragon king said solemnly, have the human realm send Shin-tier alchemists for support. The pills cannot be cut off. The army urgently needed pills and repaired weapons, and someone also suggested bringing Dongfang Taiwei over, but when his alchemy past was mentioned, everyone frowned, only to be interrupted by the slaying dragon king. And also, bring Lin Sihua in. He's had it too easy these years. No one objected. Someone brought up that Zheng Yu's beast fusion technique was formidable, and that it was precisely by relying on it in battle that they had gained an advantage. The Mirage King and the others all laughed. The human race's ranking was likely to rise. After the meeting ended, only a few kings remained. The Demon Eye King suspected that the beast fusion technique had not been researched by Zheng Yu. No results for decades, and then all of a sudden it's done, and this strong? Hard to believe. He wondered whether it had been the now rising Su Yun. The Mirage King laughed. If he really invented it, then it's worth it. The Slaying Dragon King said, Su Yun is too much of a troublemaker. He shouldn't be staying in the academy. That brat was born for the army. None of the old monsters present had ever seen such an unconventional fellow, and even soldiers in the military often took him as a joke in their conversations. Your two families have pushed Su Yun too far. The Demon Eye King gave them a cold look. The Mirage King sighed, saying that when he had time he would go back and teach his family a lesson. Back when Xiaowei died, he had felt awful too. The Slaying Dragon King said in a low voice that the group from the Divine Palace should also come out and do some work instead of hiding all the time. The Demon Eye King worried that something might happen to the Divine Palace in the future, and everyone frowned. The Demon Eye King smiled and said he just hoped he was overthinking it. Tianming Academy. What? You want the teacher to go to the battlefield? Su Yun shouted, staring at Zheng Yu in disbelief. Lin Sihua was displeased and said he was also going, accusing Su Yun of being unfilial. Su Yun exploded with profanity in exasperation, and only then was Lin Sihua satisfied. Zheng Yu frowned and said the battlefield had been tense lately, with many people already dead. Su Yun got anxious and said the teacher was half crazy and couldn't go. Instead, Dongfang Taiwei laughed, gently rubbing Su Yun's head, saying that the front line had orders and the rear would coordinate. He chose to obey. Lin Sihua comforted him, saying nothing would happen. Su Yun was still worried, afraid that some wealthy clan was behind this. Dongfang Taiwei reassured him that the kings would not harm the teacher and that the army was very safe. Su Yun could only nod helplessly, still worried that something might happen to his teachers. Zheng Yu left. Lin Sihua went to pack his things. Su Yun thought for a moment, then took out the mountain-melting cauldron. Boom. The pill cauldron was huge and red-hot, like a volcano. Dongfang Taiwei was surprised and said Su Yun had hidden quite a few good things. Su Yun grinned and said it was a gift for the teacher. Dongfang Taiwei gently touched the cauldron. Alchemy couldn't do without a good cauldron, and this showed how much Su Yun cared about him. He accepted it with a smile, while Su Yun reminded the teacher to be careful. Dongfang Taiwei laughed boldly and said this wasn't his first time going to the battlefield. Su Yun's mood calmed down a bit, and he joked that he'd come back and get the teacher some funding. Dongfang Taiwei laughed and said that way he could finally feel at ease charging toward the title of king. Under the eaves, the laughter of the two master and disciple diluted the sorrow of parting. Sun and Moon Hall. With the beast eradication operation area opened up, the students were buzzing about where to go. Some wanted to go to the Demon Cave, some didn't want to go to Yang City, and in the end someone suggested the number 9 war zone. At that moment, Su Yun and the others came over. Li Qinzhou had obtained the Fire Dragon set and was overjoyed. Everyone was focusing on where Su Yun was going, and some were watching from the shadows. Gong Pao signed up for the number 9 war zone. The teacher asked Su Yun, and everyone perked up their ears. Su Yun said he would go to Yang City. Kukai also followed suit and said he would go to Yang City, while Li Qinzhou chose the Spirit King tomb. Many people were shocked, feeling that Su Yun was deliberately picking a fight with the sea race. The students from Fanhai Academy welcomed Su Yun and said they'd treat him to a big meal then. Su Yun had a good impression of Fanhai Academy. The atmosphere was relaxed, with not much hostility. After everything was arranged, Su Yun and the others left the Sun and Moon Hall. Divine Pavilion. Wang Can had just received an order from the ancestor, forbidding him from continuing to suppress Su Yun. Such a genius was a blessing to the human race. Wang Can was so angry he ground his teeth, thinking of Wang Li and Xiao Zun dying in Ying City, yet he could only bottle up the rage in his heart. Once the suspicion arose, everyone was convinced it was Su Yun who did it. They were at loggerheads with Su Yun, with absolutely no room for reconciliation. Wonkin received intelligence and learned that Su Yun was going to Yang City to resist the sea beasts. Suppressing the complicated feelings in his heart, he only said, "Understood." After the others left, he muttered to himself in a low voice, saying that this time he had no choice but to disobey the ancestors' order. Lu Guang also received new instructions from Sanhuan King, telling him to keep a low profile for the time being and not target Su Yun anymore. Lu Guang was very unhappy, thinking the ancestor was sticking to those dead rules, even though the dragon egg had already been snatched away. He respected the ancestor very much, but he strongly disagreed with these prohibitions. Upon learning that Su Yun was going to Yang City, he suddenly remembered that Zhou Jian still owed him a favor and immediately decided to use it. Worth it. Trade one favor to get rid of Su Yun. At the same time, the Feng family and the Ding family were also plotting in secret, still thinking about taking revenge for Ying City. On the side of the foreign cults, everyone had set their sights on Su Yun. Someone sneered and ordered the cultists to get ready. Even if they had to self-detonate, they had to kill him. If they couldn't kill Su Yun, then they would purge everyone. The myriad races were all in an uproar. Mo Ku, Doluo, and the god races Sheng In didn't care at all, directly issuing death orders, and the guardians also coldly declared he had to be killed. The atmosphere at the mixed blood cult headquarters was even more frenzied. Someone gritted his teeth and swore to make Su Yun die a miserable death, shouting that they would slaughter for revenge. Su Yun had sold out their branch cult, making the mixed blood cult lose face badly among the foreign cult circles, and they didn't even dare make a sound. It was all Su Yun's fault, and the grudge was irreconcilable. Within the sea god cult, everyone swore obedience, and if necessary, the whole group would self-destruct, all just to kill Su Yun. The leader announced that killing Su Yun would grant one the bloodline of the god race, and everyone became highly agitated, preparing to strike hard. The mixed blood cult, sea god cult, heaven demon cult, fire cult, and other major foreign cults had all set their sights on Su Yun. The incident of selling out the branch cult had caused extremely bad influence, and just at this crucial moment, the sea beast turmoil broke out. All the sects felt they could take the opportunity to make a move. If Su Yun died in the beast tide, no one would be able to trace it back. At Tianming Academy, Su Yun instructed Gang to take his medicine on schedule, to focus more on cultivation when things happened and not act rashly, to leave revenge until after his strength had grown, and he also asked teacher Zheng Yu to take better care of him. He even left 5,000 merit points so that Gang could consult the teachers whenever he needed. Gang took it all to heart, knowing that he was the blade Su Yun used to kill enemies, and that he only needed to be sharpened until he was even sharper. After finishing his instructions, Su Yun left with Dongfang Taiwei. This time, many vehicles from the academy were prepared to send students to various places to eradicate beasts, and Yang City would be escorted personally by teachers from Fanhai Academy, so it was quite safe. After the beast eradication operation ended, the prodigies would still have to return to school to compete for rankings. When parting, Dongfang Taiwei gently reminded Su Yun to be extra careful. Su Yun's heart tightened, and he had a bad feeling that this trip would leave him no longer the same person he had been. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees and bowed deeply 3 times, expressing his reluctance to part. Such a gesture was already rare nowadays, and everyone was stunned. Dongfang Taiwei moved, stepped forward as if to help him up, but Su Yun stood and got straight into the car. Kuke also boarded respectfully. "Let's go," Lin Sihua said softly. Dongfang Taiwei looked at Su Yun's departing figure for a long time without saying a word. Looking at the retreating bus, Su Yun let out a sigh before following the alchemists and smiths out of the academy. The academy elders clasped their fists. "May you all enjoy glorious martial fortunes." The students inside the campus also shouted in unison, "May you all enjoy glorious martial fortunes." The bus set off, and the beast eradication operation officially began. As soon as the team left, Gang roared, "Anyone from the Lu family, Wang family, Feng family, or Ding family, come fight me." Everyone was astonished. Things had become unsettled right from the start. In the principal's office, Zhang Zhongqing stared at the convoy as it left and muttered in a low voice. Was sending him to Yangqing really the right thing? On the way, Su Yun closed his eyes to rest. This week, with the help of blood essence and pills, his spiritual apertures had opened up to 60. Given a bit more time, he would soon reach all 108. Beside him, Kuke said quietly, "There are quite a few children from major families going to Yangqing this time." Su Yun opened his eyes and said, "Lu Xiu, Feng Kuang. Those 2 families really spared no expense." Kuke explained, "Lu Xiu is from the spirit weapon system, with an S-rank talent, Molten King Axe. Feng Kuang is from the element system, with an SSS rank talent, Ice God." Su Yun nodded and said no more. Lu Xiao had a gloomy face, and at the moment his mind was in turmoil. He had already dropped from the top 10 on the leaderboard to 15th. This time, the Lu family had sent him to Yancheng in hopes of using the opportunity to deal with Su Yun and reclaim the blue-eyed white dragon cub. Lu Xiao sneered. If you take something you shouldn't have, you'll die for it. On the other side, Feng Kuang was cold and handsome, yet the entire bus was covered in frost, and the students kept complaining about the cold. Feng Kuang said expressionlessly, "If you think it's cold, then get out." A teacher tried to persuade him, but Feng Kuang replied flatly, "Why don't you adapt to me instead?" Suddenly, golden flames ignited at Su Yun's fingertips in the front row, and the chill vanished instantly. In a calm tone, he said, "If you're unhappy, you can roll your way to Yancheng yourself." Feng Kuang sneered provocatively, "Want to fight?" Su Yun smiled and said, "A life or death battle. Do you dare?" The bus grew even colder, and everyone was shocked at how ruthless Su Yun was. Feng Kuang's expression darkened, and Su Yun sneered again. "Before we get back to the academy, shut up." After the little incident, the journey actually went quite smoothly, with no fierce beasts and no outside enemies. The streets of Yancheng were bustling, seafood was everywhere, delicious food never stopped, and even the tide of sea beasts couldn't stop the foodies' enthusiasm. Local vendors' cries rose one after another. Su Yun and the other northerners were all amused, and a student from Fanhai Academy said, "We'll take you to try Yancheng's specialties later." Su Yun smiled and agreed. Yancheng was humid in winter, so northerners still needed some time to adjust, but Su Yun liked it here very much. It was much more relaxed than Dragon Capital. No wonder the instructors had told him to come out and clear his mind. It really was nice, provided there wasn't a tide of sea beasts. The vehicle stopped at Fanhai Academy, and everyone got out. The academy occupied a vast area and had an inclusive environment. An elder from Fanhai Academy came to greet them. "Thank you all for coming to support us." A teacher from Tianming Academy replied with a smile, "It's only right that we help each other." While the older generation talked, the younger people were free to move about. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out from inside the academy. Su Yun. Su Yun was stunned. Someone actually recognized him. He recognized the item in his hand and smiled. Chen Zixu rushed over and grabbed Su Yun. "Do you remember me?" Su Yun nodded. Back then, after Chen Zixu and Gu Duji heard that there was a genius with SSS rank talent, they both came to Kanglan City. The two got along quite well. "Senior Chen." Su Yun saluted. Chen Zixu was delighted. "Since you're here, don't leave. Where could there be a place as good as Tianming Academy?" The teachers of Tianming Academy were dissatisfied. "Xiao Chen, what are you talking about?" Chen Zixu laughed. "I'll talk after you leave." The teachers and elders of Fanhai Academy didn't mind at all. They were dying for Su Yun to stay. Chen Zixu pulled Su Yun along. "Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious." Su Yun scratched his head. "Aren't we supposed to defend the city?" Chen Zixu said as he walked. "The sea beast tide comes from time to time." Boom. The ground shook violently. Chen Zixu's expression turned cold. "I'll talk later. The enemy's here." With that, he rushed out. Countless figures around them headed to the front lines, moving with perfect coordination. Lu Xiao, Feng Kuang, and the other young masters from prominent families did not move. Chen Zixu whistled, and one giant beast after another appeared. "Beast fusion technique," everyone shouted. Giant beasts and martial artists fused one after another. Feathered garments covered everyone's bodies, and a pair of wings grew from their backs as they flew toward the distance. "Get on," Chen Zixu said. Su Yun and Kuke grabbed him and rose into the air. Kuke was surprised. "The beast fusion technique is open to everyone now." Chen Zixu laughed. "Thanks to you guys, casualties have been reduced a lot." Su Yun was very happy. The buildings below quickly receded, and soon they reached the high wall. Chen Zixu flew up along the wall, and the others landed on the city wall. Su Yun smelled the stench of blood and felt the sea breeze. When he looked down, he was completely shocked. The sea beast tide. The sea surged as countless sea beasts slammed into the city wall, and a bloody ocean breeze hit them in the face. Their cold, red eyes were chilling, dense and packed. There were over 1,000 of them, and every one of them was a ruthless beast. The students were so scared they coughed and collapsed to the ground. Chen Zixu and the others remained very calm. "This is only a small wave." The other students were stunned. This was small? Go down and fight. Battle generals, pay attention to defense. Warriors, stay on the outer perimeter. Do not go too deep. Chen Zixu ordered. A group immediately jumped down and charged straight at the sea beast tide. Su Yun was impressed. Xiaobai. A flash of white light appeared, and a young azure-eyed white dragon emerged. Su Yun jumped off the high wall, and the young dragon rushed over and fused with him. Boom. An ancient power erupted, and a cyclonic force struck the sea. Countless sea beasts were killed instantly, and the seawater turned red. In midair, Su Yun opened his eyes, blue irises blazing, dragon scale armor covering his body, his aura terrifying. Su Yun's silver hair fluttered wildly, a wicked smile on his lips, like a god or a demon. At the sound of kill, white flames burst all over his body, and his gaze was icy. He spread his right hand, and a white energy wave blasted out with a roar, tearing the sea surface apart and wiping out the sea beasts in an instant. Chun Zaishu and the others were stunned, thinking, "We only fused with a white crane, but you fused with a dragon. That's just too insane." On the surface, Su Yun remained calm, but inside he was ecstatic. The system prompt said, "Killed 113 sea beasts, obtained 158 basic god hands." Kuke descended from the sky, a ferocious smile on his face, as Jengar appeared and released a black mist. He fell into the sea and vanished. Before the sea beasts could react, they were instantly slain, dyeing the ocean red with blood. Kuke was strong in one-on-one fights, but when facing a group, he would go invisible and launch sneak attacks. He was the perfect dirty player. Chen Zaishu laughed loudly. "This is Yangqing. Guests, don't make a move." Everyone charged forward boldly, slaughtering the sea beasts. At the same time, foreign cults and the sea tribe appeared outside the wall and in the sea. "Is the target him?" a shark-headed sea tribesman asked. The sea god cult said coldly, "He must die." The sea tribe asked whether they needed help, but were refused because their price was too high. Killing intent surged all around. Not only the sea god cult, but also the mixed blood cult, the heavenly demon cult, the fire cult, and others had gathered. Suddenly, the blood sea exploded, and the seawater turned into crystals, trying to trap Su Yun. He flapped his dragon wings and turned into a blur, while water pillars sealed off his retreat. Su Yun fought head-on, smashing the water pillars with his dragon fist and killing his opponent in return. Killing intent surged all around, and the aura of the mixed blood cult felt familiar, making Su Yun roar. All the myriad races should die. Chen Zaishu and the others wanted to provide support, but they were separated by the sea beast tide. They angrily cursed the foreign cults for actually seizing the opportunity to ambush them, clearly having planned this long ago. A strong member of the sea god sect appeared, unleashing a massive blue crystal palm towards Su Yun. At the same time, a strong member of the fire sect struck, with a fire fist shooting in like a meteor. Su Yun let out a long howl, his eyes glinting with cold light as he opened his mouth and spat out a beam of white light. The fire sect war general's hair stood on end, and before he could even cry out in agony, he was reduced to ashes. The lingering force remained, and the blue crystal palm instantly shattered. The sea god sect strongman was also swallowed by the white light, turning into a pool of blood before vanishing. In the blink of an eye, the two battle commanders were killed instantly, leaving no bones behind. White light surged at the corners of Su Yun's mouth, his expression excited, almost frenzied. Ding! The host killed Hai Dafu and Chung Yaolian, dropping intermediate divine hand asterisk. In the shadows, the alien cult was completely dumbfounded. They had finally managed to wait for an opportunity. Su Yun wasn't dead, and instead they had lost two battle commanders. The ambush had failed before it had even truly begun. On the surface, Su Yun looked murderous, but inside he was overjoyed. Finally, someone had come to deliver divine hands. He activated observation haki to lock onto the enemy, his dragon wings shaking as he instantly chased after them. The mixed blood cult, terrified, dove into the sea. Su Yun slaughtered his way into the seabed, where many battle commander level sea beasts charged at him. He wrapped his dragon wings in haki and spun violently, shredding the sea beasts to pieces. Ding! Killed sea beasts asterisk 4. Dropped junior divine hand asterisk 5. Blood clouded the water, but he continued to pursue. Suddenly, blood gathered into spears and shot toward him. Su Yun swung his dragon wings and forcibly broke through the killing formation. The mixed blood cult fell into despair, their eyes reflecting Su Yun's crazed smile. Su Yun shouted, "All of you die." Golden Emperor's burning heaven flame surged from his palm, and in an instant golden flames roared forth, sending the sea surface temperature soaring. A large number of sea beasts evaporated, and Chun Zaishin and the others saw from afar Su Yun grabbing a human figure. "Su Yun, you're dead for sure," Su Yun said coldly. "Nonsense." Boom. The burning heaven flame erupted, and the two were reduced to ashes in an instant. Ding. Killed Zhao Wu and Qian Lu, dropped intermediate divine hand asterisk 9. The cult on the opposite side was terrified stiff, and all of them fled without a trace. The ambush had failed, completely failed. Chun Zaishin and the others rushed over to check on him, and Su Yun sighed. It'd be nice if something could go wrong for once. The enemies were too weak. They couldn't even drop an advanced divine hand. It had all been for nothing. Kuke also came over with his people, and after being pierced by more than 20 blood holes, he still wasn't dead, looking utterly miserable. When Chun Zaixin and the others saw him, their scalps tingled. But no one sympathized with him. Alien cult members could only be hated. Su Yun asked Chun Zaixin, "Do you know them?" Chun examined them and said, "Followers of the sea god cult, and they have ties to the divine race behind them." Su Yun nodded. There were too many enemies, so he had long gotten used to it. At this time, Su Yun noticed that their side had also suffered casualties. Chen calmly said, "The sea tribe is fighting for territory, and all we can do is resist. Since there's a battle, people will die." Su Yun fell silent, thinking that if the human race were strong enough, it would have long since suppressed the seas. Chen sighed. "Losses will be even greater after this." Su Yun asked, "How so?" Chun Zaixin said, "Right now it's only high-level fighters and low-level battle commanders. When advanced battle commanders, or even battle god-level sea beasts, come, there will be even more deaths and injuries." Su Yun and Ku Kei's expressions grew solemn. If they really came, Yangsheng would be in danger. Panhai Academy. Elder Zhou was in a meeting, and someone quietly reported it. She smiled. As expected, he's here. The elders asked who it was, and she said, "Su Yun. I told him long ago to come anytime." Su Yun's name had already become a legend on Blue Star, shining even brighter than many battle gods. That group of old fellows grew more and more lively as they talked. Some mentioned that their own daughters had no suitors, and some said their girls were fleshy in just the right way, all of them discussing it in all seriousness. Elder Zhou looked at them and could only give a helpless smile. She knew Su Yun's nature would never be bound by these things. Otherwise, he would have come long ago. After the sea beast tide dispersed, Chun Zaixin took Su Yun and the others to eat. Ordinary people, just after a battle, would have no appetite at all, but Su Yun was already used to it, calmly picking at his rice noodle rolls, while Kuke bit into chicken kidneys. Sea beast tides attack in many different ways, and this year they came too early. The fishermen simply didn't have time to evacuate, so the casualties were severe, Chun Zaixin said while eating. Su Yun asked, "Are the sea tribe one of the myriad races?" Chun Zaixu shook his head. "We captured one and studied it. They're mutated from Blue Star. They only appeared after spiritual energy revived." Su Yun frowned. He felt these sea tribe members had incomplete shapeshifting. Kuke interjected. "Maybe the myriad races gave the sea tribe some benefits and had them come disturb our rear." Su Yun and Chun Zaixu both agreed, thinking that was very possible. Chun Zaixu cursed. "As soon as the new year comes, they all pop out. No one can even have a proper holiday." Su Yun fell into deep thought. Do the sea tribe control sea beasts? Or do they each do their own thing? Questions swirled in his mind. Yang City, Zhou family residence. Lu Xiu came bearing gifts and was warmly received by Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian was a middle-aged man who teased Lu Xiu a couple of times as soon as he saw him. After catching up, Lu Xiu suddenly stated his purpose. "My grandpa said to use the favor from back then to trade for Su Yun's dog life." The atmosphere instantly turned cold. Zhou Jian's expression darkened as he reminded Lu Xiu that Su Yun was now a hero of the human race. Because of him, countless families had been reunited, and the mixed blood sect had suffered heavy losses. Killing Su Yun would be a serious crime and could even trigger a public opinion storm. Lu Xiu said coldly, "Heroes are meant to be sacrificed." Zhou Jian felt a chill in his heart and understood that the Lu family had already made up their minds to kill Su Yun. Lu Xiu added, "My grandpa said you've always been a man of your word." Zhou Jian let out a long sigh. The debt of that life would eventually have to be repaid. He promised to give an answer in a few days when the beast extermination operation began, and Lu Xiu left in satisfaction. Watching Lu Xiu's back, Zhou Jian couldn't help but curse under his breath, his mind full of worries. He hated these struggles among wealthy families and how they had dragged that atmosphere into the academy. After hesitating for a long time, he could only murmur to himself, "Su Yun, don't blame me. I have to repay this favor." People are selfish. Zhou Jian had no choice. Pansy Academy, Qingzhou Garden. The environment here was upscale. Su Yun was staying temporarily here and had even exchanged merit points for blood essence. 3-star battle general, 69 spirit apertures. Su Yun opened his eyes with satisfaction. His communication device rang, and an aged voice came through. "Su Yun, it's me." At the doorway, the old man who had previously been with Shi Gang had arrived, looking much better than before. Su Yun asked, "Why are you here looking for me?" The old man smiled and said, "I'm doing odd jobs at the academy." Su Yun sighed inwardly. A soldier who once killed enemies on the battlefield was now only able to do odd jobs. Yet the old man was very calm. It's not bad to return to ordinary life. Everyone has their own aspirations. Su Yun couldn't help but smile, as if he had been the one comforted instead. Suddenly, the old man said seriously, "My name is Tian San. Su Yun joked. Can you do leg techniques? The old man laughed. My legs can't lift anymore. The two sat down. Su Yun spoke bluntly. You're too weak right now. Even I can suppress you. Tian-san was speechless, because that was the truth. Su Yun said, first nurture your body and restore yourself to the high-level battle general rank. Then I'll help you get a battle pet. If nothing unexpected happens, you can easily reach battle god level. Tian-san was shocked and disbelieving. You can really help me? Su Yun said seriously. If you're following me, you must be absolutely loyal. He was full of confidence, with the beast merging method and the spirit beast ball. Tian-san hesitated, then knelt on one knee. I am willing to use this crippled body to protect Su Yun for life. In truth, he wanted even more to keep fighting and protect his homeland and family. Su Yun helped him up and asked about his talent. Tian-san revealed a B-rank spirit weapon talent, Fierce Spirit Blade. Purple light appeared in his palm. The blade carried a ghostly aura and killing intent, with a golden skull on the hilt. Su Yun nodded. B-rank was pretty good. I'm going to participate in the beast extermination operation and look for someone. Follow me in secret. Su Yun instructed, and Tian-san immediately agreed. Tian-san also mentioned wanting to bring a few old comrades, but Su Yun refused outright. I don't trust anyone else. Saving Tian-san was fate. The others were not under consideration. Stay here. I'll refine medicine for you and help you recover slowly, Su Yun said. He was in Xian rank alchemist and had advanced in just half a year, so seasoned that people almost forgot how young he was. Very quickly, Su Yun bought medicinal materials and began refining pills, eager to build up his strength. The situation was dangerous now, and with the teacher absent, Su Yun could only rely on himself, trying to bring in a few more battle gods to protect him in secret. It doesn't necessarily have to be humans. He suddenly thought that perhaps the Sea Tribe could be cooperated with. He still had shape-shifting pills and their formula in hand, which made for excellent bargaining chips. At Pansy Academy, the Information Command Center was in complete chaos as the Academy and civilian martial artists searched together for the missing civilians. The students participating in the beast extermination operation had also all gathered, and the place was noisy and bustling. Zhou Jian distributed precise distress ribbons, one per person. Once someone sent out a distress signal, it would be displayed. As soon as the signal sounded, Zhou Jian immediately reminded everyone. Extermination operation. If you see sea beasts, eliminate them all. At the same time, rescue the missing fishermen and martial artists. If the sea race wants to negotiate with hostages, do not trust them under any circumstances. After success, withdraw immediately to the safe zone and wait for reinforcements. Yangcheng was under tremendous pressure, with severe threats from sea beasts. Ordinary sea ships simply could not withstand attacks from sea beast swarms, so the operation was extremely dangerous and rules had to be strictly obeyed. At least 10 people per squad. Danger is marked with a red light, support with a green light. Only sea beasts and the sea race may be killed, no infighting. Zhou Jian asked sharply. Understood. Understood. Everyone answered in unison. Zhou Jian nodded and directly began assigning tasks. This time was different from the usual casual arrangement. The orders were explicit. Feng Kuang is responsible for Sea Area 7, Wang Cheng for 8, Lu Xiu for 6, Ding Yu for 4. In the end, Su Yun was assigned to Sea Area 5. After the arrangements were finished, Zhou Jian said in a low voice, the rest of you patrol the outer perimeter and focus on clearing the edges. Su Yun, Ku Kei, Chun Zaishu, and some familiar faces formed a 10-man squad. Chun Zaishu was somewhat depressed. Sea Area 5 was in the very center, surrounded by all the other zones, clearly unusual. He wondered whether Su Yun was being targeted, but when Su Yun asked, he only said, hurry up and go. Time is tight. Su Yun and the others left the command post. Seeing this, Lu Xiu, Feng Kuang, and the others sneered inwardly. Su Yun was doomed this time. Lu Xiu even quietly signaled his thanks to Zhou Jian. Zhou Jian remained expressionless on the outside, but in his heart he finally let out a sigh of relief. At last, he had settled this matter. After they left, Elder Zhou came in, and Zhou Jian hurriedly bowed. Elder Zhou asked with a smiling face, you haven't hidden anything from me, have you? Zhou Jian felt guilty and didn't dare provoke this female war god. Elder Zhou warned him, I can't control infighting, but out at Fanhai, I can still kill people. Don't bring a killing star down on the Zhou family. Zhou Jian was drenched in cold sweat and didn't dare lift his head, only comforting himself in his heart. He definitely won't find out. The sun hung high in the sky, and the sea shimmered with ripples. Lu Xiu, Feng Kuang, and the others pretended to be killing beasts while scheming how to harm Su Yun. How do we do it? Feng Kuang asked. Any fishermen we find, we push them onto Su Yun, then lure sea beasts and the sea race over. When something happens, it'll look like an accident, Lu Xiu said with a sinister smile. Feng Kuang understood too. Even if Su Yun survives, he'll be saddled with the blame. Then we can pretend to be furious and make a move. The academy definitely won't pursue it. With the plan set, everyone headed to their respective sea areas. On the city wall, Su Yun's group looked down at the sea. At the command go, they all leaped into the water. Chun Zixu and the others could fly, and Su Yun extended his dragon wings to follow closely behind. Kuke moved across the sea surface like a ghost. They had only gone 5,000 meters before encountering a sea beast siege. Su Yun said in a deep voice, "I'll take the lead." He gripped Song Yun cutter tightly, dragon wings flaring. He descended like a silver comet. Since the sea beasts were to be killed rather than tamed, Conqueror's Haki was not used for now. Chun Zixu and the others followed closely and attacked as well. Suddenly, a black poisonous spike shot up from the seabed. Su Yun swung his blade and severed it, and black mist exploded outward, engulfing him. Black Thorn Jellyfish King. Chun Zixu's expression changed. The Black Thorn Jellyfish King had strong vitality and was extremely venomous. Once stung, one would lose combat ability. It appeared on the sea surface, its blue shell covered in soft tentacles, its eyes sly and mocking. Boom! Golden flames erupted, and the poisonous mist instantly dissipated. Su Yun hovered in midair, his gaze icy, the blade wrapped in the Golden Emperor burning heaven flame. Flame-splitting wave devouring scale. He shot downward, slashing furiously with the giant blade. Golden flames poured down like a waterfall, cleaving toward the Black Thorn Jellyfish King. The next second, the entire sea surface was split in two. Golden flames scattered in all directions, seawater parted, and steam surged. All sea beasts touched by the flame light were instantly reduced to ashes, and the Black Thorn Jellyfish King was directly wiped out, dying without a complete corpse. Ding. Host killed sea beasts *34, dropped beginner divine hand *37. At the same time, on a deserted island, dozens of fishermen were fleeing in panic. Their boat had run aground, so they hid for the time being, but the arrival of the martial artists instead exposed them to the Sea Clan. What do we do? The fishermen were in despair. 7 or 8 martial artists also looked pale, all turning back to look at the pursuers. The Sea Clan chasing them were burly, all with blood-red scale shark heads, laughing as they pursued. One Sea Clan member literally chewed a person to death on the spot, the scene bloody and terrifying. The leading martial artist had sent out a distress signal, but no help had arrived yet, and everyone was close to despair. Humans, don't run. This prince hasn't had enough to eat yet. The Bloodshark Prince smiled as he hunted them down. A Sea Clan member rushed out and smashed a martial artist into mincemeat. Kill the martial artists, capture the fishermen for trade. The prince gave the order, and the other Sea Clan members obediently agreed. With nowhere to escape, the martial artists shielded the fishermen and prepared to fight to the death. We'll hold them off. Fishermen, seize the chance to run. Hold on until reinforcements arrive. The leading martial artist trembled, but his resolve was firm. Though terrified, the fisherman still urged, "Let's run together." The prince sneered, "None of you can get away. This island is already surrounded by the Bloodshark clan." The fisherman looked out to sea and saw only floating flesh fragments, not a single shark. The leading martial artist shouted to kill, never turning back. A Bloodshark clan member stepped forward with a cold laugh, thinking he alone could slaughter everyone on the other side. But after just a few steps, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his waist and was ambushed. The leading martial artist charged over and kicked the Bloodshark flying, blood splashing everywhere. "I'm this strong? Could it be that I awakened a system?" He looked utterly incredulous. The Bloodshark Prince roared in fury, "Who ambushed us?" But as soon as the words left his mouth, the other Bloodshark clan members were all secretly pierced through the heart, neck, and waist, screaming in agony. In the end, they still couldn't find the attacker, and everyone was utterly desperate. Just then, the leading martial artist suddenly shouted, "Someone's here to save us." The fishermen cheered with excitement, while the Bloodshark Prince went on guard, protecting his entire body, especially his kidneys. Suddenly, Su Yun appeared, patting the leading martial artist on the shoulder with a smile. "Good job." When the fishermen and martial artists saw that back figure, they immediately felt relieved. Su Yun looked at the Bloodshark Prince and asked, "You're the prince?" The Bloodshark Prince roared, "It was you who ambushed us." Su Yun's smile turned cold. "Leave him alive. Kill the rest." Chun Zixu and the others immediately charged toward the Bloodshark clan, with Kek's blade drawing blood every strike. The Bloodshark clan prince lunged madly at Su Yun, intending to capture the leader first, and unleashed the blood-congealing sea wave fist with all his strength. The others turned pale with fright, but Su Yun remained calm, and with a 30-fold boost, he punched straight through the Bloodshark clan prince's arm, sending him flying more than a dozen spins before he crashed to the ground. The fishermen were stunned. The mighty Bloodshark clan prince had been defeated by a single punch, and soon the entire Bloodshark clan was wiped out. Chun Zaishu comforted the fishermen. Stay here for now. Move only when the signal comes. Suyun nodded. Kek, stay alert, and hunt some sea beasts while you're at it. They had been in the Sea of Death for 2 days already, often encountering sea beasts and sea tribes, so they needed to hunt them appropriately to prevent exposing their tracks. Suyun walked up to the Bloodshark clan prince and kicked him. Stop pretending to be dead. Name. Blood do said softly. Suyun raised an eyebrow, thinking that the sea tribes had written language and suspecting that someone was guiding them from behind the scenes. How many more experts does the Bloodshark clan have? Blood spat, and Suyun tilted his head to dodge it. The unlucky leading martial artist got sprayed in the face and nearly threw up. Suyun grinned. I like that defiant attitude of yours. Cut off the dorsal fin. We're having shark fin soup tonight. The fishermen were eager to join in. Don't worry, we know how to do this. Blood was stunned. They were really going to eat shark? A bonfire was lit, and Suyun stewed shark fin in a medicine cauldron with plenty of seasoning. Blood was hung there, stupidly watching a pot of shark fin soup. They were actually eating it. Suyun said loudly, Eat up without worry. We'll go home in a few days. The fisherman nodded frantically. The shark fin was thick and delicious. Kek cheerfully pointed at Blood. Want to cut this one too? Suyun said calmly, Give me a shark kidney. It's useful for alchemy. Blood gritted his teeth. What the hell are you people? You even dare eat sea tribes? Suyun sneered. We've got even fiercer people here who can chew on you. Frightened, Blood quickly gave in. I'll cooperate. Don't eat me. Does the Bloodshark clan have any war god level experts? Suyun asked. Blood no. Our clan leader is half a step into the war god realm. After fighting the Merfolk clan, his strength dropped to a 7-star war general. Chun Zaishu's expression grew solemn, but Suyun smiled. Can you lure your clan leader here? Everyone froze. Suyun added, If you lure him here, I won't eat you. In the end, Blood nodded, saying he would definitely bring the clan leader over. Chun Zaishu frowned. It won't be easy to kill a 7-star war general. Suyun said directly, No need to kill him. I want him as a battle pet. Chun Zaishu was even more worried. Wouldn't he resist? Taming him would be even harder than killing him. Suyun shouted toward the woods. Old man, how about the Bloodshark clan? Tionkin appeared, and he had recovered quite a bit. Tionkin said expressionlessly, I'll follow young Master Su's arrangements. In truth, he was thrilled inside. The Bloodshark clan was powerful, and being able to take one as a battle pet was awesome. Suyun asked again, Have you seen clan people had contact with the 10,000 clans? Shwedu hesitated, and Kuke tore off one of his legs, making him shiver in pain. Yes, we have. And it's not just the Bloodshark clan. As long as we complete the mission, we can transform our bloodline. Suyun and the others' faces turned cold. Chun Zaishu pressed on. Which clan? Shwedu said anxiously. I don't know. They only told us to expand our territory. At this point, who would still dare to lie? Suyun's heart grew heavy. The 10,000 clans were stirring up trouble in the rear of the human race. But why? Logically speaking, the human race ranked lower, so it wasn't worth going to such lengths, was it? Could it be that the human realm had something they wanted? He was becoming more and more certain. Have the 10,000 clans entered the 5 great sea domains? Suyun asked again. Shwedu froze. How do you know? Suyun became even more certain in his heart. Shwedu added. In recent years, the 10,000 clans have rarely shown themselves. Chun Zaishu said proudly. That's because the human race has grown stronger. If they dare take risks, they'll have to pay the price. Shwedu only wanted to get back to the sea as soon as possible. There were too many tricks on land. Suyun had something weighing on his mind, while the fisherman beside him looked completely blank, unable to understand the conversation at all. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Suyun was pondering how to capture the Bloodshark clan chief alive when the distress ribbon suddenly lit up. Suyun said to Chun Zaishu, I'm going with Quebec. You all stay here and keep watch. A martial artist wanted to speak, but Suyun cut him off directly. If you have something to say, say it. What are we supposed to do? Suyun rolled his eyes. Don't run around. Stay here obediently. Then he left with Kuke, leaving Tionkin behind to guard the place. On another deserted island, dozens of fishermen crawled ashore from the sea, coughing nonstop. The people who had brought them here had already run off. Not long after, Suyun and Kuke arrived and asked in confusion, Where are the people who brought you here? The fishermen shook their heads. Don't know them. They dumped us here and left. Suyun didn't think much of it, assuming they had gone to rescue people elsewhere. Kuke asked softly, How are we supposed to take so many people with us? Suyun smiled. I'm a blacksmith. He directly forged a huge iron pot, had all the fishermen climb into it, and then carried it away as he flew. The fishermen were nervous, worried it would be too heavy. Su-yun waved a hand. It's fine. Sit tight. It wasn't that Panhai Academy lacked people to pick them up and send them back, but the sea was too dangerous. Only by gathering everyone together and leaving as a group would it be safer. On the seabed not far away, Feng Kuang and the others, who had just abandoned the fishermen, watched coldly as Su-yun left. Someone asked, Brother Feng, aren't you afraid the fishermen will be eaten by the Sea Clan? Feng Kuang said with disdain, they'd be better off dead. That way we can pin the blame on Su-yun. He was eager for something to happen to Su-yun and absolutely didn't want to miss this chance. Those fishermen? It wouldn't matter if they died. Let them die? What the hell did it have to do with Feng Kuang? Another stretch of sea. Lu Xiao was doing the same thing. The two groups were astonishingly identical. Su-yun had been busy all day and kept feeling that something was off. It wasn't that he didn't want to save people, but today he had rescued nearly 200 people, and they were all on one island. Too much of a coincidence. The people have been rescued, but how are we supposed to transport so many of them? Chen Zixu was also worried. Su-yun turned to Xuedu and asked, how big can the true form of the Blood Shark clan get? Xuedu answered honestly, it depends on bloodline and ability. Su-yun smiled. Your clan leader's bloodline should be up to it, right? Xuedu was about to object, but Su-yun glared at him, and he immediately changed his tune. Of course, Su-yun stood up and ordered, go all out and capture the Blood Shark clan leader. We'll turn him into a battle pet and use him as a mount. No one objected. This really could solve the transport problem. At that moment, Kuke returned and said in a low voice, I investigated a bit. The Sea Clan is making a move. Su-yun guessed, toward us. Kuke nodded. Su-yun understood at once. It was those wealthy families causing trouble again. Instead, he calmed down and said, Kuke, take Xuedu with you to lure out the Blood Shark clan leader. Brother Chun, you guys go draw out the other sea clans and sea beasts. Although Chen Zixu was worried about safety, he still listened to Su-yun. Everyone began to get ready. Su-yun looked out at the sea, a wild gleam in his eyes. Since we're going to do this, let's do it all at once, in one wave. Kill to our heart's content. The plan was crazy, but this was exactly what Su-yun wanted. Kill. The sun set, and night fell. At the edge of the deserted island, Kuke held Xuedu at knife point. The latter, with blood on his hands, slowly reached into the sea. Faint sound waves spread to the seabed. Keenly perceptive, Kuke immediately sensed that Xuedu was using this to contact the Blood Shark clan. Chen Zixu and the others also went to lure in other sea clans. Su-yun hid on the seabed, his eyes cold. Wealthy science, trying to mess with me? Fine, then you can all go to hell. He lit up the distress ribbon, and a red alarm burst forth. At the same moment, Feng Kuang and Lu Xiao both noticed the movement of the distress ribbon and sneered. Lu Xiao said darkly, you can call for help too? Feng Kuang recalled Su-yun's earlier behavior, a smile tugging at his lips. Don't let me down, Su-yun. Wang Cheng and Ding Yu, in other sea areas, also sensed the distress signal, and even more than Feng Kuang and Lu Xiao, they wanted to see Su-yun die. Deep beneath the sea, a giant blood-red shark sensed the sound waves. Its body was covered in scars. It was the Blood Shark clan's chief, Xuedu. What are you looking for me for? Xueqi didn't think much of it, and immediately transformed into a human shark form, leading the Blood Shark clan toward the source of the sound waves. Not only the Blood Shark clan, but other sea clans also rushed over at full speed, drawn by the smell of blood. Inside the deserted island, the martial artists could feel countless dangerous auras drawing near, trembling with fear. Just how many sea clans were coming? When Chen Zixu and the others returned, Kuke continued holding Xuedu captive. Where's Su-yun? Chen Zixu asked. Kuke said, he's hiding. He also said to throw all the corpses in one fixed spot. Chen Zixu gave a bitter smile. No wonder this kid was called a troublemaking demon. He really knew how to cause chaos. Since they had already done this, they might as well see it through to the end. They threw the Blood Shark clan corpses into the sea, attracting sea beasts that tore into them frantically, making the smell of blood even stronger. A roar rang out, and a massive maw bit down and killed a sea beast. Xueqi had arrived. Who killed the children of my clan? Xueqi roared. At this time, other sea clans appeared on the surface. Some had human bodies with snake tails, others had fish heads and human bodies, and some even had lanterns glowing above their heads. Xueqi's eyes turned red. Sea Snake Clan, Lantern Fish Clan, it was you. Xueqi, stop slandering us. We just smelled the scent of humans. The Sea Snake Clan sneered, staring at the deserted island with greedy eyes. The sea clans were not harmonious with each other either. Xueqi shouted, Xuedu, where are you? Inside the deserted island, Kuke pressed a dagger to Xuedu panicked. Du shouted. Chief, I'm on the island. Hearing that Du was still alive, Chi let out a sigh of relief. The three major sea clans remained wary of one another as they went ashore together. At this moment, Wang Cheng, Dingyu, and the others appeared in the distance. Dingyu saw the sea clans and said excitedly, "So many sea clans. Su Yun is finished." Wang Cheng also let out a strange laugh. But suddenly, Su Yun's figure appeared above the seabed. Under the moonlight, he wore a cold smile. Golden light erupted from within Su Yun's body as he roared at Wang Cheng and Dingyu. The roar was like a lion's, sweeping across everyone. Wang Cheng and Dingyu felt searing pain in their backs and turned pale with fright. The three major sea clans immediately noticed Su Yun and were instantly enraged. The Sea Serpent clan shouted, "Kill!" Chi stomped the ground, and the blood-red seawater formed towering waves. Wang Cheng had no time to react before he was swept into a cloud of blood mist. Dingyu screamed as half his body exploded, and in the end he was killed by the Sea Serpent clan's iron halberd. The remaining noble heirs were also completely wiped out. Chun Zishu and the others on the deserted island were terrified, and Du shut his mouth as well, feeling that Su Yun was far too dangerous. Chi even remembered to mock the human race. At that moment, an energy fluctuation came from the sky. Standing beneath the moon, Su Yun gathered silver light orbs in both hands, his black eyes filled with wild excitement. He threw out the explosive gale bullet, and the silver light shot toward the three major sea clans. The Lightfish clan was just about to warn them, but it was already too late. Boom! The silver light exploded, and a violent gale swept through. Everyone threw themselves to the ground and survived by luck. When the wind died down and the smoke dispersed, Su Yun flew over. Ding! Killed 67 sea clansmen, dropped 54 intermediate god hands, and 13 advanced god hands. Su Yun felt a little regretful, worried that he might have even killed the Blood Shark clan's chief. Outside the island, it had turned into a sea of blood, with flesh and gore scattered everywhere. Suddenly, Chi struggled out of the sea of blood, his body a mangled mess of flesh and blood. He looked at Su Yun in terror. "Why you? Who exactly are you?" Su Yun smiled and said, "You're very lucky to become the first user of the pokeball." He threw out the diving ball, and Chi was taken inside. After a slight shake, the capture succeeded. Su Yun shouted, "I caught a Pokemon." He then felt a little embarrassed, but was still extremely excited. Kuke, Chun Zishu, and the others came out and stared at the blood everywhere, dumbstruck. Chun Zishu swallowed hard. "Su Yun, these people," Su Yun said calmly. "Wang Cheng and Dingyu died saving the fishermen. They were all sacrificed. We'll bring the news back to Yangcheng." Chun Zishu nodded repeatedly. After finishing the act, Su Yun called out, "Old man, this thing is for you." He tossed out the diving ball, and Tiankin immediately appeared. So excited that he nearly couldn't catch it. He almost dropped it. The Bloodshark clan chief had been captured. Chun Zishu and the others were completely stunned. Seeing the diving ball, they were even more shocked. What was this thing? It didn't have a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. Su Yun had no intention of explaining. The Pokeball was his trump card and must never be revealed. He told Tiankin to release Chi after Tiankin refined it. A streak of red light appeared. Chi emerged, injured and staring at Su Yun in terror. Su Yun coldly told him to shut up, saying he still had use for him. Otherwise, he would have killed him long ago. Chi was infuriated to the extreme, but helpless. Su Yun directly told Tiankin to try fusing with Chi to see how much his combat strength could increase. Tiankin was originally a 5-star battle general. While although Chi was heavily injured, he still had 7-star strength. He activated the Beast Fusion art. Chi instantly went blank, and his body turned into blood mist that wrapped around Tiankin. Boom! Blood light shot into the sky, and the entire deserted island was covered in blood-red color, forming a huge blood sphere. Chun Zishu was suppressed by the immense power, not because of a difference in realm, but because of the Beast Fusion art. Looking at Su Yun, he was astonished and suspected that the Beast Fusion art might not have been created by Zheng Yu, but by Su Yun. Kuke, however, was very calm, because he knew how terrifying the Beast Fusion art was. As the blood sphere collapsed, Tiankin became tall and powerfully built, his red hair bristling as his bloodlines surged, and his whole body's strength skyrocketed. Su Yun asked, "How strong?" Tiankin answered excitedly, "Peak 9-star battle general. Right now, if asked to fight an early-stage war god, he would dare to take him on." Everyone found it unbelievable. In Su Yun's hands, the Beast Fusion art had completely transformed. Su Yun was very satisfied, certain that Tiankin would soon step into the war god level, and that the Beast Fusion art could bring even more special effects. He comforted the fishermen, telling them that there were powerhouses protecting them, so they had nothing to worry about, and they would soon be able to return home safely. The fishermen immediately felt at ease, even no longer fearing another sea beast attack. At night, everyone rested, while Su-yun kept watch. Chun Zaishu came over to chat casually, probing whether the beast-combining method had been created by Su-yun. Su-yun only smiled and stopped at that, refusing to say it outright. Chun Zaishu had nothing more to say, but he also acknowledged that Su-yun was stronger than anyone else, and his abilities had already proven everything. But he also understood in his heart that in this era, powerful clans and wealthy families dominated, and children from humble backgrounds could only cling to the strong if they wanted to make a name for themselves. Smart people would choose to attach themselves to someone powerful, otherwise, they would only be eliminated. It had become a vicious cycle. Chun Zaishu said seriously, "Actually, you could come to Fanhai Academy." Su-yun replied calmly, "If I leave Tianming, I won't join any academy again." He had long been sick of infighting within academies. He was only still attached to the secret medicine pavilion and a group of teachers. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. Chun Zaishu nodded. "All right, Fanhai Academy will always welcome you." With that, he turned and left. Su-yun watched him go, hoping that day would never come. He closed his eyes and waved his hand, and Kuke disappeared, taking care of Shuadu. At that moment, the sea surface stirred, and more than a dozen figures emerged, men and women clearly distinguishable. The women had fiery, sexy figures, the men were muscular, and they all had human bodies with fish tails, along with strange fish heads. "This looks bad. Hurry and notify the clan leader." They looked around nervously, then quickly dived back into the sea. At 4 or 5 in the morning, Su-yun woke up helplessly. Around him, the fishermen were snoring thunderously, with donkey brays, pig grunts, and even sleep talk mixed with teeth grinding, like a zoo. What incredible sleep quality. Su-yun smiled bitterly. Noticing the fishermen's breathing, he could not help thinking of the idea in his heart, a breathing method that everyone could cultivate. As he observed them, the sky gradually brightened, and the pale white of dawn appeared on the horizon. As day and night alternate, light will eventually come. Su-yun murmured to himself. Suddenly, he had a feeling, turned toward the east, watched the sun rise, and began practicing a new breathing method. This breathing method was not as intense as the previous one. Instead, it was calm and ordinary, but vitality surged forth. His body's surface grew warm like a furnace being lit, and he murmured, "Solar breathing method." The solar breathing method awakens the dormant talents within the body. Men, women, young and old can all practice it. Although it is not overbearing, it can extend life and offers a chance to awaken one's talent. Su-yun was pleasantly surprised. It actually worked. He had only meant to give it a try, but he hadn't expected it to succeed. But he knew clearly that if this breathing method spread, it would surely cause a massive upheaval. If the human race rose, the myriad races would absolutely not sit idly by. After thinking it over, Su-yun decided to let the fishermen and warriors try it first. "Come over here," he called to the warriors. "What's your name?" Su-yun asked. The leading martial artist was speechless. "It's been several days, and you still don't know? My name is Guahat." He had once desperately protected the fishermen, so his character was pretty good. Su-yun asked, "Have you taken Kandan?" Guahai gave a bitter smile. I have. I have to support a family." He was a 9-star warrior, with many hidden injuries in his body. Being able to live to 50 was already lucky. The other martial artists lowered their heads. Without any awakening talent, their ceiling was very low. At most, they could become 9-star warriors. They had no status here at all. Su-yun called out again. "Uncles and aunties, you should come too." During breakfast, Su-yun had everyone sit down and said he would teach them a cultivation method for detoxification and beauty enhancement. The fishermen fussed over whether it could make them younger, worried they wouldn't be able to learn it. Su-yun smiled and said, "It's very simple. Just breathe according to the Kage." Chun Zaishu and the others also came to watch the excitement. But very soon, their expressions froze. Su-yun's detoxification and beauty-enhancing cultivation method was actually just a breathing technique. Everyone began to practice it, facing the morning sun and breathing evenly. Very soon, faint spiritual energy entered their bodies became active, and their genes seemed to be cheering. Suddenly, a fisherman shouted, "I have an extra eye." A vertical pupil grew in the middle of his forehead, and inside it, a tiny fish was actually swimming. Chun Zaishu asked the fisherman's age in shock, and the other party replied in a trembling voice, 25. He had already passed the normal awakening age, but he had awakened anyway. The rule of Blue Star had always been that awakening could only happen before the age of 18, and now it had been broken. At that moment, the sky suddenly changed, and thunderclouds pressed down overhead. Su-yun looked speechless, feeling that he had merely taught a simple breathing technique, yet heaven and earth could not tolerate him. Lightning struck down. Soo-yun drew his blade and slashed at it, but he was still struck numb all over. Cursing, he hastily summoned the Pikachu beast mixing technique to fuse with it and go head-to-head with the lightning tribulation. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chen Zixu was so terrified his face went pale. This kind of lightning tribulation happened because he had violated the laws of Blue Star. In the past, even genius artifact refiners and creators of peerless breathing techniques had been struck like this, but they were all mighty experts. For someone like Soo-yun, only at the battle general level, this was the first time. Finally, the thunderclouds dispersed. Soo-yun was smoking all over and complained, "It's just a breathing technique. Was there really any need for such a huge commotion?" He asked Chen Zixu, "What type is this?" Chen replied that it was a C-grade superhuman type heterochromatic eye. Soo-yun then promoted it to the fisherman. "This is detoxification and beauty enhancement. As long as everyone works hard to cultivate it, you'll see results." The fishermen were completely bewildered, while the martial artists saw through it and realized that this breathing technique was of great significance. Chen Zixu asked Soo-yun how to handle it. Soo-yun said calmly, "When the time is right, let all the people of Blue Star learn it." He simply wanted humanity to become stronger, to have more opportunities for awakening, and no longer be restricted by age. Hearing this, Chen Zixu deeply admired Soo-yun, thinking that only he could bring about change. Suddenly, Kuke appeared. "Soo-yun, come quickly. The deserted island has been surrounded." Soo-yun and Chen Zixu immediately headed outside, only to see that the sea beasts and the sea clan had already completely encircled the deserted island. It seemed like the attacker was waiting for something. "Hello, human." The sea tribe member who had been secretly watching last night surfaced again with a fishtail this time, and was actually quite respectful. Soo-yun asked in confusion, "What is it?" The sea tribe member smiled and said, "Our king wants to see you." After saying that, he made an inviting gesture. Soo-yun froze. Was he being invited by the sea tribe as a guest? Chen Zixu said quietly, "It's the blue-scaled tribe of the merfolk." Soo-yun asked, "How dangerous are they?" Chen Zixu frowned. "They rarely clash with humans, but they can't be trusted." Soo-yun said nothing, staring at the blue-scaled tribe without speaking. Tionkin slowly walked out and asked, "Want me to drive them away?" Soo-yun smiled. "No rush. I want to hear what they have to say." Chen Zixu was anxious, feeling that the sea tribe might stab them in the back at any moment. Soo-yun instructed him, "Protect everyone. I'll be back soon." Tionkin followed behind Soo-yun, and the two of them walked to the beach. Soo-yun spoke up, "Talk here, or somewhere else." The blue-scaled tribe member smiled. "A trip to the Blue Palace." He waved his hand and conjured a huge bubble, bringing Soo-yun and Tionkin into the sea together. Kuke watched them go, the dagger clenched in his hand. If anything happened to Soo-yun, he would never let Blue Palace off. As they descended deeper, the seabed grew darker and darker, and many rare medicinal herbs were scattered throughout the coral reefs. Soo-yun sighed inwardly, "What a rich resource." Soon, a palace resembling the Dragon Palace appeared, built from coral and glowing stones, mysterious and beautiful. A sea tribe patrol spotted Soo-yun and immediately became wary. After the blue-scaled tribe negotiated, the gate opened. Inside the palace was like a great city, except that all who lived there were sea tribesmen. Many of them gathered to watch the human, curious and astonished. "Aren't we the moderate faction? Why did they bring a human here? Could it be that we're going to war?" Inside the main hall, the bubble burst, and the surrounding seawater disappeared. Soo-yun asked Tionkin, "Have you been here before?" Tionkin grinned. "Thanks to young Master Su, this is my first time." At that moment, two blue-scaled tribesmen came in, fish heads, human bodies, and fish tails, one male and one female, looking rather comical. They introduced themselves, "Yujun Yume." Tionkin immediately became alert. Two half-step war gods. No wonder the Bloodshark tribe couldn't beat them. Soo-yun said directly, "If you have something to say, speak quickly." Yume praised his extraordinary bearing, and Soo-yun was a little surprised. They knew him? Yujun smiled and said, "She has worked with you before, so she told us to communicate more with you." Soo-yun understood immediately. Senior sister Song E. Even the sea tribe knew her now. He relaxed a little. "What do you want to ask?" Yujun said excitedly. "Can human alchemists really work miracles?" Yume followed up, "Can you refine pills to help us take on human form and change our bloodline?" Soo-yun did not answer. He had asked this before, and Dongfang Taiwe had said there was no need. The bloodlines of the myriad races were already complete. Once their realm was high enough, they would naturally take human form. As for refining pills to transform into human shape, no one had ever succeeded. No matter how hard they tried, the two races could never cooperate. Yujun and Yume looked anxious. Soo-yun asked back, "You were born in the ocean. Why do you want human form? Yu Jun said plainly, human form is better for cultivation and more in line with the heavenly Tao. Yu Mei's large eyes dimmed. Although our evolution is slow, it's already much better than before. They had advanced step by step from fish into humans, and now they were only one final step away. Evolution, all for making their bloodline stronger. Su Yun was a little surprised to hear that, and turned to look at Tianqian. Tianqian nodded, saying he had heard of this on the battlefield. Yu Jun asked again, is there such a thing in the alchemist circles? Su Yun ignored him, thinking to himself, why should I help you? Song, he doesn't have that much influence yet. If you want me to act, you'll have to bring something tangible as a reward. Seeing this, Yu Jun smiled bitterly and realized Su Yun wasn't easy to fool. He said seriously, the blue-scaled tribe is willing to maintain everlasting friendship with the human race. Su Yun shrugged. Then there's no need to talk anymore. Yu Jun froze. Yu Mei reacted quickly and immediately added, our blue-scaled tribe is willing to be friends with Su Yun for generations and never betray you. Su Yun had originally been about to leave, but after hearing this, he sat back down. He thought to himself, girls really know how to talk. Men are just stiff. He took out a wooden box, and inside was a pill. A transformation pill. Yu Jun and Yu Mei sniffed it. Their bloodlines stirred with excitement, and they were so thrilled they almost jumped up. It was real. Su Yun said calmly, there's one more condition. Help me kill 2 groups of people. One is in C Area 7, the other in C Area 6, the noble descendants of the Liu family and the Feng family. Yu Jun and Yu Mei frowned. This was equivalent to offending the noble clans, but the transformation pill was right before their eyes. After weighing it, Yu Jun nodded. Bring me their heads today. Su Yun smiled. I'll wait for your good news. After saying that, he left with Tianqian. Yu Jun was a little bitter. Human noble clans are really hard to deal with. Yu Mei said coldly, we can't hesitate. Kill anyone who blocks our evolution. Yu Jun gave the order, and the entire blue-scale clan set out toward C Areas 6 and 7, preparing to hunt down the noble descendants. C Area 6. Lu Xiao and the Liu family descendants were cultivating on the island. Someone said it wasn't worth saving the fishermen and was mocked for it. Lu Xiao just smiled and said they would understand later. Suddenly, one of the Liu family descendants was pierced through by a halberd. Lu Xiao was shocked. The island collapsed, and the Sea clan launched an assault. Dragged them into the sea. Lu Xiao and the others roared in fury, while waves sliced through the Liu family descendants like water guns. Sensing danger, Lu Xiao shouted for everyone to run and fled first. Yu Jun appeared and launched a water cannon attack. Lu Xiao desperately dodged, fused with his battle beast, grew wings behind him, and barely escaped toward Sea Area 7. The remaining Liu family descendants were all slaughtered, blood staining the surface of the sea, and their corpses were instantly devoured by sea beasts. Sea Area 7. Lu Xiao fled all the way and fell onto a small island. Yu's eyes were bloodshot and anger burned in his heart. Even an SS-rank talent was useless. When faced with absolute strength, none of it mattered. He gritted his teeth and wanted to go find Wang Cheng, Ding Yu, and Feng Kuang first. Just as he took off, he ran into Feng Kuang, covered in blood, with one wing broken and badly injured. The two pointed at each other, both looking shocked. How had they both been so unlucky? Feng Kuang coughed up blood and suspected this was too much of a coincidence. Lu Xiao had a bad feeling and told him to hurry and find Wang Cheng and Ding Yu. They searched all around, but Wang Cheng and Ding Yu were nowhere to be found. The agreed meeting point was empty, and the sea stretched endlessly before them. The two couldn't help growing tense. After calming down, Feng Kuang suspected Su Yun might be behind it. Lu Xiao denied it outright, saying he couldn't possibly command the Sea clan or a half-step war god. At that moment, a sinister laugh came from the darkness. The two became alert and stood back to back in defense. The man said they had the same target and wanted them to guide a giant sea beast to kill Su Yun. Feng Kuang and Lu Xiao exchanged glances, their eyes full of caution. Under the night sky, Su Yun and Ku Kei stood on the sea, waiting quietly for the Blue Scale clan to deliver their gift. After a while, Yu Jun and Yu Mei appeared, bringing a net filled with dozens of heads. The scene was gruesome. Su Yun was satisfied and said they had done well. Yu Jun said 2 people had escaped, Lu Xiao and Feng Kuang. Su Yun didn't care, thinking sea clans were easier to deal with than humans. Yu Mei said the other side had suddenly been able to fly, which was why they had failed. Su Yun and Ku Kei's expressions turned cold as they pressed for the reason. Yu Jun hurriedly explained that a battle pet had appeared, and only by merging with it had they managed to escape. Ku Kei gritted his teeth, but Su Yun suddenly burst out laughing, and the atmosphere instantly grew oppressive. Su Yun sneered at the noble families and said that once they returned, they would have to make a big scene. He was smiling on the outside, but inside he was furious. The mixed beast technique he created was being used by others, and might even be turned against him. It was simply absurd. After calming down, Su Yun gave Yujun and Yumei 2 transformation pills and promised that following him would never leave them at a loss, because only he could refine pills. The brother and sister heard this and immediately swallowed the pills. A mysterious power surged forth, and the blue-scale siblings' bodies began to change, gradually transforming into human form. Su Yun praised their transformations as exceptional, one handsome and masculine, the other stunningly beautiful. The scene was astonishing. Her long blue hair fell all the way to her hips, shimmering like crystal threads. The moment she opened her eyes, even the moonlight dimmed. Kuke blushed and quickly averted his gaze. "Thank you, Lord Su Yun." Yujun and Yumei hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Su Yun chuckled softly. "In human form, you have to wear clothes. Don't go around naked." Yujun laughed and used spiritual energy to conjure a light blue long robe. Yumei also shyly put on her clothes. Su Yun felt emotional. At least they now had some connection with the Sea tribe, and the transformation pill would become a hard currency. Yujun asked, "Lord Su Yun, are you leaving?" "Pretty much," Su Yun said, puzzled. "Why?" Yujun said solemnly, "You'd better leave quickly. The giant sea beast is about to wake up, and when it does, it'll attack Yanqing." The giant sea beast was the sea domain's ultimate killing weapon. It was enormous, charging like a bulldozer. Su Yun was confused. "Weren't they all killed?" Yujun gave a bitter smile. "New ones have been awakened." Yumei added, "The giant sea beasts only cultivate their beast forms, and they still have reason." Su Yun fell into thought. Could there be something on the seabed that allowed the giant sea beasts to evolve? After a while, Su Yun nodded. Yujun and Yumei handed over a blue-scale armor piece. "Inject spiritual energy into it. Contact us if anything comes up." They could be considered among the first batch of Sea tribe members to transform, all thanks to Su Yun. Su Yun accepted it, and the blue-scale tribe left. After the blue-scale tribe left, Su Yun and Kuke continued waiting for a signal. Kuke asked, "We're leaving now." Su Yun sighed. "We have to wait for the signal before we can go." The two silently returned to the deserted island. Deep beneath the sea, darkness and silence reigned. Suddenly, a powerful heartbeat sounded, and a ghostly glow emerged, a huge eyeball. A roar shook the seas, and the surface turned gloomy. A group of Sea tribe members held golden halberds, cut their palms, and let blood drip into the sea. Blood summons the giant beast. The blood connected with the giant beast on the seabed, and it emerged onto the sea surface. It was 100 meters long, covered in scales and bristling with spikes, with an ugly red fish head. It roared, "Kill the human race, seize their territory." At the same time, giant beasts were awakening in other sea regions as well. Giant turtles, giant serpents, dragon-shaped sea beasts, all appeared, numbering more than 20. The major sea tribes set out in full force. "Today is the day we break into Yanqing." Blue Star belongs to the Sea tribe. The giant sea beasts all emerged and launched their attack on Yanqing. Yanqing, the Pansy Academy. Strong experts learned that the giant beasts had awakened, far more than in previous years. "Send out the signal and call everyone back. All warriors of the battle general rank and above, move to the city walls immediately. Formation masters and talisman masters, if the wall is breached, you take responsibility." The alarm sounded, and the strong gathered. The female principal issued the alert, and Elder Zhou looked at her and nodded. This year, the assault came earlier and the giant beasts were more numerous. Everything had changed. If the Sea tribe's attacks on the city became more and more frequent, Yanqing would not be able to hold out. The more tense things became, the less time Yanqing had to cultivate new talents. "Damn it, where's the Divine Palace? Tell them to come," one of the directors of Pansy Academy cursed. Another said helplessly, "We asked. They said they'd see how the situation develops." "See how your damn mother what?" Everyone cursed. "We defend Yanqing every year. What the hell are they good for?" "Quiet," Elder Zhou said in a low voice. "The Divine Palace can come or not. We have our own way. So what if others don't come? Are we supposed to stop defending? Our homes are behind the seawall. How can we let the Sea tribe run wild? We've held it for 100 years, and we'll do the same this year. Even if we have to bleed to the last drop, the people of Yanqing do not beg the Divine Palace." Everyone roared in unison. No begging, self-reliance. On a certain sea island, Lu Xiao and Feng Kuang looked at the blood sphere in their hands, staring at the blurry figure before them. The man chuckled softly. "I'm giving you the chance. Whether you use it is up to you." With that, he disappeared. A column of black smoke rose in the distance. It was a signal. Feng Kuang wore a crazed smile. "If that's the case, let's make this a big one. Go, summon the giant sea beast." Lu Xiao said. Su Yun should also be rushing over. The two of them leaped straight into the sea, and the blood sphere struck the water, instantly churning it into turmoil. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rolled from the sky. They sped toward the signal point while drawing blood to summon the giant sea beast. At the same time, powerhouses from all the sects also appeared, putting killing Su Yun at the top of their priority list. See area number 5. Su Yun and the others also noticed the signal. Su Yun called out, "Old man." Tian appeared, bloodlight flickering over his body. Blood Fong transformed into a shark and floated on the sea's surface, feeling utterly depressed. Clearly the clan leader, yet reduced to running errands. The fishermen were excited. They could finally go home. Su Yun reminded them, "Don't go too fast. Don't throw anyone off." No matter how unhappy Blood Fong was, he could only agree. Understood. Boom. A desolate island nearby exploded apart, and 9 black shadows shot into the sky, accompanied by furious roars. A black giant turtle appeared, staring coldly at Su Yun and the others. The giant sea beast, Blood Fong sped up like crazy, and Su Yun and the others were all dumbfounded. How had they gotten so close to the giant sea beast? This black turtle is a high-ranking war general, just one step away from a war god. Su Yun almost cursed as well. Why are these big monsters showing up every year? Did the sea tribes and sea beasts take some kind of drug? Hold on tight. Su Yun shouted. Blood Fong carried the fisherman on his back and sprinted toward the signal point. But bad luck kept coming. On the other side, sea tribes appeared and locked onto Su Yun and the others, shouting, "Humans, kill them!" Boom. Another giant sea beast appeared, a nearly 200-meter-long giant red crab, its pincers like small hills, and there was even a face on its back. 2 giant sea beasts, and the second one was even at war god level. Blood Fong was on the verge of collapse. This is too hard. Let it end already. Feed him the pills. Su Yun took out a handful of pills. Chen Zishu quickly stuffed them into Blood Fong's mouth. Suddenly, wind wrapped around Blood Fong's entire body. His speed skyrocketed, and wolf legs even sprouted from his belly as he ran madly. Damn it, I'm clearly a shark. Blood Fong cursed inwardly, but he didn't dare stop. One slowdown, and he'd die. The martial artists and students from the other sea areas also rushed toward the assembly point, where war gods were escorting them. But when they saw the giant sea beast tailing Su Yun from behind, they were all stunned. Don't bring those monsters over here. The escort ship's here, Chen Zishu said excitedly. They saw a steel warship dock behind the deserted island, currently fighting sea beasts. Overall, things were still fairly stable. There were 2 war gods, a man and a woman. The man was bald and muscular, holding a war spear, with a fire tiger by his side. The woman wore a black combat suit, her expression icy, and with a single palm strike, she shattered several sea beasts. Uncle Hai Ant Run, Chen Zishu shouted. Shui Hai and Rin Shui were famous local war gods. They charged toward the 2 giant sea beasts, leaving the people on the ship to hold the warship. The 2 of them fought fiercely with the sea beasts. The sea roared, and huge waves smashed the sea beast corpses apart. Su Yun looked at them, filled with admiration. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky as Lu Xiao and Feng Kuang appeared. The 2 quickly rushed over using the beast merging method. Feng Kuang submerged into the water and, using his talent, condensed a blood sphere into a red spike and hurled it at Blood Fong. Blood Fong was stained with blood, and Lu Xiao and Feng Kuang stared coldly at Su Yun. The mutation erupted again. A 3rd giant sea beast burst out from the horizon, even more powerful, and the fishermen and martial artists were filled with despair. At this moment, the alien cult also appeared, and killing cries shook the heavens. Lu Xiao, Feng Kuang, the alien race, and the giant sea beasts, pressured from all sides. Su Yun could only choose, flee alone, or stay and die with everyone. Clenching his teeth, Su Yun had Tian escort everyone to retreat while he faced the enemy alone. A terrifying wave swept across the sea as Su Yun activated Nine Tails mode. Tail Beast Transformation. Golden flames engulfed his body, and 9 golden tails swept across the sea, his aura soaring to the heavens. The 9 tails fused with Su Yun and became a colossal beast, the sea surface exploding with a thunderous blast. The Thunder Roar Sea Dragon Beast appeared, clad in blue-gold scales, hundreds of meters long. It even spoke in human language and could control lightning to attack. In Su Yun's 9 tails form, his dual talents exploded forth, and golden light blazed brilliantly, suppressing the entire battlefield. The Thunder Roar Sea Dragon Beast condensed lightning into a spear and thrust it at Su Yun. Su Yun opened his mouth and spat out a tailed beast ball. Black light detonated. The lightning spear vanished instantly, and the seawater evaporated on the spot. Terror flashed in the Thunder Roar Sea Dragon Beast's eyes. It was no match at all. Boom! Tailed beast bombardment. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The sea shook violently, and the shockwaves swept outward. A nearby barren island was directly blown to pieces and turned to ash. Everyone in the alien cult who wanted to kill Su Yun was dumbfounded. Retreat. Self-destruct. Don't drag me to my death. Before they could react, Su Yun had already locked onto them. Kurama sprinted forward like a truck, crashing straight in. His claws fell with a deafening boom, and large numbers of cultists instantly turned into a mist of blood. Even those who fled to the seabed were shaken to death by the hidden force. The sea god cult's believers rushed up like madmen, detonating themselves in chain explosions, spiritual energy scattering everywhere. Yet they still could not harm Su Yun at all. Su Yun cast a cold glance at the heavenly demon cult and fired another tailed beast ball. Black energy exploded, sending water plumes soaring hundreds of meters high. System prompt. Killed the Thunder Roar Sea Dragon Beast. Dropped Advanced Divine Hand *14. System prompt. Killed 151 cultists. Dropped Beginner *50. Intermediate *23. The black turtle and the giant crab in the distance were so frightened they trembled. Is this even a human? Su Yun turned and charged toward the black turtle. 9 giant snakes on the turtle's back bit wildly, but Su Yun's claws tore straight through them, and the black turtle screamed as blood splashed everywhere. Shuehai seized the opportunity and used the fire-turning spear to pierce straight through the black turtle, killing it on the spot. The giant crab fled in panic, and Rin Shue's blue light flashed as water formed a cage that trapped the crab. Move aside, Su Yun shouted. Rin Shue and Shuehai retreated, and Kurama fired another tailed beast ball. The water cage and the giant crab exploded into pieces in an instant. System prompt. Killed the giant crab. Dropped Advanced Divine Hand *30. 3 giant beasts, and Su Yun slew 2 of them alone. Shuehai and Rin Shue standing beside him both felt a chill. The steel warship took on the fishermen martial artists, and everyone stared blankly at Su Yun. Lu Xiao and Feng Kuang were full of terror. Did a dual talent really exist? Su Yun's beast transformation had no blood contract fluctuation. The little 9-tailed fox was a spirit pet. Chun Zaishu reacted and questioned Lu Xiao and Feng Kuang. What were you luring monsters here for? Ku Kei held a dagger in her cold hand, while Lu Xiao insisted stubbornly. How were we supposed to know there were beasts? Feng Kuang also tried to defend himself. Su Yun, Shuehai, and Rin Shue boarded the warship, killing intent shrouding them. The entire ship fell silent. Su Yun, what are you going to do? You can't move against us without evidence. Lu Xiao panicked. Did either of you save a fisherman? Su Yun asked coldly. The 2 of them couldn't answer. No one saved anyone, and you still dare to be stubborn. You caused everyone's deaths for your own interests. Su Yun shouted angrily and drew Chun Yunxia. How should the 2 battle gods handle them? In order to learn the beast-subduing art, Zhang Zhongqing had once said that anyone who secretly learned it would be executed on the spot. Rin Shue said coldly, and she too had developed killing intent. But Su Yun smiled brightly. Then I'll chop them into human sticks first, and take them back to the academy for a stroll. That should be fine, right? Lu Xiao and Feng Kuang were so frightened, they turned and ran. Su Yun caught up instantly, with 50-fold amplification, raising his blade as the entire sea shook. Blade light, carrying flames, cleaved through both sky and sea. Lu Xiao and Feng Kuang screamed miserably, their limbs severed, leaving only their torsos and heads. Everyone on the ship was so frightened they didn't even dare breathe. Su Yun grabbed one in each hand and threw them onto the deck. Don't let them die. Tianqin responded immediately. Shuehai was alarmed. This was even harsher than killing them outright. Returning to the academy and waiting for death, torment was the real cruelty. Rin Shue wanted to salvage things. Keeping them alive can still be useful for some things. Su Yun responded coldly. I'll kill the sea beasts they should have killed. Rin Shue was left speechless. The steel warship returned to Yang City at full speed. Outside the seawall, warships returned one after another. The fishermen were safe. Su Yun dragged the 2 screaming human sticks ashore, blood spreading all over the ground, and no one dared approach. On the city wall, Elder Zhou received the news, his kindly expression revealing a trace of killing intent. Zhou Jian was shocked. It's over. Some worried whether Su Yun feared retaliation from the Liu and Feng families. Others praised him. He was decisive enough in striking. Su Yun dragged the 2 men with a stick as he walked onto the city wall. Elder Zhou, I want an explanation. Straight to the point. The crowd was shocked. Su Yun already knew that the Wang, Liu, Ding, and Feng families were surrounding him, and that the Zhou family also had a traitor within. Everyone turned to look at Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou looked at Zhou Jian with cold eyes and said in an icy tone, I said not to bring personal grudges into the struggle. Even if it's one of our own, kill him. Zhou Jian was so frightened that he dropped to his knees, unable to say a word. Zhou Jian's descendants cried and pleaded, and Rin Shui immediately shouted, "Shut up! Su Yun has dual talents. What is Zhou Jian compared to him?" The crowd was shocked. No wonder his combat power was so terrifying. Su Yun stood there coldly, demanding an explanation. Elder Zhou sighed, holding a black-bone scythe. With a flash of purple light, Zhou Jian's head fell to the ground. Who dares cry? This is the consequence of infighting. The entire venue fell silent. Elder Zhou asked Su Yun, "Is this answer satisfactory?" Su Yun nodded. "Thank you, Elder." He only wanted an explanation. With Zhou Jian dead, there was no need to keep pursuing the matter. Right now, the more important task was defending against the sea beasts. At that moment, dark clouds pressed overhead, horns sounded, and countless sea tribes appeared in the distance, with killing intent surging everywhere. To the west, the horn of attack blared. Boom, boom, boom. The sea churned and surged toward the seawall. A battle god leapt into the air and smashed down with a punch. A wave dozens of zhang hai froze instantly, frost spreading for hundreds of meters. He said indifferently, "You want to break through the seawall? You're still far from it." Sea beasts and the Sea Clan army appeared, with giant beasts lurking behind them, staring fixedly at the seawall. Once the seawall falls, cities like Yangcheng will be doomed. This is the wall of life for the human race. Su Yun knocked Lu Xiao and Feng Kuang unconscious and threw them to Pikachu to watch over. He asked in a low voice, "Uncle Hai, isn't the Divine Palace sending anyone?" Shui Hai sneered. "They're enjoying their cultivation in peace. Why would they care whether we live or die?" Rin Shui said with disdain, "A bunch of parasites." Su Yun fell silent, killing intent surging in him. He swore in his heart. One day, he would flatten the Divine Palace, and the human race would not need them. The horns suddenly fell silent, and both sides stared coldly at each other as the killing intent intensified. Centuries of hatred, and today they would fight again. The students had clearly seen the tide of sea beasts. The sea wind carried a bloody stench, and dark clouds pressed down overhead, but no one retreated. Behind them was home. The nine-angled black whale roared. "Charge into human territory and wipe them out." Elder Zhou shouted, "Kill!" And the warriors leaped from the high wall, throwing themselves into battle without regard for their lives. The two armies clashed, with huge waves crashing skyward. Su Yun and the new generation followed closely behind, shouting, "Kill the foreign race and protect our human race." The young blue-eyed white dragon fused into his body, silver light blazing. The cries of slaughter shook the heavens. "If you want to cross the wall, step over my corpse first." Elemental users, blast them to death, the powerful ones roared. Inside the city, everything was eerily quiet, as everyone prayed for their loved ones to stay safe. Amid the chaos, foreign sects quietly appeared. The Sea God sect ordered the Heavenly Demon sect to use illusion techniques as cover. Members of the Heavenly Demon sect slipped underwater and were taken away. The seawater had already been dyed red, and countless sea beasts and humans had fallen. The slaughter continued. Wind in the sky whirled like dragons, sweeping away flesh and blood. On the other side, fiery clouds billowed overhead, and a figure stood like a god, towering between heaven and earth, summoning fire demon beasts. Fire meteors crashed down, the seawater boiled, and countless sea beasts were instantly burned to death. The elemental users greatly relieved the pressure. But the battle generals at the front had grim expressions as giant sea beasts crashed into the walls, splattering flesh and blood everywhere. They roared, "You foreign sect scum, stabbing us in the back." The Heavenly Demon sect appeared and sneered. "The human race is weak. The demons will eventually rule." A giant beast slammed into the wall, opening cracks, but was torn apart by elemental power. Spirit Talisman Masters and Formation Masters spat blood as they held on, stubbornly repairing the wall and enduring to the end. Su Yun crushed a sea tribe member's neck, then looked coldly at the foreign sects and growled, "Xiao Bai." The young blue-eyed white dragon charged into the sky and into the sea beast horde. Su Yun activated his Nine Tails mode, killing intent exploding in his eyes. Beast transformation. Su Yun no longer hid his power as Kurama appeared, targeting the foreign sects directly. "These scum must die." Standing within Kurama's body, Su Yun's eyes were icy as he charged straight at the foreign sects. The battlefield was instantly split apart, drawing countless glances. Dual talents. Su Yun must die. Kill him. The foreign sects roared in shock and fury. Kurama sprinted across the sea, each step raising monstrous waves. His nine tails turned into razor claws, sweeping wildly through the foreign sects. Su Yun was covered in haki, his fox claws turned black, and his power surged. Demons used psychic power to control him. Sea God cult, fire cult, hybrid cult, all attacked together. Spiritual energy exploded, waves rose 100 zhang high, and the sea beasts were all done into blood mist. The foreign sects suffered a crushing defeat. Some were blown apart on the spot, and the rest still could not stop Su Yun. Tailed beast ball. Su Yun's eyes turned wild as dark energy gathered. Seven-star dragon sword. A heavenly sword of light descended, and Kurama was forcibly knocked back. 3 patrol-level powerhouses appeared, staring coldly at Su Yun. Good food is worth waiting for. Cut the crap, kill him. The light sword was smashed to pieces by the demon fox's claws, and spiritual fragments flew everywhere. At this moment, 3 more blurry figures appeared, their auras familiar. The phantom demon is here. Junior, something's come up in Yangcheng, and I need to deal with it. A familiar female voice rang out, and Su Yun smiled. Senior sister is loyal. The patrols are ours to handle. Hurry and make your move. The giant sea beast is about to burst out. Songy shouted. Phantom demon and the others charged toward the patrols, and the battle instantly reached a fever pitch. Su Yun took the chance to gather energy, the tailed beast ball taking shape, and the black energy sphere blasted out. The lower-level powerhouses of the foreign sects fled in a panic, but they were still a step too slow. Boom. A mushroom cloud rose, shaking the entire scene. Ding. The host killed 207 cultists, dropping 45 beginner divine hands, 61 intermediate, and 13 advanced. The few who survived by luck were also seriously injured and on the brink of death. Kuke, kill them all. Su Yun shouted. Kuke struck like a ghost, killing in an instant, repeatedly taking heads and hearts. The eerie shadow moved in chains, harvesting ruthlessly, sending chills down everyone's spine. Even the Sea clan was stunned into shock. On the other side, the giant sea beasts broke through the defense line, and countless martial artists were gravely injured and killed. The one-horned venomous demon whale roared and rammed into the high wall. Rumble. The high wall cracked, and countless people's eyes turned red. This wall was not only a defense line, but also dignity. Decapitation technique. Elder Zhou appeared atop the whale, his giant scythe slashing down and directly severing the whale's head. At the same moment, she was struck in the back, and fresh blood spurted wildly. Old ancestor. The Zhou family cried out. Elder Zhou wiped the blood from her face and roared angrily. Kill. We must not let them break through. Yes, the Zhou family roared. But more giant sea beasts charged wildly. Some died on the spot, and the situation grew ever more tense. Many even broke through the attacks and slammed into the high wall again. Qing Shuang, meeting you in this life has been worth it. In the crowd, an elder of the Zhou family laughed. The spirit beast within his body transformed into a black giant beast and merged with him as he charged toward the giant sea beast. With a thunderous self-detonation, 3 giant beasts died on the spot. Elder Zhou wiped away his tears and charged in again, and the Zhou family continued to fight on through tears. Ancestor, your unfilial child begs forgiveness. Dad, Mom, I'll honor you in my next life. Sea clan die? My Qin family doesn't have cowards. The wealthy families of Yangcheng did not hesitate, all fighting to the death. Even the Sea clan was stunned. It was just a wall. Why were they fighting so desperately? Su Yun was also stunned. It was the first time he had seen such resilience in the human race. Foolish resistance, just throwing your lives away, the Sea clan sneered. 2 giant sea beasts were almost at the high wall. The human strong fighters were tied down and could only watch helplessly. It's over, Song Yi sighed, feeling that Yangcheng would be very hard to defend. Just then, Su Yun vanished. A thunderous boom shattered the clouds. The Sea clan was overjoyed, thinking the high wall had been breached, while the humans were plunged into despair. The next second, Kurama appeared with imposing dominance, blocking the front of the high wall. The 2 giant beasts slammed into him, but they only forced Kurama back a few steps, leaving him completely unharmed. Trying to break the wall? However many come today, however many die. Su Yun said coldly. The Sea clan was furious. How could even a little brat block them? The humans laughed heartily and cheered for Su Yun. Su Yun stood alone guarding the wall, becoming the second human wall of Yangcheng. Kurama swung its tail and seized the 2 giant beasts. Die! The 2 beasts smashed into each other, blood flowing like a river, their heads completely crushed. But Su Yun noticed that the flesh and blood of those 2 giant beasts had actually started to recover, slowly healing themselves. What's going on? Flesh and blood regeneration. Su Yun found it hard to believe. At that moment, someone circled around behind the high wall, preparing to assassinate Su Yun. Young Master Su, Tiansen roared, stomping the sea with 1 foot and slashing out with the fierce spirit blade, sending 1 arm flying. The man fled. Old man, are you all right? Su Yun asked. Tiansan's eyes were icy, his face covered in blood, and he only spat out 1 word. Kill. Su Yun grabbed the heads of the two giant beasts and smashed them into the sea. Ding! Defeated the giant toothed dragonfang beast and the great steel-spine fish, dropped 24 advanced divine hands. The battle did not stop. Ahead, 3 new sea beasts charged in, ghost-faced blue crab, deep-sea fish dragon beast, and ice island turtle, all covered in injuries. Su Yun, hold the line. Elder Zhou and the others shouted. Su Yun activated his aura and 69 spirit apertures again, and Kurama swept across with its 9 claws. The ghost-faced blue crab's shell shattered, the fish dragon beast's head exploded, and the ice island turtle's shell burst apart. One move, 3 beasts slain. The Sea Clan was horrified. More than half of the giant sea beasts were dead. How could they still fight? All forces counterattack. Ignore anyone who's unconscious. Kuke kill. Su Yun canceled his tail beast transformation and let out a long howl toward the sky. The young blue-eyed white dragon flew over and fused with him. With a beat of its dragon wings, it prepared to unleash Conqueror's Haki. He hadn't used it before because the foreign cultists had arrived too suddenly, and the giant sea beasts had to be dealt with immediately. Now, the chance had come. Su Yun's body crackled with lightning, blue eyes blazing. An aura of absolute dominance instantly swept across the entire battlefield, and strange arcs of electricity filled the void. The dark clouds were directly split apart by his overlord's Haki. Humans, sea clans, and sea beasts all collapsed unconscious, as if they had been terrified out of their wits. Ding! The host defeated the Sea Clan and Sea Beasts *8001, dropping Beginner God's hand *4222. Overlord's Haki is especially effective at instantly killing off small fry, sharply cutting down the enemy's combat strength. Of course, some of our own people couldn't withstand it either, but Su Yun had already controlled it to the limit. The battlefield fell silent. The human race and the Sea Clan all stared blankly at Su Yun. At this moment, he looked like a god. Su Yun shouted, "Kill!" and swung out Sung Yun Cut. The human forces reacted quickly and followed right behind him. The horn of counterattack sounded, and the pursuit began. The Sea Clan's plan to break through the wall failed. Retreat. Get out of here. The Sea Clan panicked and retreated immediately. Only Kuke did not give chase. Instead, he swung his blade and finished off all the unconscious enemies. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, sunlight poured down, and the sea was covered with corpses and blood. The human race looked at the retreating Sea Clan without cheering, only with heaviness. Su Yun looked around, his eyes reddening. Here, there were parents and children who had all sacrificed themselves to defend the high wall. In his heart, he swore, "Sea Clan, one day I'll slaughter you all." In the distance, the 3 inspectors were so frightened that they fled. Song Yi stopped Huan Imo. No need to chase them. Huan Imo and the other 2 returned to the team, covered in blood, but not seriously injured. Song Yi looked at the human race and sighed. If this keeps going, there will be no one left in Yang City. Su Yun ordered Kuke and Tian Qin to clean the battlefield, leaving no enemy alive. Elder Zhou hurried over, clearly much older than before, but his eyes were still bright. "With you in the human race, I'm at ease." Su Yun gave a self-mocking smile. Elder Zhou understood that once word spread that he had dual talents, it would shake Blue Star, and all the 10,000 races would target him. She said seriously, "Come to Fanhai. No one will dare touch you there." She formally extended an olive branch. Su Yun did not agree. He turned and headed back toward the wall. Pikachu called out to him. Feng Kuang and Lu Xiao had been reduced to human sticks, roaring in fury. Su Yun said indifferently, "As long as you're alive, that's enough. You're evidence, so you can't die." That day, Yang City was filled with grief, but it also withstood the sea beast tide. Citizens came out of the shelters and looked up at the human guardian gods on the high wall, crying and cheering. With heroes, the high wall would not fall. But among the cheers were cries, because many relatives had sacrificed themselves to defend the wall. There is darkness within light. Comedies often end in tragedy. The dead are gone. The living must grow strong. Su Yun looked up and let out a long sigh. "Shingong, you deserve to die." He felt nothing but hatred for Shingong. They wanted him to fight for some place on the glory ranking and enter Shingong. He sneered. "I'm going to make the rich and powerful and the geniuses of all races die out." Ming City, the only special city on Blue Star, gathered elites from all walks of life. With only 1 million residents, it was tightly controlled. Shingong was located here. Wang Gaolong, Liu Beixiao, Zhang Zhongqing of Tianming Academy has neglected his duties. The 2 of you will take over. Beneath the ancient hall, the 2 stood there. Wang Gaolong in particular had a cold gaze that disregarded everything. He was a powerhouse at the God of War level. He had an eagle-beak nose and deep-set eyes, staring forward like a wolf. He was as thin as a clothes-drying pole. He was Liu Beixiao, a god of war. Gao Long, Beixiao, at your command. The two responded coldly. When they came out of the great hall, students and teachers were moving about outside, with small bridges and bamboo groves, all peaceful and serene. Liu Beixiao asked with a smile, "Do you know why Ancestor Master asked us to take over Tianming Academy?" Wang Gaolong said coldly. Zhang Zhongqing indulged Su Yun and upset the balance. If it weren't for his contributions, he'd already have been killed. Su Yun was the root of the trouble they were talking about. Liu Beixiao's smile turned cold. The academy has never had many death battles. Now that Su Yun has come, he's turned it into a bloodbath. Too ruthless, he must be suppressed. We from the Wang, Liu, Ding, and Feng families have all had our geniuses die at his hands. At that moment, someone reported in a low voice, "My lords, the beast tide in Yangcheng has ended." Wang Gaolong frowned. So soon. The visitor hesitated, then Liu Beixiao barked, "Speak." Only two of the geniuses from the Wang, Liu, Ding, and Feng families are left. The two men's expressions changed drastically, and the atmosphere turned icy. Who? Feng Kuang and Lu Xiao. The two of them relaxed a little. Those two had exceptionally high talent and still had hope. But the visitor added, "They've been crippled by Su Yun and turned into invalids." Wang Gaolong roared. "Su Yun has slaughtered geniuses. He deserves to die." Liu Beixiao was also trembling with rage. The visitor continued. Lu Xiao and Feng Kuang practiced the beast fusion technique and were crippled because they made a mistake. The two were shocked. The beast fusion technique was very popular now, but Wang Gaolong still refused to accept it. So what if they practiced it? What right did Su Yun have to hurt them? The two immediately decided to head to Tianming Academy to protect Lu Xiao and Feng Kuang. The visitor added, "Su Yun has dual SSS talent, superhuman system plus beast spirit system." The pupils of the two men contracted sharply, and they fell silent, quickly leaving. Su Yun had to be eliminated. Tianming Academy, principal's office. Zhang Zhongqing hung up the phone, breathing heavily. The news that Su Yun had dual talents had shaken the entire Blue Star. Excited and crazed, he said, "He's stronger than any genius in history. I can't let him die." But he also knew Su Yun would have countless enemies. As long as Su Yun kept growing, he would one day surpass all kings. Zhang Zhongqing came up with a plan and murmured, "Su Yun, hate me. Hatred will make you stronger." At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and Wang Can and Lu Guang walked in with cold expressions and a hint of anger. Wang Can said directly, "Zhongqing, you're old." Zhang Zhongqing first frowned, then smiled, sensing two familiar auras entering the office. Lu Guang said, "Your leadership is incompetent. You've killed too many geniuses." Zhang Zhongqing asked with a smile, "Who taught you that?" "We did." Wang Gaolong and Liu Beixiao entered. Zhang Zhongqing bared his teeth. "So the Divine Palace is going to interfere with the principal now?" Wang Gaolong said forcefully, "You're too mediocre. The Divine Palace is having you take the position of director." Zhang Zhongqing still sat there without moving. Liu Beixiao said coldly, "You want a rebel?" Boom! The principal's office plunged into darkness. Wang Gaolong shone with light to resist it, while Zhang Zhongqing, like a demon in the darkness, said coldly, "Get out. The king's sealing order hasn't arrived yet. I'm still here, and no one gets to interfere." Liu Beixiao sneered. "You've always said your combat power is strong. I finally got to see it today." Wang Can still wanted to ease the tension, but Zhang Zhongqing directly drove them out. Wang Gaolong sneered, "Let's see how you handle this." After saying that, the three of them left. Zhang Zhongqing waved his hand to close the door, and only he remained in the room. At that moment, a little eagle and a little whale appeared by the window. The whale calmly asked whether he was going to step down. Zhang Zhongqing fell silent. The eagle arrogantly said it would kill its way out. Killing intent flashed in Zhang Zhongqing's eyes. Sooner or later, that day will come. He then coldly instructed, "Don't interfere when Su Yun comes back. I have my own plans." The whale advised him not to bear too much alone, and then the two little beasts disappeared. Zhang Zhongqing smiled as he picked up a book to read, as if nothing had happened. Yangcheng, Fanhai Academy. The city was under a low-pressure gloom. A funeral had just been held 2 days ago, and everyone was grieving. Su Yun was also deeply moved, finally understanding the value of ordinary people. Today the atmosphere was a little better. Chen Zishu told Zhou Gulao and the others about this sun-breathing method. Everyone was shocked. This cultivation technique was created by him himself. It can extend lifespan and even increase awakened talent. A group of old men surrounded Su Yun, wanting to study why his brain was so smart. Zhou Gulao said solemnly, "You can decide on the authorization of the cultivation technique." Another elder sighed. "It's of great significance to cultivators and can bring hope." Su Yun had long since made up his mind. After encountering the sea beast tide, I realized how weak the human race is. I want to open up the sun-breathing method and make the human race stronger. The elders lamented that after so many years of fighting the Sea clan, talented people had withered away, and many promising seedlings had been buried. The sun-breathing method was the opportunity. Su Yun declared firmly, "I've decided to open it up." The senior predecessors held Su Yun's hand, tears streaming down their faces. They would optimize the cultivation technique to make it easier to spread, but all the credit would go to Su Yun. Su Yun modestly said the academy deserved credit too, and everyone laughed. At that moment, Principal Zhou Lengxiang came over and apologized to Su Yun. Su Yun hurriedly said that personal grievances should not implicate the academy. Tian Kan and Kuke were proud of Su Yun. Actually, Su Yun had his own plans as well. By leveraging the academy's influence, he could bolster his reputation. If anyone tried to take him on when he returned, they would have to think twice. He now held the moral high ground. The spread of the sun-breathing method was imminent, and its value was immense. Su Yun reminded Principal Zhou that the Wang, Ding, Lu, and Feng families must not learn the sun-breathing method. Everyone tacitly accepted this, because the requirement was simply impossible to meet. If you can't even avenge your hatred, what meaning is left in life? An elder confirmed that an official announcement could be made tomorrow. Su Yun trusted Panhai Academy and would push everything forward with full force. The scholars went to study the breathing method, but Principal Zhou stopped Su Yun, her expression grave. The Divine Palace was going to take over Tianming Academy. Su Yun's eyes turned cold. The operation had just ended, and these people were already here to seize power. They sure knew how to pick their timing. He worried about Principal Zhang, but Principal Zhou shook her head, saying the principal was unharmed and had not abdicated. Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave. Principal Zhou hesitated, then asked him to let Lu Xiao and Feng Quan go. It was a request from the Wang and Lu families. Su Yun refused coldly. "I'm not killing them. I'm taking them back to Tianming Academy so the principal can deal with them personally and give the public an explanation." After saying that, he left. Tian Kan and Kuke followed him. Looking at Su Yun's back, Principal Zhou sighed. He's starting to be disappointed in the academy. When he comes back, Tianming Academy will be in chaos. Hidden currents surged, and a storm was approaching. Wang Gaolong angrily hurled his phone to the ground. Panhai Academy refused to release the people. Liu Beixiao was furious. A genius of the Liu family had been detained with just one sentence, and he couldn't accept it. Wang Can, Liu Guang, and the others looked grim, and the Feng and Ding families were also under great pressure. Their cultivation of the mixed beast method had been exposed, and the consequences were severe. They decided to send the god of war to lead the team and pressure Panhai Academy. A single student can't stir up any storm. If they really dare to resist, charge them with disrupting the human realm. Everyone sneered, believing Panhai Academy had no power to resist. A sudden, urgent knock at the door brought the latest video. The news was being broadcast on the giant screen of the central tower at Panhai Academy. "I am Qin Shou from Panhai Academy. From today on, the sun-breathing method created by Su Yun and improved by the Academy will soon be popularized across Blue Star. Easy to master, it improves physical fitness and can restore talent to residents over the age of 18. Just 4 sentences, but they were like a bombshell. Across Blue Star, the entire nation was watching. The sun-breathing method was made public today. Wang Gaolong and the others were completely stunned. A breathing method created by a student could actually break the existing rules. Blue Star fell into silence. Everyone remembered Su Yun and his breathing method in their hearts. The entire internet erupted. Amazing. This is real benefit for the people. He deserves to be the national idol. Even if the effect is limited, being willing to give it to the public is a good thing. The teachers and students of Tianming Academy were stunned, then overjoyed, proud of Su Yun's fame and contribution. When Zhang Zhongqing saw the news, he burst out laughing. The bigger the fuss, the better. It only benefits Su Yun. Even the myriad races were shocked. The sun-breathing method, that's huge. Maybe it wasn't originally Su Yun's creation. Maybe it was left behind by that person back then. He's not dead, he's still alive. The guardians of the divine race were furious. Mo Kaduluo sneered, staring at Shang En and Ku Di and the others. "If you had listened to me earlier, would we be in this mess now?" "Shut up." Long Yunxiang suddenly stood up and said coldly. "When he comes back, I'll make sure he's finished." Hengqing, a man in his mid-20s, stared at his hands in disbelief, trembling all over with excitement. "Dad," he called out with tears and a smile. The door was pushed open, and a burly man came in, his face filled with excitement and unease. Seeing his son like this, light finally returned to his eyes. "Ha! Let anyone dare call my son trash again, and I'll fight them. An A-rank talent. The Wei family, just wait." The burly man cursed in excitement. The young man wiped away his tears. Dad, the sun-breathing method is really amazing. The burly man was so excited he kept stomping his feet. Su-yun, you might as well be my real dad. The young man froze, thinking to himself, I suddenly got a grandpa, but as long as everyone's happy. They had once been driven out of a wealthy family, but now, the sun-breathing method had completely changed their fate. In a corner of the ancient city, a muddy young man stared at the giant screen on a building. 5 lines of Gujra, a breathing technique anyone can learn. It can detoxify and beautify and prolong life. On the screen, Elder Chun was teaching the sun-breathing method. The young man closed his eyes and began to breathe, his chi flowing smoothly. Back then, he had failed to awaken, his family was destroyed, his fiancée broke off the engagement, and all his hatred and grievances were buried deep in his heart. Boom. All the iron objects in the corner began to move wildly. The young man opened his eyes and clenched his fists. All the metal objects twisted into corkscrews. Choking back tears, he said, Su-yun, I owe you a favor. Things like this were happening all over the country. The sun-breathing method changed the fate of many people. But whether it could help others awaken their talents would still need time to prove. Maybe a month, maybe 10 years, but at least everyone now had hope. Some people, after awakening, went on to commit crimes, and they too were suppressed. The weak may have talent, but they still could not rival the truly strong. More people chose to go to the battlefield, fighting for themselves and for the human race. Su-yun had created the sun-breathing method and was at Fanhai Academy. He had just received word that the beast extermination operation was over. There may be trouble on the way back. Su-yun knew clearly that the myriad races, foreign cults, and wealthy clans all wanted him dead. On the surface, no one dared act, but if an accident happened in the shadows and was pinned on someone else, no one would be able to say for sure. Tianqian, Su-yun called out. Tianqian appeared and respectfully said, Young Master Su. Su-yun instructed, Bring Yu Jun and Yu Mei here. I have something to discuss. Tianqian knew Su-yun was gathering his forces, preparing to return to Tianming Academy and demand an explanation. In the evening, Tianqian brought Yu Jun and Yu Mei, who had been turned into human form. When the two saw Su-yun, their faces were filled with awe and fear. Su-yun was renowned among the sea tribes. Countless giant sea beasts had died at his hands in the battle to breach the city, and everyone feared him. How long until you can reach the god of war level? Su-yun asked. Yu Jun replied, At the fastest, 3 months, at the latest, half a year. Too slow. I need it within these next few days, Su-yun said, shaking his head. Yu Mei said softly, When we returned last time, many sea tribes already knew we could transform. Su-yun fell silent. Yu Mei added, There's a strong pro-peace faction member from the Steel Squid tribe who wants to meet you. Su-yun narrowed his eyes. He wasn't sure of the Steel Squid tribe's background. Yu Mei explained, Humanity has explored less than 15% of the Sea of Death. Su-yun was astonished. The Sea of Death was actually this vast, and its inner workings were even more complex than those of the human race. How soon can I meet him, at the earliest? Su-yun asked. Yu Mei replied, Very soon. Late tonight will do. Su-yun waved them off and continued making arrangements for them to handle things. At night, the sea was quiet, with only the seawater glowing faintly red. The air was thick with a fishy stench. The sea surface suddenly churned, and black-gray tentacles emerged. When Su-yun saw them, he muttered to himself, How delicious would these be grilled? The tentacles retracted and transformed into a half-human, half-squid monster. The monster stared at Su-yun, its face full of shock. Yu Jun introduced him. Lord Su-yun, this is Lord Duo Zhu. Su-yun went straight to the point. Want to transform? Follow my orders for 1 year, and I'll give you a transformation pill. Duo Zhu fell silent. A year was not long for him, but with Su-yun, there would likely be battles every day. Su-yun shot the pair a glance. Don't introduce me to people like this again. With that, he turned and left. Duo Zhu hurriedly agreed. Su-yun said coldly, If you dare betray me, I'll wipe out your entire clan. The words were spoken lightly, but the threat was ruthless. If it weren't for the special circumstances, he wouldn't have bothered with Duo Zhu at all, and Duo Zhu didn't dare resist. Suddenly, a giant serpent poked its head out, asking for a pill. The siblings were angered. The Spirit Serpent clan, you were following us. Su-yun had already noticed someone tailing them, and directly handed over a transformation pill. Eat it, and follow me. Same conditions. After transforming into human form, the Spirit Serpent clan member sneered. If you weren't careful enough, who would you blame? Su-yun warned the siblings. No more of this in the future. The two lowered their heads and dared not speak, already regarding Su-yun as their pillar of support in their hearts. In Qingzhou Garden, Su-yun brought back 3 men and 1 woman. The Spirit Serpent clan member was called Santong. He was thin, dressed in a blue robe, and constantly stuck out a forked tongue when speaking, giving off a sinister air. Duozu was plump and had a cold expression. It was the first time the two had come to the academy, and they looked around everywhere. Suyun warned, "If you look around randomly and die, don't blame me." Back at the villa, Santong and Duozu saw the two human sticks in the corner, Lu Xiao and Feng Kuang. Their mouths were gagged, so they couldn't speak. The two were stunned. Suyun actually had two experts by his side, and their auras were bizarre. Santong moved closer and licked Lu Xiao's eyeball, asking greedily, "Can this be eaten?" Duozu frowned in disgust. "His stomach is full of internal organs. That mouth is filthy." Suyun was speechless and reminded them, "Don't kill them. I still have use for them." Then he turned and went upstairs. Tiankin had been waiting for a long time. Suyun ordered, "Keep an eye on them. If they make any move, kill them directly." Toward the Siju, he showed no mercy at all. Tiankin agreed and vanished. Alone in his room, Suyun silently calculated. He had gained quite a lot, and should take the opportunity to steal some things and prepare a fallback plan. 20 Advanced Gods' hands have been condensed, 3 worlds unlocked, shrouding the heavens, storm riders, martial universe. Suyun raised an eyebrow and chose the shrouding the heavens world. Theft successful. Obtained. Source Heaven Scripture, Duanda's Big Shorts. The all-character secret failed to steal. Also obtained. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. He didn't even bother looking at the later failures. Suyun's eyes widened as he directly stole Yihei's stuff. Damn, even Duanda's Big Shorts were extracted by Suyun. He had thought it would be something miraculous, but when he actually got it, it turned out to be just an ordinary pair of big, stinky shorts. Suyun disgustedly threw them out, and they happened to hit the multi-legged monster on the head. The multi-legged monster immediately retched and angrily shouted that it was unhygienic. Suyun took a deep breath to steady his mind and not let the filthy shorts affect him. He checked his new skills. Source Heaven Scripture could see through terrain. The all-character secret could instantly boost combat power tenfold. And 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist was an incomparably domineering supreme fist technique. Suyun was extremely satisfied. As soon as he got 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, the entire Qingzhou Garden's aura surged, and both the multi-legged one and the three-eyed one felt pressured and didn't dare act carelessly. Kuke returned and warily glanced at the extra strange person in the room. Suyun told him to go upstairs. Kuke softly reminded Suyun not to trust the Sea tribe too much. Suyun smiled and said he knew what he was doing. The three-eyed one was dissatisfied at being attacked, and the two of them nearly started arguing. Suyun quickly told them to go rest. Suyun knew very well that the Sea tribe was dangerous, but he was now being hunted, so he had to find a way to protect himself. He could only rely on the resources at hand to build power and try to change Blue Star. He continued using the system to steal items, and this time it randomly gave him Plant World, Peppa World, Go World. Suyun was utterly speechless. Peppa Pig and Go were completely useless, so he could only choose plants versus zombies. As a result, he stole 10 sunflowers, 20 pea shooters, and 10 lightning reeds. Suyun was completely baffled, feeling like he was about to play a real-life version of Plants vs. Zombies. Helpless, he could only keep these plants for now. 2 days later, Suyun and Kuke were preparing to leave at the academy gate, and Principal Zhou and the others came to see them off. Suyun was still carrying 2 human sticks, making the scene a little awkward. Elder Zhou ordered the 2 war gods to escort Suyun and instructed them to kill directly if they encountered danger. The old men also smiled and said Suyun could come back anytime to do research. Suyun nodded in agreement, feeling a bit more relaxed. Although he hadn't been at Fanhai Academy for long, Suyun quickly became close with his classmates. Soon after, Suyun and students from other academies took a bus and set off. Watching the departing vehicle, Principal Zhou said to Elder Zhou, "Did you see the look in that kid's eyes?" Elder Zhou nodded and sighed. Times are changing, and who knows what the future holds. The old scholar beside them sneered, suppressing him all day long. Those wealthy clans are doomed sooner or later. As Suyun set off, countless gazes converged, and a storm was about to arrive. The beast eradication operation was over. All the students returned to Tianming Academy and prepared to continue fighting for the chance to enter the Divine Palace for cultivation. The beast eradication operation had become the hottest topic. At the school gate, vehicles stopped and students from each academy got out. Someone said, "Have you heard about what happened in Yangcheng? It was insane. Suyun actually has dual talents, and then there's that sun-breathing method. It's basically invincible." The children of the aristocratic families all looked grim. The incident of Lu Xiao and Feng Kuang being crippled had spread online, and some people were fanning the flames, demanding trouble for Suyun, but they were quickly drowned out. Right now, Su Yun was the hero of sea defense, and he had also made the sun-breathing method public. He was at the height of his fame. Teacher Zhu, Teacher Xiong, Zheng Yu, and the others were all waiting at the entrance, determined to protect Su Yun. No one knew whether the aristocratic families would suddenly make a move. Wang Can, Lu Guang, and the other directors were also present, each with ugly expressions. The vehicle stopped and the students got off. The most eye-catching figure was Su Yun, walking at the very front, still carrying 2 human sticks in his hands, his aura fully maxed out. Director Feng and Lu Guang roared. Su Yun, this is rebellion. Wang Can also shouted, you're wantonly slaughtering geniuses. Today I'll kill you. The entire venue fell silent, all eyes fixed on Su Yun. Su Yun swept his gaze around coldly and laughed. I'm the one who beat them up. If you're not convinced, come kill me. The teachers hurriedly tried to stop him. Su Yun, don't be impulsive. Let's talk this out. At that moment, when a member of the Lu family saw Lu Xiu's miserable state, he lost control, charged out, and drew his blade to hack at Su Yun. Su Yun lifted his leg and kicked. The battle blade shattered, and the Lu family member let out a miserable cry as he flew backward and crashed to the ground, unable to get up. Su Yun sneered. Are all the Lu family members useless? All you have are trash who resort to ambushes. Lu Guang gritted his teeth in fury. Zheng Yu looked on coldly and did not stop him. Su Yun should have exploded like this long ago. Suddenly, Wang Gaolong and Lu Beixiao appeared. Snow drifted from the sky, making the atmosphere even colder. Wang Gaolong shouted, on the battlefield, it's hard to say who's right and who's wrong. They're human prodigies. Aren't you afraid of chilling people's hearts by doing this? Let them go. Don't let the divine palace take you for a sinner. Many people were very displeased when they heard this. What do you mean? Hard to say? Clearly someone lured in the giant sea beast and caused many deaths. They got what they deserved. Lu Beixiao said coldly. What right do you, a student, have to cripple geniuses? I suspect you're a traitor to the human race. That one sentence changed everyone's expression. Zheng Yu roared. Lu Beixiao, what the hell are you spouting? Would a traitor to the human race create the sun-breathing method on his own? Risk his life to defend the seawall? Quite a few people voiced support for Su Yun. The poor and less privileged disciples felt suffocated. They were risking their lives for the human race, yet the aristocratic families treated them like this, calling them traitors to the human race. They insulted him the moment they opened their mouths. Who would still be willing to fight to the death for the human race? Su Yun suddenly laughed and paid no mind to the nobles at all. Too much explanation. They had already rotted to the core. If the roots were rotten, then no matter how lush the branches and leaves grew, they still couldn't hide the filth beneath. Many people looked at Su Yun in silence, sighing inwardly, powerless to change anything. The myriad races sneered as they watched the show. Principal, you said that anyone from the 4 great aristocratic families who practiced the mixed beast technique would be executed on the spot. Su Yun roared, hoping that Zhang Zhongqing would appear. When the teachers weren't around, he could still rely on the principal. But such a huge incident had occurred at the school gate, and the principal still hadn't shown up. Seeing this, the aristocratic family sneered, thinking the principal had defaulted. Su Yun continued shouting with red eyes. Without rules, there can be no order. Those were your words. His cries echoed, but no one answered. The faces of the poor disciples turned ugly. Principal, the advancement path for the poor disciples is blocked. What are we supposed to do? Didn't you say you wanted balance? Give us a path. Su Yun completely erupted, shouting out all the grievances he had been bottling up for half a year. The whole venue of teachers and students could feel his anger and helplessness. During this period, Su Yun and the secret medicine pavilion had been in unbearable misery. They appeared glorious on the surface, but only they knew the hardship. In the principal's office, veins bulged on Zhang Zhongqing's forehead as he gripped the armrests tightly, desperately suppressing his rage. I forbid you to act, Zhang Zhongqing growled. Outside the Saint Spirit secret realm, the eagle and whale statues trembled and almost moved to protect Su Yun. Why? He's outstanding and still remembers the human race. The whale statue remained silent, only looking toward the principal's office. Zhang Zhongqing stared ahead in silence, like a devil on the verge of falling. Su Yun, if you must hate someone, hate me. Use this place as a springboard to another academy. He bit through his lip, blood flowing down, and slowly calmed himself. At the school gates, countless people stared at Su Yun with red eyes. The principal still wasn't showing himself? Wang Gaolong laughed loudly. You think the principal will help you? Lu Beixiao sneered. If you're from a poor background, stop making noise. Hand him over. Blood seeped from the corners of Su Yun's eyes, killing intent surging as he waited to endure just one word from the principal. But he had no chance anymore. Fine. Kuke, sure gang, slaughter your way through the bright light rankings. The whole crowd changed expression. New Year's Eve was approaching, and challenging them at this time was the same as going head-to-head with the wealthy clans. Su-yun, are you crazy? It's almost the end of the year, calm down. Don't take your anger out on others. Many tried to persuade him. Su-yun sneered. I'm still a member of the academy. Meaning that, as an academy student, he could challenge the bright light rankings at any time. Li Chinzhou, Gong Pao, and other acquaintances were drenched in sweat, knowing they couldn't stop him. Unless Dongfang Taiwei returned. But he was still on the battlefield of 10,000 races and couldn't make it back in time. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into chaos. Shi Gang had arrived. His strength had surged, reaching the peak of 9 stars, and he was carrying the Xian heavy ruler on his back. Kuke also appeared, silently wiping his dagger. A blade and a dagger, both in place. Su Yun handed Feng Kuang and Lu Xiu over to Zheng Yu, then said softly, Teacher, take care. Zheng Yu was shocked. Su Yun turned around decisively. The wealthy clans, the 10,000 races. You want to kill me, don't you? Today, we settle it on the arena in a fight to the death. 3 arenas, Su Yun, Kuke, Shi Gang. The surroundings were packed with people, all sorts of emotions mingling together. Only the wealthy clans were filled with overwhelming killing intent. Su Yun, are you really going to drag Kuke and Shi Gang to die with you? Teacher Xiong sighed. Kuke said softly, Teacher, stop talking. Kill. Shi Gang replied in one word. Teacher Xiong was speechless. 3 death waivers, all 3 signed their names. On the arena, no one dared to take them on. Su Yun shouted loudly, Wang family, Ding family, Lu family, Feng family, all trash. A bunch of junk who only know how to infight. Come and kill me. And you still say I only know how to talk? If you've got the guts, come up here. Ha ha ha. Su Yun laughed wildly, scorning the 4 great wealthy clans. Wang Can and the others had ugly expressions, but the younger generation of the wealthy clans could no longer hold back. You orphan, Su Yun, how dare you insult the wealthy clans? I'll go first. Kill your men, then kill you. That Shi Gang bastard killed more than a dozen of ours. Many were shouting, but none dared charge up directly. Uft. Kuke's figure vanished, and with a slash of his dagger, he cut off the head of a Wang family disciple. Bang! Shi Gang casually threw a punch, and a disciple of the Feng family had half his head blown apart. At the start, the 2 of them instantly killed their opponents. After that, more people kept going up, and everyone who went up died. The arena turned into a river of blood, with the smell of blood spreading everywhere. Su Yun glanced at the bright light rankings. He had already dropped to 54th place. He looked at the girl ranked 53rd and said coldly, Get lost, or I'll kill you. Frightened, the girl gave up. Su Yun didn't make a move, yet he directly entered the top 20. Everyone was utterly shocked. Tianming Academy had never seen such a situation before, entering the top 20 without fighting a single match. Are the wealthy clans all cowards? Su Yun continued mocking them. Wang Xuedong? Feng Luoxiao? None of you dare come up. His arrogance was rampant as he pointed at the wealthy clans and cursed them out. Someone suddenly sneered, and a group of top geniuses appeared. Wang Xiantong, Feng Luoxiao, and Ding Yi all stepped up. They looked at Su Yun coldly, as if he were a clown. Su Yun sneered, a bunch of trash. If you've got the guts, come up. Otherwise, shut your mouths. Wang Xuantong's expression was impassive as he signed the life and death agreement. The atmosphere on the field instantly turned icy. Cracks spread across the arena, and black-gray mist enveloped everything. Wang Xiantong went onto the stage, with a phantom portal behind him. The SSS rank Ghost Domain Envoy talent shocked the entire crowd, and no one discussed anything else anymore, only watching in attention. Ghost Netherwave. Wang Xuantong's purple eyes glowed as he threw a punch. A phantom gate opened, and dozens of skeleton shadows rushed towards Su Yun. Get lost. Su Yun erupted with golden light, a golden lion roaring as the skeletons exploded to pieces. Violent winds tore across the arena. Wang Xiantong drew his bow and arrow, and the death arrow shot straight at Su Yun's heart. But as it neared him, it was instantly burned to ashes by golden flames. Golden fire flowed all over Su Yun's body, his aura like that of an emperor. He threw a punch, and the golden emperor heaven-scorching flame took the form of a fist, directly crushing the arena. Wang Xuantong's face darkened as he roared, cold nether-black death claw. All the spirit apertures in his body opened at once, and nether chi formed into claws, launching a ferocious attack. But the moment it touched the golden flames, it shattered immediately. Wang Xiantong spurted blood wildly, his right arm twisting and collapsing. All his spiritual energy burned into a vacuum. Everyone was stunned. One punch, and Wang Xiantong was severely injured. Wang Can was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Su Yun grinned fiercely. I'm going to kill you. Blood flowed from Wang Xuantong's mouth and nose, his eyes icy, and the portal behind him fully opened. A twisted arm wrapped around him. Wang Xiantong growled, his entire arm glowing purple, muscles swelling as his face turned savage. A commoner dares to rebel? You're courting death. His aura exploded, and the phantom of the portal became even more solid. A cold mist shadow appeared, embracing Wang Xiantong, and he began to transform. Black hair stood on end, his eyes turned blood red, 10 fingers became black-clawed, and his skin cracked like a monster's. The entire crowd retreated. 6-star battle general, 72 spirit apertures, someone exclaimed. Wang Xiantong roared, ghost god, demon child. The phantom manifested, with 2 horns and loose hair, throwing a punch that shattered the arena and swept out a violent shockwave. Su Yun remained indifferent, his aura exploding with an unmatched force. 6 paths reincarnation fist. 1 punch blasted out, and the ghost child phantom was instantly killed. Wang Xuantong's body collapsed, flesh and blood flying everywhere. He had never imagined it would be so brutal. The entire venue fell silent. 1 punch killed him. Wang Xiantong exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Ding. Host killed Wang Xiantong. Obtained 5 high-level god hands. The 10,000 races were shaken. Shengyin and Ku Di wore grave expressions, exchanging sighs and not daring to step onto the stage. Mohelujuo said quietly, Amoling, you go. The demon Amoling rose to his feet, his 3 cold eyes fixed on Su Yun. The Wang family cried in anguish, holding pieces of flesh as they cursed. Demon. Su Yun sneered. You really think this is a dream? With foreign enemies invading, you're still fighting among yourselves. I might as well kill you all. The students were so frightened they collapsed. Wang Gaolong was shocked and furious. You're ruthless. Su Yun shot back. That's none of your business. Wang Xiantong was doomed. The Wang family was powerless to turn things around. Su Yun shouted loudly, Who wants to die? Come. His killing intent burst forth, causing everyone's expression to change and the elders to look on in alarm. Amoling walked onto the stage, blue light flickering in his 3 eyes. Amoling, ranked 14, specializes in mental attacks, someone whispered. Seeing the 10,000 races, Su Yun's killing intent only grew stronger. Just as Amoling opened his mouth, Su Yun directly cut him off. Stop spouting nonsense. Make your move. Blue light burst from Amoling's forehead, and 9 layers of illusion descended. The students went mad, some mutilated themselves, others stripped off their clothes. Teachers moved to save people, and everyone looked in astonishment at the stage. But instead, Amoling staggered back. His vertical eye on his forehead exploded, blood streaming down his face as he stared in disbelief. Su Yun charged in, and with one hand seized Amoling by the head. His 5 fingers clamped down like iron bands, covered in armament hockey, while the sound of bones cracking rang out non-stop. Amoling screamed miserably, trying to resist with his mental power, but it was suppressed to the very limit. Su Yun roared and slammed Amoling violently into the arena, smashing him down over a dozen times, until Amoling's skull was reduced to a pulp. Only then did he let go, kicking the corpse to Mohelujuo's feet. Ding. Host killed Amoling, obtained 5 high-level god hands. The entire demon race stared at Su Yun, the atmosphere oppressive. Mo Kadwa Luo smiled faintly and met Su Yun's gaze without the slightest fear, his aura strange and unfathomable. At this time, everyone discovered that the divine races Sheng In and Ku Di had disappeared. The divine race geniuses only said that the 2 were unwell. Su Yun sneered. If you're afraid of dying, just say so. Trash. The people of the divine race glared at him. Su Yun continued to provoke them, even drawing out Song Yun Xie and declaring that he wanted them to come up to the stage. On the other side, Kukei's opponent was slowly worn to death on the arena, and the scene was extremely brutal. On the 3rd stage, Shi Gang was being beaten down by a war general from the Liu family. In a desperate counterattack, he erupted with spiritual energy and suddenly struck back, shattering his opponent's arm with 1 blow, then driving an elbow through his chest, killing him on the spot. Everyone was shocked that Shi Gang actually possessed cross-rank combat power, and Su Yun nodded in satisfaction. Su Yun shouted for Feng Luoxiao, and the other party finally appeared. Feng Luoxiao, once the number 1 on the glory ranking, possessed the SSS grade Purple Star Profound Overlord body, with extremely strong recovery and physique. Feng Luoxiao looked at Su Yun with contempt, accusing him of being a disciple of the sinner and of killing geniuses in a chain. Su Yun responded with a cold laugh. The battle erupted instantly. Su Yun took the initiative, using 9-tailed mode and 8 extremities collapse to throw a punch. Feng Luoxiao took it head-on without dodging, purple chi surging as he threw a punch back. The impact stirred violent winds, and the 2 were blasted apart by the force. Feng Luoxiao attacked again. The great purple star palm descended, and a 20-meter purple palm smashed the arena to pieces. With an overbearing surge of power, Su Yun forcibly tore through the purple palm imprint. A purple radiant stellar blade condensed in Feng Luoxiao's hand. Purple light surging wildly as he launched a new wave of offense at Su Yun. Stellar battle blade slashed down. Purple stars appeared, and its power surged dramatically. At this moment, the 72 spirit apertures inside Feng Luoxiao were activated, erupting with 72 layers of power. The entire academy instantly fell into darkness, with only his blade shining brightest. Su Yun struck, Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. 6 streams of pressure surged like 6 small worlds. His fist intent was fierce, neither retreating nor fearing, confronting life and death head-on. Boom. Spiritual yuan qi swept out. The academy buildings trembled, and the teachers were terrified. The next moment, the stellar battle blade shattered into starlight. Feng Luoxiao's hands exploded, his flesh mangled, and one of his eyes burst open. He somersaulted through the air and crashed heavily to the ground. Su Yun's aura was like a raging storm, murderous and fierce. Feng Luoxiao struggled to get up, gasping for breath, shock flooding his heart. The purple star profound overlord body had actually lost. He roared, universe opening heaven art. Beyond the 72 spirit apertures, fake spirit apertures appeared, bringing the total to 75. Everyone was shocked. So what if it's 75 spirit apertures? Su Yun sneered, snatching over the mysterious heavy ruler. Sorry, but I have 80 spirit apertures, he laughed. The power of 80 spirit apertures surged forth, leaving the entire audience stunned. Golden flames ignited on the mysterious heavy ruler. Su Yun shouted, flame separating devouring wave ruler. The light of the ruler split mountains and seas as it cleaved down in fury. Feng Luoxiao gritted his teeth and roared, starburst. Purple stellar light erupted, but was pierced through by the golden flames. Crack! The mysterious heavy ruler directly smashed Feng Luoxiao's skull, and golden flames surged out, incinerating him completely. Even his ashes were blown away. Ding! Host killed Feng Luoxiao, obtained high-level divine hand *10. The Feng family raged, and the directors nearly lost control, only barely being held back by others at the risk of their lives. Su Yun chuckled lightly. First genius? That's all. His tone was calm, while the aristocratic families burned with fury. Ku Kei and Shi Gang were killing by quantity, while Su Yun was killing the most top-tier monstrous geniuses. Anyone who dared meet his gaze lowered their heads. An emperor's bearing. No one dared to stand against him. Su Yun shouted, you sons of bitches from the 10,000 races, who dares come? I've been waiting for you all this time. The entire arena was shocked. Was he going to keep fighting? Many people fled to find the principal for help, but the room remained shut, and the principal watched in silence. Su Yun had gone completely berserk. Countless prodigies died in horrific ways, some leaving not even a speck of ashes. Though the myriad races were furious, they were too afraid to make a move, because Su Yun was simply too powerful. Whoever stepped up might die. Su Yun provoked the dragon clan. Long Yunxiang, you big worm, why aren't you coming out? Long Yunxiang's face turned livid. Humiliated in public, he said angrily, Su Yun, you're courting death. Su Yun curled a finger and sneered, come down, pest. At this point, none of the aristocratic geniuses dared go up anymore. The atmosphere on the field was heavy. Some wanted to step forward, but were tightly held back by their elders. Su Yun directly turned his spearhead toward the myriad races. He had held it in too long. If there was killing to be done, then kill. Su Yun. Long Yunxiang was livid. Su Yun sneered, your dad is right here. Come down, and I'll send you to meet your ancestors. The people from the academies at the sidelines wanted to laugh, but didn't dare, and the atmosphere was tense as a drawn sword. Golden light shot out from Long Yunxiang's eyes as he waved his 5 fingers, and dragon blood dripped onto the life and death decree. He let out a long roar, like a true dragon, and instantly rushed to Su Yun's front, his giant dragon claw grabbing towards Su Yun. Su Yun didn't panic. He met it head-on with Bazhen collapse. Fist and claw collided, spiritual qi and astral energy swept in all directions, dust flying into the sky. Spirit Talisman Masters, Array Masters, set up the formation. Zhengyu shouted. The crowd immediately backed away to make space, and the Spirit Talisman Masters and Array Masters began laying out the formation. When the dust settled, Su Yun stood motionless in place, looking coldly at his fist with a smile. Long Yunxiang hovered in midair, golden dragon wings flapping, golden eyes looking down at Su Yun, his dragon tail swaying, completely in a half-dragon form. Su Yun grinned wickedly. Xiao Bai. The juvenile azurite white dragon appeared, bigger than Su Yun himself, and as the mixed beast technique unfolded, it transformed into dazzling silver light. The silver light burst forth, and Su Yun's appearance changed to something close to Long Yunxiang's, his blue eyes even colder. Su Yun, you are unforgivable. Long Yunxiang was fully enraged, provoked by the dragon bloodline. Su Yun said nothing more and opened his mouth to spit out white light. A silver-white beam shot straight at Long Yunxiang. Golden light. Long Yunxiang spat out golden radiance to resist. Silver light and golden light crashed together, dimming the heavens and earth as the ground split apart. Su Yun's blue eyes flashed in surprise, the character's secret technique activating. 10 times battle strength. The silver light surged and shattered the golden light in one stroke. Long Yunxiang was blasted flying, crashing heavily into the barrier ring, covered in blood and mangled flesh. White smoke came from Su Yun's mouth, his expression wild. The Dragon Clan protectors were all dumbfounded, doubting who the real dragon race member was. Dragon Yuan regeneration. Long Yunxiang roared as he healed himself. Flesh writhed, scales regenerated, but everyone could tell he was barely holding on. Startling dragon art. Long Yunxiang struck again, unleashing 72 layers of golden light waves with one punch. 6 paths reincarnation fist. Su Yun stepped forward to meet him, his fist intent suppressing 6 worlds. The 2 fists collided, and the golden light waves were instantly shattered by Su Yun, exploding into countless golden specks all over the sky. Dragon Emperor Belle. Long Yunxiang roared as he summoned the golden dragon bell to protect his body, even spitting out his essence blood to empower it. But the 6 paths reincarnation fist smashed the bell to pieces. Long Yunxiang vomited blood wildly and was blasted backward into the barrier. The barrier rippled, and even the spirit talisman masters and array masters nearly coughed up blood. The entire arena fell silent. No one dared speak. Everyone was stunned by Su Yun's strength. Su Yun had consecutively slain geniuses and once again crushed Long Yunxiang. He was truly inhuman. Long Yunxiang struggled to his feet, his scales shattered and fresh blood gushing everywhere, his blood-red golden eyes filled with malice. Suddenly, he let out a furious roar and revealed his true form as a giant golden dragon, its aura towering like a mountain. Dragon blood sword, he roared. Dragon blood condensed into a sword, and bloody light shot into the sky. Su Yun was fearless. Holding Song Yun Xie, he soared upward, flames swirling around him. With a strike of scorching bone blazing sun, he instantly shattered the blood sword. Long Yunxiang was exposed, his face filled with fear and madness. I said I'd peel your skin and pull out your tendons. Su Yun sneered. Blade light and flames erupted together as he split the dragon body with one slash, grabbed the dragon tendons, and forcibly tore them apart. Everyone was dumbfounded. Su Yun was riding on Long Yunxiang, stripping his skin and severing his tendons. Save me! Long Yunxiang screamed miserably. Just as the dragon race protector was about to act, he was intimidated by the chill and missed the chance. Su Yun swung his blade with one arm. The dragon head fell to the ground, blood spraying everywhere. The new students were so terrified that they staggered back and vomited. The dragon race protector roared in fury. What are you yelling for? You die the moment you come up. Su Yun grinned, sending chills through everyone. The Dragon Clan's 10th prince had been publicly skinned and tendons torn out by Su Yun. This was an immense humiliation for the dragon race. The killing intent of all races locked onto Su Yun, yet he laughed heartily. What other powerful clan among all races dares to come up and die? Today I'm going to kill to my heart's content. Everyone was shaken by his madness. Teacher Xiong and the others were tense, seeking help from Zhengyu. Zhengyu's eyes reddened as she knew Su Yun was avenging her and the teachers, venting their anger for the secret medicine pavilion. God Pavilion, who's coming? Su Yun held his blade and looked coldly at them, staring down the God Pavilion. They kept shaking their heads, not daring to accept the challenge. Come on then, the 4 great aristocratic families, come up and die. Su Yun kept taunting them, but no one responded. Today, the aristocratic families were utterly defeated. Wang Xiantong, Feng Luoxiao, Wang Li, Yuan Kuei, and the others all died at Su Yun's hands. One man defeating 4 gates, an unprecedented feat. The children of humble origins were thrilled and regarded Su Yun as their idol. Kill, all of you from the myriad races. Su Yun put away his smile and roared as he slashed forward, charging at the myriad races while the Tao protectors moved in to block them. You've gone crazy, the demons shouted angrily. Yes, I'm crazy, Su Yun said with a cold laugh. I want to fight you to the death. The demon geniuses flew into a rage, but they were suppressed. Mo Kiduluo shook his head, indicating that he would not take part. God race, where are Sheng En and Ku Di? Su Yun looked toward the god race. The god race's Tao protector replied indifferently, secluded in closed cultivation. They won't come out. Gong Pao, Li Qinzhou challenged the light rankings. Su Yun called out their names. The two exchanged glances and, helplessly, accepted. Someone tried to stop them, but Su Yun coldly shouted, "Who dare stop them?" Everyone was afraid, and no one moved again. And so, Li Qinzhou and Gong Pao successfully made it onto the rankings. Li Deng rushed into the top 10 of the light rankings. Shi Gang fought his way into the top 50 on his own. Ku Ke advanced to second place because someone else gave up, and the first place was Su Yun. Su Yun did what he said he would do, and brought Gong Pao and Ku Ke into the top 10. At this moment, he was radiant and overbearing, but in Zheng Yu's eyes, Su Yun was actually very lonely, merely making his final counterattack. "Principal, I'll only ask you one thing," Su Yun said calmly. "Are you going to handle what happened today or not?" The entire venue fell silent. No one responded. Snow began to fall again, and there was no sound to answer his question. Suddenly, Su Yun knelt toward the horizon, his voice choked with emotion. "Teacher, please forgive your disciple for being unfilial." Everyone was shaken, not knowing what Su Yun intended to do. "From today on, I, Su Yun, leave the human race. From now on, don't try to bind me with the rules of the human race. You're not worthy." He threw his student card to the ground, right by Zheng Yu's feet. The whole crowd was stunned. Dual talents, self-created cultivation method. Such a genius was actually leaving. Zheng Yu's face turned pale, and he was left speechless. Teacher Xiong and the others panicked and shouted angrily for him not to leave, while Gong Pao and Li Qinzhou were so anxious they were pacing in circles. Ku Ke looked at Su Yun, the bloodshot eyes in his gaze revealing his shock. Su Yun only shook his head. Ku Ke had family and a future. Only Shi Gang had no ties and no burdens. The myriad races also fell silent. Mo Kaduluo sighed at Su Yun's extraordinary courage. If not for the divide between races, he would really have wanted to be friends with him. But there are no ifs. The powerful clans were equally shocked. They had not expected Su Yun to choose this way to leave. Seeing an opportunity, they watched as Zhang Zhongqing went mad. The principal's office was in total disarray. Kneeling on the floor, he let out a low roar. "This shouldn't be happening. Su Yun, I only wanted to get you out of the fight between the powerful and the poor." Zhang Zhongqing was on the verge of collapse. Su Yun's departure had caused too much of a stir. He had not expected Su Yun to truly sever ties with the human race, and that made everyone feel a chill. By the window, the eagle and the whale sighed, lamenting that everything was now beyond saving. Inside the academy, Su Yun's decision shocked everyone, yet he himself felt relieved. "Let's take one last look at the apothecary pavilion." He patted Shi Gang on the shoulder. Shi Gang was covered in injuries and only replied briefly, Su Yun's departure from the human race caused a nationwide sensation. He had created the sun-breathing method and saved countless people, yet he was forced to leave because of the struggle between the powerful and the poor. It was heartbreaking. Heated debate erupted across the country, and the anger was even stronger than when the myriad races invaded. On the streets, countless people raised banners and shouted for Su Yun. How desperate must Su Yun have been to leave the human race? Wang Jian, the mayor of Dragon City, slumped in his chair and let out a helpless sigh. The secretary panicked. "Mayor, what should we do?" Wang Jian's face was dark. He had long known about Su Yun's bloody battle at Tianming Academy. Now, there was truly nothing he could do. He could only have people ask the academy to help calm things down and prepare to resign. Twice in 1 year, Wang Jian was already powerless to stop it. Everyone knew that Su Yun had fought bloody battles against the Sea tribe for the human race, had opened up the sun-breathing method, and had achieved more than his predecessors. It was enough for him to enjoy glory for a lifetime. At this time, many cities began to voice support for Su Yun. On the surface, everything seemed supportive, but hidden in the shadows, killing intent was stirring. As soon as the major sects heard that Su Yun was leaving the human race, they immediately grew excited. He can only go to Yang City. Intercept and kill him. Don't let him leave Dragon City alive. This time, let's see who can still help him. The Fire sect was the most delighted. Su Yun had caused them the greatest losses and deaths, and their hatred for him ran deepest. Other foreign sects also sprang into action. Inside the castle, the blue-robed man sent people to invite Su Yun to join the mixed blood sect, claiming that old grudges had been settled. The inspectors strongly objected in anger, but the bishop still decided to give it a try. The southern inspector's expression was indifferent. He only said, "It's worth a try." But a glimmer of light flashed in his heart. He wondered, when facing Su Yun, should he kill him or save him? Back then, when Su Yun sold out the mixed blood sect, he had been utterly devastated, but later he realized that Su Yun was even more suited to causing trouble. The sects were plotting in secret. kill Su Yun, recruit Su Yun, and even an outside major sect had come to forcibly capture him. That day, many students at Tianming Academy were returning home for the new year. In front of the apothecary pavilion, Su Yun and Shi Gang walked out, drawing the attention of countless people. Su Yun asked, "Do you regret it?" Shi Gang replied, "My life was saved by you. Life or death, I'll follow your lead." Then Su Yun looked at the apothecary pavilion, feeling a flood of emotions. "Teacher, let me be willful one more time." Boom. The apothecary pavilion was swallowed by golden flames and instantly burned to ruins. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to understand why. Only Zheng Yu understood that Su Yun was severing his final connection with the academy, leaving no ties behind from this moment on. Some people angrily cursed Su Yun for burning down academy property, but he ignored them. He knew that after he left, the Wang family would demolish the apothecary pavilion anyway, so he might as well put an end to it himself. Then, with a cold expression, he turned around. "You say I've betrayed the human race?" Someone nervously swallowed. Su Yun had not defected. He had left of his own accord and would no longer be under the human race's control. The meaning was different. Su Yun issued another order. "Shi Gang, kill him." Shi Gang immediately charged out and punched a student to death, flesh and blood flying everywhere, shocking everyone. "You dare violate the rules. You can't kill anyone before going onto the arena," someone screamed. Su Yun sneered. "Rules? Do they still mean anything? After bringing them back, no one executed them. So who would care if he killed a few foul-mouthed ones?" Zhang Yu shouted. "Su Yun only left. He did not betray us. If anyone dares to keep saying betrayal, I'll kill you too." He swept his gaze coldly across the crowd, and no one dared make a sound. Su Yun bowed deeply. "Teacher, please take care of Kuke, and don't let him get dragged into this anymore." Zheng Yu opened his mouth, but in the end remained silent, only watching them leave. At the gate of the Divine Pavilion, Wang Yaming hurriedly closed the door, not daring to speak. Su Yun sneered. "This miserable dog is really spineless." "Really leaving?" Li Qinzhou was reluctant to part. Gong Pao gave a bitter smile. "Or else my dad can find you a job. Stop causing trouble all the time." Su Yun patted them both on the shoulder, shook his head, and smiled without saying a word. He didn't see Kuke. Perhaps Kuke didn't dare come say goodbye. "Let's go." Su Yun waved his hand and left Tianming Academy with Shi Gang in full view of everyone, as if declaring, "Su Yun no longer belongs to the human race. If you've got the guts, come kill me." The academy instantly fell quiet, not because the students had left, but because Su Yun was gone. The academy was no longer warm, only cold and numb. The wealthy clans were laughing in secret. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. The myriad races were also making quiet arrangements, waiting for the chance to strike. In the principal's office, Zhang Zhongqing said expressionlessly, "You two secretly protect Su Yun and come back after escorting him to Yang City." The two statues agreed, transforming into an eagle and a whale as they secretly followed. They understood. The killing had only just begun. After leaving the academy, Su Yun and Shi Gang quickened their pace. Su Yun asked, "What do you want from the ferocious beast?" Shi Gang replied in a low voice, "Big enough, hard enough, strong enough." He patted the Xian-heavy ruler on his back, his face full of anticipation. Su Yun nodded. "The sea of death is so vast, there's always a suitable place." Suddenly, the void twisted with a thunderous roar, and a spear of blazing flame shot towards Su Yun's chest. A current of water instantly shredded the spear. Yu Jun and Yu Mei appeared, roaring, "Do you have to be this urgent?" On the opposite side, someone sneered, "Su Yun must die? Hand over the breathing technique, or everyone dies." Su Yun narrowed his eyes. These were all half-step war gods, and they were either teachers from the academy or relatives of powerful clans. Yu Jun sneered, "Humans are truly vicious." Yu Mei said coldly, "Cut the crap. Kill them." She regarded Su Yun as a god. She could die, but she could not let anything happen to Su Yun. A great battle erupted, but Su Yun and Shi Gang did not make a move. They wanted to lure out even more people. A few kilometers away, Yu Jun and Yu Mei returned covered in blood. "Lord Su Yun, the enemies have all been killed." Su Yun said flatly, Go." The two hid themselves again. The hawk and whale statues lurking in the shadows were extremely shocked. Su Yun still had strong allies by his side. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. And there were even more war gods backing him. Just after leaving Longdu, a wind tiger appeared and pounced towards Su Yun. Trees collapsed and dust billowed. Before the wind tiger could get within 10 meters, the ground exploded and steel tentacles shredded it to pieces. Duo Zhu emerged, bowed towards Su Yun, then charged toward the enemy. Su Yun looked coldly at Santong. This guy was still hanging back watching the show. Santong felt awkward. "Don't rush. I'll help." With Su Yun's gaze making his scalp tingle, he had no choice but to step forward and assist Duo Zhu. With the two Sea Clan war gods joining in, the enemy was immediately suppressed. The other side sinisterly threatened, "Why make enemies of us for a little bastard?" Duo Zhu sneered, "I'm not human anyway." The other side's expression changed drastically. Slightly changed. Su Yun was actually secretly colluding with foreign races? San Tong spewed out icy blue-green flames, and the enemy cried out miserably as they retreated. Shi Gang was swallowing hard like crazy. "Big bro, just how many people have you offended? Even war gods want to kill you." The enemy pursued them all the way, and the two fled into the wilderness. "Su Yun, someone has placed a bounty on your head. Stop with the nonsense. Bring it on. It was the fire cult that made us do it." Another group appeared. High-level war generals and low-level war gods charged in. Su Yun sneered, "Uncle Hai Aunt Shui." Shui Hai appeared, wielding a flame war spear, and dozens of war generals were incinerated on the spot. Rin Shui struck out with her palm, engaging two war gods in fierce battle. The foreign clans roared, "What are you standing there for? Kill them." Suddenly, Tianqian appeared, holding the fierce spirit blade, slaughtering wildly as blood stained the ground. More enemies rushed in. At that moment, an eagle's cry split the clouds, and it directly crushed the heads of two war gods. With a roar, 10,000 arrows pierced the heart, and countless enemies fell to the ground. Su Yun was stunned. "Teacher Eagle, Teacher Whale?" He was somewhat moved. He had originally wanted to catch them all in one net, but the statue teachers had appeared to protect him. "Thank you, teachers." The eagle and whale statues looked at each other and smiled, continuing to guard in the shadows. Suddenly, the ground split apart, and a black giant beast appeared, trying to swallow Su Yun and Shi Gang. Tianqian and the others were shocked and rushed forward. Amid the furious roars, Zheng Yu appeared and knocked the black beast flying with one blow. The ground collapsed, and blood gushed like a flood. "Child, your teacher will clear the way for you." Zheng Yu killed his way toward the enemy. Su Yun was choked with emotion and nodded heavily. He sensed Kakei's aura again, and his eyes turned red. "Who stabbed my kidney?" "You damn thing, stop running around," the enemy screamed in agony. A surge of mental power spread, and Xiaolong's mind artifact wrapped around Su Yun and Shi Gang. Another wave of mental power appeared, and a silver-gray fish dispersed the mind artifact. The Southern Patrol Overseer had arrived. "Let's go." At that moment, the area suddenly grew scorching hot, and the ground cracked apart. An Infeft King-level expert. "Traitors to the human race must be killed." A cold, heavenly voice rang out. Darkness descended, and another person roared angrily, "I forbid it." With the two kings appearing, everyone stopped fighting. Su Yun firmly memorized these two auras. He would seek revenge in the future. The aura of the Infeft King who stepped up for him felt very familiar, like the person who had been peeking at him from the confinement room. Tianqian, Shui Hai, Rin Shui, Zheng Yu, Yu Jun, and you may seize the opportunity to wipe out the remaining enemies. The statue teacher stood guard beside Su Yun. Only San Tong, the Ling Snake clan's war god, sensed the appearance of an Infeft King and immediately fled. Su Yun was not as important as his own life. In the void, a flaming figure asked indifferently, "Are you really going to interfere?" In the darkness, only a pair of red eyes could be seen, full of rage and killing intent. "Hasn't your divine palace always been hiding? What are you coming out for?" the mysterious man said coldly. The flaming figure shot back, "You've protected that brat many times and caused the deaths of so many geniuses. He deserves to die." The wind and clouds changed color, and trees flew up, crashing toward the mysterious man. The mysterious man stood in front, saying firmly, "I'm going to protect him. No one is touching him." Trees and rocks, fused by darkness, blasted toward the flaming figure. But with a wave of his hand, the flames burned everything to ash. The battle of the Infeft Kings erupted. Onlookers hurriedly retreated, watching in terror. Under the statue's escort, Su Yun and Shi Gang quickly withdrew. "Wow, Infeft King-level experts are fighting. Only Infeft Kings can fly in the air. Who exactly is the outsider, and who's our human race?" As the crowd discussed it, the battle grew fiercer and fiercer. The sky turned dark, and a cloud of fire slapped down towards Su Yun like a giant hand. At the critical moment, the Southern Patrol Overseer, together with the statue, desperately protected Su Yun. For the first time, Su Yun felt death so close at hand. This was the power of an Infeft King. Suddenly, the darkness twisted, and a column of lamentation rose up, blocking the flaming figure's attack. With a deafening boom, half the ground was shaved away, and countless people died in the chaos of battle. The Southern Patrol observer saw that things were going south, picked up Su Yun and left, with the statue following close behind. The fiery silhouette angrily pointed at the mysterious man. If you keep blocking me like this, do you really think I won't dare to kill you? The mysterious man replied coldly. You can try. As long as I'm here, you won't touch him. The fiery silhouette threatened. Move aside. This is your last warning. The mysterious man sneered. Human territory is in chaos, and it's all because your divine palace has done nothing. The two fought again. The fiery silhouette retreated, and the flames turned purple-black. Suyun looked back and vaguely sensed the aura of a king of the Wang family. Lu Zhong, do you really want to die? The mysterious man transformed into the demon lord. Lu Zhong held purple-black flames in his hand, and the two kings resumed battle. That night, the commotion was so huge that no one dared sleep soundly. By dawn, Su Yun and the others were drenched in blood on the road to Yang City. Su Yun had originally thought he could kill all the enemies, but when a king appeared, he could only give up. We're safe now. Shuai Hai panted. Su Yun said gratefully. Thank you, Uncle Hai, and Annie Shui. Ren Shui said helplessly. You were already fine just going to the academy. Now you've fallen out with the human race. Shui Hai and Ren Shui contacted the academy for rescue. Su Yun then patted the Southern Patrol observer and said, Uncle, if you ever need anything in the future, come find me. The Southern Patrol observer turned back coldly. Forget it. I don't want to get screwed over again. After saying that, he turned and left, full of resentment. Su Yun shook his head and smiled. This man wasn't a bad person, nor exactly a good one, but the one who helped me was a good person. Let's go, the whale statue said. Yun bowed to thank them. I won't forget the life-saving kindness of the two teachers. The eagle statue replied casually. If you can undo our statue state, that would count as repaying us. Su Yun's heart tightened, so they hadn't always been like this. The whale statue said nothing more and left. Sing Yu looked at Su Yun. From now on, you're on your own. Su Yun nodded. Understood. Sing Yu walked away with his hands behind his back. He only hoped Su Yun would stay out of trouble. Tian Can held the bloodstained fierce spirit blade. Young Master Su, the third-eyed one has defected. Su Yun said coldly. I know. He looked at Yu Jun and Yu Mei. Do you know where the Snake Spirit Clan is? Duo Zhu raised his hand. I know. Su Yun nodded, silently making up his mind. He remembered all these people and all these matters, and when the day came that he returned, he would definitely wash the human realm in blood. In the principal's office of Tianming Academy, Zhang Zhongqing stood by the window, listening to the statue's voice, and replied, Got it. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and he wiped it away. He ordered, Elders, step forward. The senior members from all areas immediately assembled and respectfully said, Principal. Zhang Zhongqing ordered, Lock down the academy. No one is to leave without my command. The elders nodded and rushed out to guard the passages. Students preparing to leave were stopped and kept asking questions. The law enforcement team arrived, and when they saw it was the elders, they went quiet. The captain of the law enforcement team asked for the reason, and an elder said coldly, Unless the principal orders it, no one is allowed out. The Wang family, the Lu family, and other directors questioned, Are you trying to rebel? The elders ignored them disdainfully. Zhang Zhongqing appeared and said, I told them to do this. Lu Beixiao mocked him, and Zhang Zhongqing slapped him directly, sending him flying and coughing blood to the ground. Zhang Zhongqing said coldly, I'm the principal. What are you? He shouted. Everyone from the Wang family, Ding family, Feng family, and Lu family who has been secretly learning the beast mixing technique. Get out here. The entire audience was shocked, because the principal had previously said that anyone who secretly learned the beast mixing technique would be killed on the spot. Wang Gaolong questioned, Are you really going to make this a big deal? Just for Su Yun and Tsing Yu's promise. Zhang Zhongqing was wrapped in black light, and, with one palm, suppressed Wang Gaolong to his knees. He then asked Wang Can coldly, Any objections? Wang Can trembled. Principal, for the sake of my ancestor, Zhang Zhongqing sneered. Even if the Dragon King came, I'd still dare to kill him. I gave you special privileges, and you only got more reckless. All of you, come out, or bear the consequences. The other families all stood silently by and watched. Zhang Zhongqing asked a Wang family disciple, Wang Ting, Have you been secretly learning it? Wang Ting clung to Wang Can and cried, Second uncle, save me. Zhang Zhongqing raised his blade and hacked Wang Ting to death, blood splattering onto Wang Can's face. Several people confessed on the spot and knelt to beg for mercy. Zhang Zhongqing was cold and emotionless. A flash of blade light passed, and more than 10 people died on the spot, their blood staining the entrance. He then said coldly, Why are you still not coming out yourselves? The pampered children of wealthy families were so frightened that they hid behind their elders. Zhang Zhongqing closed his eyes. Elders of the 4 families, do it yourselves and kill them. Someone roared. Zhang Zhongqing, don't go too far. Lu Guang's expression changed as he bellowed. Zhang Zhongqing stared at him murderously, as if he wanted to kill him along with the others. I'll only count to 3. If you don't make a move, I'll slaughter your families. He spoke calmly, without a ripple of emotion. Everyone in the hall was so terrified that their scalps tingled. Has the principal gone mad? The myriad races watched from afar and did not dare make a sound. Fang Dongshe roared that these children were the future of their clans. To kill them outright was simply too hard to accept. Kill. Zhang Zhongqing gave the order, and heads dropped to the ground in neat rows like cabbages. Dozens of heads rolled down, corpses convulsed, and blood flowed like a river. Lu Xiu, Feng Kuang, they're still in the mansion, kill them. Zhang Zhongqing issued the cold order. The law enforcement team immediately lowered their heads and left, not daring to look at the wealthy families. One glance was enough to terrify anyone to death. Heads piled up into a small mountain, and the elders of the wealthy families cried in a heap, unable to do anything except cry. Soon, the heads of Lu Xiu and Feng Kuang were thrown on top. The two died with ferocious, miserable expressions. Wang Gaolong and Liu Beixiao's eyes were bloodshot as they roared. Zhang Zhongqing, you'll die a horrible death. Throw these heads out and let the public see. Zhang Zhongqing ordered coldly. The law enforcement team carried it out mechanically, no one daring to disobey. The crowd gathered at Tianming Academy suddenly saw over 100 heads, all talented heirs of wealthy families, and the scene instantly fell silent. The ones who caused the chaos in the academy were this group. Please understand, everyone, the captain of the law enforcement team shouted. Bah! It was these people who suppressed geniuses and forced Su Yun away. What's a wealthy family? Trash family. Well done. They deserve to die. A wave of cheers stabbed into the hearts of the elders of the wealthy families. One beast fusion technique, and over 100 geniuses died. At that moment, someone rushed over. Seeing the heads on the ground, their face turned deathly pale. Too late. By royal decree, Zhang Zhongqing has failed in his duties and is removed as a director. Wang Gaolong and Liu Beixiao are appointed principal and vice principal to reorganize the academy. The newcomer held up a gold document and announced loudly. Wang can let out a miserable scream. Why didn't you arrive sooner? His own relatives had all been killed. This pain would never be forgotten. Wang Gaolong glared at Zhang Zhongqing. Lock him in solitary confinement. Zhang Zhongqing smiled. I'm not guilty. Rules are rules. Unless I'm formally convicted, you can't lock me up. He waved and left gracefully, as if the academy's affairs had nothing to do with him. The wealthy families were so enraged they almost coughed up blood. This old bastard. The myriad races stepped forward, and the divine race's protector handed over a wooden box. A special pill of the divine race. Wang Gaolong forcefully suppressed his anger and asked what he meant. The divine race's protector said faintly, "We are willing to offer treasures as compensation for the losses of the wealthy families." The wealthy families were puzzled. This was so generous? What conditions? Liu Beixiao asked in a deep voice. The divine race's protector replied amicably. Could we let more younger members of the myriad races come to the academy to cultivate? The wealthy families were immediately pleased. Now that they controlled the academy, as long as the losses were compensated, that was enough. Besides, with them here, the myriad races couldn't stir up any big trouble. On the myriad races battlefield, someone slammed the table and roared, "This is simply absurd." News of the human realm had already reached the front lines. When Su Yun created the sun-breathing technique, all the kings were delighted, thinking it would allow them to cultivate more strong warriors. But soon after, news came that Su Yun had left the human race. Once he leaves, he's a traitor, one king said coldly. The Magic Eye King said flatly, "Bailing King, what do you mean by that? One day you are of the human race, and for life you are of the human race." Bailing King was young, his expression gloomy and proud as he said, "How many resources did he use? Only to just leave like that." But he created his own breathing technique and will be remembered in history. What are those merit points worth? Besides, he already returned all the merit points he earned to the academy. The Magic Eye King looked displeased, but the front line could not do without people, and no one could turn back. Quite a few kings nodded. Such a technique suitable for the masses was of great significance. Bailing King sneered, "Just a breathing technique. Who knows whether that bastard will lead people to ambush us in the future?" King Sanhuan said with a smile, "Why don't you make one yourself?" King Bailing was left speechless and couldn't refute it. The other kings all laughed, mocking him inwardly. "Why aren't you pretending anymore?" King Bailing forcibly suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "King Sanhuan, don't forget that Zhang Zhongqing killed your people." King Sanhuan was disdainful. "They deserve to die. Aside from my son, I can't be bothered with anyone else. They were arrogant and overbearing just because of the family's contributions. If I could return to the clan, I'd have killed them one by one long ago. These prodigies, including dragon-slaying king, had all fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. King Sanhuan simply didn't care about the younger generation. He was truly bold enough to go insane. Dragon-slaying king swept his gaze over everyone, killing sea beasts, blocking beast tides, selling out foreign sects, and even creating your own breathing method. At the age of 19, who among you could do that? The entire hall fell silent. No one dared speak, yet all were shocked. What exactly had he gone through at 19? King Bailing still refused to back down. He's causing trouble. He'll turn on us sooner or later. The door was suddenly kicked open, and Lin Sihua and Dongfang Taiwei rushed in. Dongfang Taiyue's face was full of fury. Full of fury. King Bailing, you dare insult my disciple? The kings all had headaches. Even these two had come in. The strong cultivators outside also felt awkward. Dongfang Taiwei angrily said, my disciple is fighting for the human race, and this is how you treat him? All you know is suppression. The child has no backing, so you just bully the weak. Lin Sihua was trembling with anger, gripping his iron hammer as he sneered. No wonder you asked us to come over. You wanted to bully him while we were away, didn't you? The two old men were furious, heartbroken that Su Yun was being bullied at the academy. King Sanhuan and King Modong exchanged a glance, helpless. On the battlefield, the last people you should offend are alchemists and blacksmiths. Now things were good. Both top experts had been offended by you. Dragon-slaying king soothed them. Dongfang, I'll give you an explanation. Dongfang Taiwei glared at King Bailing before turning and leaving. Lin Sihua said coldly, from now on, don't use our things anymore. Everyone was helpless. It was all because someone stirred up trouble. Even the front line was getting dragged into the mess. King Tai and King Qianyao hurried after them. Don't be like that, old Lin. I still have thousands of items that need repairing. King Bailing's face turned livid. He wanted to argue back, but it was too late. He was fuming with frustration. King Modong said solemnly, we need to find a way to make amends. Send the recently seized resources to the major academies. The powerful noble families are not allowed to use them. Anyone who violates this will be killed without mercy. Posthumously confer Su Yun with the title of Special Class Hero, but he will not be subject to human race administration. Dragon-slaying king gave the order, and the king's expressions changed slightly. Special Class Hero. That was a unique honor. King Bailing snorted coldly and said nothing further. Dragon-slaying king felt regret in his heart. Dual talents. If only I'd known earlier, I would have recruited him to the front line. At that moment, Dragon-slaying king's son came to report. A letter has arrived from Tianming Academy. Wang Gaolong says the myriad races believe the human realm environment is good and want to send more of their younger generation in. Dragon-slaying king asked calmly, why? His son replied, they're willing to contribute resources. King Bailing immediately voiced support. If they're willing to give resources, then take them. King Modong fell into thought. This reason was obviously just an excuse. There was something in the human realm that the myriad races wanted. King Sanhuan frowned. Last time a whole bunch of myriad races came and caused total chaos. Now they want to come again. Dragon-slaying king glanced at King Modong, and the latter gave a slight nod. Dragon-slaying king said, if there are more than 1,000 people, double the resources. The military camp was seething with indignation over Su Yun's matter. In particular, those from humble backgrounds, such as centurions and thousand-man commanders, all felt deeply for him. Meanwhile, Dongfang Taiwei was refining medicine. His eyes were red, and tears streamed down his face. Old Dongfang, do you think that child has anywhere to go? Lin Sihua asked worriedly. Dongfang Taiwei rubbed his eyes, his voice hoarse. He has no family, no one to rely on. Where could he go? It's New Year now, when everyone is reunited, yet he's out there alone. Without us, he's just a lone wolf. He couldn't stop crying. Lin Sihua's eyes also reddened. He clenched his teeth and pounded the weapon, venting his emotions. Dongfang Taiyue's words made him even more upset, even a little frantic. Father, uncle, why were you poisoned back then? I think I understand now. Could it be that I'll have to do the same? They never intended to let our master-disciple pair survive. Dongfang Taiyue muttered to himself in a daze. Lin Sihua didn't catch it clearly and turned to ask, what did you just say? Nothing, just talking about the child. Dongfang Taiyue's expression returned to normal as he shook his head to gloss over it. At Fanhai Academy, Su Yun was staying temporarily in Qingzhou Garden. Song Yi came to see him. You've got some nerve, slaughtering your way through Tianming Academy and then running out. Su Yun shrugged. I originally wanted to trap a bunch of people, but when a king appeared, I had no choice but to flee. Song Yi was speechless. This guy was either scheming against others or digging pits for them. She glanced at Gang, who was cultivating, and asked, what do you plan to do? Su Yun lowered his head in thought. He had long considered this question and even had an answer from a long time ago. The Sea of Death was Su Yun's chance to turn the tables. Pressure from powerful families, attacks from external enemies from all sides closing in step by step. Su Yun had already broken away from the human race, so if the other side moved against him again, it would be legitimate. Rule the Sea of Death, slaughter the 4 great powerful families, and destroy the divine palace. Su Yun said very calmly. Song Yi's hand trembled, and she froze. Those words were far too outrageous. She reminded him seriously, the sea territories controlled by the human race are only a small portion. I know. Someone has already told me. Su Yun replied. What's the problem? Song Yi gave a bitter smile. In the Sea of Death and the other sea regions, the internal struggle among the sea clans is also extremely fierce. The sea clans also have false kings. The reason they haven't shown themselves is because they're afraid of triggering chaos. Every year, they wear each other down a little, secretly seize territory, and select a king. Only when the new king is born will Yangqing be in danger. Su Yun's heart tightened as he understood that the sea clans were more cunning than he had imagined. On the surface, they were confronting the myriad races, but in reality, they were fighting for supremacy. Also, the myriad races may be planning to interfere in the sea territories as well. Song Yi reminded him. Su Yun nodded. Among the 5 great sea regions, there must be something that has made the myriad races drool with greed. You guessed right. Ever since spiritual energy was revived, countless treasures have been hidden beneath the Sea of Death. Song Yi said, Are you telling me all this because you want me to help? Su Yun asked with a smile. Song Yi smiled and said, Take me to the 10,000 races battlefield. There's a place I need to go. Su Yun immediately agreed. Okay. Song Yi teased. Aren't you afraid I'll sell you out? Su Yun spread his hands. Right now, you're the only one I trust. Song Yi rolled her eyes, knowing full well Su Yun was putting on an act. He had always been like that. Su Yun said with a smile. Actually, I'm doing pretty well now too. Killing people doesn't require much thinking. Song Yi gave him a clue. There's a demon city in the Sea of Death. Consider it a gift from me. Su Yun froze. A rich benefactor made a move, and it was a whole city. At that moment, when Yu Jun and Yu Mei heard the words, Demon City, they were both startled. Song Yi stood up. You two tell him, I'm leaving first. Then she hummed a little tune and walked off. Su Yun looked at them. What's the matter? You're that scared? Yu Jun said bitterly. My lord, that place is far too sinister. We wouldn't dare accept it. Su Yun raised an eyebrow. It was a beauty giving it to him, so why did nobody want it? Yu Mei also gave a bitter smile. Whoever dares go to the underwater demon city can take it. Su Yun thought to himself, is this beauty trying to trick him? So she was just giving away someone else's thing while acting generous. He called out for senior sister to come back, but Song Yi slipped away the moment she turned around. Tiankin smiled, and Sure Gang continued swinging his ruler, too lazy to bother. Women would only affect the speed of his sword. Su Yun sat down in confusion and took a sip of tea. Tell me about the underwater demon city. Yu Jun said it was the territory of the great demon swallowing sky serpent. After that, the 100 million Sea Clan residents vanished overnight, and the swallowing sky serpent was gone too. Later, people went in, and within less than half a month, they too disappeared without a trace. Su Yun frowned. That place was too eerie. It might be connected to whatever the 10,000 races were after, or it might be suppressing some monster. But he neither enrolled in the academy nor had anywhere else to go, so he could only head to the undersea demon city. Anyway, it was an empty city. Why not take it? Just one city? Yu Jun said. I heard there's an old man in the city. Yu Mei added, and there's a well too. Su Yun was utterly confused. It was getting more and more mysterious, but he decided to give it a try. He asked again, what about the third eye? The brother and sister both said bitterly that they had no leads. The third eye had even been helping search for Su Yun last time, but when the king-rank powerhouse attacked, he ran off instantly. Su Yun wasn't angry. He now knew the Ling Snake clan's location. Once he finished investigating the demon city, they'd be the first to be wiped out. In the Death Sea, the deep sea was engulfed in darkness, yet below it shone brilliantly, like a human city. All kinds of sea races could be seen, some with fish heads, some in their original forms, odd and eye-catching. In the center of the city stood a palace. The third eye reverted to his original form and knelt respectfully. Above him sat a fish-headed humanoid monster, covered in scarlet scales and golden eyes, radiating overwhelming pressure. The monster roared angrily. You still dare to come back? The third eye knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. My king, spare my life. I've brought sincerity. The monster sneered. Kill him. Blue light bound the third eye and lifted him up. He cried out miserably. I can transform. The monster refused to believe him and cursed at him. But then the third eye transformed into a human form in full view, and the entire hall fell silent. The monster's golden eyes lit up as he urgently asked how it was done. The third eye said that the human Su Yun had a transformation pill. The monster laughed, thinking that mere humans were easy to bully. He had assumed Su Yun would be hiding in Fanhai Academy, protected yet constrained there. But Su Yun had actually long thought of leaving. If he stayed at the academy, he would never have a chance to take revenge. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Su Yun, it's me, Chen Zixu. After calling for a long time outside with no response, Chen Zixu walked into the room in confusion, only to see a note left on the table. Gone. Don't miss me. Chen Zixu tensed slightly, guessing that Su Yun had gone to the Death Sea. He cleverly stood at the door pretending to be unhappy, loudly accusing Su Yun of putting on airs, then closed the door and pretended to know nothing, fooling the people watching outside. He secretly delayed for time to protect Su Yun. Sitting down, he sighed. This is all I can do. Then he sent a message. Soon, Elder Zhou arrived, her expression gloomy. Arrange some people, she said. Chen Zixu immediately agreed. This time, I'll either die on the path of cultivation, or return as a formidable lord. Above the sea, the blazing sun hung high. Bloodtooth sped forward rapidly, with Su Yun, Yu Jun, Yu Mei, Gang, and Tian sitting on its back, while its many legs floated beneath the water. Su Yun asked, Do you understand the forces in the Sea of Death? Yu Jun nodded. The Sea of Death belongs to King Tsang. His true form is the Songhai Tyrant Cloud Dragon. Under his command are 7 false king dragon generals, who guard the sea clans across the 7 seas. Su Yun judged in his mind that King Tsang should be a true crowned king. He asked again, Is there a difference between a false king and a crowned king? The siblings and Tian were not too clear on that. They only knew that a false king was close to a crowned king, but it seemed to be constrained by something. Su Yun didn't care. He'd understand sooner or later anyway. Which ocean is the Sea Demon City in recently? Su Yun continued asking. Yu Mei replied, The 7-colored ocean, controlled by Feijan. The 7-colored ocean has abundant resources, but 60% must be turned over to him. Otherwise, you'll be suppressed. Su Yun smiled. As long as there are resources, that's enough. I'm so poor I can't even hear my own money clink. I have to get some resources to cultivate. Who is Feijan? Who cares about him? At that, Tian's heart tightened. The last time Su Yun smiled like that, many geniuses of the myriad races had died. Yu Jun and Yu Mei looked cheerful on the outside, but inside they were helpless. They had boarded a pirate ship, but after getting the transformation pill, they couldn't possibly betray Su Yun. Su Yun asked again, Where is King Tsang usually located? Yu Jun said helplessly, We don't know. We can't reach him. Yu Mei added, I heard King Tsang spends most of his time vying for Hai Yuan. Su Yun heard another unfamiliar term and grew curious. Yu Jun explained, Hai Yuan is a rare resource in the 5 great seas. It has spirit and is hard to catch. Its whereabouts are unpredictable. Su Yun narrowed his eyes. He wouldn't worry about that for now. First, he'd go to the Sea Demon City. If he couldn't stay there, then he'd consider taking control of the Spirit Serpent clan. Actually, there are also foreign sects within the Sea of Death. In this way, just 2 days after Su Yun and his group arrived at the Undersea Demon City, their whereabouts were exposed, and they were discovered by certain sea clans. Somewhere in the deep sea, corals swayed. 3 eyes stood there with 2 war gods. One had a snake head and a scaled body, while the other looked like a snow-white pufferfish, covered in granules. 3 eyes said respectfully, Du Kuei, Lord Ji Gang, Su Yun has appeared. Du Kuei licked his lips coldly. He killed so many sea clans. And every year they offer tribute too. He's delaying my cultivation. I'll skin him alive. Ji Gang was furious, and his skin bulged with dense little granules. 3 eyes was only responsible for leading the way and did not dare to confront Su Yun head-on. Su Yun instilled a natural fear in him. The last time he was forced by a king title powerhouse, he could only choose to betray. Su Yun, don't blame me. Your existence is just to pay off my debt. 3 eyes thought to himself. The sea was vast, with waves rolling endlessly. It had already been the 5th day since Su Yun left the human race. He sat cross-legged on Bloodfang's back, then suddenly frowned. Su Yun sensed a large number of sea clan auras and said coldly, Someone's coming. Everyone immediately went on alert. Boom. The waves surged, and tentacles instantly shattered the wave crests. It was Multi-Legs making a move. Du Kuei and Ji Gang appeared with sea clan sea beasts, their killing intent sweeping out. Yu Jun and Yu Mei hurried to stop Su Yun. Don't make a move. They're grand generals under Saber Ape. Ji Gang sneered. Su Yun, come with us. Tian secretly activated the hybrid beast technique and prepared to join Multi-Legs in resisting the enemy. Yu Mei immediately stepped forward and said with deference, My lords, what is it you seek? Ji Gang said impatiently, Shut up. Does the Blue Scale clan want to be exterminated? Yu Jun explained, Su Yun is no longer of the human race. Du Kuei and Ji Gang exchanged glances and sneered. Perfect. There's no human powerhouse backing you up. Du Kuei stared at Su Yun. Lord Saber Ape has taken a liking to you. As long as you refine the transformation pill, you can keep your life. Su Yun sneered, and in the next second, he shouted sharply, kill. The heaven-breaking blade struck out, its blade light tearing through the sea. Du Kuei blocked it with an iron rod, and the blood-red blade light exploded. Sea clans fell dead and wounded everywhere, with the stench of blood filling the air. Su Yun ordered, old man, kill one. Duo Shu, leave none of them alive. One of them is mine. Everyone charged into battle, while Gang dealt with the fringe monsters. Du Kuei roared furiously, swinging his rod like a tidal wave. Su Yun activated Nine-Tail mode, flashing with golden light to evade, then sent a heavy punch crashing toward Du Kuei, followed by a capture with the demon fox's sharp claws. Du Kuei urged the poisoned spirit rod, and purple poisonous mist filled the sky as he clashed head-on with Su Yun. The sea boiled and the poisonous mist spread. Du Kuei was shocked, thinking that Su Yun was an unprecedented genius. But he still believed his poison could greatly weaken Su Yun's combat strength. He never expected the golden flames to burn hot enough to melt the poison mist, leaving Su Yun completely unharmed. Su Yun sneered. It's been a long time since I last had snake soup. Gang started drooling on the spot. Du Kuei shouted anxiously, Ji Gang, help me. Ji Gang was also being held down by Tian Can's fierce assault and cursed. You can't even beat a battle general? Du Kuei was furious. Du Kuei desperately unleashed the heart-blood poison, letting his blood drip onto the rod as his aura surged. Die! The iron rod slammed down, the sea surface exploded, and a blood-red light burst forth. Good. Su Yun did not retreat but advanced instead. With 80 spiritual apertures and the Z-word secret triggered, his aura surged wildly, and flames coiled around his body. Sun-breathing, Yanghua rush. Clang. Metal clashed against metal, and the sea surface shattered. The iron rod in Du Kuei's hand was smashed into scrap, and his arm was blown into a mist of blood. With a flick, Su Yun lifted Du Kuei and asked coldly, Three-Eyed said I have a transformation pill? Du Kuei still wanted to beg for mercy. If I say it, will you let me go? Su Yun refused outright. Song Yun cutter shifted blades, and Du Kuei was cut in two at the waist. From Du Kuei's expression, he could tell that the traitor was three-eyed. Su Yun sighed. What a waste of the transformation pill. Ding. Host killed Du Kuei, dropped advanced divine hand, *33. On the other side, Tian Can's battle had ended. Seeing Du Kuei die and lose focus, Ji Gang was split in two by Tian Can's single slash. 2 war gods had fallen. The remaining sea tribe members and sea beasts all begged for mercy. Su Yun asked, have you attacked Yangqing before? They tremblingly admitted it. Su Yun directly ordered, kill them. Gang smashed one man to death with a heavy punch, and the others followed suit, quickly slaughtering them all. Su Yun looked at the blood-red sea and asked, is Knife Ape under Fei Zhan's command? Yes, Lord Su Yun. Yu Jun replied. Su Yun sneered. Take note of this debt, and the spirit snake tribe too. He had said it before. Whoever betrayed him would have their entire clan exterminated. After tidying up, the group continued on their way. Along the way, the brother and sister Yu Jun and Yu Mei wore grim expressions. With 2 war gods from Knife Ape killed, a feud had been settled. Su Yun didn't care at all. So what if they were killed? Yu Jun reminded him. Knife Ape is a middle-tier war god. We can't confront them head-on. Su Yun laughed. Why don't you become war gods then? To survive here, you have to be even fiercer. His smile faded. Only by being ruthless can you stand firm. Tian Can gave him a thumbs up. Yu Jun and Yu Mei sighed, helpless. Su Yun didn't say anything else and kept moving. The seabed was dim, and under the faint light, an ancient city appeared. The city walls were worn and dilapidated, yet still standing. Su Yun said in surprise, it's pretty big. As long as it's old but still livable, that's enough. He waved for everyone to enter the city. Tian Can and Gang were bored, while the others were so frightened they didn't dare move, fearing monsters would appear. Su Yun frowned in confusion. Why are they so timid? He activated his observation haki, but found nothing. The city was completely empty. Forget it, I won't force you. He smiled wryly and went into the city together with Tian Can and Gang. The demon city had no seawater, so humans could live here in peace. Suddenly, a cold aura surged up from underground. Su Yun frowned. Old man, take a look around. Tian Can nodded, gripped his saber, and left. Su Yun told Gang to follow him, then walked toward the neatly built stone houses. There wasn't even a single fish. I heard this place used to be inhabited by the sea race, Su Yun muttered as he walked. At the center of the city was a large hexagonal black well, with no light and no patterns. The opening was wide enough for 3 people to stand side by side. Su-yun walked over, wondering what was going on with the well. Suddenly, Gang's body stiffened, and he shouted at Su-yun in a trembling voice, "Su-yun, look at the city wall." Su-yun followed the direction Gang was pointing and stared, eyes wide. Holy shit! On the ruined city wall, a figure was floating there like a ghost. The ghostly figure stood with his hands behind his back. His face couldn't be seen, but his back looked young, and his white clothes were as pure as snow. In the next moment, the ghostly figure suddenly changed from a young man into a white-haired, hunchbacked old man, still in white clothes, letting out a shrill and eerie laugh, yet remaining standing still all the while. Then, it changed again into a burly man covered in lightning. What kind of weird thing is this? Su-yun was shocked. Tiankin came back, and his face also turned pale. But no matter how the ghostly figure changed, it never attacked them. How many times did it change? Gang asked in a low voice. Su-yun said gravely, 6 times. Each time, it ended up as the image of the white-clothed male lead. The ghostly figure was still standing on the city wall with its hands behind its back, and its expression couldn't be seen. Tiankin was also confused. Are we still staying here? Stay. Su-yun gritted his teeth. Since they had already been discovered, he might as well lure the enemy in and wipe them out in one net. Gang worriedly asked. Won't everyone who goes in disappear? Su-yun said. If there's a problem, we'll retreat. That's it for now. The 2 of them could only nod. With nowhere else to go, they could only stay in the demon city for the time being. Gang stared at the ancient well and walked over to peer inside. Buzz. The ancient well trembled, and Gang instantly lost his senses. He was about to fall in, as if being pulled by something. Su-yun lunged over, activating his 9-tailed mode as he grabbed him, forcibly dragging him back. Are you okay? Su-yun stuffed a pill into his mouth. Gang came back to his senses, his face full of fear, and after a long while managed to catch his breath. I'm fine. What did you see? Su-yun asked. Gang's face was full of terror, a battlefield drenched in blood. Someone was crying, and even the sky seemed to be shedding tears. I also saw one person being besieged. It was terrifying. Su-yun's expression turned solemn. This place was too strange. The ancient well was full of mysteries. What exactly was hidden in the 5 great sea domains, and what did it have to do with the demon city? Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. The corners of Su-yun's mouth lifted. After the small incident passed, the 3 of them were temporarily safe. At this moment, Yu-jun, Yu-mei, and Duozu approached worriedly. Lord Su-yun, are you alright? Su-yun smiled and said, don't worry. Su-yun said he was fine, and everyone finally felt relieved. The siblings returned to the Blue Scale clan first, while Duozu stayed behind to keep his promise and protect Su-yun for 1 year. Although Su-yun could already kill a war god, having one more person around never hurt. Duozu said he wouldn't go inside, that he preferred being outside, then turned and ran off. Su-yun laughed at how timid he was. Su-yun chose a large stone house to settle in, while Gang ran off to cultivate. Tiankin asked what they should do next. Su-yun said they would stay a few days first, then wipe out the Spirit Snake clan. All 3 of them needed cultivation resources. Thinking of the Third Eye Traitor and the leak, Su-yun's expression turned cold, and Tiankin's face darkened as well. If the news spread, the aristocratic families, foreign races, sects, and sea clans would all come knocking. The pressure was enormous. Tiankin was shocked and asked how Su-yun endured it. Su-yun said calmly that this was fine too. After this, when he killed anyone, he wouldn't need to worry about anything. Tiankin felt a chill run down his back. On the side of the Luoyang War Academy, people from the Horfu clan and the others had returned from Tianming Academy and planned to go there again in spring. The atmosphere here was good, and everyone had the same goal, kill the myriad races, so there was no chaos. Horfu clan went to see his eldest uncle, Huachiguang. His uncle was very pleased and said the ancestor's death anniversary was approaching. Horfu clan replied, and the whole family began packing up to head to Yang City. Along the way, everyone chatted about how the ancestor had spent his life in battle, and his greatest regret was never having seen the beauty of the human world, nor the sea. He had wanted a sea burial after death, so they had to trouble the Fanhai Academy. They also said the ancestor liked Peking opera, and Huachiguang was coaxed by everyone to sing a couple of lines, but he was completely tone-deaf, making everyone burst into laughter and creating a very relaxed atmosphere. On the sea wall, the Hua family lit incense and knelt in worship to the sea. Huafu clan asked how Su-yun was doing, and Shun Zaishu said Su-yun was fine, only he hadn't wanted to go out much lately. Everyone cursed the 4 great families of Dragon Capital for causing trouble while staying in the rear. Huachiguang stopped them, saying that was exactly why Dragon Capital had taken in so many talents. Huafu clan didn't believe Su-yun would stay quiet. He felt Su-yun was the kind of person who could explode at any moment and definitely couldn't hold himself back. In the end, he and Chun Zaishu exchanged smiles. Someone lamented that the White Robe King was a pity. That was the Hua family's pain. The White Robe King had unparalleled talent, but he was targeted by the myriad races and died on the battlefield. His corpse had been mixed among the others, and in the end the Drive the Exiles King could only bring back a pile of flesh and blood. Everyone could only sigh and remind the younger generation to cultivate well. For the time being, the Sea clans were not a threat. The crowd bowed and left, and at the end, Elder Zhou looked out at the sea and chuckled softly. "You brat, don't you dare die." At the same moment, Su Yun sneezed in the underwater demon city and muttered that someone must be cursing him. He curled his lip. "When I bring people back, I'll kill my way back there sooner or later." Su Yun stayed here for 2 days, and nothing happened. He felt the Sea tribe was making a mountain out of a molehill. So what if it was just a white shadow? He even dared to sit on its neck. "Is it supposed to be night now?" Su Yun muttered, looking up. In the deep sea, there was no telling day from night, and his phone still had no signal. He took out the black demon cauldron to refine medicine, and the demon city soon fell silent. At that moment, a pitch-black aura seeped out of the ancient well, carrying emotions like brutality and greed. A hand slowly reached out from the well mouth. Wherever the black aura eroded, even the stone houses on the ground cracked. The black aura sensed Su Yun and the others, then wriggled toward the stone house. "Young Master Su, something's wrong." Tiankin warned him at once. Su Yun and Shi Gang came out, staring in shock at the sky-filling black aura, like the end of the world had arrived, spreading out from the well mouth. No wonder the demon city was so eerie. There really was something strange. Boom! The pitch-black aura formed a giant hand, trying to crush them. Tiankin swung his blade to cut it down, but the blood-colored light was swallowed by the black aura and instead suffered a backlash, coughing blood as he retreated. Su Yun hurried to shield Tiankin, drew out Sun Yun Slash, and activated Sun Breathing. With a blazing strike, he split the black hand open. It's not the blade, it's Sun Breathing. Su Yun realized that this black aura feared the sun and daylight. He immediately had an idea. "Shi Gang, carry the old man on your back and follow me closely." Shi Gang didn't dare delay. The black aura was too dangerous. Something could happen any second. "Extract sunflower." With a thought, a potted sunflower appeared in Su Yun's hand. He shouted, "Xiaohua, give me sunlight, quick." The sunflower bobbed its head adorably, then jumped out and began singing, dropping little suns one after another. The pitch-black aura rapidly dissolved, not daring to approach again. Su Yun said in delight, "Isn't this the sunflower from Plants vs. Zombies?" As the sunflower bounced around scattering little suns, Tiankin's complexion improved. "Young Master Su, my injuries are healed." Su Yun was overjoyed and directly picked up the sunflower and rushed toward the ancient well. The closer he got to the well, the colder it became, but he gritted his teeth and held on, placing the potted plant beside the well so the sunflower could take root and sing, scattering little rays of sunlight. The bloodied hand in the well trembled, then finally withdrew back to the bottom, and the black aura also receded. Shi Gang and Tiankin were stunned. Something so terrifying had been subdued by a sunflower? Su Yun panted by the well, finally understanding what was so unusual about the demon city. He smiled and patted the sunflower. "Well done. I'll treat you to golden kilo another day." He had originally thought plants were of little use, but unexpectedly, they could actually ward off evil. With the demon city in hand, he might as well use pea shooters and lightning reeds to defend it, turning it into a live-action Plants vs. Zombies. Whoever dared cause trouble would get pelted by peas and reeds. However, as Su Yun thought it over, he realized something. Poison Kuei and Ji Gang were dead, and Blade Ape definitely wouldn't let this go. It would be better to lure them straight into the demon city and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. Fast and hassle-free, exactly what I want, Su Yun muttered to himself. Shi Gang and Tiankin both felt a chill run down their spines. That smile, there was definitely a bad idea behind it at first glance. Su Yun told them to go rest, then took out a pile of pea shooters himself. The pea shooters looked like children, their whole bodies emerald green, with bright black eyes. They all stared at Su Yun in unison. "Remember, I'm Dave now," Su Yun muttered. "Anyone who dares curse at me, the louder they yell, the harder I hit." The pea shooters all nodded. Just as Su Yun was about to take out the lightning reeds, a white-robed, ghostly shadow suddenly appeared. Su Yun hurriedly placed a second sunflower and scattered a bunch of small sun fragments. But it was useless. The white-robed ghost remained shrouded in mist, its face unseen, yet it was staring straight at Su Yun. "Are you human, or one of the 10,000 races?" Su Yun asked softly. The white-robed ghost gave no reply, only staring at the pea shooters as if trying to figure out what they were. Taking the opportunity, Su Yun bolted. At that moment, the ghost glanced at the ancient well, then looked into the distance, singing in opera-style chanting. First drumbeat, prepare the battle meal. Second drumbeat, fasten the battle armor. Third drumbeat, draw the blade. Fourth drumbeat, hand over the troops. But Su Yun had already run off without a trace, seeing nothing at all. After arranging the plants, Su Yun returned to the house. Tian Qin was badly injured, but after taking pills, he had begun to recover. Shi Gang hadn't slept. He was doing push-ups in the nest, one after another. Everything returned to calm. Su Yun finally let out a sigh of relief. He had been on edge this whole time and was almost at his limit. Nothing to do. I can sneak a glance at the system panel made him freeze. Not to mention the rest. The important thing was that there was now an extra line. Advanced Divine Hand 177 200ths. Once requirements are met, it can be exchanged for Divine Hand. The Divine Hand can be exchanged now. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Yun roared in his heart. The system ignored him. He asked again how many he could exchange for, but the system still stayed silent. Su Yun fell silent. This system probably wasn't working properly. Just 23 more. He adjusted his mood and sneered. Snake Spirit Clan, I hope you're worth the price. He was starting to look forward to wiping out the Snake Spirit Clan. Seven-colored ocean, red demon mine. Outside the mine was a bustling underwater city. Blade Ape slammed the table in fury. His subordinates Poison Kuei and G Gang were dead. Killed by that human? Damn it. I'll make sure he's reduced to ashes. Blade Ape roared. The red demon mine was a piece of fat meat, coveted by countless factions. Now that two major experts had suddenly been lost, how could Blade Ape not be enraged? A flesh tumor grew on his neck, turning into a fish head. His entire body was covered in red scales, and his golden fish eyes glared at the three pupils. Are you working with humans? Three pupils immediately knelt and begged for mercy. My lord, I wouldn't dare. Next time, I'm willing to be the vanguard. Please don't kill me. He cried his eyes out. The fish head and ape head stared at each other and felt it didn't seem fake. Get back and wait for orders, Blade Ape said impatiently. Three pupils thanked him for sparing his life and quickly slipped away. Soon after, an aquatic clansman came to report. My lord, there's been trouble again in the demon city. That ghostly place isn't even somewhere King Song goes. Why are you telling me this? Blade Ape said impatiently. The aquatic clansman said quietly. I heard a human was active there. Blade Ape instantly became interested. A human? Su Yun? Right now, Yang City was recovering and simply couldn't send anyone to the Sea of Death. The other major cities were even less likely to. The Sea of Death was too vast. Even if something really happened, there'd be no way to get help in time. Block them for me. On the Demon City side, Knife Ape and Fish Head sneered. Let's see how long he can hold out. At the command, the Sea Tribe immediately sprang into action. The Spirit Snake Clan's territory was close to the edge of the seven-colored ocean, with a population of a few tens of thousands, mixed with low-tier sea tribes. The small city was self-sufficient and the weakest of the bunch. Three Eyes was a one-star war god and the only strong man in this tribe, and he had always wanted to get close to Knife Ape. Three Eyes returned at this moment, his face full of helplessness and bitterness, able only to wait for Knife Ape's orders. Little Prince. Prince. A small sea tribesman guarding the city respectfully greeted him. Three Eyes gave a faint At the same time, in the coral clusters outside the small city, Su Yun, Duozu, Yujun, and Yume appeared. Duozu introduced, this is the Spirit Snake Clan, about 30,000 of them, plus 80 or 90,000 other sea tribes. Yujun added, Three Eyes is a one-star war god, the rest aren't strong. Su Yun frowned. They're that weak. Duozu explained, they suffered heavy losses when they attacked Sheep City last year. A chill flashed in Su Yun's eyes. No need to trouble ourselves. Wipe out the clan directly. The three of them were all startled. He made it sound as ordinary as daily conversation. What about those other sea tribes? Yujun couldn't help asking. Su Yun looked back at him. Can you guarantee they didn't take part in attacking Sheep City? Yujun silently lowered his head. Su Yun said, remember, from now on, don't think of yourself as a sea tribe. The three of them grew alert and looked towards Su Yun. Su Yun went on. Those loyal to me are good sea tribes. Otherwise, don't ever appear before me. Boom. In the next second, Su Yun activated his Nine-Tails mode, and a terrifying aura swept through the deep sea. Outside the city, the Nine-Tails condensed black energy, and brilliant light illuminated the darkness. The sea tribes in the city discussed, what is that? So bright. The Spirit Snake Clan was completely stunned. Before they could even sound the alarm, the tailed beast bomb came crashing down. With a boom, a mushroom cloud rose, and the seabed trembled violently. Duozu and the others were all stunned. Yujun swallowed hard. Is there still anyone alive? Yume froze. Duozu's face was twitching. If anyone's still alive, they're a ghost. Ding. The host has killed nearly 120,000 sea tribesmen, dropping 101 intermediate divine hands, 49 middle grade, and 19 high grade. Su Yun was satisfied. The drop rate of divine hands was related to the enemy's realm. Soldiers wouldn't drop them, only high-level ones would. 196 high-grade divine hands, still short by 4. Exchange all the intermediate ones, and that makes exactly 200. Su Yun decided to return to Demon City, planning to use the divine hands to see what else he could steal. Go search for any treasures the Spirit Snake clan might have. Su Yun ordered. Duozu ran into the city, searched around, and was shocked to find that there really was a half-ruined chest. My lord's luck is incredible. Su Yun was a little surprised too. You pick one. You Jun, and you may quickly declined. We didn't contribute anything.